Michael immediately transported himself back to Main Street in the Upperwood district. There he was welcomed by Shayna and the rest of the crew, all eagerly working as they began decorating their headquarters and their store for the eventual opening of their company. "Lord Michael, welcome back. How do you like the place?" Shayna asked, bowing. Michael looked around the room and felt like he was transported back to his previous world. The lobby of their new headquarters looked exactly like one of those high-rise buildings from large cities that were very spacious, had a modern and simplistic design, yet still showed luxury quietly. The whole place was powered by a generator running in the background, powering the lights and all the operations needed like the plumbing and other such systems. At the very front of the lobby was a large signage of Reborn, in all caps, and had subtle yellow lighting on the background. "I like it, it feels very professional," he praised them. "We're glad you like it, Lord Michael. There are some things that you still need to settle though. Would you like to meet with Kong to discuss the elevator?" Michael was confident of Kong's skill. He didn't need any help. "I trust him on this," he said. "For now, I want to meet with Cassell and discuss the plans for opening up our store." Shayna nodded and guided Michael down to the lowest part of their headquarters, 10 floors underground. This was their strategic meeting place for all Reborn major decisions. Cassell had already made herself a home in one of the rooms. She made an office and a personal lounge, which was quite small and wasn't that befitting of a CEO like her. "You know you could have made it larger," he told her. "I'm fine with this, young master. I only need a bed to sleep in and I would be satisfied." Cassell couldn't be argued with. Even after all this time, she still wore her Vanderbilt-made uniform, despite being the CEO and head of all operations of Reborn for a few years now. "Let's talk about our department store on Main Street. How is it going?" Cassell took out a few papers from her envelope and began giving it to Michael. "We have prepared a specific list of items that we think are going to do well in Metropolis. This is compiled from all the customer information that the Shadow Orcs have gathered in the Upperwood district. We are of the opinion that we should be selling items that people are already familiar with. Of course, our products are a lot higher in quality, so people will naturally want to buy ours instead. This will get them through the door. Now, in order to distinguish ourselves from the other companies, we think that it's best if we now introduce them to items that they'd never seen before. This will leave them a lasting impression and allow the Reborn name to naturally be spread in the customer's mind space." Michael looked at Cassell's report and found nothing wrong with it. "Okay, let's go with your plan. Have you started the delivery of the items?" Cassell nodded. "The trucks are on their way to Metropolis as we speak. We have taken them from our stockpile in Angora City, so they will probably arrive in 1 or 2 days tops." According to her reports, there would be about 10 trucks in total going to Metropolis, carrying all the items they were going to sell in the department store. And in the future, about 5 more trucks would come every week in order to replenish their goods. And once demand goes up, they would probably have to increase the delivery of items even more. Thankfully, the Duchess had already assured him that the guards at the wall would allow them passage once they arrived. Now all he had to do was wait. "There is one more thing that I want to do. Shayna, I was just recently given stewardship of a mansion near the castle of the Duchess. I'm planning to build a soda factory there." Shayna's eyes widened. "Soda, Lord Michael, that is a very interesting product indeed." "This is perfect," Cassell claimed. "It will allow us a better foot in the door if we focus all our efforts in advertising soda to our customers. Since the Reborn company offered anything and everything, there wasn't really a distinct product that they were known for. This would make it hard for people to remember them, since they didn't know what they offered. Of course, this was no problem in territories that they already conquered. But for Metropolis, where they were unknown, one breakthrough product was all they needed to get their name in the zeitgeist of Metropolis. People would know Reborn for their sodas, and once they got to know Reborn better, then their other products would become popular as well. Shayna, have our engineers design a factory for the sodas. I'll give them all the details, so please assemble a team for me." The white-scaled Dragonborn nodded and immediately gave a list of the engineers she needed. With the help of the Shadow Orcs, those engineers were directly teleported to their meeting room. "Thanks for meeting with me," he said to them. "This is what we need to do." He told them the specifications of the factory, what they produced, and what operations were needed to get that end result. After all, they weren't just making the sodas in the factory. They were also making the glass bottles needed to sell them. "This is doable, boss. Just give us a few days and we can get the draft done," said one of the engineers. Back in the association headquarters, Claudia buried her head into her desk as piles and piles of paperwork came into her room. "Miss Claudia, the Crocodile Leather Company is requesting a duel with their rival, the Alligator Club. Miss, two high-ranked wine companies are requesting their own sanctum duel. They wish to ask if we can get them ahead of schedule." Claudia groaned. "No, we're already backed up as it is." She was having trouble with the influx of duels because everyone was in a hurry to prepare for the parade. And if the timing couldn't get any worse, the auction at Barnaby's vault was also close at hand, further increasing everyone's desire to stock up with as much money and power as they could store. Miss Claudia, there seems to be a commotion in our lobby. There's a lot of big shots requesting your presence," said one of her employees hurriedly. Claudia sighed and got up off her desk and walked to where the commotion was taking place. And as she got there, she saw that there were quite a few high-ranking company leaders waiting patiently in their chairs. They weren't at the level of the legacies, but they were still up there in terms of ranking. For example, the Crocodile Leather Company was in the 312th spot, while the Alligator Club was in the 325th spot. "Mr. Crocodile, Mr. Alligator, what have you come here for?" Claudia asked them. The crocodile man, wearing crocodile leather all over his body like a cowboy, tipped his hat at Claudia. "We're here to get a duel, ma'am. I want to get his spot in the product approval." This was not the first time that Claudia heard this kind of term in a duel. After all, Metropolis was a well-regulated territory. Not just anyone can sell a product that was untested and unproven by their standards. The Duchess and her royal family ensured the safety of their citizens through this strict regulation method. Now, because of the pressure of the parade as well as the auction, many people were pressed to find better products to sell to the general public, as well as the tourists that were going to be visiting them soon. Many people know that tourists from another continent lived a completely different life. Therefore, the products that many people need here in the royal continent may not necessarily be wanted by the tourists that would be visiting them. It was very well possible that a rare product could be considered common in their continent and vice versa. Because of this, many companies were starting to develop new products that could possibly allure those tourists into buying from their company. Now comes the problem for many companies. The sheer volume of people that are requesting inspections from the royal family was up in the tens of thousands. There were far too many of them. And given that inspections took about 1 day at the earliest and a week at the latest, many companies had to face the realization that they would probably have to wait a year or two to get their products verified by the proper authorities. That would be far too late. Of course, many people could choose to have their products unverified. However, tourists would be more likely to purchase from companies that had the official seal of the Duchess. So, people were still very much desperate to get their products checked. That was why many companies chose to battle it out against other companies to get a much better spot. "I'm sorry, but you will have to wait for your allocated time period," Claudia said, apologizing to the alligator man and the crocodile man. The two company owners pursed their lips and shook hands amicably. Just then, Claudia felt another tap on her shoulder. "What is it?" she asked a bit exasperatedly. It was one of her employees, who Claudia assumed was about to tell her about another pair of companies wanting to have a duel. "Miss Claudia, there's been some commotion at the gates. Some are even saying that we could be getting raided." She certainly wasn't expecting that kind of news. Claudia immediately went on horseback and rushed to the south side wall entrance, where there was already a large crowd of people gathering around the streets. Using her authority, Claudia pushed through the mass and onto the very front of the line, where a line of soldiers were keeping everyone at bay. "What's happening?" she asked them. One of the soldiers saluted before explaining. "It's because of those metal objects, madam." He pointed in the horizon, where there were 10 monstrous-like metal objects running towards Metropolis at fast speeds and kicking up a dust storm behind them. It definitely looked like they were getting invaded by a bunch of monsters. "Oh heavens, where is the order and the knights? Should we evacuate?" "Nonsense, Our soldiers will protect us from any threats. As the metallic objects got closer and closer, the more and more people it had gathered. Many of them were wondering why the soldiers were letting them get this close without doing anything. Everyone held their breaths as the unknown metal army stopped right in front of the gates. The only thing that was heard were quiet breaths and the hum of the truck's engines. Just then, the door opened and a human person walked out towards the guards. What? It's not a monster. Maybe it's a tamed one. Who are these people anyway? Many questions arose from the crowd. However, the soldiers refused to answer any of their inquiries and continued to interact with the man that got out of the truck. After some time, an agreement seemed to have been made as the soldiers bowed to the truck driver and began to instruct the crowd to disperse. Please get out of the streets, they ordered. The trucks are about to pass through the gates. That single line from the soldier sent gasps and looks of shock from the crowd, including Claudia. She caught on quicker than others, realizing that the metal monsters probably had the approval of the royal family. Excuse me, not to be rude, but why are they allowed in Metropolis? I haven't seen this kind of monster before, asked one person from the crowd. It is not a monster, the soldier reiterated. This is a vehicle that is permitted to enter Metropolis premises. Once again, everyone was shocked. This was a vehicle. It was far too big and looked too heavy to be moved by ordinary means. Does that mean that this vehicle was approved by the royal family? The soldier nodded. That is correct. I haven't seen this vehicle from the waiting list of approval. I've never seen this before, so it couldn't have been approved so fast. They'd need at least a month of testing in the streets before they are allowed. The one who asked that was a company owner who also had a product pending for inspection. So, he knew what he was talking about. This got everything talking to each other, which delayed the entrance of the truck even more. The soldier slammed the bottom of his spear into the ground and demanded everyone's attention. Please do not delay the trucks. These are approved by the Duchess herself. This sent waves of even more shock and disbelief. No wonder it didn't have to be tested in the streets for a month. The Duchess herself gave her seal to the vehicle. Because of this, the truck went from a strange, mysterious, and possibly dangerous vehicle into something that the general public was intensely curious about. What was good about this big vehicle that even got the Duchess approval? Finally, the soldiers were able to guide people off the roads and into the sidewalks. This allowed the trucks to finally enter the gates of Metropolis and start their travel into the streets. The trucks towered over every carriage and spooked the horses into neighing. The mere weight and size of the truck sent small tremors into the ground as it passed through. As the lineup of trucks passed, people could finally see their loads in its entirety. The carriage on the back of the truck was made out of thin wires crossed horizontally and vertically, allowing people to gaze through the holes and see what was inside. And there they were able to have a glimpse as to the capabilities of the truck. Look, there must be 1,000 kilograms of steel bars in that thing, said one of the guys as he looked at the first truck. It carried only steel bars and nothing else. No way. This thing can carry that much. How is it even moving? It would take at least 20 carriages to transport that much metal. But it only takes one for this vehicle. Many were in pure disbelief that a vehicle could carry that much, but their surprise didn't end there. What's that I smell? Is that weeding whisper? That's impossible, gasped one of the spectators. One of the trucks carried exotic spices and herbs specifically only found in the king's region. Almost no one from Metropolis even knew what they were. But there were a few from the crowd who were knowledgeable about the spices and therefore were shocked at their appearance. Brother, what's the big deal about some plants? Asked the guy beside him. Weeding whispers can only be found in the king's region, he answered. Once everyone heard this, they muttered amazement underneath their breaths. The fact that this vehicle traveled all the way from the king's region meant that it was durable despite the long distances that it had to travel. However, for the knowledgeable man in the crowd, he didn't think that the people understood just how impressive this feat was. You guys don't understand. Weeding whispers will wilt once it's plucked from the ground within half a month. Yet, the plant here is clearly still in good shape. Those that understood his words gasped at the realization. If the truck contained weeding whispers that was still in proper condition, then that meant that it had traveled all the way from the king's region to here in Metropolis in under half a month. This was unthinkable in their terms. Even the best carriages equipped with the best horses could only go from the king's region to Metropolis in about 3 to 4 months. Of course, rather than thinking that the trucks could travel that fast, most people would rather believe that they were assisted through magical means in order to achieve a time that fast. The 7-star or 8-star mage helping speed up the travel or delay the spoilage of exotic herbs and spices. And it was more than possible for those trucks to achieve what they had achieved. That was why most people thought that the trucks were possessed by one of the legacies. After all, only they had the money and resources to fund such an extravagant way of transporting items. Do you guys think that there's a mage inside that? I think there's a tamed monster inside that metal thing. That's probably how it's moving despite being so heavy. I wonder who it is. Are they from the Guild of Arcana? I heard that there's a strong mystic arts user from the Alarix Gilderon Company. It could also be from the Quench Company. Bobby's the only one that can create such a magnificent work of metal. The general public made their opinions. A lot of people followed the truck to its destination and found that it landed in an abandoned mansion near the Duchess Castle. There, the trucks made their stop, and people began to unload all of their cargo. The Rebornians quietly worked, using their unique skills to easily transfer all the steel beams, fresh ingredients and herbs, and other construction materials needed for their new soda factory. Does anybody know who owns this land? I didn't even know people were in this mansion. I always thought it was abandoned. It only took a few minutes before the trucks fully unloaded all of their cargo. And soon after that, they exited out of the mansion estate and went on their way back to the Metropolis walls. The trucks left just as fast as they arrived. Although these trucks appeared for less than half an hour inside Metropolis, the commotion that they created reverberated through every nook and cranny of the territory. Practically everyone heard of it. Now, this was a place that didn't have social media. Everything spread through word of mouth. Many thought that they were a hoax or a myth that people created to gain attention. However, too many people witnessed the trucks for it to be a lie. Not only that, but the fact that the Duchess herself gave her approval for the truck's entrance meant that the rumors about it were most probably true. The Magic Tower, for instance, were once again in disarray as they discussed how a truck like that would be feasible. Gentlemen, do you think that it's possible for those trucks to be powered by magic? If the rumors about the trucks are true, then they should be. There's no other explanation. How could a vehicle that large and heavy be able to travel from the king's region all the way here in Metropolis? If so, then what kind of magic would be able to do that? The mages and wizards thought in silence as they tried to think up of any known magic spells that could accomplish what the trucks had accomplished. Maybe a spell. It would significantly lower the travel distance since they wouldn't have to go through obstacles. That's just not feasible. They'll need 10 7-star mages casting that spell for a full day to make that happen. The room once again was enveloped in silence. We have to know how this is possible, said one of the senior wizards. We'll be able to solve our problems in procuring ingredients for our potions. We'll be able to save a lot of money and possibly even increase our cultivation by more than twice. If they had access to the loading capacity of the trucks, then they'd be able to transfer items from all over the continent to help them with their studies, therefore helping them break through to the next star realm. This was the reason why they were fixated on finding a way to replicate the trucks with magic. However, even with all of their brain power combined, they couldn't find a way to make something as heavy as the truck moving at such fast speeds. It was simply impossible and inefficient. How are they even able to do this? Could there be a new breakthrough in magic that we don't know about? Maybe there's really a tamed monster inside those things to make it move. Just then, the door to their meeting place burst wide open as a mage in a black robe and tilted wizard hat came rushing in. Hiya, sir, I was able to find a magician that witnessed the trucks move for himself, said the rookie wizard. Another man in civilian uniform bowed to the officers of the Magic Tower before describing what he saw in the trucks in detail. Sir, I am sure that there is absolutely no magic involved in those vehicles. His controversial words sent the meeting into an uproar. That simply cannot be possible. Perhaps you were mistaken. Maybe they were able to use a magic spell to hide the mana coming off. However, to prove his point, The man simply just presented a crystal ball to the wizards. It was completely transparent with no color at all. I touched the truck myself using this crystal ball. And as you all know, this ball will glow into a different color once it comes into contact with any magic spell, no matter how hidden it is. The ball was indeed transparent, leaving the senior mages and wizards unable to say anything else. Finally, they all turned to the Tower Master. "What do you think, Tower Master?" All this time, the Tower Master had his eyes closed and his lips pursed. He went into this meeting without announcing presence at all, as if he was nothing but the wind. Everyone thought that he was simply concentrating on trying to find a solution for the truck's mystery. But in truth, the Tower Master was afraid. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would see a piece of paper magically transported in his hands. After hearing about this truck, there was a sinking feeling in his heart that this was related to that boy, that genius boy who seemed to have no limit in his talents, that boy that destroyed all common sense regarding the mystic arts. He didn't know why, but he had a premonition that he would soon find out the mystery behind those trucks. Each one of his senior wizards looked at him expectantly. Eventually, he knew he had to find out the truth. He opened one eye warily, peeking out into the fray. Then he looked down at his hands, trembling at the thought that his dear old friend would once again give him some very timely news about this Michael boy. As he slowly opened his eyes more, he saw his hands completely laid flat on the table. He opened his eyes fully. There was no letter. "Yehi," he cheered out, surprising everyone in the meeting room. "What is it, Tower Master? Have you figured out what kind of magic they use to power that vehicle?" The Tower Master shook his head. "I don't know," he said jovially. At this point, everyone couldn't help but look at the Tower Master, wondering if he was still right in the head. They knew that mystic masters of the Guild of Arcana were always usually eccentric and weird, but their Tower Master never exhibited this kind of behavior before. "Let's not talk about those vehicles anymore. We don't know how it works and we'll probably never know." And just like what this young man said, it's possible that the machine never used any magic at all, making it useless for us to try and decipher. Hearing those words from their leader, the senior wizards finally decided to leave the topic closed for now and simply revisit it at a later date. "How are we with the Guild of Arcana? Have they replied to us about the appearance of the tourists?" the Tower Master asked, happy to close the discussion on the trucks. "Not yet, Tower Master. They'll probably give us their response in about 3 days or so," replied another wizard. It was at that moment that everyone looked up, feeling the propagation of mana in the skyline of Metropolis. In the glass observatory of the room, they saw a white dove flying down directly to the magic tower, carrying a white letter on its back. "Ah, it looks like they've responded," said the Tower Master, waving his hands and opening one of the windows for the dove to enter inside. The dove circled in the ceiling before eventually touching down in the Tower Master's hand. "Let's see their response," he said, his good mood causing him to hum as he untied the letter from the dove. He quickly tore off the envelope and began to unfold the letter, and as the Tower Master gazed upon the contents of the letter, he suddenly froze in place. This letter wasn't from the Guild of Arcana at all. "Hello, it's me again, about the trucks." The Tower Master's hands began trembling as he held the letter in his hands. His expression darkened before he eventually burst out all of his anger like a volcano. "Curse you, Cerberus, why don't you just tell me everything in one letter? Why do you have to make me so anxious?" The Tower Master could almost certainly see the look on Cerberus' face as he wrote this letter. The man was having too much fun messing with him. Cerberus could have told him everything there was to know about Michael. Yet instead, he made the Tower Master experience the same heart-stopping shock that he experienced himself. Just like he suspected, the genius boy Michael was the one responsible for the trucks. And this time, there wasn't any magic involved in it at all. Still, the fact that a boy could be this mystically gifted while being talented in machinery could be considered way too unfair. Did the goddess play favorites? "Tower Master, is something wrong?" the wizards asked him. He slammed the letter on the table, getting everyone's attention. "We don't have to figure out the secret of the trucks. Even if we had 100 years, we won't be able to solve it." The other wizards expressed their disappointment. They really needed those trucks. "Then what shall we do?" "We'll just buy them. The trucks will be for sale in the auction on Barnaby's vault." This lit a fire of excitement in everyone's eyes. Acquiring those trucks was now their only priority for this auction. They were even considering just skipping the auction this year round, but after knowing that they could buy the trucks, they were now fully engaged in the idea. That's great, Tower Master. But if other people know about this, then they'll be fighting for the trucks as well. I'm sure that the word has already been disseminated all around Metropolis about their uses and capabilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entirety of Metropolis would be fighting for those trucks. Its uses were universal, meaning that everyone could stand to benefit by acquiring them for their own company. The trucks could probably triple or quadruple any company's current sales, which meant that they would fight that much harder in the auction to get it. Even if they had to give up everything they had, it would still be worth it. This meant that even a faction as powerful as them would have to fight tooth and nail to obtain it themselves. The legacies will definitely participate. Alaric will stand to gain so much from getting those automobiles. That's probably the reason why the Duchess approved it herself. She must also be planning on buying it in the auction. The knights will show up. Trucks will revolutionize their way of fighting wars. With the Magic Tower, they were the 6 major factions in Metropolis. It was very likely that one of them would win the trucks. In the auction, given their immense power, money, and influence. The Tower Master nodded. We'll have to ask for help from the Guild of Arcana, send a message to them as soon as possible. The wizards in his command nodded. What shall the message contain? Tell them to send one of the Mystic Master pupils. Braxton will suffice. The other wizards were surprised. They knew that this was important, but they didn't think it would be this important to even employ a pupil. Are you sure about this, Tower Master? Yes, he nodded. This will be very good for his development. Pupils of Mystic Masters were very talented. Only the best of the bests were given the chance to become a Mystic Master in the future. Because of that, most of these pupils tended to be lonely. They were at the peak, meaning they had no one there beside them. But this time it would be different. The Tower Master was excited to see the interaction between Michael and Braxton. Those two would find themselves in common company and allow each other to push themselves to greater heights. The Magic Tower wasn't the only planning on increasing their power to compete in the auction. In the knightly court, just beside the Duchess Palace, squires and knights were in deep training to prepare for the eventual fight in the auction. Their territory had 2 concentric circle architectures. The bigger circle was made for the squires and the knights in training. The whole area of the circle was equally divided into 10 parts, which was equivalent to the 10 ways that a knight could take in their cultivation. Although every way in the knightly court was supposed to be equal, this specific court in Metropolis couldn't help but have one way stronger than the other. And that was none other than the way of the axe. They had the superior number and power than the rest of the ways here in their branch in Metropolis. This was due to one single person. He was one of the 10 heavenly knights in the order, meaning he had reached the peak of his cultivation and had no equal in the way of the axe. His mere presence allowed other knights and squires who trained in the axe to become so much better than they were before. His mere presence oozed the essence of the axe. And since he was a heavenly knight, the inner circle of the knightly court was reserved only for him and his personal students. Knight wearing full metal armor knocked on the door of the most powerful axe user in the world. Sire Kruger, I have got something to report to you, sire. Come in, answered Kruger. The knight opened the door and entered the heavenly knight's abode. There, in the corner of the room, he saw him. An orc with his tusks coming out from his lower jaw and twisting back outwards like it was his own personal face mask. His green skin was littered with battle scars that showed the history of how he achieved the title of the best in the world. What is it? Kruger asked, his arms crossed on his chest while looking out the window. It's those vehicles, sire. We were able to find that they are going to be sold in the auction in Barnaby's vault. Kruger pensively looked at the window towards the court. His mind was running with thoughts of the future. Becoming a heavenly knight was not a title worthy for those who only have bronze. One must have brains to become one as well. He had correctly deduced that the value of these vehicles would cause the entirety of Metropolis to be engaged in an intense auction war. He began to think about the current situation of the knightly court and tried to estimate if they were capable enough of becoming the eventual winner of the auction. The legacies will go all out. They stand to gain the most out of all other major factions, Kruger muttered to himself. The Duchess will be a formidable foe, not just inside the auction but outside. As for the Magic Tower, they'll have to ask for help from the Guild of Arcana. He easily guessed the Tower Master's moves. After all, there was always a certain friendly rivalry between the Order and the Guild of Arcana. If he was thinking about going all out, then the Tower Master must be thinking that as well. Now, although he was a heavenly knight, there were certain prohibitions towards him when it came to things like this. He was far too powerful to participate in the auction. It would be unfair. Still, the importance of the trucks were far too big for him to simply just stay inactive. He knew that he had to move, if not him, then someone that he personally trained. Sire Kruger, your students are asking which one of them you will send in for the auction, the knight asked. Kruger scratched his chin. Tell Potball to sharpen his axe. This will be a good chance for him to make his sword heart stronger. In Kruger's opinion, Potball was the perfect man to send for the job. He was one of the most talented axe users that he was teaching, if not the most. The boy may be young, but he was able to keep up with his much older peers very easily. In a few years, Kruger could see Potball becoming the strongest knight in all of Metropolis besides him. He was trying to hit two birds with one stone. He would stand to have a better chance to get those trucks, and his student would also be able to harden his sword heart and improve much faster than normal. This auction would be a meeting place for geniuses and prodigies alike. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. Because of the unexpected appearance of the trucks, 3 of the strongest people in Metropolis gathered in one place to talk about their plans. They all gathered at a circular table. At the top was Alaric Goldman. His wavy hair up to his shoulders was now balled up into a bun. Because of this, his golden earrings were very visible to Bobby and Aerith, who was sitting opposite him. "Whoa, I can see you weren't prepared for this meeting," Aerith teased. "Who isn't?" Alaric replied. "The auction of this vehicle is important enough to stop my preparations for the parade." Aerith laughed, her pink ponytail hair swinging side to side. "Phew, I can take over for that if you'd like." "Me first," Bobby raised his hand, joking aside. "What are your opinions on the automobile?" Alaric asked. "I think that it is very important that at least one of us will be able to get it." "That I can agree with you," Bobby said. "Being able to transport 1,000 kilograms of steel at a time is very important to my business. As for me, even though my business isn't related to transportation, I will still benefit a lot from having such a large cargo load," Aerith answered. Alaric nodded. "It is important for the 3 of us. That is why I propose that we have another coalition." A coalition? What if I don't want to? I have the proper strength to get it for myself," Bobby said straightforwardly. He wasn't bragging, just stating facts. "Yes, we all have the ability to fight it out for ourselves, but I'd like to remind you all that the other 3 factions are also fighting for these vehicles. The Magic Tower and the Knightly Court are both factions that have a much deeper source of power because of the organization they belong to. And the Duchess, while only having power in Metropolis, is not one that should be taken lightly. It's very much likely that all of them will pull out all the stops in order to get those vehicles. If we fight it out individually, our chances will only be about 16.67%. But if we group up, then our win percentage goes up to 50%. The Duchess, the Magic Tower, and the Knightly Court are already established. They don't need these vehicles. We do. Imagine how much better our golden roads will be through those machines." Alaric's words got their attention. The Golden Road was their end goal. It was what their parents, their grandparents, and their family pushed them to achieve. This competition between heirs would ultimately end once a dominant Golden Road had been established in the royal continent. Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby were already starting to set up their own Golden Roads. And if they obtained those vehicles, then they could finally graduate from Metropolis and compete at a much bigger stage deeper in the Queen's region. These trucks would be their advantage against the other older and much more established companies further north. I have already heard news that the Magic Tower contacted the Guild of Arcana. My men have also seen a lot of activity in the Knightly Court. It seems that Kruger himself was teaching his students this time around. They have their own parent organizations to get support from. We are all on our own. Individually, we might stand a chance against those guys, but together, we can secure it. Alaric knew that if the geniuses and prodigies from the Order of the Heavenly Knights and the Guild of Arcana were not something that they could simply disregard, they were absolute monsters that defied common sense. Of course, they weren't too bad themselves, but he had a feeling that if they didn't consolidate their powers now, then those monster geniuses could end up getting away with the automobile decisively. Thankfully for him, though, Bobby and Aerith was smart enough to know that they had to go all out. "That is true," Bobby said, his large, hairy arms leaning on the table as he pondered. "We will be increasing our chances to win by teaming up." "But what if we win? Do we share the vehicles?" Aerith asked. This was very important, one that could decide whether they agreed on a coalition or not. "It's up to you guys. We can either share it for ourselves, or we have our own duels to see who will eventually win the vehicles." Alaric presented them with a choice, and from their expressions, it seemed that the answer was simple. "Do you even have to ask?" Aerith chuckled. "We'll have our own competition at the end." "Agreed," Bobby nodded. They were all friendly with each other, but that also meant that they were very competitive against each other. There was a triple-way rivalry going on with them that was under the surface. Alaric wanted to continue his reign as the top company in Metropolis. Meanwhile, Aerith and Bobby were trying hard to dethrone him and have Metropolis all to themselves. Of course, all three of them knew this. Their rivalry allowed them to stay sharp and always keep improving. "Then we're in agreement. We three are in a coalition for the auction, correct?" "Only for the vehicles," Aerith mentioned. "For the sue, that's a free-for-all." Of course, Alaric agreed. Meanwhile, back in their new headquarters, Michael was just given the news that the trucks had successfully unloaded their cargo onto the abandoned mansion. "Lord Michael, Kong has already been sent there to take care of the planning," Shayna reported. "According to the engineers, it will only take a day and a half for the construction to finish." Michael nodded in satisfaction. Creating a factory for soda was very easy since they already had a lot of the machineries already set up back in the nation of Reborn. All they had to do was disassemble it, transport it through the truck, and reassemble it back here in Metropolis. And for now, he decided to source his materials locally here in Metropolis. It would be much more costly if he had to transport all the way from the parched lands. Of course, this was all temporary. Once the Golden Road had been connected to Metropolis, Michael planned to source all of his materials from their own territories. A day later, the construction for the factory was finished. He visited the place with Shayna and Cassell, touring the entire process from the creation of the glass bottles to the mixing of the soda juice, carbonating it, and putting it in the bottle. Of course, Michael chose the iconic design from his previous world, having a metal cap that made that satisfying pop sound when it was opened. As for the soda itself, he looked no further than the famous Coca-Cola, even if the recipe was a secret back in his previous world. Chat JK4 was able to reverse engineer its process and ingredients perfectly. "Now all I need is the workers." According to his deal with Uncle Max, the Vanderbilt family would be the one to manage and work on the soda factory. Of course, since they were very unfamiliar with how a factory worked, Michael gathered them all and gave them a tour of their new workplace. All 30 Vanderbilts traveled to the new soda factory, and they couldn't help but gasp and be in awe. Even Max, who thought he knew about Michael's capabilities, simply couldn't believe how fast they were able to make the factory. How did you build it already? It hasn't even been 2 days," Max complained. "It's something called concrete. I'll explain it to you later. For now, let's move to the factory and my Rebornians can teach you how to work." As they approached, the large factory doors opened, and everyone saw the huge machineries that looked completely alien to them. There were these tall box metal containers that spouted hot steam, and there was even a very intimidating large hammer that slammed into a flat anvil and caused tremors in the ground. What is this? Are these metal monsters?" Michael laughed before gesturing for the Rebornians to start their lessons. "Everyone, this is called a boiler. Please take care not to touch it because it's very hot." The engineers began giving very basic explanations as to how the machines worked and how to operate them. It was very intimidating for the Vanderbilts, but the engineers assured them that they will stay in the factory for a few months to teach the newbies how to operate them. Meanwhile, in a completely dark room shrouded in darkness, there were 2 figures that faced each other. One of them was standing with a prideful and confident stature. Meanwhile, the other one was kneeling to show his respect. "The great slime god has told me that he recruited you. For your talents," said the shrouded man who was standing. "Yes, I am Viperian. Cast away your name and choose for yourself a new one. I was once like you, who was once in the path against the will of the great slime god. But now I have seen the truth, I have seen the light of day. I cast away my old name, Hestu, in order to become the priest. I am leading the people to realize the truth about the Iron Maiden." Hestu and Viperian's backgrounds were very similar. They were once enemies of Mitchell and the Reborn company. But because of a certain slime's intervention, they changed their ways and was now completely loyal to him. "Very well, sir, I shall name myself Bishop." "Good Bishop, now, it is your turn to spread the Iron Maiden religion to Metropolis. The great slime god wills it." Michael met up with his Uncle Max to discuss more about their soda business. He decided to source all of their ingredients in Metropolis to save money. Now, the problem now was who they were going to get it from. Since his Uncle Max had been in Metropolis for a long time, Michael guessed that he had a lot of connections and sources that could solve this particular problem. "I know a lot of companies that can get you the supplies. What kind do you need?" To create soda, Michael needed carbonated water for the fizz, sugar to sweeten it up, caffeine to get that certain kick, phosphoric acid to add some bitterness and balance the flavor, and of course some other natural flavors to get that iconic taste of cola. For the glass bottles, Michael just needed glass and metal to create that metal cap. Of course, he knew that some of these ingredients weren't all that well known in this world and Metropolis as a whole. That was why he had ChatJK4 give him the basic components needed to create those ingredients. "I need sugar first and foremost." Max's face lit up as soon as he heard that. "That's great. I know a guy whose company sells a lot of sugar and spices. I was in business with them a couple of years back when the Vanderbilt business was at its peak." "Come on, I'll take you there." Max and Michael traveled through the streets of Metropolis and eventually landed on a different district altogether. Michael noticed that the architecture of most buildings was similar to that of granaries in the countryside. The smell of wheat and spices were very pungent, probably because there were a lot of buildings whose sole purpose was to store herbs and other natural ingredients. "This company is called Spice Vise. The owner and I go way back. Knowing him, he'll even give us a discount for the sugar," Max said as he led Michael to a tight alleyway in between a lot of stalls containing mounds and mounds of spices. Despite the tightness of the path, there were a lot of people crowding the stalls. They bargained with the sellers about the price of the spices, threatening to go to another place if they didn't lower the price. "This place has a Middle Eastern vibe," Michael thought to himself. The fact that most of the people here had tanned skin made it even more familiar. "They almost have complete control over this district," Max said with a hint of bragging, as if he was proud of his friend. "You must know them, they have a branch in the Upperwood district." Michael did remember that Spice Vise were one of the biggest companies during the festival. He recalled that they were within the top 10 in a list containing the Quench Company and the Pyramidic Cuisine. "It's over here," Max said as they finally entered an open place, with the same bustling spice stalls, but now wide enough for camel-like creatures carrying baskets of espies to cross the streets. Max led him to a large palace made out of limestone and was walled off from the rest of the district. They approached the entrance with the name Spice Vise chiseled on the archway. It looked like they weren't the only ones visiting this place, since there were a lot of people clamoring for the guards to open the gates and hear their plea. "Looks like we have to wait in line," Michael muttered. "PSSH," Max muttered, "just watch this." Max put two of his fingers into his mouth and whistled a rhythmic high-pitched sound that caught everyone's attention. The guard wearing a loose white tunic at the top of the walls looked down in their direction, squinting. Max waved his hand, laughing. Once the guards caught sight of him, they also smiled and pointed at him as if they were long-lost friends. The crowd parted to make way for the guards as they approached. "Brother Max, it's been a long time since you visited. You've broken my heart," said the guard, hugging Max tightly. "Ha ha ha," Max laughed, choosing not to say anything. He didn't want to tell him he couldn't visit because he had no money. "Is Vishnu around? I'd like to speak with him." The guard nodded. "Yes, he's a little bit busy right now dealing with some stuff, but I'm sure he's willing to talk with an old friend." Come. Michael followed Max and the guard closely behind as they were let inside the giant blocky palace made out of limestone. As they ventured in, Max continued to have reunions with his old friends and introduced them to him. They greeted him with the same warmth and camaraderie as Max once they found out that he was his nephew. Eventually, they reached the main room, guarded by men wearing loose white clothes and wielding a shield and a spear by their side. Their guide knocked on the door before opening it. "Sir Vishna, Max Vanderbilt is here to see you." Michael looked ahead and saw a middle-aged man who had an olive complexion and a bushy black beard. "Max, I thought you were gone, you bastard." Despite his harsh words, Vishna opened his arms wide and welcomed Max as if he was a brother. "By some miracle, I'm still here," Max said with a smile as he shook hands with Vishna. "What brings you here?" Max gestured for Michael to come closer. "This is my nephew, Michael Vanderbilt. Michael, this is Vishna. Right after I was scammed, he was the one who helped me keep my business afloat." Immediately, Michael's perception of Spice Vise rocketed to the skies. It spoke a lot about a man if he was willing to help another man during his lowest points, and it looked like Vishna was a prime example. "It's really good to see you again, my friend." It was in that moment that the sound of glass breaking echoed through the palace, followed by the sound of what sounded like an elephant screaming to the top of its lungs. Vishna immediately opened his windows and looked down at the streets below. There, everyone saw an elephant with a long tusk standing up on its hind legs as if it was spooked by something. Its owner, the one holding its leash, was trying to get his mount to calm down. But no matter what he did, everything seemed to only scare the elephant even further, to the point that it started thrashing its head around, destroying the spice stalls with its giant tusks. The people near the elephant was screaming for help, afraid that they would get trampled by this beast. Everyone was trying to run away from the scene as fast as possible, but this had only caused a stampede in the streets because of the crowd. "This is dangerous," Vishna muttered. "That horned elephant is a 6-star monster that can cause a lot of damage. They are usually very docile, but once they're angry, they can't be stopped." Michael knew that he had to do something. His feet glowed as a magic circle appeared underneath his soles. But just as he was about to move, someone else got there first. They saw a figure jump down from the roofs above, somersaulting in the air before eventually landing perfectly on the elephant's back. Michael felt the mana in the air stir because of this person's appearance. His eyes widened once he realized that they were at least a 6-star wizard, judging from how strongly the mana in the air were wrapping themselves up on the figure. The horned elephant, feeling someone on its back, began to thrash even harder. Its stomps began creating reverberations in the ground that caused spices and fruits to roll out of their stalls and into the streets. Still, the figure, wearing a fully green tunic and a green scarf over their entire head, kept their balance on top of the elephant perfectly. The elephant's body began to glow with a red glint as it readied itself to use one of its strongest attacks. It roared, releasing a shockwave that would have left most people's eardrums broken. But just before it could fully release its power, the hooded figure ran up to the elephant's head and began to slide down towards its trunks, and using their momentum to slam it down towards the ground, stopping its attack. The elephant's tusk began to glow, as its natural magic began to sharpen it even more, enough to rival that of a blacksmith's knife. Anyone who didn't have a strength in the 6-star realm would be sliced into pieces just from a single contact with those tusks. The hooded figure jumped in the air as they dodged from a trunk, but the horned elephant, displaying an intellect above that of a monster, perfectly maneuvered its head to skewer the hooded figure above. Finally, the figure took out 2 scimitars from their back and parried the elephant's tusk. A magic circle appeared on their wrists, supplying the figure with enough power and strength to rival that of the beast. In retaliation, the beast raised its trunk and began to inhale everything in its path. It was like a super-powered vacuum, sucking in everything that the trunk was pointed at. Because of that, the hooded figure felt themselves shooting down towards the elephant like a magnet. The elephant caught the hooded figure before wrapping them into a coil, attempting to crush this stranger who tried to fight it. Seeing this, the crowd gasped and cried out. This brave hooded stranger tried and failed to save them from the rampaging beast. "Should we go down and help?" Max asked, worried. The beast was a 6-star monster. If they don't help now, then the situation could end up in hundreds of casualties. Michael, who had been observing the fight carefully, noticed something that most people didn't notice. He saw that despite being the elephant's clutches, the hooded figure didn't show any signs of being in pain. They were able to create a defensive spell that allowed them to withstand the crushing force of the elephant's coiled trunk. This is weird. They should have enough power and magic to defeat a beast like this, Michael pondered. The hooded figure had the capacity to defeat the beast by now, yet they weren't. Just then, he saw a glint near the elephant's mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was a small metal pin that was lodged near the elephant's teeth. This was probably what caused the beast to rampage in the first place. He realized now why the hooded figure wasn't fighting the elephant. They were trying to save it. Finally, the hooded figure burst out with power and forced themselves out of the elephant's coiled trunk. The beast recoiled and screamed out in pain, and it was at that moment that the hooded figure shot forth towards the elephant's mouth and took out the metal pin that gave it pain. As soon as they did that, the elephant stopped in its place, its eyes returning clear with lucidity. The elephant had been neutralized. Vishnu began clapping his hands in applause. "Bravo, my daughter." Finally, the hooded figure took out the green scarf that covered her face, revealing herself to be a young woman of age, only a couple of years older than Michael. She had the same olive skin as Vishnu, with her eyes thin and like a viper. As soon as the crowd in the street saw her face, they began to cheer and shout her name. "It's Regina, she saved us. I knew she could save us, as expected of the rising star. Mom, I want to be like her too." Vishnu laughed heartily as he looked down at the people crowding her daughter. "Haha, as compassionate as always, my daughter. Did you see how she didn't want to hurt the elephant? She could have easily killed it if she wanted to." Max shook his head in disbelief. "That's Reina, she's all grown up now." "That's right," Vishnu said proudly. "My little daughter has grown up to be even better than I am. Did you know that she's part of the Rising Six?" This time Max couldn't help but gasp out loud. "No way, the Rising Six. She's able to reach that height already when she's so young." Michael, clueless, asked Max about what this Rising Six were all about. "What's that?" he asked curiously. "The Rising Six is a title that is only reserved for those young talents that have the potential and momentum to become part of the major factions in Metropolis." This didn't give Michael any clarity. He didn't even know that there were major factions in Metropolis. Thankfully, Max saw Michael's confusion and explained. "There are 6 major factions. There's the Gilderon Company headed by Alaric, the Quench Company owned by Bobby, and the Sinclair's Elixir branch that is managed by Aerith. All 3 of them are called the Legacies, and they are the first part of the major factions. The second part of the major factions consist of organizations like the Guild of Arcana, the Order of the Heavenly Knights, as well as the Duchess Secret Service. The 6 of them consist of the major factions and are the top companies/groups that are located in Metropolis. They are the top dogs, the apex creatures of the marketplace. Below them are the minor factions. They are the companies that are big and successful in Metropolis, but are still below the level of the major factions. These are the companies like Pyramidic Cuisine, Crocodile Leather, and many more. There are a lot of companies in the minor factions. About 20 of them, so I won't list them out right now. You have to know that Vishnu Spice Vise is one of the top contenders in the minor faction. Of course, many companies wish to break through from the minor factions and ascend to the major factions. Because of this, we have the Rising Six. They are the 6 talents in the younger generation who are said to have the potential to take their company and ascend it to the major factions. Max's surprise and shock about Vishnu's daughter was for good reason. There was a good possibility that in the next 10 years, Spice Vise could be thought up in the same conversation as Alaric and the other legacies. I am very proud of my daughter, and I'm sure that in the next auction at Barnaby's vault, she'll be able to get what she needs to ascend to the next level. Vishnu peeked out of the window and waved at his daughter. "Vishnu, come meet our guests." However, the young woman just looked at her father and shook her head no. "Ah, looks like you won't be able to meet my daughter. She's too busy with her training these days. She says that she has to prepare for the auction or else she'll get left behind by the others." Down below, Reina was being thanked by the horned elephant's owner profusely, to the point of prostrating in the ground. The elephant itself snuggled up its trunks towards her, as if apologizing for what it had done. Reina made sure that the elephant was okay. and that no one was hurt during the incident before leaving the streets. But before she completely left, she looked back at the window where her father was. She recognized the man beside him as Max Vanderbilt, but she didn't recognize the boy that was right next to him. She squinted, trying to observe him more. She didn't know why, but she felt like there was more to this boy than meets the eye. Usually, she'll be able to gauge a person's strength just from their posture alone, but this time, she couldn't correctly estimate him. I'm overthinking this. He's just a kid, she thought, shaking her head. Back in Vishna's room, Max still couldn't believe that the little girl he saw back then had now grown to become one of the best talents in Metropolis. Congratulations, Vishna. Looks like your company is in good hands. Haha, damn right it is. Vishna laughed. Brother, my company is going to be up there with the legacy soon. How about we have a little arrangement, huh? He said, winking. My daughter is already of age. How about we engage your son with my daughter, a union of our families? Vishna laughed, and Max awkwardly laughed with him. Knowing Vishna, the guy was probably joking, since he knew that Max's son was only a little kid. Still, Max wouldn't be surprised if Vishna asked again once William was grown up. Let's open up a bottle of snake wine and chat like we used to, huh? Vishna offered. Maybe next time, brother. For now, I'd like to discuss business with you. Business, of course, for my good friend always, Vishna said, gesturing for them to take a seat in his snake leather couch. I'm here to pay off my debt to you back, Max said. This was also one of the reasons why Max wanted to visit Spice. At his lowest, Vishna always loaned him money whenever he needed it without question. Even now, the man wasn't asking back the money Max owed. Now that the money he lost was returned by the Duchess, he wanted to repay Vishna. My friend, are you sure? I heard that your business hasn't been going well. It's fine if you keep the money for now, Vishna said sincerely. Don't worry, justice was served. Max told Vishna about their discovery, that it was Jack who scammed him out of millions of gold coins. It was that bastard, Vishna harumphed. No wonder we couldn't find him, he was a royal. It's good that your money was returned. Have you finally decided to revive the Vanderbilt business? It's always a shame that a man of your talents was hindered by that bastard scammer. Max shook his head. This business is different, we're looking to buy your sugar. Vishnu nodded and took out a pouch from one of his cabinets by his desk. We have lots of sugar in our inventory, but as you know, the price for this is very high, especially right now when it's not in season. Michael didn't care about the price, he just needed lots of it. How many sacks are you thinking of getting? Vishnu asked. 2 sacks, 5 sacks. We need about 100 kilograms. Vishnu immediately sat up, knocking over the sugar in the pouch. 100 kilograms, are you sure about this? Yes, 100 kilograms a week. That seemed to have put Vishnu in a coma. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Because of the price, most of his customers only bought sugar a few grams at most. The only ones who bought kilograms of sugar from him were the big companies like the Pyramidic Cuisine and other food-related businesses. You do realize how much that would cost, right? Michael nodded. Yes, Max had just gotten his money back. But Vishnu didn't think he would spend it all on sugar alone. Are you sure this is the right use for your money? What would you even use sugar for? From what I know, the Vanderbilt business does not dabble in the food industry. Oh, I won't be buying it. This is my nephew's business, Max corrected him. Really, Michael boy, are you sure you need all that sugar? Michael nodded and used his shadow skill to transport 3 chests full of coins. They landed on Vishnu's carpet with a thud, the sound of heavy coins clinking around. Vishnu couldn't believe that a boy like him had possession of so much money. This was enough to buy tons and tons of sugar. He thought that the Vanderbilt family was struggling to keep up. But if they were willing to give up this much money for sugar, then everyone's perception of the Vanderbilt business was wrong. They weren't on the downfall. I'm planning on making a soda business. It's kind of like an exotic juice, Michael explained. Vishnu forced himself to calm down. A juice business. The Duchess has strict policies regarding exotic food. They will need verification that it's safe to consume. Fist before they allow people to sell them. Don't worry, the royal family already gave us their approval, Michael explained. Vishnu felt like he wasn't looking at a kid, but an adult instead. He was much better at business than other adults he had been dealing with. Max, who's your nephew? He's a Vanderbilt that came to Metropolis from the King's region, Max explained. The King's region, and now you're starting a company here in Metropolis? He asked, incredulous. That's right. He was able to get a permit and everything. As soon as he said that, it was as if a light bulb turned on in Vishna's head. Wait, I did hear about a new company getting a permit. What's it called? He asked Michael. Vishna's eyes widened. So you were the owner of Reborn, the company that was getting a lot of attention in the festival. I even heard that you won in the low-class tournament. Because a department of Spice Vise participated in the Upperwood District Festival, Vishna was very familiar with the commotion that the Reborn company caused during that last day. It was legendary, to say the least. He never expected to see that the owner of that company was none other than a Vanderbilt, and a kid at that. Vishna also leaned on the table, realizing that he was facing the real deal. I'm willing to give you all the sugar you'll need, he promised, but it's going to cost more since it'll be hard to transport that much sugar in a week. Michael smiled. You'll have no problem with that. Once his business with Vishna was sealed, Michael and Max went on their way to the next ingredient needed for the soda business. Meanwhile, Vishna was left all alone in his room, still reeling from the realization at what he had just witnessed. It was at this moment that the door to his room opened, and his daughter came in to give her greetings. Father, you asked for me, Reina said, bowing to his father. Unlike her attire from before that hid most of her features, Reina now wore a traditional silk green dress that accentuated her womanly curves. The thin veil wrapped around her head also gave her a sense of mystery and allure. Why didn't you meet with our guests earlier? Vishna asked, disappointed. Your godfather Max Vanderbilt came to visit us after all this time. Reina curtsied. Apologies, father, but I have much more important business to attend to. If I don't prepare for the auction, then my rivals can overtake my place. That can't happen. I shall send a letter to Godfather Max giving him my greetings and apologizing for not meeting with him. Vishna waved his hand. There's no need for that, you'll meet with them soon. Reina looked up at her father, confused. There was a certain smile on his face that she knew meant that he was scheming something. What do you mean, father? I am saying that you will meet the Vanderbilts soon, in the auction no less. This didn't make sense to Reina. Father, no offense to them, but the Vanderbilts have long lost their stature as part of the legacies. They have even been relegated out of the minor factions. They do not have the sufficient golden 500 ranking to participate in the auction. Vishna laughed. That was true, but if you had met with them as I did, then you would have realized that their stature would soon change in the coming future. Although Max was her godfather, Reina didn't think that he had the capacity or talent to completely overturn their situation and turn them into a company worthy of joining the auction. I can see what you're thinking, Vishna laughed. But I'm not talking about your godfather, I'm talking about the boy next to him. The image of a golden-haired boy looking down at her flashed in Reina's mind. Yes, him. In my opinion, the boy has the talent to completely change the course of the Vanderbilts in Metropolis. It won't be long before they have the rankings needed to participate in the auction. Reina showed a look of surprise. Her eyes darted around the room as she began to think of the changes that would happen. Her eyes began to clear and turn into indifference soon after she realized that it wouldn't matter to her. I am happy for them, father, but my focus should be on Bo. If I defeat her in this auction, then I'm confident that we'll be able to overcome the pyramidic cuisine in the rankings soon. This is why I do not have much time for anything else other than training, father. Reina turned around and was ready to leave. I wouldn't be so sure about that, daughter. This boy not only has the potential to enter the auction, but also achieve great success in it as well. You may even find yourself on the losing side when confronted with him. This immediately sent a fiery flame of pride in Reina's eyes. She faced her father, almost offended that he would imply that someone else could beat her. Father, have you no trust in your own daughter? The only ones that I have to worry about are the other rising 6 competitors, but if my preparations go smoothly, then even they are not ready for my performance. Vishna walked over to his daughter and held her cheeks. Of course, I trust you, Reina, but I am simply saying that you should not underestimate that boy. From my estimations, he could become part of the rising 6 in the near future. This truly surprised Vishna. Her father's intuition was rarely wrong. It was what helped Spice Vise to become the company that it was now. The fact that he was praising this boy as a near member of the Rising Six meant that he could very well be part of them in the future. Very well, father, I will keep my guard up against him at all times. Or, dear daughter, you could do the opposite, Vishna emphasized with a wink. Reina stepped back, looking at her father with confusion. What are you saying? The boy is a Vanderbilt. I have a feeling that the latent genes of the great lion has finally reared its head. It won't be long before his roars will be loud enough to cause reverberations in Metropolis. We could either fight the waves or go along with it. Before Michael and Max left, they gave him a sample of the soda they were going to create. He thought that it was magnificent and had the potential to take Metropolis by storm. But that wasn't all. Michael revealed that he was going to take care of the shipping of the sugar through the trucks. Vishna couldn't believe that Michael owned those vehicles that caused everyone to lose their minds. It was at that point that he realized that Michael was a different breed altogether. He wasn't just a talented boy, he was the talent. That was why Vishna wanted him to become his son-in-law. You're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Reina recoiled. Take him as your husband, Reina. This will be good for you and our company. This time Reina finally couldn't take it and stormed out of the room, stomping her feet. She couldn't believe what her own father was suggesting. Think about it, Reina. Her father's voice echoed through the halls, chasing after her. The auction will be a good chance for you to become close with the boy and let him see your beauty. The mere thought angered Reina. First of all, he was just a kid, about 13 years old. She was already 18. It was inappropriate for her father to think that they could get engaged. Secondly, Reina resented the thought that she and their company needed the help of the Vanderbilts. Even if they could regain their esteem in the future, that didn't mean that she needed their help. She was going to get spice vies in the major factions all by herself. She didn't need to get engaged to do that. The very reason why she was working hard to improve her strength in the auction was because she wanted to prove to her father that she could finally take over the business. She thought she got her father's approval once she became part of the Rising Six, but it seemed that that wasn't enough. She balled up her fist with nothing but rebellion on her mind. She decided that in this auction, she would do her best to prove to her father that she didn't need anyone else to succeed in Metropolis. She was going to defeat this Michael boy and prove to him that she didn't need him or anyone else. Michael and Max visited a few other companies, Metropolis, in search for the right ingredients for the soda. It took them the whole day, since everyone exhibited the same surprise and shock as Vishna. They all thought that the Vanderbilts had no capacity to buy the bulk amount of materials they were looking for. Of course, all Michael had to do was pay up front, and they quickly changed their tune and processed the sale very easily. They were even so apologetic about their initial offense that they ended up delivering the materials right into Michael's new factory without any fees at all. Because of this, the production of the soda was finally on its way. At this point, the other Vanderbilts had gotten a satisfactory level of mastery over the controls over the big machines. The engineers designed it so that they were user-friendly, so it was intuitively easy to learn. They would be able to keep the factory running day to day without much trouble. Good morning, everyone, Michael said as he stood in front of the group of the Vanderbilt workers. As you can see behind me, these are the materials that you are going to be working with. If you need sugar for the mixture, you take it from that large chest over there. He pointed at the barrels of sugar that Vishna provided for him. That must have cost a fortune. I didn't think that we'll be using premium ingredients for this drink. Nephew Michael, how are you able to afford all this stuff? Michael shrugged. My company is doing well in the King's region, so I'm not tight on budget. They all nodded to themselves, proud of their relative that he was able to accomplish this much. In fact, they praised his bravery. The fact that he was willing to risk his savings to build up a new business in Metropolis meant that he had nerves of steel that weren't fazed by the unknown. We'll make sure not to waste a single ingredient, Michael. Yeah, we mastered these metal machines enough to make sure that we'll have 100% efficiency. We'll make sure you won't get bankrupt. They all rallied with a cheer, which added to their motivation for working hard. Michael awkwardly scratched his chin. Do they think this is all I can afford? He thought to himself. Anyway, for the first few weeks, we'll be producing only less than 10,000 bottles a month. But after that, We'll probably be ramping up production even more. I've already planned for an expansion for the factory. Don't be surprised if we produce 100,000 bottles a day in the near future. Everyone's jaws were on the floor. 100,000 bottles a month. This meant that they would need 10,000 times more materials than right now. They couldn't fathom the price that those ingredients would cost. Not only that, but Michael told them that this expansion was set. He was going to ramp up the production of the soda no matter if soda was a success or not. They didn't know if Michael was simply that confident in his product or he had a lot of money to spare. Are you sure? Why don't we just wait a bit before increasing the number of bottles we produce? Yeah, if we see that it's selling well, we'll increase it little by little. Max, why don't you advise our nephew so that he doesn't waste his money? They all turned to Max. After all, his impatience was what ultimately led the Vanderbilt business to almost go bankrupt. They didn't want Michael to repeat the same mistakes he had. However, Max just raised his hands, choosing not to interfere. Just like them, he thought that Michael was just a talented, budding young businessman with a lot of ideas and products to sell. But as he got to know more about Michael, he began piecing together some bits and pieces of the truth. The automobiles, the 8 elemental mastery talent, the endless amount of money, and most of all, the rumored nation of Reborn that he overheard Bart and Lilia talking about. If he came from the King's region all the way to Metropolis, then it could only mean that he had already conquered it with his company. Michael didn't say it outright to him. He didn't have to. He just let his indifference to spending a lot of money talk for itself. Michael wasn't a rising star. He was already blazing through the skies. However, his initial brilliance was only seen on the other side of the world, which was why most, if not all of Metropolis knew nothing about Michael. However, Max knew that it was only a matter of time before Metropolis caught up with Michael's brilliance. Guys, trust Michael. He knows what he's doing. Even if he wastes 100,000 bottles of soda, it won't make a dent on his pockets. The other Vanderbilts were speechless. They looked at Michael, who was silent and didn't deny the claim. It was at that moment that they finally realized how much they didn't know about Michael. Just how rich was he? The soda factory finally started its production. The sounds of heavy metal pounding into another metal resounded through the walls. The scent of bubbling soda wafted through the air and out the vents. And most of all, the feeling of that satisfying pop echoed as the caps were installed inside the glass bottles. The Vanderbilts manually loaded the soda bottles onto the crates and stacked them on top of each other. By the end of the day, there were almost 1,000 bottles of soda produced in the factory. This would be enough for the opening day tomorrow. He thanked the Vanderbilts for their efforts before they all went on their way back to their estate. Just as Michael was about to leave, he heard the sounds of hooves clacking on stone slabs echoing through the streets. He looked at the corner and saw a single horse rider wearing a uniform of white and gold. He recognized him as the royal man who brought them into the Duchess Palace the other day. "Greetings, Sir Michael." The man got off of his horse and bowed at Michael. He then took out a scroll from his pockets and began reading it out loud. "On behalf of the royal family, dearest congratulations to the successful production of your magnificent soda. The royal twins would like you to know that they would be visiting your establishment early in the morning to be your very first customers. They hope that you made enough soda to fill an ocean." Michael chuckled to himself. "Tell them I'm thankful for their support. The taste for the soda will be different from the usual, but I know that they'll like it too." The royal man nodded. "Very well, there is just one question left. And it is from the Duchess herself. What is the name of your soda product?" Michael thought about it long and hard. Eventually, he came up with something that was still branded to the Reborn name, while also fitting for a soft drink. Deep in the night, just a few hours before Michael finally opened his soda business, now called Rebirth Dew, something was stirring inside the Duchess castle. The usually calm night of Metropolis was now replaced by frantic running and shouting from the guards. Even when it was time for the horses to go to sleep, there were still carriages coming in and out of the castle plateau as if something big was occurring in the palace. The Duchess Secret Service tried their hardest to keep the noise to a minimum. They deployed all sorts of illusions within the castle walls, intending to obscure anyone from peering through. Meanwhile, the innocent civilians who were awoken from the sound of soldiers marching in the night would give the excuse that it was simply a military exercise. But of course, some of the eagle-eyed members of Metropolis were able to see from far away that something big was happening inside the royal walls. Alaric looked out of his window towards the castle in the distance. His eyes were piercing yet gentle, confused yet discerning. "What do you think it means?" Perseus asked from the corner of the room. As expected of Alaric's right-hand man, he was immediately alerted of what was happening. "The soldiers are deployed. Do you think the Duchess was attacked or something?" Alaric shook his head. "No. If the Duchess' life was in danger, bells would be ringing, and the royal family would ask for help from the other major factions. This is different. It looks like they're caught off guard and are trying to catch up. They're in a hurry. As for what, I don't know." Perseus nodded. "I'll have our informants try to find out as much as we can." Meanwhile, inside the magic tower, the wizards of the Guild of Arcana were once again gathered at the top floor to have an emergency meeting. This time, though, it wasn't about a supremely talented boy who was full of surprises. This time, they were talking about the abnormal movement in the Duchess' palace. Such a large illusion spell around the castle walls was easily discernible to the likes of these senior wizards. "Tower Master, should we send a representative to the royal family? We should have the proper authority to have them tell us the truth." The Tower Master shook his head. "If they wanted us there, they would have called us first. If they wanted complete and total privacy, they would have asked me to create their illusion spell. We wouldn't even be talking about a commotion right now. If I did it, the fact that they didn't ask for me means that the matter is of extreme secrecy that even I am not privy to." The other mages turned silent. They could use their magic to peer through the veil and find out the truth through brute force, but that would sully their relationship with the Duchess. It was not worth it. "I have a feeling that we'll find out about it soon enough," the Tower Master said, closing his eyes. It was at that moment that the door to their room burst open, and another senior member of the wizard group came inside in a haste. "There's been a development, Tower Master. The spell that you cast all over Metropolis worked. We were able to see other abnormalities in movement." The exhausted wizard gulped. "It seems that Barnaby Stinson was personally asked by the Duchess to visit her castle at this very moment. He is on the way there now as we speak, guarded by her secret service." The Tower Master leaned on the table, with his hands clasped together in thought. This is about the auction, he realized. The Duchess worked so hard to keep the commotion a secret that even the magic tower was not given any information. Yet Barnaby was invited inside. This was no coincidence, given that the auction was only a few weeks away from happening. On the other side of the castle, the nightly court experienced a similar explosion of activity as the magic tower. The senior knights were immediately alerted from the sound of soldiers marching deep into the night. They awoke and immediately reported to their superiors' quarters. If there was anyone who knew what was happening, then it would be Kruger, the Heavenly Knight. However, no matter how many times they knocked on his door, no one answered. Eventually, they forced themselves inside and found no one around. Kruger was gone. Immediately, they knew that Kruger had gone to figure out what was happening by himself. And it wasn't until half an hour later that the knights felt the reassuring presence of the Heavenly Knight appear right back in his quarters. They entered his abode, seeing him standing by the window. "Sire Kruger, our knights and squires have been scrambling to find more information about the commotion. We need your direction, sire." Kruger nodded. "Do not worry, I only left because I finally felt their presence in the royal continent." "The foreigners," Kruger clarified. "I felt the beat of the wyvern's wings touch down upon our soil. They have arrived." Meanwhile, back in their headquarters in Main Street, Michael was sleeping peacefully when all of a sudden, he felt a heavy object bounce on his chest. He opened his eyes and saw Fudge, in his rogue ninja attire, bouncing on his chest and trying hard to wake him up. Fudge looked like he was dying to tell him something. "Master, I just found out some really bad news." Michael sat up. "What is it?" "I was just doing my business, surveying Metropolis, when all of a sudden, I heard soldiers and guards marching in the Duchess' palace." "Master, I know that I wasn't supposed to be spying on them, but I couldn't help it. I also saw Barnaby there, so I went into his shadow and eavesdropped on their conversation." Michael used his supreme skill and was able to see the large illusion spell on the castle itself. It was actually an 8-star spell, which would have fooled most people. with how much the Duchess was trying to hide it. He was actually surprised that Fudge was able to eavesdrop on their conversation without being caught by her Secret Service. What did they talk about? The Duchess said that some of the tourists arrived here ahead of schedule and that they have decided to participate in Barnaby's auction. Because of that, Barnaby was pressured by the Duchess to hold the auction earlier than expected. Michael frowned. This wasn't good because he still hadn't got the ranking needed to enter the auction. It's okay, Michael consoled himself. My estimation for our sales will give us enough sales to increase the ranking. The best-case scenario was that the auction would be held a week from now. He was confident his soda would catch on with the general public. As for the worst-case scenario, he didn't want to think of it. He had a bad feeling. Fudge then jumped on top of his head, at the same time that the Duchess guests will arrive. Tonight, early in the morning, before the sun had even risen, Michael had Jimmy and the rest of his crew come down to his room to discuss their current situation. Of course, he told them about the dire situation that they were in. What is the ranking we need to participate in the auction? Jimmy stifled a yawn and muttered, at least in the top 400. Now, in Jimmy's opinion, the Reborn company was already in the top 400 of the rankings. However, the Daily Metro, the newspaper company who decides the ranking for the Golden 500, refused to accept his articles about the Reborn company's feats in the King's region. I've asked around and was able to find out that the 400th company is able to accomplish about 5,000 sales in a day. I think that as long as we surpass that sale, I'll be able to prove to the Daily Metro that we can get that 400th spot. Cassell looked at the papers in her folder and spoke up. If it's just 5,000 sales in a day, then we already accomplished that. Reborn is still popular in the Upperwood district because of the festival. Once we announce to them that we've opened our doors, we can expect double that amount in half a day. Jimmy shook his head. I'm afraid that's not going to work. We only have 1 day. Scratch that. We only have about 18 hours to get that ranking. If we're given enough time, then I can easily convince the Daily Metro to give us the appropriate ranking. But if we demand them to change our rankings within a few hours, we'll really have to show them that we deserve that spot, without a shadow of a doubt. If we just do the bare minimum, they won't accept it. We need to make a splash. We need to blow our competition out of the water so much so that they'll be forced to give us that ranking. Michael only had 1 day to reach that goal. He would have been very confident if he had a week to do it. Even 3 days was very much doable. However, just 1 day to do it would be at the very limit of what was even possible. The problem was not the products. It was proven time and time again that once people tasted it, then they would be willing to purchase it again. The problem was the fact that the Reborn company was still unknown. Lord Michael, it may be crass, but we can use the shadow orcs to try and manipulate customers to try out our products. It'll solve our problems very easily, Shayna suggested. That was also Michael's first idea. But of course, it was just an idea. He wouldn't actually do it because it was unethical. Thankfully, Jimmy's words gave him an idea. Jimmy, do you know who the Rising Six are? The rookie Rebornian journalist nodded his head fervently. Yeah, I know them. They're practically the talk of the town constantly, especially during these past few days. They're all busy making moves and preparing for the auction. They're popular, right? Michael asked, a smile forming on his face. Would you say that defeating them in sales would be enough of a splash to get us that ranking? Jimmy stood up, shocked at what Michael suggested. What are you planning? We'll compete with one of them head-to-head in a battle of sales. Once we have proof that we bested them in number of sales, then the Daily Metro would be forced to give us that ranking, correct? Yes, but Jimmy was speechless. So Jimmy, who is the weakest among the Rising Six? Cassell asked. Young master, I think we have to target the weakest to prove our ranking. Jimmy loosened his tie, exasperated. They are all pretty equal in strength, but in business terms, if you had to pick the weakest, then I think that it's Rihanna from her department of spice and vice. Though she has recently shown that she can improve in her rankings. Who's the strongest? Michael asked. Right now, it's Beauregard from the Pyramidic cuisine. She is a tremendous chef that showed great ingenuity and skill. All of her new drinks and food items are always sold out. Michael smiled, almost chuckling. She sells drinks, then it's decided we'll target her. Jimmy almost couldn't believe what Michael was saying. It was as if he didn't want to succeed in the rankings. Really, if we target her, then we'll only make it harder on ourselves, Jimmy shouted, almost begging Michael to reconsider. You said it yourself. We need to make a big splash. And what bigger splash can we make if it's not defeating the top one of the Rising Six? Jimmy didn't think that Michael would come up with such a plan. It was crazy because the Rising Six were considered the best new talents of this generation. Their names were well established in Metropolis, meaning they already had a high base for sales in the first place. This was especially so for Beauregard. But for Michael, he knew that this was the only solution to their problem. He knew that his soda would be able to defeat any kind of juice or food that Beau could come up with. Just the mere novelty of it would allow Reborn to reach a peak that would surpass them, even if it's just for a day. And he was going to butt heads with the Rising Six sooner or later. This was just the perfect timing to do so. All right, Jimmy said, holding his hands up. I've known you long enough to know to not bet against you. I'll take count of all the sales you'll get, and as soon as we hit our mark, I'll run directly to the Daily Metro and apply for a change in ranking, Jimmy promised. Shayna got up from her seat. Lord Michael, our inventory for the soda only has 1,000 bottles. Would you like me to arrange for more to be made? As expected of Shayna, she knew just what to do even without him saying it. Yes, I'll do it myself if I have to. Shayna immediately ran out of the room to notify the factory of the change. Meanwhile, Shayna worked with Jimmy to find out more about Beau and her company. Young master, it looks like they're operating in the entertainment district just beside the opera house, she reported. She is currently presenting her signature meal, terracotta meat and mud juice. Michael already thought of a way to do it. We'll have people stand in the streets offering them the soda. There's a lot of people walking around the entertainment district, which means that they'll get thirsty easily. He also banked on the fact that the guests of the opera house and other entertainment shows would be more than willing to try out something new, just like the soda. After a few hours, the sun had already broken through the skies and the day had finally started. It took them some more time to produce more glass bottles, but with Michael's magic, they were able to rush it more than normal. For the ordinary citizens of Metropolis, today was just like any other day. But for the companies aiming to participate in the auction, they were all currently embroiled in a huge rush to finish their preparations as fast as possible. The major factions, as well as some of the minor factions, were able to get a hold of the information much faster than the others. Because of that, they were able to prepare for the auction despite the short notice. By morning, they were all ready for the night to come and the auction to start. Michael was also able to prepare enough soda bottles because he was given the information so early. He wanted to thank Fudge, but he didn't want the slime to get used to always snooping around where he shouldn't be. Anyways, he gathered up all the talented salespeople from the nation of Reborn and transported them to Metropolis just for this specific mission. Without them, it would be hard for the unknown soda to catch on with the general public. He went with them to the entertainment district, where no carriages or horses were allowed. It was a wide pathway designed only for the enormous amount of people to go through. As they entered the district, he could immediately hear the sounds of horns blasting rhythmic music to the beat. He looked to the source of the sound and saw it coming from a live band playing in a restaurant. It would have been soothing to hear if they were just one band playing. However, there was an entire street that was just full of restaurants who had their own live band playing music, making the overall sounds they made seem discordant. It was chaos. On the left side were the retail shops, restaurants, taverns, bars, and other kinds of establishments. It lived up to the name Entertainment District, because all the people here looked like they were thoroughly entertained. There were some people already drunk, tripping on their own feet in the road, despite it being so early in the morning. On the left side, however, was the complete opposite. These rows of establishments were reserved for theaters and shows that were meant for high-class clientele. If the left side were filled with ordinary people having fun, eating, drinking, then the right side were filled with these snobby-looking well-dressed men and women who were on their way to nourish their minds and souls through watching people perform stories in person. Master Beau's restaurant is right over there. Fudge's voice echoed beneath his feet, pointing him in the right direction. But even if Fudge hadn't told him, it was easy to guess. At the very end of the entertainment district, there was this large, fancy restaurant, 3 floors high, that glowed even in daylight. They were the only restaurant that had the capacity to hire mages to constantly have lights on their establishment. This was the premier destination for anyone who wanted to have a fine dining experience. All those high-class people who just finished watching the theater of the opera would only choose to dine in this specific restaurant. After all, this was one of the main branches of the pyramidic cuisine. Not only that, but it was personally recited by the famous Beauregard, the proclaimed best of the Rising Six. Everyone wanted to eat what she was cooking, but of course, not just anyone can reserve a seat inside. Michael and the other Rebornians positioned themselves at the very opposite side of Beau's restaurant. This place was actually abandoned. There was no tenant in this street because no one wanted to compete directly with one of the minor factions. But of course, this gave Michael the perfect opportunity to set up his stall. "Ready the bottles," he said to the Rebornians. These salespeople wore a cylindrical metal container on their backs, with a tube that connected from the bottom of the tank to their hands. After finishing their preparations, the 6 Rebornians set off into the streets and began to approach anyone they could see. "Hello, good sir. Would you like to feel a new sensation? It's a soda called Rebirth Dew," said the Rebornian as he presented a random male citizen the glass bottle. The man looked intrigued at the strange container, as well as the eye-catching graphic pasted on the side. However, he was completely unfamiliar with the drink. "Ooh, I don't know, is that even drinkable? It's dark brown." The Rebornian didn't get discouraged. He smiled and presented the man with a wooden cup. "Would you like to try it out, sir? A free sample." He used the tube and poured a small bit of soda onto the wooden cup for the man to see. "You know what? I'm kinda thirsty after all that walking, but I want something cold. That looks hot since it's bubbling." The Rebornian smiled and pushed the wooden cup to him. "Try it out, sir. It's cold." The man eventually accepted the free sample. He then took a small sip just to taste it. And as soon as he felt that fizzy sensation in his mouth, the man was hooked. "What is this? I've never felt like this before." The man finished the free sample and downed it in one go. "Ah, that's good. I want more." The Rebornian then offered him a glass. "Here it is, sir. Thank you for purchasing." The man's gasp actually caused a few more passers-by to become curious with the drink. And of course, the Rebornians gave them a free sample to taste, and just like before, they too were hooked once they felt that fizzy sensation in their mouth. It wasn't long before they had 20 sales in just about 20 minutes. It was like a domino effect. The first few minutes of them selling the soda was slow. However, as more and more got a taste of it, they were enamored with its taste and wanted to purchase it themselves. Eventually, a crowd had gathered around the Rebornian salespeople, all wanting a free sample. And just like that, Michael's business was on par, if not better, than the restaurants that were in the entertainment district. But despite this, Michael didn't celebrate just yet. By his estimations, they still wouldn't be able to meet the criteria for getting the rank upgrade. He had been keeping tally, and Beau's restaurant was still getting more customers than him by the minute. This isn't good. Although the growth of the soda customers is good, it just isn't enough if he wanted to beat the best of the Rising Six. He noticed that despite getting a lot of attention from the left side of the district, there was absolutely no one coming from the right side to at least sample his soda. The classy, high-class clientele refused to sample something that they knew nothing about. "Sir, would you like a sample?" asked the Rebornian. "Sorry, no. I don't want to ruin my appetite. I want my taste buds to be ready for Beau's terracotta meat and mud juice." Michael realized that they were the key to his victory. Beau's restaurant only accepted high-class clientele. Meanwhile, his soda only attracted the normal working-class people. If he wanted to defeat Beau, he had to attract both customers. Just then, Michael realized that the answer was staring right in his face all along. "I forgot to tell them I changed my venue," Michael chuckled to himself. They were the key to his victory. Half an hour later, the entertainment district experienced a disturbance as a white and gold carriage pulled by 2 stallions passed through the no-vehicle streets. Many people were about to complain and flag down the carriage, but as they approached, they saw the emblem carved on the very side of the carriage door. "Wait, that's the royal emblem. That means one of the royals is inside that carriage. Who? I can't see. Where are they even going?" Ordinary people were astounded once they realized that they were about to lay eyes on one of the royals. Even as citizens of Metropolis, almost all of the normal population never even met or saw the royals aside from parades that only happened very rarely and only on special occasions. They must be going to the pyramidic cuisine. I heard that Beauregard is cooking one of her specialty dishes. They must be here to taste one of her meals. As expected from the top of the rising six, only she can attract the eyes of the royals. As the royal carriage trotted through the streets, almost all of the people crowded behind it, hoping to have a peek at the royals once they disembarked. Eventually, the carriage stopped just at the end of the district, which was where Beau's restaurant was located. Many people expected this, with some trying to get ahead of other people to get inside the restaurant and have a chance to dine with the royals. Finally, the driver got out of his seat and opened the door for the royals. Everyone saw a pink pointed shoe peek out of the door before a woman wearing an elegant yet stylish dress walked out with the help of the driver. Everyone gasped as they saw the beauty held on her face. It's Princess Elizabeth. She's with her husband and kids. Right after her, her two boys eagerly jumped out and held the hands of their mother. Elizabeth's husband got out of the carriage and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, the driver walked to the other side of the carriage and opened its doors as well. This time, a handsome face in princely attire and well-gelled hair walked down, carrying his two daughters in his hands. His wife followed behind him, wearing a mostly similar dress to Elizabeth but with less frills and less eye-catching. It's Prince Harry with his wife and his children, everyone gasped. The royal twins and their children never usually got out of their castle. This was the first time anyone had ever seen the Duchess' grandchildren at all. Beau's dishes must be so good if she could even lure the royal family out of their castle. Damn, I wish I had my reservation for the restaurant today. I'm so jealous they got to eat with the royals. Many people, mostly the fancy and rich citizens, wanted to approach the royals so that they could increase their social standings in Metropolis. Thankfully, though, guards with full metal attire formed a wall around the royal family so that no one could approach them with ill intentions. "Are you ready, kids?" Elizabeth asked her sons. "Yes, Mom, soda, I want some soda." "Oh, he's right over there," Prince Harry said as he looked at the sidewalk and saw a familiar golden-haired boy waving back at him. "Come on, girls, let's greet him." The royal family started to walk through the streets. The attendant on the pyramidic cuisine hurriedly fixed his tie and straightened his jacket. The royal family had no reservations for today, but he had no trouble squeezing them in. No one would complain since they were the royals. He even alerted the chefs to prepare something nice for their arrival. "Welcome to the pyramidic QE." But much to everyone's surprise, the royal family kept walking and ignored the warm welcome of the restaurant's attendant. Even the crowd were caught off guard. I thought they were dining in the pyramidic cuisine. Maybe they want to walk around first. Where are they going? There's no restaurant there." Eventually, the royal family stopped at a small wooden stall right on the sidewalk. Nobody even thought that this was their goal all along. It was only when Prince Harry held out his hands and shook hands with the golden-haired boy did the crowd finally realize the truth. They weren't here for the pyramidic cuisine at all. "Michael, it's great to see you again. We would have gotten here sooner if not for, Prince Harry said apologetically. People gasped once they saw the prince bow towards someone, and not just anyone, an unknown boy. "Our mother is incredibly busy today. If not for that, I'm sure she would have showed up as well," Elizabeth said. Thankfully, not a lot of people could hear her words. If so, then there would be people passing out on the streets from sheer shock. "That's fine, I totally get it. In fact, I'm even surprised that you made it. I didn't think this would be so important that you'll take the time out of your busy schedule to see me." The royal twins must have been dealing with a lot of contracts and meetings as well because of the auction and the tourists. Yet, they still arrived nonetheless. When Michael sent them a message via Fudge, he expected them to reject it. He was even getting ready to execute Plan B to get enough sales for the day. Thankfully, he didn't have to. "Boss Michael, one soda please," said one of the boys. "Me too, boss, we did good. We focused on our studies like you said," one of Harry's daughters proudly said. "Ha, that's the reason, Michael. As you can see, our children have been behaving very well because of you," the prince said, patting his daughters' heads. Princess Elizabeth also warmly looked at her children. They've been doing their chores, their etiquette studies, and everything else. It would be a disservice to their work if we didn't give them their reward after all that. Michael chuckled to himself. He didn't want to tell them that the children were experiencing Pavlovian conditioning. Well, feast on our new soda, Rebirth do, or you can just call it RD soda if you'd like. He picked 4 glass bottles out of the crate and gave one to each child. They looked at the strange bottle, unable to see how they could drink from it. One of them even tried to use his teeth to pry the cap open. Here, he said, taking one of the bottles, "You use this and you." Smoke rose out of the bottle, accompanied by the sound of sizzling liquid. "Mine next, mine next." He opened their bottles one by one, allowing them to finally have a taste. As soon as they tasted it, their eyes widened. "This is so much better than the one before. Hihihi, this is my new favorite drink." The children happily chugged the soda bottles, becoming too excited that some of the soda leaked out of the bottle and stained their shirts. They didn't care though and kept drinking. "Oh boys, didn't I tell you to be careful drinking?" Elizabeth scolded them. "Mom, you've got to try this." Prince Harry and Princess Elizabeth ended up taking a glass of RD soda as well after seeing their children loving the drink. And just like them, the royal twins loved the drink so much that they ended up spilling some of their drink onto their clothes. "Ha ha ha, Mom, you're doing it as well." Elizabeth's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly wiped the soda from her mouth. "Ahem, now children, that was not good etiquette, burp." After drinking that much soda in one gulp, Elizabeth belched out a very satisfying burp, surprising everyone and even herself. Right next to her, Prince Harry coughed slightly before copying exactly what his twin sister did. Seeing their parents burp loudly like that made their children laugh out loud. They laughed so much that they ended up burping a lot as well. A mixture of laughter and burping echoed out through the silent entertainment district. Even the musicians that were playing in the restaurants couldn't help but stop their music and peer out into what was happening in the royal family. The royal family, who were renowned for their manners, style, and grace, were now burping constantly yet still having fun without any care in the world. Gone was their stuck-upness. They were just in the streets as a family, experiencing something new and enjoying it. They are just like us. I didn't know royals could laugh like that. Hee, I burp a lot too. It makes me feel good knowing even they do it too. Everyone's perception of the royals changed instantly for the better. They weren't these untouchable beings that were different from normal people. They were just like any other family. This embarrassing moment made them much more relatable, and therefore more likable. Those that disliked the royal family for their elitism couldn't help but renew their opinions of them. They weren't pretentious or egotistical as they first thought. And because they were likable, many people wanted to become like them, or at the very least, do what they did. Their influence as the royal family led them to become sort of like influencers from Michael's previous world. Anything that they did, the public wanted to do as well. What are they drinking? That drink must be something special. This must have been why they visited this district in the first place. I want to drink it too. I want to burp like them. Somehow burping became cool. It was the new trend. And because of that, many people eyed Michael's soda bottles like they were made out of gold. They couldn't wait to purchase one for themselves. And the fact that they could only see about 100 bottles or so made them think that it was a limited quantity. This drove their desire to get the soda even more than before. However, the royal family was positioned at the stall, meaning they couldn't approach the owner to buy some soda. And it was at this moment that the Rebornian salespeople came in. They struck while the iron was hot. "RD soda here, come get your own bottles. Free sample for everyone. Does anyone want some RD soda? Come and drink what the royals are drinking." Everyone quickly turned towards the 5 Rebornians with hunger in their eyes. "One, give me 5. Hey, don't be greedy, save some for the rest of us." Those that were closest to the salespeople immediately shouted out their order. And as expected of a professional, the Rebornians multitasked very easily. They took everyone's order, memorized them, got their payment, and gave them change all while 100 people were shouting at them and crowding around them. To fulfill everyone's order, they reached down into their shadows and took out the appropriate number of RD soda bottles. To their customers, This was possible because their shadows were inhabited by the shadow orcs, who acted sort of like a spatial inventory for them. The entertainment district became like a wet public market with all the screaming and pushing from the crowd. Their customers had now tripled or quadrupled what they were getting before, and it was only growing more and more as people began to find out that the royals drank RD soda. This time, Michael's customers weren't just the normal, ordinary citizens. It was even getting the attention of the high class and rich clientele that only the pyramidic cuisine could get. If the RD soda was good enough for the royals, then it was good enough for them too. They used to treat RD soda as a low-class refreshment and didn't give it a second look, but now they treat it as exotic and hip. It won't be long before it becomes the rage in the upper-class circles. And this sudden burst in popularity was all what Michael needed. Once more and more people got a taste of soda, the more people realized that this was a completely new taste and experience. They were curious because of the royals. They stayed because of the taste. Harry approached Michael and gave him a pat on the back. "Congratulations on the success." "It's all thanks to you guys," he said genuinely. Elizabeth shook her head and disagreed. "Your products are already good. It would have done well regardless if we were here or not. Still, as thanks to you, I'll send you guys 10 crates of soda bottles for free." The children cheered and celebrated like they had just won the war. Of course, he had to remind them to keep studying or else he wouldn't be sending them more soda in the future. "We promise, Boss Michael." After that, the royal family went back to their carriage and set off back to their castle, with the children peeking out of the windows and waving their goodbyes at Michael. Even after the royals bid their goodbyes to Michael, people still came into his stall to purchase the rumored RD soda. He actually sold more bottles after the royals left. It wasn't long after that they finally reached their goal mark. 10,000 soda bottle sold in only 12 hours. And half of those hours were before the royals showed up. He had also been counting the sales that the pyramidic cuisine made throughout the day, and he estimated that they made about 200 sales. He beat them fair and square, and if he had more bottles of soda ready, then they would have definitely sold more. Either way, Michael was happy that they got what they needed. And once he presented the sales number to Jimmy, the rookie journalist couldn't believe the news. "This is so good," he exclaimed. "This is enough evidence to say that Reborn deserves a rank in the top 400s. The fact that the royals showed up will give us even more credibility." "Don't worry, I'll get us that ranking." Jimmy immediately went over to the Daily Metro to report the sales that Reborn just accomplished during the day. As he entered their premises, he saw a lot of people running all over the place. Many of them were rushing to deliver articles after articles, with many revisions in its publication. He then looked at the very end of the office, where the head editor was located. One of the head editors of the Daily Metro sat at his desk and grabbed his short pepper hair with such force and grip that one would think he wanted to go bald before he turned the age of 40. His head was currently filled with numerous thoughts, alarm bells, and shouting as he tried to keep up with the insane schedule they had today. He turned to the door with a glare. He told his people not to bother him once he was inside. "What is it?" he asked grumpily. His secretary peeked out of his door and meekly showed a gentle smile. See Kronk, there's a Jimmy here to see you about a company rank upgrade." Before she even finished her sentence, Kronk had already waved her off. He didn't have time to go through all the hoops of a rank upgrade at this moment. After all, it would be an understatement to say that the Daily Metro was currently experiencing an extreme rush to push out newspapers as fast as possible, as if their very life depended on it. Today was just too eventful for them to catch up. Early in the morning, Kronk was awoken by one of his informants that the Duchess was currently embroiled in something big. As a journalist and an editor for a newspaper company, of course he was going to try and be the first one to cover this story. Unfortunately, though, the Duchess' security was far too strict for them to get any information. Because of this, Kronk was up very early in the morning, having not even slept a single hour trying to wait for more information. However, that information only came when the sun was already peeking out of the clouds, and the day had fully started. After the day started, the Duchess finally took off the illusion curtain that covered her castle, and finally allowed reporters from the Daily Metro to learn about the sudden change in the auction schedule. And just like most companies who only heard about this news right after they just awakened, he and the entire Daily Metro rushed to get out an article as fast as possible. Sleep-deprived and on a time limit, Kronk forced his journalists to write articles upon articles covering this story. He wanted to find out everything before writing the front-page news that would be sent out throughout Metropolis. And although all of them were rushed, somehow, they were able to make a decent enough newspaper article regarding this day. However, just when Kronk thought it was over, he was suddenly informed that a new development took place in the entertainment district. In the midst of the upcoming auction, the tourists, and everything that came with it, the royal twins and their children decided to go out of their castle and visit an unknown establishment in a far-off district. That wasn't all. There were rumors that they drank some unknown liquid refreshment that made them burp out loud, which some would say was unbecoming of someone from their stature. Yet, from what he could tell, there were only positive reactions from it. This was almost front-page newsworthy. Kronk knew that there was more to this story that people didn't know about. The royal twins didn't just stumble upon this thing called RD soda. It was their sole purpose in coming to the entertainment district. The fact that they went back to their castle after having a drink was proof of that. This meant that the one who owned that soda had a pre-existing relationship with the royals. However, when they tried to find out more about this, they couldn't find anything about a permit for this soda. Could this be another case of automatic approval, like those vehicles? Kronk thought, not knowing that both were from the same company. "Sir, the guy is insisting that he needs to see you." His secretary peeked back inside. "Tell him I'm sorry, but I can't give him any time to talk unless he has some kind of information about the soda." The secretary opened the door, allowing Kronk to see Jimmy sitting outside. "Sir, he says that he knows all about the soda." Kronk stood up, his cigar falling out of his hands. "Send him here." Jimmy immediately walked inside, carrying a bunch of parchment paper at his side. "You know about this RD soda?" Kronk asked, readying his quill and ink. Now that Jimmy was closer, Kronk realized that he had seen this guy before. "Wait, weren't you the guy who requested a company upgrade of an unknown company from the King's region?" He remembered he turned down Jimmy because the articles he wrote about this Reborn company sounded far too far-fetched. Not only that, but in his opinion, success in the King's region didn't count. "Yep, that's me," Jimmy nodded. "That's the reason why I wanted to speak with you. I'm here to report that the Reborn company has shown all the criteria to be upgraded in their rankings. Here's the proof." Jimmy slid the proof of sales to Kronk's desk. The pepper-haired man lit up another cigar before he began skimming the papers. His eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing. The Reborn company owns the RD soda. Kronk didn't wait for an answer as he began scanning the page before his eyes ultimately landed at the very bottom. His jaws slacked, with his newly lit cigar dropping to the floor. 10,000 sales. Kronk sputtered out. He thought he was imagining a few zeros in the number. Kronk immediately ran out of his office and gestured for his secretary to come. "Find out how much the pyramidic cuisine got in sales during the day." Jimmy turned around, still sitting in his chair, and reported the number. The secretary looked through her papers before eventually looking back at Jimmy in surprise. "Yes, sir, it had 231 sales, he's right." Kronk got back in his office and sat back down in his chair, completely stunned. An unknown company beat a restaurant from one of the Rising Six. And not just anyone. It was Bo, who had both the strength and intellect to eventually lead the pyramidic cuisine to the major factions. "So, can we get the ranking officialized now?" Jimmy asked. Kronk was still busy digesting the information. But Jimmy didn't have the time to wait. The auction was about to occur in an hour. Right, Kronk said, his hands searching for something in his very cluttered desk. He eventually found the special ink that he needed. Using this magical ink, he wrote down a few words in the paper and signed it with his own blood. "There, congratulations. The Reborn company is now ranked 399th in the Golden 500. Jimmy smiled as he received the paper. He wanted to celebrate, but he knew that he needed to give this paper to Michael. This was the proof he needed to be let inside the auction. And just before Jimmy got out of the door, Kronk called out to him. "Wait, is the Reborn company participating in the auction?" he asked. Jimmy nodded, before rushing out of the Daily Metro and back to Michael. Kronk sat back at his desk, still unable to process what he had just seen. He leaned back on his desk and sighed. And it was at that moment that he saw something from the corner of his eyes. The sales report of the RD soda was sprawled all over his desk, disorderly. There must have been about 5 pages filled with nothing but numbers in there. But strangely enough, there was one page at the very end that was different from the rest. It was a page that was filled with words and sentences, structured just like any other newspaper article that they were writing. He quickly took the paper and began to read it. The Reborn company in Metropolis. Then he realized it was indeed a newspaper article, one solely focused on the Reborn company and their achievements. There's more to the soda, Kronk said to himself. This article detailed the exact moment when Michael, the Reborn company's leader, stepped into Metropolis and began their expansion. Here he learned about Michael's record-breaking permit test, accomplishing something that not even the legacies had accomplished. 4-element mastery, he's the mystic genius kid. Not only that, but Michael was instrumental in the downfall of Basilisk Ores and their network. He was the one who practically found out about their scheme to try and cheat their way into getting a part of Main Street. Cabra, no way, he was defeated by Michael. Kronk's eyes widened once he realized that Michael beat the infamous Cabra, one-on-one, in a sanctum duel that Cabra solely designed. But it seemed that his surprise didn't end there. Wait, Vanderbilt? He's a Vanderbilt, he shockingly realized. As a major editor of the Daily Metro, he thought he knew everything there was to know about the Vanderbilts in Metropolis. With the kind of talents and gifts that he was showcasing, Michael's name should have been famous all over the Queen's region. It was then that he realized something unbelievable. If the boy was being raised and helped by Vanderbilt, then everyone would have known about him by now. Yet, Michael's name wasn't even being spoken by any other Vanderbilt or Is. Maybe he did it all by himself, without the Vanderbilt's help. This realization put him completely stun-locked. He had to put the article away to take a break. After all, even the legacies, Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby couldn't have made it this far, this fast without the help of their conglomerate ties. There were always inheritances, connections, and other things that let them have an advantage over other startup companies. Yet Michael did it all by himself. Learning about this lit a spark of curiosity in Kronk's journalistic heart. He knew he was looking at the story of a lifetime. He began to read more, learning about how got the honor of being guided by the Duchess' personal guards towards their castle. Then the article talked about the Vanderbilts getting their justice after learning about Jack's fraud. After that, Jimmy wrote about how Michael got the personal approval of the Duchess to release his products in Metropolis. A novice company got the seal of approval from the Duchess. That's impressive. What kind of products did Michael sell? Oh, was it the RD soda? It would make sense as to why the royal twins and their children visited his stall today. Wait, it's not about the soda. Then what is it? Automobile. As he read the description of this automobile, Kronk audibly gasped out loud, getting the attention of his secretary. Sir Kronk, are you all right? The secretary looked at their main editor and saw him look completely ashen, as if he had just seen a ghost. Oh my God. Are you having a heart attack? Kronk looked at her and finally released the breath he'd been holding in. I very well may have had a heart attack after reading this. As it turned out, Michael was the one who owned and produced the vehicles that got the whole of Metropolis scrambling to get one. From what he heard, the vehicle was the second to last item that was going to be auctioned off this evening, meaning it was part of the main event. The major factions would spend all they had to obtain those. Kronk sat back down in his seat and rubbed his aching head. Hearing about Reborn almost made his heart explode. If they accomplished this in Metropolis, then what the hell have they been doing in the King's region? It was just then that Kronk remembered something. Jimmy begged him back then to read his articles about the Reborn company and their accomplishments in the King's region. He thought that those were just lies, given how far-fetched some of it seemed. He hadn't even finished the whole thing before he immediately tossed it out. After realizing this, Kronk immediately got out of his seat and began rummaging his whole office to find those articles that Jimmy wrote. He overturned the desk, emptied out all the drawers, and he even ripped out the carpet on the floor just to see where they went. The other journalists saw this from the outside and thought that their main editor had finally lost his mind. But thankfully, after a few more hours and some help from his secretary, they were able to find the crumbled-up papers that Jimmy wrote. Kronk mentally prepared himself, lighting up another cigar before diving into the entire history of the Reborn company. An hour later, his jaws were aching. From the very start of the article, he was speechless. Everything he read felt like fantasy. And if he hadn't just witnessed Reborn work their magic in Metropolis, then he would have dismissed it as nothing but hearsay. But now, Kronk believed that everything in the article was true. They were so exaggerated that no one could have thought of it. Immediately, Kronk fixed his desk and brought out his quill and ink. For the first time in 20 years, he was going to be writing an article for the newspaper. Usually, he relegated writing to his staff and simply just supervised them. However, this piece of news was so important that he decided to write it himself. He spent an hour furiously writing on the paper, writing down all of his thoughts and opinions about the Reborn company into one concise text that the citizens of Metropolis would love to read. In the end, he was satisfied with his work. He immediately wanted to publish this and have the word spread out to everyone who had eyes and ears. However, as he looked out the window, he realized that the sun had already gone down. The window for the publication has closed. "Sir Kronk, we have already released the newspaper article about the auction," his secretary reported. Kronk could only curse his luck. If they had time, then this article could have been the front-page news of the day. Its importance was even bigger than the auction and the tourists. This will have to wait until after the auction is over, Kronk decided. Meaning, Metropolis would still be unaware of the lion hiding under their shadow. "Get me my formal attire," he said to his secretary. "I'm going to the auction. I have a feeling that things are about to get wild." Michael sat in his chair, nervously tapping his feet on the floor. The sun had already set, wheels were in motion, and the auction was about to start with or without him. Just as he thought he'd lost out on this opportunity, the door to his room burst wide open, and Jimmy came rushing in, holding in a piece of paper with magical properties. We got it, 399th spot," Jimmy exclaimed, pushing the certificate on Michael's desk. Michael looked over the paper and smiled. They just got it just in the nick of time. "Thanks," he said to Jimmy. "I knew I could count on you." "No problem, boss," Jimmy saluted proudly. Now that they secured the ticket to the auction, Michael knew there was only one thing left to do: prepare. He reached down into his shadow inventory and took out a shiny metal cube. Of course, this was no ordinary cube, for it contained one of the strongest and mysterious metals in the world, God-forged pieces. With a slight twist, the cube twisted and contorted to reveal the flaming raw ores inside. Thanks to the Duchess, he received much more than he was supposed to get after defeating Uncle Jack. She threw in a little extra for his troubles. And because of this, he now had in his possession the biggest chunk of God-forged piece he had ever seen. It was almost the size of a small egg. Its white flames flickered intensely, as if challenging him, daring him to get close and feel its power. "I'm going to need all the power I can get." This auction was no ordinary auction where money was the sole thing he had to focus on. He didn't know how or why, but Barnaby's auction included duels and fights in the bidding process. If he wanted to get the spirit of old, then he'd need enough power to beat all the major and minor factions in Metropolis. He'd need to beat well-established organizations like the Magic Tower, the Knightly Court, and all the other legacies whose foundations were much deeper than him by manifold. It was a tough task, and he didn't know if he was going to succeed or not, but he knew that he was going to try his damned hardest to do so. He raised his hand and let his own God-forged pieces communicate with the pieces in the box. Suddenly, they started to vibrate and slowly wedge out of their secured positions in the box. They were attracted to him, so much so that they became more excited as they got closer and closer to his skin. The metal box, unable to hold on, burst into a million fragments as the God-forged pieces shot directly through its side and towards Michael's heart. The force caused Michael to shoot backwards. The mere quantity of the God-forged pieces that entered into his system almost became far too much for him to bear. He would have slammed his back into the glass door if it weren't for him planting his foot down and skidding his soles into the flooring. Inside his heart, the God-forged pieces turned into liquid as they bypassed the skin, the veins, the muscles, and the bones before eventually reaching the heart. They accelerated to near light speed as they shot towards its rightful place, splattering into the valves of his heart and painting it with the color of God Forge. It only took a few seconds, as these new pieces supplied Michael with enough power and energy to make his body slightly glow a white color. His diva, a full right arm and a left fist up to the wrist, manifested above him. Nanoparticles appeared out of the air before swarming over to the diva's uncompleted left arm like bees. Just like before, the nanoparticle swarm morphed and conjoined together to form electrical circuitry that acted as the diva's veins. Then came the bones, which were made out of some kind of black alloy that absorbed absolutely no light at all. The left arm continued to grow, growing from the wrist up to the elbow. But it didn't end there. The God Forge pieces he received were enough to push past the elbow and form more of its mechanical biceps and triceps made out of synthetic fibers, until finally it reached the shoulders and reached completion. Michael's diva finally had a complete set of arms. He looked up and felt a little bit more in tune with his abilities, and if he wanted, he could even move the arms just like his own. It followed his every movement, making it seem like his diva was shadow boxing behind him. But of course, he knew that this wasn't possible because divas couldn't interact with the real world. They acted just like a projection, meaning if he tried to punch someone with the diva, then it would only pass through the target. It was at that moment that Michael's ears twitched, as if he heard something. He looked around, searching for the source of that sound. He wasn't even sure if he heard something at all. He then looked to the side, and saw Shayna right at his door just as she was about to knock on his door. Shayna opened the door and bowed at him. "Lord Michael, our shadow orcs say that the auction is about to start. Plenty of people have already entered the venue, including the major factions." Michael nodded and thanked Shayna for informing him. "I guess I was just too nervous about this auction," he thought to himself. Thankfully, though, he came prepared. Now, his diva was finally in the 4th stage of body formation. Judging from his previous encounters with other magnetics, this meant that he could easily defeat someone on the same level as him. And for his opponents who were in the 5th stage, then he had a solid chance of winning against them if he played his cards correctly. But as for opponents in a much higher realm than that, he didn't know the answer. He had never encountered someone 2 levels higher than him. This means I gotta be careful and pick my fights. He looked down at his pockets and felt the box frame of his folded drone. As long as he had this weapon, then he could be sure that he had an advantage that no other magnetic could have. "I'm ready," he said to Shayna. The white-scaled dragonborn smiled and nodded at him. "Very well, Lord Michael, we shall see you at the auction." A magic circle appeared beneath his feet as he used his shadow transportation skill to directly come over to Barnaby's vault. His body slowly descended into his own shadows before completely disappearing into the void. Michael ascended into the ground in a dark alleyway filled with nothing but shadows. He had his formal attire on, wearing a tuxedo with a loosened tie. He didn't want to restrict his own movements too much. He then walked out of the alleyway and found himself staring at Barnaby's vault shining deep in the night. There were wizards and mages constantly casting light, spells in the air to keep everything visible even during the night. There was already a large crowd near the entrance, filled with civilians, fans, and some newspaper journalists. The whole road was occupied with lavish carriages as one by one. The guests entered the venue showing off their pearly white necklaces, dresses made out of exotic threads, and fur coats. As expected of an auction, this was just basically a way for people to show off their wealth and statuses. Michael stood in line at the entrance, while the attendant checked the identity of the guests to see if they belonged inside or not. "Look, that's the owner of Blacktime Incorporated with his wife. This is the 5th time they've been invited to the auction." "Wow, that's mildly impressive. But how about the Gentle Tool Company? They've finally been invited to the auction after 8 years of trying." Just then, it was Michael's turn to enter the venue. "Whoa, who is that kid? Why does he seem familiar? I think he's lost or something." Usually, most companies entered the venue with flair and style. They showed off their extravagant wealth with their gem-adorned carriages and exotic stallions. But Michael was different. He just appeared out of nowhere and lined up like Barnaby's vault was just a normal restaurant. The attendant stopped in his tracks once he saw Michael in. Front of him, what's your name, sir? Do you have your parents inside? Michael shook his head. I'm here on my own and on behalf of my company. My name is Michael. The man tried his hardest not to look judgmental as he scanned over the list of guests in his paper. And just like he suspected, there was nothing in there about Michael. But just as he was about to politely ask Michael to leave, he suddenly remembered that there was another list that Barnaby gave him. He looked at the different parchment papers in his desk until he saw one completely colored red. This was the guest list for the VIPs. The names inside this list included the likes of Alaric Goldman and, of course, the Duchess of Metropolis, Regina. He didn't even know why he was looking through this list, but his professionalism knew that he had to be thorough or risk offending someone he shouldn't have. And as he got to the bottom of the very short list, he saw it. Michael Vanderbilt. Not only was he on the list, but his name was also circled multiple times by Barnaby himself to emphasize his importance. They were all instructed to treat the boy with absolute respect, the same way that they would treat the Duchess of Metropolis. They were even told to inform Barnaby of his appearance so that he could personally welcome him. The attendant's eyes widened as he realized the mistake he almost made. He quickly stood up ramrod straight and bowed at Michael at a near 90-degree angle. Well, welcome, Sir Michael Vanderbilt. I apologize for the confusion. Please wait a little bit as Sir Barnaby will welcome you personally. Michael was about to tell him that there was no need since it was excessive, but the door suddenly burst wide open and Barnaby rushed outside with a big warm smile. Michael. I'm glad you made it. Barnaby greeted Michael, cupping his hands together. I forgot how fast this guy is, Michael remembered. Hey Barnaby, I got the ranking that I need. Here's the permit, he said, about to take out the paper from his inventory. There's no need for that now, Barnaby quickly said. I had my people stationed in the Daily Metro for the news of your company's new rankings. After all, without you, this auction would only be half as spectacular as I want it to be. Meanwhile, the rest of the people waiting outside couldn't help but look in shock and awe as they saw Barnaby greet Michael like he was some VIP. He didn't even do that when Alaric or the other legacies came in. He knows Barnaby personally. Who is this kid? Does anybody know him? The boy is getting the VIP treatment. Someone must know who he is. If Krunk could see this, then he would vomit out in pain. As a journalist, he wanted the people to be informed of the latest news as soon as possible. But because he found out about Michael and the Reborn company too late, the rest of Metropolis would also have to wait a little while longer before they realized who Michael truly was. Anyway, Michael, congratulations on an extraordinary feat. I heard from someone that you defeated Beau's restaurant in terms of sales for the day. That's impressive. Michael took the compliment with a smile. Thanks. By the way, can my company also participate in this auction? Barnaby nodded. Of course. I've already prepared a personal suite for you and your crew in the auction room. You'll get one of the best views available. This was the reason why he went to the auction earlier than the others. He didn't know if they were also allowed inside, but thankfully, Barnaby was gracious enough to give them a big enough room for everyone. He silently sent a message to the others, using his shadow skill to come to the auction soon. Come inside, let's talk about the auction. Barnaby led Michael inside, where they went into the restricted area of the venue, away from other people. This was one of the perks of being a VIP. Are the automobiles ready for auction? Barnaby asked excitedly. Michael nodded. Of course. We've prepared 20 cars and 10 trucks ready to be deployed. Just say the word and I'll have my guys drive the automobiles here in just a few minutes. Barnaby pumped his fists. That's great, but don't deploy them all at once. We'll only need one of each for the auction showcase. Michael silently contacted Shayna to do as Barnaby asked. That's a load off my shoulders. You won't believe the kind of day I'd had, Barnaby said, sighing. Having to forward the auction a few weeks in advance almost caused me to lose all my weight. Look, I'm skinny now. Michael saw no difference though, but he kept his silence to not seem offensive. I heard that it's because of the tourists that you had to hurry the auction, Michael said, subtly probing for information. Yes, you're right. You'll probably see them soon in the auction. Those mermen were way ahead of schedule. We thought they wouldn't come until after the auction. So there's not going to be any parade anymore. Barnaby shook his head. No, it'll still happen. It's only these mermen that got here early. and because of their stature, the Duchess and I had to accommodate their wishes for a premature visit. Merman, Michael thought to himself, intrigued. If they caused all the commotion in Metropolis, then this means they're probably a high-ranking citizen. He was excited to see a merman personally. He didn't even know how they could breathe on land. But he guessed that there must be some kind of magic they use to keep themselves wet. They aren't going to be wearing some fishbowl helmets, are they? Barnaby happily led Michael to his own personal suite. In the auction, he looked at the spacious room and saw a bunch of sofa chairs pointed right at the glass wall on the opposite side of the door. "Look," said Barnaby as he looked down at the glass wall. "You can see everything here. It's impressive, is it not?" Michael looked down and was surprised to see that there was a large open room right on the other side of the glass wall. His room was located at the top, just like the suites and private rooms that you would see in a concert or a stadium. Although the auction venue wasn't as big as football fields, was large enough for Michael to realize that this venue didn't look like it could fit inside the Barnaby's vault building. It looked far too spacious, meaning that the structure itself would have to be twice as big as it was currently seen outside. Michael used his supreme skill to see the mana disturbance in the air. He realized that the structure of the mana looked extremely similar to the pocket dimensions that he'd been on before. Barnaby smiled. "Oh, have you noticed it? My whole building is connected to a whole lot of pocket dimensions. This is just the first one. After all, I pride myself in being a fine collector of pocket dimensions from all over the royal continent. If there's anything up for sale, no matter how big or small it is, I always make sure to buy it from anyone no matter the price. If I wasn't going to be an auctioneer, then my company would dabble in the discovery and trading of pocket dimensions." Michael didn't even know that pocket dimensions could be sold or constructed like this. He always thought that they were just pockets of spaces that were fixed to a spot and couldn't be moved. But as it turned out, there was a bustling trade of pocket dimensions happening all over the continent. And Barnaby just so happened to be the biggest buyer of them all. "It must have cost a fortune. How did you even put them here like this?" Barnaby laughed and wagged his finger. "Oh ho ho, you won't get the secret formula from me so easily, Michael, unless you want to exchange secrets, of course." Michael definitely considered the offer. "Anyways, as you can see, there's a lot of other VIP rooms around you," Barnaby said as he pointed to the tinted windows that were located in a circle above the venue. "This is usually just reserved for the major factions. But I had to pull some strings. Haha, it's my auction after all. Below your room are the minor factions. The more successful they are, the more the further up they are located. If I may recall, the company below yours is the Pyramidic Cuisine." Michael looked down and saw multiple other floors with tinted glasses. There must have been about 10 rooms in a circle, going down 5 floors totaling 50 minor faction companies in total. And below them is the ground floor. This is for normal people who have the honor to witness the auction without having to participate in it. That's why they're located right next to the stage, right where all the action will occur. There was a white rectangular stage in the middle of the venue, surrounded by what must have been hundreds of seats in total, all occupied by men and women wearing fancy suits and dresses fit only for the high class. "Isn't the stage a little too big? That's just where the items are going to be displayed, right?" Michael asked. It was strange because it looked about as large as a basketball court. "Ho ho ho, that's not all. Like I told you, that's where all the action will occur. To explain it simply, money isn't the only thing you'll be bidding in the auction, it's also some action." Barnaby then pointed at the stage. "You see, in a normal auction, one would have to bid an amount of money that is bigger than anyone could afford, right? Now ask yourself this question: why?" Michael thought of the only answer he could think of. Because many people want the item for themselves, so they spend a lot of money on it. Barnaby shook his head. "That is wrong. The reason why people do that is because the seller wants their item to be appraised at the highest level possible. If they just wanted to sell it, they could have sold it in any other store. Why an auction? The seller wants the best money for their item, and that's enough for them. But for me, that's just half of what's necessary. Normal auctions miss something completely: power. In my auction, one would have to not only prove themselves that they have the money to properly value the item, but they have the strength and power to keep it to themselves." Michael was surprised at the boldness of Barnaby's thinking. Upon first glance, it sounded excessive. Why fight if money could solve the problem? But then he remembered that in this world, strength mattered just as much as money. If you had enough strength, you could duel someone and obtain what you need without buying it. This auction had the same principle as that. So then how does the auction work? Do you bid money or do you fight someone to prove you're worthy of it? Barnaby smiled. Both. During the auction I will pose two questions. How much do you want to pay and who do you want to play? Your bid into the auction has to come in two answers. And two is the name or names of the people who will fight for possession of the item. Michael knew what Barnaby was saying, but he couldn't understand it fully. Bidding the money was easy. But the second part was hard to comprehend without seeing it for himself. Just follow the lead of others, Barnaby suggested, seeing him slightly confused. And don't worry, I'll tell everyone what they need to bid in order to participate in the auction. If you want to participate in the bidding, and you think that you can accept the conditions of the bid, then you can tap on the glass and I'll know that you're in. Michael nodded. That sounded easy enough. He was only planning on bidding for the spirit of the old, which would only appear at the very end of the auction, so he had the whole duration of the auction to figure out its rules. Anyways, I have to go. Everyone awaits for the auction. Good luck, Michael. I'll be rooting for ya, Barnaby said, before rushing out the door with the speed of an Olympic runner. Michael was left all alone in his VIP suite, looking over all the other tinted rooms beside him. From what he recalled, there were only 6 companies or organizations in the major factions. The 3 legacies, the Magic Tower, the Knightly Court, and the Royal Family. And including him, there were 7 VIP suites in total. But as he counted them, he realized that there were actually 7 of them all in all. That must be where the mermen were located, Michael guessed. Are they participating in the auction or just watching? He was kind of excited to see them in person. People had to fight for the items, meaning that if the mermen wanted to participate in the bidding, then they would have to show off their powers as well. He didn't know if mermen worked the same as humans or demi-humans, so he was curious at what kind of power they had in their bodies. Michael contemplated using his supreme skill to peer through the glass and see the light mana signature in their bodies. It would be easy for him to know which room they were located in if he could see their bodies. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he activated his supreme skill and changed the way he saw the world. He could see mana clearly. It was as if he was transported in their world and acted as if he was a mana himself. He looked through the rooms, seeing many different kinds of people waiting on the sofas and looking over the tinted glasses. Finally, in the opposite room from his, he saw a completely different body, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Their bodies were mostly made out of water mana. That was how they breathed in land. They automatically converted the water mana in the air and breathed through it. And although the details weren't clear, he could see that their faces closely resembled that of humans. The only difference was their fish scales showing on the edges of their faces. Not only that, but they seemed to have webbed feet and hands resembling that of a frog's. But aside from that, they looked like ordinary humans. He should have known. Of course, they weren't going to be like the cartoons he saw from his previous world, where mermen had heads of fishes and used fish bowls full of water to survive. That's enough snooping around for now. I don't want to get noticed by those guys from the Magic Tower. Anyways, he satisfied his curiosity. Just then, the door to his room opened, and he saw the Rebornian crew arrive with amazed looks on their faces. Lord Michael, we have arrived, bowed Shayna. Look, guys, there's so many people down there, Zion said as he peeked out from the glass window. Vivi, Grieve, and Fudge followed suit. The 4 stooges smushed their faces into the tinted glass to see the auction venue clearly. Ho ho ho, I haven't seen anything like this in forever. At least I think so, I don't know. I don't have any eyes, ho ho ho. Yummy emotions, Vivi salivated. They almost have the same anticipation as when people are waiting in line for the roller coaster. Guys, someone might see you there, Michael warned them. Don't want to spook them. I don't know how they'll react if they see an undead 9-star realm skeleton general, a pixie queen, a dragonborn, and a slime all in the same room. Meanwhile, Jaku already occupied one of the couches for himself and took a nap. Yumisu quietly sat beside him, silent and looking forward to Michael's commands. Whoa, is this the VIP room? Max asked out loud. Of course, my son deserves nothing less, Lilia bragged. Michael also invited some of the Vanderbilts for the auction. Why, the more the merrier, as he liked to say. Look at all these very important people, Fudge muttered. This would have been the perfect time to spread my clones and spy on everyone. Uo, if you find one that strong, tell me so I can compare myself to them, Zion said. Michael was about to tell them to settle down when he heard the sound of a large gong echo throughout the walls. He looked down and saw Barnaby at the center stage, wearing a full white suit that made him look larger than life. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, which Michael deciphered to be some kind of voice amplification spell. Welcome everyone to the annual Barnaby's Vault auction. His loud announcement sent waves of applause from the people seated at the ground floor. They cheered like they were a crowd about to watch a world title boxing match. This almost sent Vivi into a frenzy as the emotion from the room reached its peak. First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone about the sudden change in schedule. Some of you may deem this as unfortunate, but it is for a good reason. As some of you may not know, we are given the privilege of being visited by one of our dearly beloved neighbors from the side of the world, the mermen from Atlantis. The crowd gasped and awed before looking up at the VIP suits. Of course, the major factions already knew about this, so they weren't that surprised. However, about 80% of the minor factions were completely caught unaware by the news. Barnaby kept silent, letting the crowd process and digest the information he just gave them. He knew that there would be lots of discussions taking place within the tinted glasses, especially for those companies who were wholly unprepared from the merman's appearance in the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the mermen would like you all to know that they are sorry for the inconvenience they had caused. Because of this, they are willing to give something to the auction that I think all of you would like. This time, Michael felt some disturbance from the VIP suites. It looked like even they didn't know that there'd be a gift from the merman. I know that there have been rumors swirling around that the final item of the night will be none other than the spirit of old. Everyone turned silent, waiting for Barnaby's next words. And I would like to confirm that, yes, we are indeed auctioning off 5 drops of Su during the final part of the auction. Michael knew that this was the goal for all companies, especially so for the major factions. Barnaby let the silence linger. He was a master at capturing the crowd's attention. The mermen would like to announce that they are willing to give 15 drops of the spirit of old as compensation for the inconvenience that they caused. This will bring the total Su drops to be auctioned off to 20 whole drops. The whole auction venue went into an uproar. Excited shouts, gasps, and even some howling echoed out as every single company got excited from the news. Even the major factions were caught off guard. Alaric, Aerith, and the other leaders frantically set up an emergency meeting with their team members to try and formulate a plan on the spot. The only ones who didn't look surprised were the Duchess and the royal family. She remained still in her seat, with a half-empty glass bottle of RD soda right next to her. 20 drops, Michael muttered to himself. He could only imagine what kind of upgrades he could purchase with that many drops. He could practically turn his drone into a futuristic doomsday warfare device through the upgrades alone. Michael calmed himself down. He was sure that he was not the only person who wanted those 20 drops. He could already see the major factions planning to give it their all to try and obtain all 20 of those drops for themselves. Now, if it was just a matter of money, then he was sure that he could contend with them in some way. He had a lot of funds back in the nation of Reborn, with hundreds of millions of gold coins located in their treasury, ready to be spent. However, this auction was different. If he wanted to get those Su drops, then he needed to contend with the major factions with his strength as well. Now he might be talented and strong for his own realm, but he wasn't delusional enough to believe that he could defeat the major factions all by himself. They definitely had fighters whose cultivation levels were very far above him. Just Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby alone, he knew that those 3 were close, if not right at the top of the body formation realm. And it wasn't just them. The Magic Tower and the Knightly Court were from very large organizations whose strengths were incredibly deep. They were probably even stronger than the legacies. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Barnaby, why do we care about Su when we know that the major factions are the ones who will end up winning them anyway? My answer to that is do not worry. I will be taking away 5 drops and allowing the minor factions to contend with them without the major factions interfering. Barnaby's controversial decision led a lot of companies from the minor faction to become excited. Meanwhile, the major factions had an understandably less than positive reception to this because they felt that they deserved all 20 of those drops. Now, before you go on and complain, I shall tell you that it's not me who suggested this. It's the mermen themselves. This was one of their conditions in selling off 15 drops of sue. After hearing this, Michael's perception of the mermen changed. They're not here to participate. They're here to be entertained, he realized. Letting the minor factions fight for the sue would add a lot more excitement during the auction. This would allow the minor factions to show off their strength without worrying about the major factions stomping them through force. It would be boring if the one who kept winning were the major factions. But this is good. This is my chance, Michael thought. Those 5 drops are all I need to make a substantial upgrade to my drone. He was a lot more confident in winning against the minor factions. Their strengths was similar to him, and if they were stronger, then it was only by a little margin. As long as he played smart, then he could find the winning play in the end. Of course, Michael wasn't the only one thinking that. At the layer right below the VIP suites were the rooms for the top 10 minor factions in Metropolis. Of course, this included the Rising Six. That included the pyramidic cuisine. Beauregard sat in her seat, her bountiful blonde hair curling up over her shoulders. She blankly stared at the glass wall, seemingly looking over Barnaby and the auction venue itself. But in truth, she wasn't concentrating on the auction at all. Even though Barnaby was announcing something completely exciting that would definitely benefit her and her company, she couldn't help but think of something completely outside of the auction. After all, just before the auction started, she received a message that her newly created recipe, the terracotta meat and mud juice, didn't receive the top sales of the day. They got second. She thought that she would be able to use the successful debut of her new recipe to bolster her rankings in the Golden 500, therefore keeping her spot as the best star of the Rising Six. However, her plans were spoiled because of an unknown refreshment company taking over the entertainment district completely. She had never accounted for this. Never in a million years would she have ever anticipated this situation. Someone was able to beat her. It wasn't Regina from Spice Vise, and it wasn't any of the other Rising Six either. It was from an unknown company who mysteriously got the royals' attention for themselves. She hadn't even gotten the privilege of cooking for any of the royals yet. As she thought about it more and more, a smile crept up on her face. Despite losing to this unknown company, she wasn't mad. She was intrigued. She was curious to see the mastermind of the whole situation for herself. She had no doubt that someone like that could rival that of the Rising Six. Yet they remained in the shadows all this time. She crossed her legs and looked at the auction venue. "They are here," she guessed. "Where are you?" She scanned all of the rooms surrounding her, trying to peer through the tinted glasses, hoping to see a glimpse of this mysterious company. To be honest, she was more interested in meeting this guy rather than getting the sue. "Miss Bow, are you listening?" One of her attendants called out to her. It was at that moment that she realized that her team was still brainstorming ways to try and win the auction. They had to be strategic in how they used their resources properly. They had to know when to bid or when to let go. "It doesn't matter," Bow said to them. "As long as we get that sue, we'll have an advantage over every other Rising Six. They won't be able to catch up to us." Right next to her booth was none other than Spice Vise's private suite. Vishnu sat in his chair. Regina paced back and forth through the room. "Calm down, daughter." Regina looked back at her father, her eyes seemingly lit afire. "This is our chance, Pa. If we get those sue, we can overtake the other Rising Six and become one step closer to Bow." Of course, Vishnu knew this all too well. However, he wasn't as excited or as worried as his daughter. "That's only if you can defeat the other companies vying for the sue. I know how to deal with the Rising Six, father. I've studied them. This is what I've been preparing for," she said with determination. "They're not the ones you have to worry about," Vishnu said. Chuckling, Regina stared at her father in disbelief. "The boy again? Father, I don't even think they're in this auction at all. They didn't have time to get the ranking." Vishnu shook his head. "They got it today." Of course, knowing how much her father loved to talk about Michael and his company, Regina did a little bit of research all on her own, and she found out from public records that they were ranked 450 in the Golden 500. She knew just how impossible it was to move up 50 ranks in the span of a single day. And he's saying that they made it. Without further ado, let's start the auction. Barnaby screamed, his voice echoing through the whole venue. The excitement in the crowd grew hotter with the anticipation. The companies, on the other hand, were just waiting for Barnaby to reveal the first item to decide if they were going to be purchasing it or not. For our very first item, I have something very special up in store. Barnaby stepped away from the center stage to make way, and suddenly, a platform suddenly levitated out of the ground, revealing a rectangular box the size of a human person to appear. The item itself was covered in a red linen that slightly obscured its true nature. Still, one could clearly make a guess at what the item was because of the familiar shape and edges of the object. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you. Barnaby pulled down the red carpet. A full set of dwarven armor, sword, and shield. Everyone feasted their eyes upon a magnificent piece of metalwork. Even from far away, the clarity and the unblemished metal made the whole armor look like it was ripped straight out from heaven. It's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just three, but 10 whole sets for you and for your crew. Companies, please place your bids. Starting at 100,000 gold coins. As soon as Barnaby said those magic words, companies started knocking on their tinted window glasses to place their bids. Judging from the sounds of knocks, it looked like every single company from the minor factions placed their bids immediately. After all, 1 set of dwarven armor was good, 2 sets were great, but 10, that was a game changer. Being able to arm their major officers with supremely crafted metal armor would not only help them in the long run, but also in the short term, mainly the auction itself. Barnaby, even with all the chaos from the knockings, knew who was the first one to place his bid. 110,000 from the Talon Speak. Just then another knock. The knocking continued, leaving Barnaby not even a chance to voice out the bids. Barnaby excitedly pointed at one of the top rooms in the auction venue. We got a 1,000,000 bid from Spice Vise. It was at this point that the other minor factions decided to bow out and refuse to bid any higher. The cacophony of knocks that plagued the auction now turned silent. The dwarven metal set was good, but it wasn't that good. They had better ways to spend their money. A 1 million bid, is there anyone that can top that? And as if accepting Barnaby's challenge, a knock immediately resounded out just right next to the Spice Vise booth. We got 1.2 million from Crocodile Leather, Barnaby exclaimed. But it wasn't long after another knock resounded through the venue. Oh, a huge jump. 1.5 million is now the top bid, coming straight from Alligator Company. The crowd on the ground floor looked up in awe at 3 companies vying for the bid. They expected this. After all, they were all in the Rising Six. Whoa, the Rising Six are going to be spending that much on dwarven armor sets. It's not just the armor. It's the knowledge ingrained into those armors. I see. Oh, they're actually vying to bid for a chance to learn how to make armors as good as the dwarves. Another knock echoed in the venue. Another contender. 1.6 million is now the bid, thanks to Angelic Crafts. It wasn't long after that did another bid come from another one from the Rising Six. 1.7 million, courtesy of the Mountain Movers, exclaimed Barnaby. Spice Vise came up with another offer, 1.8 million. The Rising Six went back and forth on their bids, refusing to get outbid by the other. Meanwhile, as the very heated auction was going off, Michael and the other Rebornians looked down at the glass and couldn't help but be disappointed at what they saw. That's it, Zion scoffed. They're paying this much for run-of-the-mill armor sets. I don't even think it's in the dwarven quality, Jaku commented, peeking with one eye open and the other asleep. The Dwarven King would be very pleased to know that the armor that leaked out of their kingdom is only of low quality, Shayna said, smiling. The other Vanderbilts were speechless when they heard what the Dragonborns were saying. The dwarven armor wasn't good. If Max or the other Vanderbilts got a hand on one of those armor sets, then they would treat it like a treasure and pass it down to the next generation like it was a priceless heirloom. Yet for these Rebornians, they didn't even consider it as passable. If they thought that way, Then what kind of armors were they used to back in their territory? Of course, Michael and the other Rebornians were so used to extremely high-quality dwarven materials from the best of the best, that their criteria of good was completely skewed. The armor set was perfectly fine and had no imperfections. But for them, it was one of the worst quality dwarven smithing they had ever seen. "Michael, are you sure you don't want a bid?" Max asked. Michael looked back at him. "Why, you want one?" Max immediately waved his hand and refused. No, that's way too pricey for me, but wouldn't you like something for you or your friends here?" Fufu, Lilia chuckled. "Brother-in-law, that kind of metal isn't worthy of my son." Michael then noticed that little William was looking over the dwarven armor with stars in his eyes. The boy clearly wanted one for himself. He approached him and squatted down. "Do you want one?" The boy looked meekly at Michael before nodding his head. Michael smiled and looked at Shayna. She knew exactly what to do even without him saying it. She contacted the shadow orc inhabiting her feet and gave him some directions. It wasn't long after that did the orc show itself to the group with a new and shiny armor set in his hands. "Here, try it on for size," Michael said as Shayna handed the armor over to William. As his son excitedly put on the new armor, Max couldn't help but gasp out loud once he realized the extremely beautiful quality of metal that it was made out from. "Michael, what is that?" He shrugged. "Oh, don't worry. This is just some ordinary armor we had in store back in the parched lands." Max gulped. Once he got a closer look at the armor, it bore a close resemblance to the one being auctioned off below. But compared to this, that one looked like a cheap imitation copy that a 5-year-old made by himself. "That wouldn't happen to be dwarven make, right?" "I mean, dwarves did make it, so yeah. But don't worry, it's not that valuable. We have a lot of dwarven apprentices looking to practice their skills. This is just one of them." Max almost collapsed down into the couch. Even the other Vanderbilts had their jaws completely fallen to the floor. You know the dwarves?" Max asked, astounded. "Yeah. Me and the Dwarven King have a business agreement with each other. They give us Damascus steel, we give them beer. You should come visit the nation of Reborn soon so that you can see them for yourselves." Max and the Vanderbilt family were flabbergasted to find out that Michael had connections with the infamously anti-social dwarves. While everyone was fighting for the great quality Damascus steel armor in the auction, Michael had so many of them that his lowest quality armor was something that even the major factions would covet. It was a culture shock to see how much the Rebornians treated this treasure, worth more than 2 million gold coins, as something worthless. 2.5 million bid, Barnaby shouted excitedly to the crowd. "The pyramidic cuisine has finally entered the bidding, ladies and gentlemen." Finally, after this enormous bid, the knocks stopped completely. No one was willing to increase the price even more than that. 2.5 million. That's pretty good, Michael thought to himself. He was kind of regretting not putting a few of their dwarven items up for auction, seeing as how valuable they seemed to everyone in Metropolis. "Going once, going twice," declared. 2.5 million is now the accepted price for the auction bid. The crowd clapped and cheered, turning their heads up to look at their private suite. "So do they get the armor now? What about that dual aspect that Barnaby was talking about?" He noticed that despite the auction bid reaching a peak, there weren't any celebrations from the pyramidic cuisine at all. In fact, even the other companies were behaving even more seriously, leaning forward with focus, as if the real fight had just begun. Now comes the amazing part. Will anybody else bid 2.5 million gold coins to fight against the pyramidic cuisine? Barnaby asked, looking around the venue. It was at that moment that a knock came from the tinted glass right next to the pyramidic cuisine's room. "Crocodile Leather has joined the fray, everyone. They are more than willing to pay out 2.5 million gold coins." "What's happening? Another company is also offering a 2.5 million bid." Michael asked himself. He thought that the bidding was over since no one could top the pyramidic cuisine's high offer. It wasn't long after before another knock came. "Looks like mountain movers have decided to battle Heir out as well. Is it going to be a 3-way fight, or will more companies have the guts to fight it out against the Rising Six?" Barnaby's words were directly challenging all the other companies to make a bid. The more of them that joined, the more exciting it was to watch. In an electrifying turn of events, The other rising 6 companies also decided to put their names forward with a 2.5 million bid. Going once, going twice, declared, "Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think that we'd get to see a fight between the rising 6 so early in the night." Barnaby beamed. And now comes the second part of the auction. Barnaby stepped away from the podium and walked down into the stands. Once he was completely away from the white platform, he signaled with a bell for his workers to activate the spell, creating a large magic circle that completely encompassed the stage. Mana poured onto the magic circle from 5 wizards around the auction arena. The stage suddenly split in half, revealing a bright white light that seeped out of the cracks. The platform continued to crawl out of the arena, showing a very deep hole in the center of the auction. The crowd gasped with awe and wonder as they peeked out of the bright blue hole. What they saw made them clap for the wondrous stage that Barnaby had prepared for the 7 bidders. Michael's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. That's not a hole, that's a window to a pocket dimension. As he and the other people peered into the tinted glass and out into the hole, they saw an amazing sight. It was as if the auction itself was located high up in the heavens of the earth, among the clouds, tens thousands of feet above the ground. And through the hole in the center, they could peek at this new earth as if it was just a giant aquarium. From his vantage point, Michael could see a thick gathering of pine trees in the middle of the land, coloring a huge part of the terrain with a natural green color. Beside that was a mountain that reached high up into the skies and almost reached the very edges of the hole itself. Using his supreme skill, he could see that there were actually animal life forms below living a normal life. This didn't look like a pocket dimension. This was an entirely new planet with its own ecosystem. This will be your stage, bidders, for one of our games in this auction. The rules are simple. Find the golden coin and bring it up at the very top of the mountain. Whoever accomplishes this task first will have the privilege of buying the dwarven armor sets. The crowd erupted in excited murmurings. Michael looked at the companies down below and saw them having a discussion amongst each other. It was easy to guess that they were planning for the game after hearing about its rules. "Now it's time for you to bid your fighters, pyramidic cuisine. You are the first to offer," Barnaby said, patiently waiting for their next words. It wasn't long before a knock resounded out from the tinted glass. Right after that, a man wearing a dashing black suit came towards Barnaby with an unopened scroll in his hands. Barnaby accepted the paper before untying the strings to roll it out. "The pyramidic cuisine is willing to deploy only 6 of their officers for the bid. Is there anyone who wants to counter their offer?" Barnaby asked, showing the 5 other companies the scroll that he received from the pyramidic cuisine. This time the knock came from the alligator company, and just like before, another man came out and presented Barnaby with a scroll. "A new offer has taken place. The alligator company is willing to deploy only 4 of their officers." After that, a few seconds passed, and no companies made a counter-offer. Barnaby started counting down. "Going once, going twice, going thrice," declared. "These 6 companies are willing to deploy 4 of their finest officers to fight in our game. Whoever wins, it will be given the privilege to buy the dwarven armor sets for 2.5 million coins." The crowd erupted in cheers and heated discussions as they began to talk about who they thought would win the bidding. "It's gotta be the pyramidic cuisine. They may be a food company, but Bo surrounds herself with lots of strong fighters. I think it's gonna be the alligator company. I remember one of their officers being a good treasure hunter." After watching everything unfold, Michael finally realized the rules of the auction. The bidding of gold coins wasn't simply for monetary value. It also acted as an entrance fee to the game to acquire the item. The very limit that the pyramidic cuisine could offer for the dwarven armor set was 2.5 million gold coins. However, they weren't the only ones who could afford to pay that kind of money. 5 other companies decided they could pay that too. That was where the game came in. They were going to battle it out to see which one of them would ultimately buy the armor. "Are the auctions always like this?" Michael asked Max. He was the only one who was knowledgeable about this, given his long tenure in Metropolis. "Yes, that is how Barnaby's auction works. Even though I've only been in the auction a couple of times. Because the Vanderbilt business failed, I still hear rumors about it from time to time." Michael was very intrigued with this kind of format. one would have to prove that they had the money and the power to obtain the item. So if a lot of companies agree to a bid, then will all of them participate in it? Technically, yes. However, that's where the bidding comes in. Many of these companies intentionally make the price of the item a lot higher than it's normally supposed to go for just so they could make their competition a lot smaller. As you can see, only the Rising Six could afford to spend 2.5 million gold coins on a few pairs of dwarven armor. This high price weeds out the other companies who are not that desperate to get the item. Michael rubbed his chin. I see, that makes sense. Only the truly successful companies can shell out this much money on the first auction item. That's right, Max nodded as he looked over the tinted glass. There are a lot of people who want that dwarven armor, but they know that they have to conserve not only money, but power, for the items that are going to be in there later. After all, there's a good chance that their people could get injured while competing in the game. It's not worth it to deploy them in this game, especially since the one they're going up against is the Rising Six. The auction was quite complex and gave a lot of room for people to strategize and plan ahead. After all, they weren't dealing with just money, but also personnel. That's why they're also bidding for how many officers they get to deploy, Michael realized. Most companies want as many soldiers in the game as possible. That would give them a better chance of winning. Of course, other companies don't want that, especially if they know that the company that they're up against was someone who had numerous officers, who was strong. That's why the Alligator Company denied the Pyramidic Cuisine's offer to have only 6 officers participate in the game. Their bidding could even go as low as only 1 person. Of course, not a lot of companies want to do that because it would lower their chances of winning, so they all agree to have more officers for a better chance. Michael was starting to understand the rules of the auction now. Players, please come down and enter the pocket dimension when I say so. It wasn't long before people arrived coming from the back doors and into the center stage. There were 24 of them in total, grouped up by 4. Each of them wore a uniform that distinctly showed allegiance to the company. Michael, if you're going to participate in one of the auctions, then I suggest that you also start using uniforms for your crew, Max advised. Some of the pocket dimensions that Barnaby owns will transport you and your teammates in completely different locations. He looked back at Max, realizing something. There's other pocket dimensions. Does that mean that there's other games? Yes, each item up for bid will have a different game associated with it. It ranges from a simple fighting arena to a maze labyrinth where it is more than possible that no competitors meet with each other. Michael finally understood just how rich Barnaby was in terms of pocket dimensions. If he could have a different one for each item up for auction, then he must own hundreds, if not thousands of pocket dimensions. Look, they're starting to move, Max said, pointing below. Michael noticed that he didn't recognize anyone, even though Spice Vise was included in the game. Regina was nowhere to be seen. Are there any restrictions for company owners to participate? Not really. If you're looking for the Rising Six themselves, they probably won't show up only if they really need it. They need to reserve their strength. Michael understood their reasoning. However, he would have liked to see them fight so that he could gauge his own strength against them. But that was probably the reason why they weren't going to show up, especially for the first item. At my mark, get set, go. Upon Barnaby's signal, the participants jumped into the hole and disappeared into the pocket dimension. It was at this moment that the crowd began to take out fancy binoculars from their pockets. This was what allowed them to see what was happening down below. Michael used his supreme skill to observe everything with clarity. He saw that each team were all separated from one another, appearing in completely random spots inside the terrain. They all frantically tried to search for the gold coin in the ground, unearthing stones, wrecking bushes, and even felling trees in an attempt to get a better light from the skies. Our game has gone off to a great start. Who will be the first one to see the gold coin, I wonder? Barnaby commented on everything he saw unfold. Look at the second quadrant. The Alligator Company and Crocodile Leather have spotted each other. Will they ignore their rivalry to search for the coin, or will they try to take each other down? As more and more people scoured the lands for the gold coin, fights inevitably broke out. Barnaby did a good job figuring out which fight was interesting and pointing it out to the crowd. He gave them background information, like their name, their affiliation, as well as the power difference between them. Oh my gosh! 2 fighters from Mountain Movers have been knocked unconscious. Wait. Look, someone found the coin. Lucky fellow from the pyramidic cuisine held in his hands a shining gold coin with Barnaby's face stamped on it. Immediately, they rushed towards the mountain. However, the other players seemed to have noticed this and tried to stop him in his tracks. The lucky guy had to fight his way to the foot of the mountain, with several people trying to get the gold coin out of his hands. Thankfully for him, he had his own backup who successfully warded off any stealing attempts from the other players. It wasn't long before the guy used his skills to jump through boulders and icy terrain, eventually reaching the peak of the mountain and winning the first item for his company. Congratulations to the pyramidic cuisine, Barnaby shouted, with the crowd howling and praising the winner for an exciting show. Even Max couldn't help but clap for the pyramidic cuisine. Bo's officers were incredibly strong and extremely skilled. It was a powerful show of force, telling everyone that it wasn't just Bo who was talented, but also her crew. Michael, do you see how good they are? That's what you should keep in mind later. Bo's surrounded by very powerful. But as he looked at Michael and the Rebornians, he saw that none of them were even paying attention. That's why Bo's at the top. Even her officers are the cream of the crop. She can even arm all of her officers with mithril relics. No one could have won against that team. As soon as they got their hands on the golden coin, I knew no one would be able to steal it. But props to the rest of the Rising Six. Their officers were no joke. It's just everyone's unfortunate luck that the coin ended up in the chef's hands. Anyone and everyone was praising the Rising Six for their stellar performance in the golden coin game. The battles were intense and nail-biting. Boulders were destroyed, forests turned bald. Even the skies were assaulted by powerful magic from the fighters. Many of the minor faction companies who witnessed this heaved a sigh of relief. If that's who we would have fought against, then I'm lucky I didn't continue bidding. I knew they were strong, but I didn't know they were that powerful. Those chefs especially are extremely skilled with their cleavers. This would have demoralized me, but it's actually good. At least now they're a little bit tired. We'll have a chance on the other items because of this. Even though none of the leaders from the Rising Six fought in this game, the strength and power that the fighters showed was completely above what some of these companies could even do. Practically everyone was amazed by the fighters. The only ones who weren't impressed were the Rebornians. They even looked a little bored. "Why aren't you guys reacting?" he asked them. "If you're going to compete in the auction, you'll eventually have to compete with them in the future. This is a chance for you to study their movements and get an advantage over them." Max was just giving them an earnest advice because he wanted Michael to win in the auction. The leaders of the Rising Six were almost impossible to defeat, but their officers could be taken down with the right amount of planning. He thought that this was the only way they could beat them in a fair match. "What's there to look at?" Jocko asked, still laying on the couch, eyes closed. "Yawn, I would rather sleep." "Yeah," Zion butted in. "I'll just punch my way into victory. No need to worry about plans or stuff like that." Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. They were talking about the Rising Six crew as if they were just run-of-the-mill fighters that could be found off the streets. But the truth was the exact opposite. Those people were hand-picked to be the best of the best. Some of them even had the ability to create their own large company if they wanted to. So Max, as much as I hate to agree with my brothers, they're right. There is no need to plan ahead. Strong or weak, we'll beat them if we need to, Shayna said confidently. Their sheer confidence left Max speechless. He then looked at Michael, who nodded while laughing. "Don't worry, Uncle, they know what they're doing." It was at this point that Max started to wonder. Who were these people? He had never seen their species of demi-humans before. They looked like a mix of salamander and Komodo dragons, which gave him no indication of their inherent strength. It also didn't help that most demi-humans were inherently bad at magic. Because of this, he thought that they were weapon fighters. However, they didn't even have their weapons on hand. Meanwhile, down below in the auction venue, the stage slowly crawled from underneath the stands and slowly came together to form the platform, covering up the hole for the pocket dimension. "Ha, looks like I'll have to pay a lot of money to clean up that mess they've left behind," Barnaby joked. But jests aside, congratulations to the winner. The transaction and retrieval of the item will take place after the auction is over. Now it's time for the second item up for grabs. The rest of the auction, items up for sale, weren't as big or as exciting as the first one. None of the Rising Six or the major factions participated in this slew of items, although many of them were valuable items that were rarely seen in public markets. It was something that big companies already had a lot of, given how big and successful their company was compared to others. For example, one of the items up for auction was a mithril relic in very good conditions and minimal wear. It was a pair of gauntlets that only had a few rusted metal parts near the wrist, which wouldn't affect the power that one could create while using it. As soon as Max saw this, he immediately urged Michael to bid for it. "You should get this one, Michael. The Rising Six will definitely sit out on this one. They don't need it, but you and your crew could certainly use something like this." However, as he turned around, he saw Michael and the other Rebornians busy playing some kind of game by themselves. "Uno," shouted Shayna, putting in her second-to-last card in the pile. "Change the color, we can't let her win," Zion said. Because the auction included a game in the pocket dimensions, the time in between items was very long. Some of them could even take hours in between. He'd been waiting for like 5 hours at this point. So Michael and the rest of them decided to simply play some board games to pass the time. Even Max's son William was caught up with them. "Aren't you guys going to bid?" Max asked hurriedly. Could already hear the knocks from the other companies down below. The price of the mithril relic had already reached its peak, around 1.1 million gold coins. Barnaby was now asking the other companies to place identical bids to see who among them would participate in the game. The window for their bid would soon close, yet Michael still wasn't paying attention to the auction. Max was very much tempted to simply just knock on the door for Michael. In his opinion, this was what they needed to get an edge over the other Rising Six. But it seemed that he was the only one who thought that, as Michael and the others let the bidding close out. Max walked towards them, downtrodden. "Why didn't you bid? Don't you want mithril relics for yourselves?" Michael finally looked over to Max. "Oh, that, we already have something better." The Dragonborns reached down into their own shadows and finally brought out their mithril artifacts into the open. Each of their weapons glowed with power, brighter than any of the weapons that Max had ever seen before. He had seen the weapons of the Rising Six and the Legacies before. None of them were as bright as this. Those are mithril relics. Mithril artifacts. It's the original version without all the rust and degradation. Max bent his head low and started laughing. Dealing with Reborn's antics seemed to have finally broken Max's sense of reality. On the bright side, Zebras would finally have someone in common with. The auction continued, but Michael found no item that struck his fancy. Either they were completely useless to him, or something he already had plenty of. Michael continued to play Uno with the others to pass the time. "Our next item is something that I'm sure all of you will appreciate. We'll be auctioning up a prime location in the Barons District, 42nd Street. Max immediately stiffened up as soon as he heard that. He looked back at his wife, Tracy, who showed him a regretful expression. Hearing those words again felt like a stake pierced directly through his heart. Michael noticed this immediately. "What's wrong?" "That used to be one of our territories," Max confessed, sighing with regret. "We were going to use that land to build our family home, but we ended up selling it to pay off our debts." Contrary to Max's expression, Michael was hopeful. "Then why are you all gloomy? This is a chance for you to buy them back. Didn't the Duchess give you your money?" Max steeled himself. He had been wallowing in sorrow for too long that he completely forgot that his whole life had changed because of Michael. They were no longer the Vanderbilts that were in the very bottom of the bottom. "You're right, Michael. We can bid for this," Max said with resolve. Michael walked up to the glass and knocked on it for the first time in the auction. Barnaby looked up, realizing that the bid came directly from Michael's VIP suite. His eyes flared. The dark horse had finally entered into the fray. He couldn't wait to see Michael completely overturn the auction on its head with his overwhelming talents. "We have our first bid at 4 million gold coins, courtesy of the Reborn Company," Barnaby announced with gusto. A few seconds passed before another knock echoed, coming from one of the lower rooms. 4.01 million is the next offer. Is there anyone going to top that? Just like before, a few seconds passed before another knock resounded in the auction. Okay, 4.05 million, keep them coming. Despite Barnaby's encouraging words, there weren't that many bids for this item at all. The price only went up slowly at a snail's pace. Michael was surprised. He would have thought that a piece of property in Metropolis would be coveted by a lot of people. Why aren't there people bidding? Michael asked Max. It's not really a good commercial property. It's surrounded by other buildings, so it's quite hidden from the customers. However, it would be really good for our residential building. That's why we wanted to move there. Someone tried to put a store there, but they ended up becoming bankrupt. That's probably why it's in the auction right now. If it was a good location, then it wouldn't have been sold at all. The people that participated in this auction were businessmen. Of course, they were going to be thinking only of profits. They must have calculated that the value of the property wouldn't exceed more than 4 million, which was why the bidding had nearly stalled on that mark. But of course, one man's trash was another man's treasure. Michael was in dire need of property in Metropolis. It didn't matter if they weren't profitable today. With his skills and his advantages over other companies, he could turn the whole territory into a multi-million real estate property in the future. This is good, Max rejoiced. I only have a budget of around 5 million coins, so this means I can get my land back. However, as if his words had brought in bad luck, one of the upper rooms knocked into the tinted glass and submitted their bid. What an amazing bid, 6 million coins coming directly from the pyramidic cuisine. Max's hope was immediately shattered upon hearing that dreaded name come up in the auction. That was way out of his price range. Their bid was like a hammer that sounded out a warning signal to everyone. Immediately, everyone stopped bidding. The knocks that had been ringing out in the venue turned into muted silence. At least before, the bids came slowly but surely. This time, there was no other bid. They weren't willing to fork over that kind of money for some unprofitable land. Michael looked down at the pyramidic cuisine's room and wondered why they would bid so much for a land so unsuitable for their type of business. They dabbled in restaurants and fine dining. It was essential for them to establish their business. People could see them. This territory was the exact opposite. Michael saw no reason for them to buy this land. Why, he asked himself, peering through the glass and seeing the light monosignatures of everyone inside. By the tiniest of margins, he could see a woman sitting in her chair, moving her mouth up and down as she talked. Chat JK4, can you read lips? And just like that, subtitles appeared on the bottom of his vision, just as if he was watching a movie on a television screen, said one of the attendants next to the woman in the chair. The reason why the pyramidic cuisine wanted the territory was purely because of a whim. They didn't need it, they could just afford it. Hearing this lit a fire in Michael's eyes. He walked up to the tinted glass and knocked. Oh, we have another bid from the Reborn company, and it's a whopping 7 million gold coins, Barnaby said, smiling. He knew exactly who made this bid. The audience began to wonder about this unknown Reborn company. They'd never heard it before, but clearly they were big enough to afford 7 million gold coins. Who are they? I don't remember them being a part of the minor factions. They should be in the high rankings if they can afford that, but I don't see them anywhere at all in the list. Never mind that, but are they really going to go against the pyramidic cuisine? Bo sat in her seat, twirling her blonde, curly hair while she was in deep thought. Like the others, she'd never heard of this Reborn company before. After contemplation, she knocked on the door and submitted a bid. The pyramidic cuisine makes a counter offer of. But before Barnaby could even finish his sentence, Michael knocked on the glass wall again. Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen, the Reborn company now offers 8 million gold coins for the land. Gasps and looks of shock permeated through the crowd. They never expected the Reborn company to take such a leap in the bidding. Their perception for the Reborn company went from being mildly amused at their confidence to simply at awe at their boldness. The pyramidic cuisine. Before he could even finish his sentence again, Michael knocked on his tinted glass wall. 10 million gold coins, Barnaby exclaimed. Discussion erupted around the auction. The crowd and the companies was starting to wonder about the Reborn company. For such an unknown name, they were bold and rich enough to try and compete with the pyramidic cuisine. The price of the land had gone up to 10 million coins. Many of the people were conflicted on Reborn's decision. They didn't know if they were seeing something that other companies couldn't see in the land, or they were just wasting their money. Who is the Reborn company? I haven't heard of them, so they are probably new to this sort of thing. Maybe they just got caught up in the atmosphere. That was the prevailing sentiment for most of the companies and the crowd watching the auction. Even the people who knew Michael personally were also surprised with their decision. In one of the major factions' private suites, Bobby and the rest of his officers in the Quench Company were discussing amongst themselves about the nature of Michael's bid. Was it smart or was it wasteful? Bobby turned to Dickie, who was acquainted with Michael and knew some of his true capabilities. "Did you know that Michael had this kind of money?" Bobby asked. Dickie shook his head. "I knew he was strong, but I didn't know that he had 10 million gold coins to spare. Truth be told, I never really thought much about his company's history outside of Metropolis. I heard that they came from the King's region, so I assumed that their business wasn't that good. But if they could afford 10 million on a worthless piece of land, then it must mean that they are incredibly successful there." Bobby then asked him another question. "Do you think that the Reborn company has a chance of winning this bid?" Of course, some of his officers immediately knew the answer. The pyramidic cuisine would win. No question. However, the fact that Dickie was hesitating on picking the winner of the bid was very telling of how much he valued Michael's strength. Michael has shown himself to be a very capable fighter. You should ask Chucky how he got beat overwhelmingly. So, I think that the Reborn company has a chance to win in this auction if Michael were to act himself, Dickie said genuinely. His evaluation of Michael surprised a lot of the officers in the Quench Company. "I see, but here's the thing," Bobby said, peering down the auction. "It may very well be possible that Michael himself is not the only one who's going to fight in the auction. The pyramidic cuisine would definitely want more than one fighter in the game." Dickie knew what he was getting at. After all, this auction wasn't just all about the leader of the company. Most of the time, it was about the commanding officers that worked alongside the leader. They were sure that Michael was strong. It was possible that he could defeat every single officer from the pyramidic cuisine, apart from Bo. However, they weren't sure if Michael's commanding officers were up to the task. "Have you seen his officers, Dickie?" Dickie shook his head. "I've only met Michael. I don't even know if he has officers in his company." "Do you think that Michael can hold his own against 4, or maybe even 2 pyramidic cuisine officers by himself?" Bobby asked again. This time, Dickie wasn't sure. Even if Michael could do it, it wasn't ideal because he would be wasting his strength. Because of this, Dickie now had a question. Why are they so confident? Michael may be strong, but he can't win alone against the pyramidic cuisine. Meanwhile, in the private suites of the Spice Vise Company, Regina was shocked to learn that the Reborn company was this wealthy. Can they really afford that, or are they just biting off more than they could chew? Regina asked her father. And to her question, Vishnu just chuckled to himself. Oh yes, he can definitely afford that. He was already rich before and he'll be even richer in the future. He was one of the few people who knew that Michael owned the automobiles. And judging from the excitement and eagerness from everyone at this auction, he had a feeling that the bidding for the trucks would go up to astronomical heights. Vishnu saw that his daughter's eyes were starting to change as she realized more and more that the Reborn company wasn't just some random backwoods organization. Come on, daughter, be with him. Regina immediately shook her head. Father, I don't decide my love for someone because of what they are worth. And besides, I don't think that they can fight with the pyramidic cuisine on this one. I can accept that Michael is strong, but he's alone. He can't defeat Bo's strong officers all by himself. Vishnu pursed his lips. She made a good point. After all, even he didn't know if the Reborn company had good foundations or not. It was very possible that it was only Michael who had the power to fight against the other companies. On the other side of the room, Beauregard sat in her chair, twirling her curly blonde hair with a smile on her face. They're challenging me, she realized. If the Reborn company just wanted the land for themselves, then they could have just agreed to the game at a much lower price. But instead, they increased the bid even higher as a challenge against me. She knew that the owner of Reborn figured out her true intentions. She was just bidding on the land without purpose. She just did it because she had the money to spare. And it looked like the Reborn company was doing that as well. They didn't have to raise it up to 10 million. They did it because they could. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the stage, Barnaby began his countdown. The Reborn company offers 10 million gold coins. Does anyone want to bid any higher than that? Barnaby asked, specifically looking up at the pyramidic cuisine's private suite. Can we spare 10 million? She asked her treasurer. It will be very tight, madam. We have a budget of around 15 million for this bid. Any more than that, and we'll risk dipping into our savings for the sous bid. Bo nodded. I'm going to offer 12 million as a bid. If they fight that, then they're going to bid 15 million. After that, I'll accept defeat in battle with them in the pocket dimension game. She looked down at Barnaby and did exactly as she said she would. She knocked on the tinted glass and offered 12 million coins. The Reborn company offers 15 million. Bo smiled as she saw this unfold. It was just like she predicted. The owner of the Reborn company simply wanted to assert their dominance through their wealth. That's fine, you win the bid, we'll win the auction. She was going to put her very best officers in the pocket dimension game. Are there any other offers? Barnaby asked the room, going once, going twice, deck. Barnaby was speechless. The Reborn company offers 20 million. They just outbid their own bid. 20 million. Michael, why did you bid that high? Max shouted, almost pulling out his hair. Even the other Vanderbilts were losing their minds about Michael bidding millions of gold coins as if they were just chump change to him. They were already sweating when he offered 15. But then, he bid 20 unprompted, when the pyramidic cuisine wasn't even going to bid anything. Maybe we can rescind it. It's not worth it to spend that much money on land. I think it's better to invest that money in other items. Yeah, how about the sous? You'll need a lot of money to buy it if you want. You should save your money for that. Despite their pleas, Michael remained calm. It's just 20 million, relax. It's more important to have land than to have money in my case. Max and the rest of the Vanderbilts was stunned, once again, that the Rebornians showed no reaction to their leader spending 20 million. Just how rich are they? No one could believe it. The Reborn company knocked twice consecutively. They had just bid 15 million, and even when no one was fighting him, they still went and created another bid of 20 million. Many people didn't even think that this was possible. Even Barnaby didn't know what to do in his own auction. This was unprecedented in the history of Metropolis, or possibly even the entire royal continent itself. For ordinary people, this might have seemed stupid. After all, if the Reborn company wanted the land for themselves, then they could have gotten it for a much lower price than what they offered. However, as Barnaby counted down, they soon realized the true reason why the Reborn company bid so high. 20 million gold coins, going once, going twice, declared. He shouted to the dazed crowd. It wasn't long after that did he start the second part of the auction bidding. Does anybody want to match the Reborn company's bid? There wasn't any clapping or knocking from anywhere in the auction venue. It was at this point that people realized that the pyramidic company was backing off from the bidding. The price for the piece of land had become so high that not even the top company from the Rising Six could bear to afford it. Since no one was going to match his bid, then that meant that the Reborn company would face no one in the pocket dimension game, giving them the win unconditionally. They won it through sheer wealth alone. Oh my God! So that's the reason why they bid so high. I was wondering how they planned to defeat Bo and her talented officers. As it turned out, the answer to that is to just throw a lot of money so that they don't even get to compete. Talk about insanely rich. What's their business? Where did they get all that money from? With that much funds, they should be more famous in the minor factions. The Duchess' laughter echoed out in her room. She couldn't stop laughing, so much so that her personal doctors were getting worried for her health. She almost tumbled out of her chair. I'm fine, she said to her attendants. I was just extremely entertained by what I just saw. Angela Montgomery fixed her thin glasses and looked down at the auction. Duchess, I don't see what's so funny about the Reborn company paying 20 million for a, no offense, worthless piece of land. The Duchess shook her head. With that boy's ingenuity and business acumen, I'm sure that he could turn that worthless piece of land into prime real estate in the future. But that's not what I'm laughing about. I'm just trying to imagine the faces of everyone in the auction. I'm sure that the legacies and the other Rising Six were putting all of their brain effort into trying to understand the Reborn Company's capabilities. The fact that the Reborn Company bid against the pyramidic cuisine made a lot of companies curious about them. If they were willing to fight against one of the Rising Six, then they must have some sort of power or capability that made them so confident. Perhaps they had powerful officers, hidden powers, and all sorts of things like that. That was the only logical conclusion they could come to when seeing the Reborn bid such a high number. They're probably trying to figure out if Michael's officers were as strong as the officers of the pyramidic cuisine. I'm sure that there were some debates thrown around about which one would win. Because of this, they were all anticipating the game between them. But as it turned out, Michael wasn't even planning on fighting it out in the pocket dimension. Imagine their faces, ha 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 ha. Thinking about this brought a lot of joy to the Duchess. People were now starting to understand just how rich the Reborn Company was. Angela cleared her throat. I must admit, I was also wondering why the Reborn Company was so confident in the bid against the pyramidic cuisine. Makes so much more sense now that they just used their enormous wealth to avoid fighting the beau and the chefs entirely. The outcome would be so much more different if they let that happen. The Duchess once again shook her head, which Angela noticed. You don't think so, Duchess? I know that Michael is very strong, but he can't win the games alone. It takes a team effort, which the pyramidic chefs are the best at doing. You shouldn't underestimate Michael's companions, the Duchess advised. She had seen one of them with her own eyes. It was a violet slime that seemed as harmless as a little kitten, but as powerful as a lion. That little ninja was able to sneak around her castle, without some of her Secret Service guards even noticing. She also eventually found out that the slime was instrumental in finding the evidence to convict Jack of all of his crimes. Without that little fella, then that man would still be out there in the world. If Michael could make a slime, normally perceived to be one of the weakest monsters in the entire world, to be someone that could even evade the eyes of her Secret Service, then she was confident that he could surround himself with a lot of strong and talented people. This led her to believe not just in Michael, but also the Reborn Company. She was rooting for them. This was the reason why she let the slime keep his shadow clones all over the royal castle, allowing her to warn Michael of the auction schedule change. She let the slime eavesdrop on her conversations with Barnaby so that they would have the appropriate time to prepare. And it looked like they didn't disappoint. This is exactly the kind of thing she was looking for. Michael was completely turning the tides against every single company. It didn't matter if they were from the Rising Six or major factions. They would all be caught off guard from Michael's absurd talents. Going once, going twice sold. The Reborn Company obtains the land for 20 million. Gold coins in an unprecedented fashion, Barnaby announced. Right after the uproar Michael caused due to his insane spending, the auction continued on at a normal pace. More items were shown, but not a lot of them got the attention of the big companies. At this point, none of the major factions had even submitted a bid yet. Even for important and rare items like mithril relics or cultivation pills, they never knocked on the tinted glass walls. But of course, everyone knew that major factions were on a completely different level than most companies. Rare items may be just common for them. Okay, our next item up for bid is something most, if not all, had yet to see, Barnaby said, as he commanded a platform to rise up from the stage. The item shown this time around was encased in a black resin box the size of a pencil case. This, ladies and gentlemen, is something that is mythical in nature. They came from creatures rarely seen from our eyes, but always ever present where emotions run high. Barnaby approached the black box and began to open it. Meanwhile, as Michael heard his description for the item, he couldn't help but feel that it was familiar. It's not about her, is it? I present to you a vial of pixie dust, Barnaby announced proudly. This pixie dust will allow you to attract the attention of the very elusive fairies. If you ever want to feel their presence close, then you need this item. Michael immediately looked back at his crew, who was still playing games to pass the time. Hihihi, Uno, I won, Vivi exclaimed, buzzing around and rubbing her win in everyone's face. The Dragonborns shook their heads. They weren't even playing Uno anymore. Michael signaled for Vivi's attention and called her over. The self-proclaimed Pixie Queen fluttered her wings and obediently landed on Michael's palms. What is it, Mr. Reborn? He pointed at the stage. towards Barnaby, who was presenting the vial containing golden dust that floated around and never settled on the bottom. "Oh, that's pixie dust," Vivi said nonchalantly. "You don't care that they are auctioning it off?" Michael asked. He thought that she would be a little mad since the fairies considered their pixie dust as their own body. Meh, Vivi shrugged. "Michael, do you care about your own waste?" Michael was speechless. For him, her comparison didn't make any sense. Pixie dust had the magical ability to make anything as light as a feather. It certainly couldn't be compared to human waste. Okay, maybe back then, I would have been a lot more conservative about our pixie dust. After all, we need sustenance to keep producing it. But now that we have your roller coaster, we can have as many emotions as we want. We don't have to worry about not having enough to produce pixie dust. Now he understood why Vivi made that comparison. Pixie dust really was just the waste of a fairy. Wait, is that why they call it crop dusting? Michael shook his head of all silly thoughts and looked back at the auction. He noticed that not a lot of companies were even bidding for it. 100,000 coins. "Do I hear 110? Barnaby appealed, trying to get the companies to bid more. This was perhaps one of the lowest bids that happened in the auction, which wasn't that surprising given that it was small in quantity, not enough to even make a boulder weightless. The only ones who were bidding were collectors who simply wanted the pixie dust as their decoration. 123,000 coins, going once, going twice. Just as Barnaby was about to declare the final bidding, a knock resounded from one of the top VIP suites in the entire auction. Barnaby's eyes widened. He became flustered. This time it wasn't because the bid amount was too high. It was because he wasn't expecting them to bid. 150,000 coins, from the Merman of Atlantis, Barnaby shouted, his voice still having a hint of disbelief. As soon as he said that, the whole auction was once again set ablaze with discussions and murmurings. Just hearing about their name awed some of the people watching from the crowd. The infamous mermen, the creations of the Ocean King, were here, and for the first time tonight, they had made their presence felt through this bid. The amount wasn't too big, but the fact that they bid at all was a point of surprise. For a lot of people, some people didn't even think that the merman would make a bid, let alone bid for a relatively worthless item. They bid on this, it's just pixie dust. They didn't want the dwarven armor or the mithril relic. Why would they want pixie dust? And because of their participation, the knocks just kept coming in. Companies began submitting their bids for the pixie dust. Just the fact that the merman considered it as something worthwhile meant that they considered it worthwhile as well. It wasn't long before the bids went up as high as 500,000 gold coins, which was 5 times its original value. "Do I hear 510? Does anybody want to bid higher than that?" Barnaby asked. There was another knock, and this bid once again came from Merman's VIP suite. 100,000 gold coins, the merman take the lead, Barnaby exclaimed. This time the other companies truly started to take this seriously. At first, they thought that the merman simply wanted the pixie dust for vanity's sake. But the fact that they were willing to offer 1 million meant that they were more than desperate to buy this for themselves. This got a lot of companies thinking. Was there something that they missed about the pixie dust? Even Michael started to doubt Vivi. Are you sure it has no other properties other than making things levitate? Why would the merman want pixie dust? Vivi was clueless as well. I don't know, don't ask me. I just know that pixie dust definitely isn't worth 1 million. Michael seriously started to wonder if Vivi truly was the pixie queen or not. How could she not know the worth of her own pixie dust? Or wait, maybe it's not the pixie dust they want. Chat JK4. Can you recall Barnaby's exact words when he described the item? Michael listened to the tape and realized something. Maybe the mermen were trying to find the fairies. And it seemed that he wasn't the only one who noticed that. On the second level of the private rooms, the Rising Six all collectively decided to speak amongst each other and coordinate. One of the features in Barnaby's auction private rooms was that companies could choose to speak to other companies through connecting their rooms via pocket dimensions. Bo, Rihanna, and the other Rising Six stepped into their room's pocket dimension and arrived in a dimly lit room with a circular table in the middle. They all sat down on their respective seats and faced each other equally. The Rising Six considered to be the most talented younger generation from Metropolis. For the first time in a while, gathered in a single room to discuss the current situation of the auction. Now, despite the 6 of them sitting in a circle, all attention was directed at the person who planned this discussion in the first place, Beauregard. "Now you all probably know why I gathered you here," Beau said, leaning on the table with both her hands clasped together. "I want to discuss the pixie dust, specifically why the mermen want it in the first place." A man wearing a cowboy hat lined with crocodile skin leaned forward, letting half of his face be illuminated by the magic light above. He was chewing on a single straw of wheat with an amused smile on his face. "I don't understand why y'all even having this discussion. They just want the pixie dust because they can afford it," he said. Rihanna scoffed. "Reptor, it's not that simple. Would your crocodile leather company want to spend 1,000,000 coins purely for vanity?" The man was called Reptor, and he was the rising star for the crocodile leather company, considered to be the 3rd best among this group. "I'm sure that it has something to do with the fairies." A man with long bangs covering his eyes spoke meekly. "Fim's right," Beau remarked. Despite looking shy and docile, one must not underestimate this boy named Fim. After all, he was considered the 2nd best rising star, under only Beau herself. He represented the company Angelic Crafts, which was just as successful as the pyramidic cuisine. "I don't know much about mermen, but I know that they have little in common with land-locked creatures. What would they even want with the fairies?" Another young man, wearing a matching khaki shirt and shorts, spoke his opinion on the matter. He looked like he would fit right into a nature documentary. The man was called Erlos, and he was the 4th-ranked rising star, coming from the Alligator Company, meaning that he was the rival of Reptor and the Crocodile Leather Company. "Do we even have to know why they want it?" This question came from Tenzing, who was the buffest out of all of the rising 6. He was ranked 5th and came from the Mountain Movers Company. "Right you are, Tenzing. We don't need to know why the mermen want the pixie dust," Beau affirmed. "It's important that we know they want it, meaning that we can take advantage of it." Rihanna immediately figured out what she was trying to say. "You want to get the pixie dust for them and use it to build a relationship with the mermen." Beau pointed at her. "Yup. If we can have a business relationship with the mermen, our companies can finally push through that final hurdle and be considered among the major factions." This certainly put all the rising stars silent for a moment. They all yearned for that moment, and they would do anything they can to achieve it. "If that's so, then why not just do it yourself?" Rihanna asked Beau. "I agree with Spice Girl here," said Reptor. "I want that pixie dust for myself, which makes this meeting entirely useless from the start." Beau shook her head. "I'm very sure that we are not the only ones who have this kind of thinking. The legacies of the major factions are probably having a meeting of their own as we speak. Do you think they'll let go of this opportunity to have a business with the mermen? If I was in their position, I would jump at the chance, especially if I had the resources to back it up. So if you want to compete with Alaric or the others by yourself, then feel free to do so." Beau's reminder was a wake-up call to the rising 6. They might be considered one of the top companies in Metropolis, but in comparison to the major factions, they could still be considered as a novice or a beginner. In a one-on-one fight, they would be crushed like an ant. "You've made your point," said Tenzing. "I'm assuming that you have a solution since you've gathered us all here." Beau smiled. "That's right. Individually, we will get completely outbid by the major factions in every way, but if we pool our resources together, then we can have a chance at winning the bid." This was a very bold move, one that surprised all the other rising 6. After all, even though they were all friendly towards each other, they were still very much competitive against each other. They were just like the legacies in this regard. But compared to them, the rising 6 were more competitive rather than friendly. After all, they each had a goal to surpass one another and reach the major factions. Working together like this would definitely be out of the norm. You do know that even if we pool our resources together, there's still a chance that the major factions can outbid us," Fim muttered out with a small voice. That was how large the gap was between major and minor factions. "Don't worry," eased Beau. "They definitely won't use up all of their resources to get this pixie dust. They're waiting for the vehicle and the sou. If they use up their resources now, they'll only end up short once those big items come up on the auction." Hearing her reasoning led all the other Rising Six to seriously consider her offer. If they were going to fight against the major factions, then this was the only way that they could defeat them in bidding. "Does everyone agree?" Bo asked, raising her hand. One by one, they raised their hands until there was just one holdout among them. "If we need resources, then why don't we just ask that company to join us?" Erlo said, fixing his khaki shirt. "You know the one I'm talking about, Bo." He was pertaining to none other than the Reborn company, who had shown their wealth in the most extravagant way possible, by beating the pyramidic cuisine so badly that they couldn't even bid anymore. No one had ever done that against Bo, so it definitely left a lasting impression on them. "Yeah, why did you ask them to participate in this meeting?" Tenzing asked. "We won't need their manpower, ours is enough, but we will need their money. I'm sure that they're wealthy enough to be on our level. Or maybe you're still a little salty after losing against them in the bid. That's why you didn't invite them here," Reptor teased. Bo smiled, almost chuckling. "That's where you're wrong. I'm very much interested in meeting with the Reborn company. I'm curious to see who was able to stand on the same plane as me and win. However, I couldn't find them anywhere at all. They weren't answering any of my intentions. I tried contacting every single private suite in the auction, but none of them responded as the Reborn company." Of course, she didn't know that she was looking in the completely wrong direction. If she contacted the VIP room above hers, she would have met with Michael. Meanwhile, back in the auction, Barnaby raised the vial of pixie dust in the air and announced its new bid. 1,000,000 gold coins. Will anyone try and beat the merman's bid? That knock came directly from one of the VIP suites in the auction, meaning that they were part of the major faction. "The Gilderon Company wishes to bid 1.5 million gold coins," Barnaby announced. This made a lot of companies seriously consider bidding for the pixie dust. If even one of the major factions thought that there was something worthwhile with the pixie dust, then there must be truly something good there. This is Alaric's first bid. No one's going to come close in bidding against him. I don't know. If the Magic Tower or the royal family tries to fight him on this, then I think he'll lose against them. Damn, I thought that the pixie dust was just a worthless item. I was even contemplating on buying it for my kids as a toy. Now that the major factions have shown their interest, this item is now out of our league. Many companies thought that no other organization would fight Alaric on this one. But it was in that moment that 6 knocks echoed out into the auction simultaneously, making Barnaby confused. It wasn't until one of his employees came up to him on the stage and whispered something in his ear did he finally understand what was happening. "Folks, looks like we have another unprecedented bid on our hands. The Rising Six have declared their intention to bid on the pixie dust for 3 million gold coins." Everyone gasped at the news. They expected the Rising Six to compete against each other for the bid, but they didn't expect them to work together. I didn't even know that they could do that. They must be really desperate to get it. Of course, it's the mermen. If the Rising Six get this chance, then they'll have a chance in going up in rankings. But if the major factions get this, then they'll only widen the gap even more. Things are heating up. The Quench Company submitted their bid with 5 million gold coins. It wasn't long after that another knock came, this time again coming from the VIP room. 10 million gold coins coming from Sinclair's Elixir. The Gilderon Company makes a counter with 20 million. The Magic Tower enters the fray with 30. Once the major factions showed up, the numbers just kept going higher and higher with seemingly no limits at all. It was at this point that no other company could even try to enter the bid. They would have to sell everything they owned and bankrupt themselves if they wanted to just match the current bid. And it didn't even seem like the bid would just stop there. "Alaric bids 40 million. Does anybody want to fight that?" Barnaby asked with a huge smile on his face. This unexpected windfall was very fortunate for him. Another 6 simultaneous knocks came from the second floor. "The Rising Six uses their combined resources to offer 50 million, Barnaby screamed. This time, the crowd were amazed that the Rising Six could even keep up with the major factions. As expected of them, only they can stand a chance against those behemoths. It makes sense, they're more desperate, more hungry to get the item. Let's go Rising Six. Meanwhile, while all of this was going down, Michael suddenly felt something knocking from the wall to his left. He turned around and saw that a portal appeared from the solid stone wall, leading to a completely new pocket dimension. Using his supreme skill, he tried to see through the portal and see who or what was inside it. His eyes widened as he saw a familiar face. He walked towards the portal and walked through the other side just as easily as he would walk through. A door. The pocket dimension was a small enclosed room lit up with a magic mode of light. There was only a simple wooden table in the middle with 2 cups of hot tea ready to drink and 2 chairs on opposite sides. The chair opposite him was already occupied by an old yet spry woman with gray hair. "Duchess, I didn't think that we could communicate with other bidders," he greeted her. The Duchess laughed and gestured for Michael to sit in his chair. Barnaby's auction allows bidders to request a pocket dimension to communicate with others. "Sit," she replied. Michael sat down and met with the Duchess face to face. "I'm glad you made it to the auction. I was worried that the sudden change in schedule would hinder you from entering. I'm glad I warned you beforehand," she said, sipping her tea. "You let Fudge eavesdrop," he realized. "Yes, that little slime of yours is very strange but oddly charming. I see him just jumping around and teaching my grandchildren the art of becoming a ninja," the Duchess cackled. "Thanks for warning me. I was able to prepare more soda because of that." The Duchess warmly smiled. "Of course, I am rooting for you, you know. That's actually why I'm here talking to you right now. I'm here to give you advice." He had a feeling he knew what she was talking about. After all, even in this pocket dimension, he could hear Barnaby's voice echoing through the walls as the price of the pixie dust went up and up. "Is it about the merman?" he asked her straight. "That's right. Before I met you, do you remember that I was out of Metropolis? Well, I was out there talking with the mermen. And one of the things they discussed to me is their desire to meet and speak with the Pixie Queen and the fairies." This confirmed his guess. Do they want to meet the Pixie Queen or just the fairies? They want the fairies themselves. They say that they are the key to what they're looking for here in the royal continent. They hope to find the Pixie Queen and strike a mutually advantageous deal with her, she revealed. Michael sipped his tea while in deep thought. He didn't know enough about the mermen to guess their intentions. If he wanted to know, then he'd most likely have to speak with them first. He should already know how important the mermen are in the royal continent. He shook his head. Why are they important? Is it just because Sue comes from their home place? Yes, that is one part of that. But the most important reason is that the merman's currency is one of the most valuable things in this world. It's called the sand dollar, and you can use them to pay for a lot of things that normally can't be paid for with money. For example, God forged pieces and spirit of olds. With the right amount of sand dollars, you can have as much as you like. This made Michael sit up straight. Those were the 2 things he desperately needed right now. If the Duchess wanted him fired up, then she definitely succeeded. Do you understand now why even the major factions are interested in the pixie dust? They think that it's what will lead them to get the precious sand dollars from the mermen. If they purchase the pixie dust, then the mermen will have no choice but to speak with them, therefore giving them the opportunity for a sand dollar exchange. Michael still couldn't get over the purchasing of Sue and God forged pieces. So the mermen use sand dollars as their type of currency, and with sand dollars, one can buy God forged pieces and Sue. I thought that the mermen only had Sue, but they also have God forged pieces. Not exactly. You're right that they are the only source of Sue in the entire world. However, God forged pieces are found everywhere as long as you look hard enough. Organizations and companies can buy God forged pieces as long as they have enough gold coins, but they can't buy all the Sue they want even if they had all the money in the world. That's because Sue can only be bought with sand dollars. So what other people do is that they sell off their extra God forged pieces for sand dollars, which they will use to buy Sue. It still didn't make sense to Michael why people had to go through all that trouble. Why can't people just buy sand dollars from the mermen with our money, or better yet, just buy Sue for gold coins? The Duchess showed Michael the cup of tea they were drinking. If I were to sell this tea to a thirsty person, they'll give me gold coins because they want to drink it. But if I were to sell this to a rock, they won't buy it because it's not useful to them. Mermen live a completely different life from humans and demi-humans. For them, gold coins are just as useless as the rocks on our ground. How would you feel if people paid you rocks in exchange for your automobiles? This explanation from the Duchess gave him some more clarity he needed. Currency was only useful if the majority of the people agreed that it was useful. Anyway, this is a chance for you to get a sand dollar for yourself. You should cooperate with the Rising Six and try to outbid the major factions with your money. You'll need cooperation if you want to outbid the big leagues, the Duchess advised. Of course, if it was any other circumstance, Michael wouldn't have hesitated. But of course, knowing who he had back in his VIP suite, doing so would be a fruitless endeavor. There's no need, he told the Duchess. Hearing this, the Duchess couldn't help but laugh to herself. Oh, I see what you're getting at. You want a bid for the pixie dust yourself. Haha, I knew you were rich, but I just didn't know how much. He waved his hand. No, nothing like that. I just mean that I don't need the pixie dust. I already have them in droves. What? The Duchess asked, surprised. Before she could ask for more elaboration, Michael whistled with his hands and called for Vivi to come through the portal and into the pocket dimension. A few seconds later, a bubbly fairy the size of a finger buzzed through the portal and landed directly in his shoulder. Vivi sat on his clavicle, swinging her feet and humming a catchy tune. What you want, Mr. Reborn? The Duchess' eyes went wide seeing this legendary demi-human in the flesh. That small stature, those fluttery wings, that golden ethereal glow that surrounded her, and most of all, the golden dust that was coming off of her with every movement that she made. There was no mistaking it, that was a fairy. I can't, that's a fairy, the Duchess exclaimed, unable to hide her shock. Even in all her years of living, she had never seen or felt the presence of a fairy even once. She was also sure that no one had ever seen them at all. They were famous for always playing tricks and hiding away from prying eyes. Yet somehow Michael had one on his shoulders. Not only that, but they seemed extremely familiar with each other as well, as if they were friends. Duchess, meet Vivi. Vivi, meet the Duchess. Vivi fluttered her wings and buzzed around the Duchess' face, observing her looks and expression. Yeah, she's shocked all right. Mind if I take a bite? Michael immediately grabbed her and yanked her away from the Duchess. That's the Duchess, you know. The whole of Metropolis will hunt you down if something were to happen to her, he warned her. All right, Mr. Reborn, I'll just wait till we get back to the roller coaster. At this point, the Duchess had been completely speechless and flustered for the first time in 40 years. She didn't know what to say. Oh, Vivi, the Duchess tells me that the merman wants to see you and the fairies. Any idea why? Vivi tilted her head, trying to pass through her thoughts of playing Uno and into her memory center. She seemed on the verge of remembering something, but nothing would come up. I don't know, hee. Sorry, Vivi said. Michael sighed. Ugh, fine. I'll just ask your mother about it next time I see her. You know, sometimes I think that she should be the pixie queen instead of you. It was at this moment that the Duchess almost had a heart attack. Immediately, one of the Duchess' attendants, presumably her doctor, came rushing inside the pocket dimension and checked in on her well-being. He felt her pulse and listened to her heartbeat. She's healthy, the man realized, confused. She's just shocked. My bad, Michael scratched his head awkwardly. After a minute of total silence, the Duchess finally regained her senses and took a big breath. Michael, you know the Pixie Queen, you're friends with her. He nodded. Yeah, we kinda have an agreement going on. I feed her and the fairies emotions and in exchange they work for me. The Duchess could only look at Michael as if he was an alien. He was able to make the very elusive fairies into being his workers. No one had ever even seen a fairy before, much less have them actively be a part of an organization or company. Sigh, we'll have to talk more about this fairy thing later, the Duchess said, massaging her head. Headaches seemed to be a common theme around the people. Interacting with Michael. All right, sure. I also want to know more about the merman and the sand dollar thing. I'll try and introduce you to them. They usually don't accept guests because they're so hard to please, but once I tell them about your relationship with the fairies, then I think that they'll make an exception, the Duchess promised. She then walked back to her VIP suite, being guided by her attendant. He looked back at her and felt a little bit sorry for making her experience that shock. He would have told her about his agreement with the dwarves, too, but he didn't want her to be in an even worse state than she already was. He returned to his VIP suite and watched the auction unfold. Rising Six have won the auction for the pixie dust. Barnaby proclaimed. They're buying this magnificent vial only for 70 million gold coins. With such a high price, even the major factions were forced to back off. If they tried to fight, then they'd risk losing the auction for the automobile and the 15 drops of sue. Because they bid on it as a group, and that they already had a pre-existing agreement between them to share the contents, they won the item even if they hadn't played the game yet. This led a lot of people to become even more amazed by the Rising Six. Wow. They won against the major factions, who would have thought? Only they can do that. Man, I wish our company was in the Rising Six. Keep dreaming, man. If the gap between the major factions and the Rising Six is big, then the gap between normal companies and the Rising Six is even bigger. They're called the best talent of the younger generation for a reason. Eventually, Barnaby moved on to the next item up for bid. Now for this item, I must admit that even I do not know its true value. Or it is something that cannot be deciphered by me or even any other cryptologist in Metropolis. As Barnaby announced its description, a platform slowly levitated from the center of the stage, revealing the cloaked item underneath it. I have searched high and low to see if they could read or understand its contents, but to no avail. If you want to try your luck in deciphering its contents, then bid in this item you must. But just a warning, ladies and gentlemen. I have asked the Tower Master to decipher it, but even he and all the other senior wizards couldn't crack it. If you buy this and you can't break it, then we are not liable for it. Barnaby walked over to the item and ripped away its red coat, revealing it to be an ancient red tome whose condition was only slightly better than completely destroyed. The original title of the book had been stripped away by time and degradation. Its pages were yellowed and on the brink of disintegration. It looked like it would turn to dust the moment that someone flipped the page. Still, despite its condition, there were still a lot of parts in the book that were readable. Although, it wouldn't exactly be considered readable if one couldn't read it in the first place. After all, the letterings was something that no one had ever seen before, even Michael. It seemed to shift and change with each glance, making it hard to decipher even if you had 1,000 years of trial and error. Purchase at your own risk, Barnaby warned. Of course, all of his warnings only served to make the item even more valuable than before. People loved a good challenge, and the fact that no one had yet to decipher it meant that no one had yet to get its potential treasure. Even if it led to no treasure at all, the mere possibility that it could led a lot of companies to start bidding in droves. Starting at 100, 000. 120, do I hear 120? 120. 150, 000 gold coins. As everyone was bidding on the tome, Michael suddenly saw a notification in his vision. ChatJK4 almost never gave this kind of notification unprompted, so Michael knew what it was trying to say. Do you want that tome, ChatJK4? The progress for the system update had stalled for a really long time because Michael found it hard to find spells and knowledge that he didn't already know. It had stalled to the point that he was sure that if he were to touch a magic library from a magic tower, then it wouldn't even move up to 10%. You do have a point. No one has ever deciphered that book before, so maybe you'll get a lot of information from it, given, of course, that you are able to decode it. He didn't know why, but he swore he could feel ChatJK for scoffing. Anyways, he decided to knock on the tinted glass walls to give his own bid. Wow. The Reborn company bids 1 million gold coins. As soon as that name was mentioned, everyone turned their attention towards the auction. Many companies weren't interested in the tome, but they were interested in the mysterious Reborn company, who seemed to have funds equal to that of the Rising Six. A few seconds later, someone bid against him for 1.1 million. Since the price had gone up, he had fewer competitors, but there were still some who could afford a few million for the tome. Since he wasn't going against any of the Rising Six or the major factions, Michael just decided to finish the bidding right then and there. 10 million. The Reborn company offers 10 million for the mysterious tome, going once. Going twice, declared. The Reborn company was once again the subject of conversation. After all, no one was crazy or rich enough to offer so much money for relatively mundane items. Everyone was sure that the tome was worth only 3 million at most, meaning that the Reborn company was severely overbidding. But knowing what they did the previous time, Many people knew that the Reborn company was only doing this so that they would win the item without having to play the game. Wow, it must be so good to have so much money. Yeah, I get it. If I were them, I would totally do the same. Does anybody know what kind of business they own? How are they still unknown if their business is successful enough to get that kind of money? Barnaby didn't have to count down anymore. No one was going to bid higher than that. Sold. The Reborn company wins the mysterious tome for $10 million. Are you happy now, chat JK4? Man, what a tsundeer. Thankfully for Michael, everyone's attention was soon brought on towards the stage as the sound of drums beating echoed throughout the walls. Not only that, but wizards were casting light spells and illusion spells to entertain the crowd. He could tell that something real special was about to come. We have finally reached this stage, Barnaby exclaimed, drums beating in the background. I am glad to announce that we are going to be auctioning off 5 whole drops of the spirit of old. The crowd went wild, shouting and cheering with excitement. This was one of the moments they'd been waiting for. This was the moment where all of the strongest companies competed against each other to see who would win the ultimate prize. Michael immediately put his hand on the tinted glass. He was ready to fight for it. Everyone's eyes were glued at the platform that slowly levitated from the ground. Barnaby took off the red veil concealing the item, revealing a small vial the size of a small finger. Its contents were barely visible and made it seem like it was empty. After all, there were only 5 drops of su contained inside it. But of course, just those 5 drops were enough to make the entire territory of Metropolis crazy. Even the major factions looked on at the vial with desire in their minds, and if they were allowed, they would have used their enormous resources to take it for themselves. The fact that they could buy it through gold coins and not sand dollars was enough reason to bid an extravagant amount of money for it. Barnaby spread his arms wide and panned his vision through the 6 layers of private suites in the auction. I believe in giving people a chance. I know that the major factions want this vial for themselves, but I know that this would lead our other companies unable to catch up. That is why I am limiting the bidding to only those who are in the minor factions and below. The major factions are disqualified from entering. This made a lot of people happy. The less than successful companies who wanted su but knew that they wouldn't have the resources to fight a heavy auction battle against the major factions. Immediately grateful for Barnaby's announcement. Finally, they had a chance at getting those few drops of su. Of course, no one was more thankful than the Rising Six. Without the major factions, they had the best chance at getting those drops. 1, 2, 3, bid start. As soon as Barnaby finished his sentence, knocks continued to ring throughout the auction arena. The original bid of 100,000 quickly turned into 1 million just from a few seconds of knocking. Oh, we got 3 million now. Nope, 5 million. Come on, keep 'em coming, 7 million. For about 90% of all the companies in this auction, this few drops of su was the last thing that they could realistically get for the night. After all, the only things that were left in the auction were the automobiles and the other 15 drops of su. For sure, those items would get swept up by the major factions. Because of this, most companies decided to go all out and try to bid for the su drops for as much as they could afford. 10 million. We got 11 million. Barnaby was starting to feel tired as he continued to announce the bids. He decided to increase the minimum bidding necessary. I will now only accept biddings with 5 million increments, Barnaby shouted. But despite this, the frequency of knocks didn't lower at all. People kept bidding and bidding that there was practically no difference at all. Wow, 50 million bid from the mountain movers. Some groans echoed through the crowd. The Rising Six has finally shown themselves. I can't keep up anymore. I didn't think they'd increase it so high so fast. At this point, about 50% of all the companies were forced to drop out. They'd have to dip into their savings if they wanted to compete, and it looked like the price had no indication of stopping its growth. 55 million offered by the Spice Vise, Barnaby announced. Oh, another bid by the Crocodile Leather Company, 60 million. Do I hear 70? Do I hear 70? 70 offered by the Pyramidic Cuisine. Despite their cooperation to obtain the pixie dust last time, it looked like the Rising Six were back at it again as competitors and rivals. They kept bidding back and forth, increasing the price so much that only 20 companies were able to compete. As expected, they are the only ones that can compete for this sue. I should have known they are the most desperate to get it. Yeah, they'd be able to increase their ranking if they do. Maybe we'll even see a revised ranking of the Rising Six after this auction. The price of the sue had now reached a staggering 100 million gold coins. The bidding had finally come to a point where the knocking finally took a break. Barnaby could finally breathe properly now that there were a few seconds between bids. 150 million bid by the pyramidic cuisine, Barnaby exclaimed. And seeing as the bidding had finally stopped, he gave everyone one last piece of warning. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is not a normal bid and is something that I arranged myself, the rules of the auction will be a little bit different this time around. There will be no bidding for the amount of fighters in the game. All participating companies will need 5 ordinary fighters to compete for them in one part of the pocket dimension. 5 is needed because it corresponds to the 5 drops of sue that are currently up for auction. Next, the winner of the highest bid will be able to dictate the amount of magnetics allowed inside the pocket dimension. All subsequent matching bids will only have to submit 90% of the highest bid to participate in the game. Barnaby's announcement completely changed the whole premise of the auction. Normally, having the highest bid of an item gave them no advantage whatsoever. That was because other people would have an equal bid for it to participate in the game. But now there was a direct advantage on being the highest bidder. And the fact that companies could bid 90% of the highest bid to participate in the game meant that there would be more competitors in the end. This time, Beau from the pyramidic cuisine submitted another bid. 200 million, Barnaby exclaimed. At this point, everybody thought that the pyramidic cuisine would finally win the bid. But if there were any observant people in the crowd, they would notice that one company hadn't yet submitted their bid. The Reborn company was strangely silent. Meanwhile, Michael finally raised his hand and knocked on the tinted glass and submitted a new increased bid. Ho, 300 million, offered by the Reborn company. As soon as Michael's bid came through, many people immediately got intimidated. His dominant display of wealth was still very much imprinted on their minds, and it looked like he would try to do it for this item as well. They are really rich. With this, only the Rising Six can compete with him. It's amazing that such an unknown company can even make the Rising Six unable to catch up in terms of wealth. After this large bid, Barnaby began counting down. 300 million, going once, going twice, declared. For any company that wants to participate in the game, you will have to bid 270 million for the item. Immediately, 6 knocks resounded throughout the arena. Michael would have to fight the Rising Six. Amazing. Now, because of their highest bid, the privilege of setting the number of magnetics in the game comes to the Reborn company. Of course, Michael knocked only once on the tinted glass. Barnaby nodded, taking, "It is decided. There will be only 1 magnetic and 5 officers per company allowed in the pocket dimension. Companies, please prepare your fighters. Prepare to feast your eyes upon the magnificent pocket dimension that I have prepared for all of you," Barnaby announced as he once again stepped out of the stage. The white platform split in half and slowly crawled out of view, revealing a giant hole in the middle. Within this chasm, everyone could peek through and see a ginormous world that seemed to teem with life and variety. It looked really big, as if they had stepped into a new world entirely. Here's the rules of the game. To comply with the rules of the association, the normal fighters and magnetics are separated into 2 distinct parts of the pocket dimension. 5 of your ordinary fighters will land on the left side of the world, while the magnetics are put onto the right side. Both cannot interact with each other, but the results of one will heavily affect the other. The pocket dimension world was separated into 2 through an opaque wall that split the land in half, stretching all the way to the skies and all the way underground, just like Barnaby said. The left side was further separated into 5 sections, each one having its own terrain and topography. One was a desert covered with mounds of sands. One was a mountainscape with several high-reaching snow-tipped mountains. The other was an overground labyrinth made out of some kind of stone. The fourth was a dense and thick forestry rich with plant and animal life. And the last one looked like it was inside a volcano with magma flowing through the cracked ground and geysers spontaneously spouting steaming hot water all over. We shall call the left side as the key. The key side has 5 sections, each one corresponding to a single drop of spirit of old. There shall be only one designated fighter per company allowed inside each section at a time. The goal of those fighters is to find one of the keys hidden somewhere in the terrain. There are enough of these keys for all fighters in the section. If you are able to obtain this key, then your company will be eligible to obtain a single drop of su. If you can't find it or you get knocked unconscious, then your company will be forfeiting their chance to get that specific drop of su. So there are 2 choices for all of your fighters. First is to focus on finding the keys hidden in the environment. Mind you, I have made it very hard to find. Or you can choose the second option, which is to eliminate all of your opponents from contention. If you are the only person left in the section, then even if you haven't found the key, then your company is immediately eligible for the drop of su. Now let's talk about the right side of the territory named Lock. The right side was only about half the size of the left side and had only a single uniform terrain in its entirety. It looked like any normal piece of land, with a bunch of trees, a river that ran through from north to south, and a small mountain to the side. The only interesting piece about the right side called the Lock was the dome structure in the very middle, which seemed to be made out of glass like a greenhouse. Michael could see 5 pillars inside the glass dome, each one containing the vial of su. Now, the right side of the pocket dimension is reserved for the magnetic of your company. Your goal here is to get inside the glass dome. To do so, you must have at least 1 key in the possession of your teammate from the other side. Once you have entered, then you can touch one of the pillars and obtain the drop of su for yourself. Of course, if your team was only able to get 1 key, then you'll only be able to unlock 1 drop. As before, you have 2 choices in getting the su drops. First is by relying on your teammates to get the keys that you need. And second is to simply eliminate your opponents until you are the only one left. If you are the only magnetic left, then all the su will automatically be yours to obtain. This game basically had 2 modes of winning. First is to follow the rules, like getting the keys and using it to get the su. And the second is to defeat all the other opponents until there was only 1 man left standing. Because the Rising Six were intelligent, they quickly understood the rules of the game and began strategizing with their teams. They began to discuss who among them would be put onto the magma section, the snowy mountain section, and all the others of the key region. And of course, since there was only 1 magnetic allowed in this game, it was obvious that each company chose the strongest among them. And for the Rising Six, those were none other than the Rising Six themselves. While all of them had serious expressions and wore their game face on, there was a completely different vibe going on in the Reborn Company VIP suite. "This is bad. I forgot to put the pizza in the oven," Zion muttered out with a ghastly expression. "You idiot," Jaco reprimanded him. "Now what are we going to eat later?" Can I go back?" Watching this, Max and the other Vanderbilts were completely stunned. Even though they were perhaps entering one of the biggest stages in Metropolis, they weren't even taking it seriously at all. They didn't know if they should worry for them or not. After all, the Rising Six were formidable all on their own, but in this auction, they'd have to fight them all and somehow win. They would have thought that they would be knee-deep in planning by now, but instead, they were just worrying about pizza. Michael, is this okay?" Max asked. "No, it's fine. I'll have our chefs bake the pizza before we arrive." "Oh, they're ready for it, I think," he said, tilting his head with a little bit of doubt. Thankfully, Shayna got everyone's attention to focus on the task at hand. "Everyone, please prepare for the auction properly." What are we supposed to do again? I didn't understand it, hee. Zion chuckled to himself. Shayna wanted to smack her little brother, but she restrained herself knowing that they had to be in the best condition possible for the game. "You just have to worry about finding the key in your region," she stated. "Or you can just wait until someone else gets it and you can steal it from them," Fudge suggested with an evil grin. Jaco overheard this and immediately considered it. That's quite a good idea. I can just sleep for the majority of the game and let all the others do the work for me. I'll just quietly find the key. I don't want to fight the others," Yumisu muttered out shyly. "Ho ho ho, that is indeed a reliable plan, Miss Yumisu. I shall copy your idea as well. I will be digging the ground and find that key no matter What? I just hope that I don't find any bones there. Shudders. Grieve, you are made out of bones, Michael reminded him. Oh, ho 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 ho, I forgot. Michael's team consisted of the 4 Dragonborn siblings. Grieve, it was the lineup that he thought would bring them victory on the pocket dimension. And despite them not looking like they were taking this seriously, he knew that he could depend on them once the going gets tough. They would pull through for him. Once your team is ready, please go down into the arena, Barnaby announced, which the crowd absolutely loved. They were anticipating the entrance of the Rising Six and their best officers. It was not every day that they would get to see these young generations of talents fight amongst each other in a single venue. The best part about it was that the outcome of this bid could totally change the outcome of the Rising Six rankings. Finally, magic lights beamed down into the ground as Bo and 5 of her best fighters entered from one side of the arena. Her entrance was met with a lot of applause and admiration. She walked down the steps, her blonde, curly hair swinging back and forth with grace and aplomb. That's Bo Regard, she's ranked first, and look at her team, she went all out on this one. She's planning on extending her lead as the best of the Rising Six. I'm rooting for her. She's the most likely among them to reach the major. Factions in the future, we may be looking at a future legacy. One by one, each of the Rising Six walked down the steps and took their respective spots on the stage. Every one of them were met with applause and cheering. And it may be a coincidence, but they all came down in the same exact order as their rankings in the Golden 500. First was Bo from the Pyramidic Cuisine. Next was Fim, the boy with bangs from the Angelic Crafts. After him was the cowboy man Reptor from Crocodile Leather. Next to him was Erlos, the khaki-wearing man from the Alligator Company. And then after him was the muscular Tenzing from the Mountain Movers. Last but not least was Riina from Spice Vise, who received widespread applause, which came primarily from men who liked her for her beauty. She came down wearing her traditional flowy green silk dress, with a thin veil that covered her face and made her all the more alluring. Whoa, she's too beautiful. She might be the last ranked Rising Six member, but that's still far away from the likes of you. Regina ignored all of the men talking and walked to her corner of the stage. Underneath her veil, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at the empty spot right next to her team. The only one left was him. What am I even doing? She reprimanded herself. I'm going to ignore him. He doesn't matter. The only thing that I should care about is the Sioux drops. She shook her head and inwardly blamed her father for putting all those ideas of marriage in her head. He must be crazy to think that she could consider a kid like him as her marriage partner. Just then, the final magical light beamed down onto the stage. Everyone immediately turned their heads towards the last team participating. Throughout this auction, they'd seen firsthand how the Reborn company showed wealth that could even go toe-to-toe against the Rising Six. Still, the company was shrouded in mystery. They didn't know anything besides their name and their wealth. This would be the first time that they would get to see the person in charge of the Reborn company. I wonder who it is. They must be a hermit that gathered their wealth after hundreds of years. No, they gotta be a weathered middle-aged man that hates attention. All sorts of theories were thrown around, with the anticipation building even higher as the steps slowly echoed throughout the auction. And finally, as they started walking down, people got their first glimpse at Michael and his company. Everyone's eyes widened. At the very center of their team was a 13-year-old kid with golden hair and a carefree smile on his face. He wasn't anything like anyone had expected. No way, the owner of the Reborn company is that kid. Maybe we're wrong, maybe it's that hooded figure over there. Despite Michael being in the clear center of their formation, people's first thought was that Grieve must have been the enigmatic leader of Reborn. However, as they took their spot on the stage, Mickey moved away from his team and stood on the rightmost side of the platform, among the other 6 leaders of the Rising Six. This made it official. He was the leader of the Reborn company. Gasps of disbelief washed over the crowd. He owns a company at that age. Because of this, all those feats of Reborn showing off their wealth was now recontextualized in everyone's minds. They couldn't believe that a boy his age was able to command a company with such enormous wealth. Not only that, but the fact that he was in the lock region of the pocket dimension meant that he was also a magnetic like the other Rising Six. As Michael took his spot, he could feel all sorts of stares looking at him. It wasn't malicious or anything, but he was definitely the center of attention. He even caught the attention of the people in the VIP suites. The Tower Master finally got a good glimpse at Michael. Putting a face to the name that gave him a few heart attacks was a little bit comforting. Meanwhile, Kruger, the Heavenly Knight, immediately recognized Michael and finally remembered him. That's the guy who sells us chocolates, he realized. He's reached Metropolis already. The Rising Six were more surprised than the others. After all, many people considered them to be geniuses and prodigies because of all they achieved in their young age. But seeing Michael even younger than them made them feel a lot older. They would have thought he was older or at least the same age as them. To fight off the awkwardness, Michael turned to Reina, who was right next to him, and greeted her. "Hey, we saw each other back in your headquarters." Despite his greeting, Reina barely even acknowledged his presence. She kept her eyes on the pocket dimension, actively ignoring his looks. She's really serious about this game, he thought. Now that everyone was in their respective positions, Barnaby gathered everyone's attention with his booming voice. "Players, as soon as you step inside the pocket dimension, you will be transported in a random location among your regions. Are you all ready?" As soon as he said that, people began diving into the pocket dimension feet first, with some kind of magic transporting them directly on the ground. Reina was among the first to go, and Michael was among the last. Before he jumped in, Barnaby gave him a subtle thumbs up to give him good luck. He nodded in thanks before jumping into the pocket dimension as well. Once everyone was inside the game, the discussions among the crowd started. "Bo will definitely get the most drops. Did you see her power while she was standing there? I think that Fim and the angelic crafts will get at least 1 or 2. I don't know about you guys, but I'm rooting for the magnificent Reina. She's underrated." And all the guesses and predictions about who would get the drops. The Reborn company's name didn't come up a single time. Michael stepped into the giant hole in the middle of the stage, with his body slowly passing through the pocket dimension's threshold feet first. As soon as his head passed through the portal, his vision changed from an endless blue sky to a thick collection of trees around him. It wasn't a moment later did his feet land squarely upon dry soil did he finally realize that he was directly transported randomly into the territory. That was smooth. It didn't feel like transportation at all. It felt like I was just walking through a door. He looked around and tried to find his position relative to the map itself. Of course, one of the best things to do in this situation was to fly over the trees and see the entire map in a top-down perspective. However, he realized that this may not be a good idea since it could bring a lot of attention onto him from the start. After all, one of the good tactics to win in this game was to eliminate all the competition and get the drops all for yourself. He wouldn't be surprised if the entire Rising Six converged onto his location once he peeked above the crowns of the trees. Thankfully, this pocket dimension is still governed by the rules of mana. He used his supreme talent to see the world the way mana saw the world. The trees and everything around him turned into a collection of natural mana, mostly earth, water, and air. One of the rarest things to see in the natural world was light mana, so any life form that lived and breathed stood out like a sore thumb even from far away. This way, he could see where his opponents were located relative to himself. As he scanned his surroundings, he expected to see only a few collections of light mana around him. He thought he'd have to play it like everything was a Where's Waldo book as he tried to discern the tiniest bit of pixel in his vision. But as he looked at everything, he saw collections of light mana sprawling everywhere. There were those as small as an ant and those as big as an elephant. Now, animals weren't that uncommon in the pocket dimension. He saw them frequently during the games of the auction and properly prepared for their presence here. However, as he looked at all the life forms around him, he realized that they were no ordinary living beings at all. Their very presence was amplified by an intense collection of mana. These weren't animals, these were monsters. Unlike normal animals, these living beings could command magic and mana just as well as humans could, if not better. It wasn't taught to them. It was ingrained into their very body through years and years of natural evolution. This meant that their efficiency and their power could surpass even that of normal humans. Judging from the concentration of mana in their bodies, some of them were as powerful as 7-star or 8-star monsters. Although he was certain that he could survive or even win against them, he didn't want to take that chance. "Looks like I have to be careful." And just as he thought that, he suddenly heard Barnaby's voice projected up from the skies. "Players, as you may have noticed, you are not alone in this pocket dimension. I have personally added my monsters into the territory to make sure that people didn't simply just stay in one place and hide until their teammates found a key. If they did, then they could easily find themselves being hunted down by one of the apex predators of the natural world. Be careful, players, for these 7-star monsters are hungry for blood." After hearing this, Michael took a cursory glance around him to make sure that there weren't any monsters nearby. Once he was sure he was alone, he sat down next to a tree and took out his drone from his pocket. Although Barnaby explicitly warned them not to stay in one place, Michael decided to take the risk because he wanted a full view of the territory. He wanted to know what was happening in the other parts of the map, as well as where the glass dome was located. That place would be the end goal for everyone once their teammates got the key. He pushed the side of the drone's frame and a box container shot out, allowing Michael to take out its glasses. After taking another look at his surroundings and finding no one, he put on the glasses and entered the drone vision. He saw the world turn black for a brief second before his consciousness was transferred over to the drone. With a single thought, the propellers started to rotate at buzzing speeds, allowing the drone to be lifted up. He was able to carefully maneuver the drone through the thick and leafy branches of the trees before finally breaking through the crown and seeing the wide blue skies of the pocket dimension. He hovered above the trees for a brief second, using his supreme talent once again to make sure that there was no one around him. After a second of checking, he flew the drone sky high, allowing him to have a topographical view of the pocket dimension. To the left, he saw the opaque partition separating the two regions of the territory. That was where the Dragonborns were currently at. Of course, he had no intention of crossing over the borders. First of all, he didn't know if he'd get expelled because of cheating, and second of all, he trusted them to get the keys for him. Looking at the northeast side, he saw the glass dome that contained the Sioux drops. And scattered around the dome, he saw a dense grouping of high-leveled monsters just standing guard. The closer it was to the glass dome, the more dense and stronger the monsters became. Some of these monsters were so big in size that he didn't even need to use his supreme talent to see it. Their long heads and massive spiked bodies dwarfed the trees surrounding them. Chat JK4. Please make a mini-map of this world that shows me my current location. Michael saw a slightly transparent rectangular map, overlaying his current vision of the world. On the very bottom right quadrant of the map, he saw a pinging dot that symbolized his current location. With this mini-map, he was confident he'd eventually find his way onto the glass dome when he needed to. Should I explore more, he pondered. As long as I fly at a high distance, no one should notice me. He wanted to see where the Rising Six members were located. And if there weren't any monsters roaming around the territory, Michael would have wanted to stay in his drone vision and continue to look at everything that was happening in a third-person perspective. He hoped to stumble upon the Rising Six and get more information about them, their strengths, weaknesses, and especially their divas and nobility. And just as he was about to move his drone forwards, he suddenly saw something move towards his direction in a rush. With his 360-degree vision, he was able to see something small and fast running towards his direction. Is it a monster? He asked himself. Whatever it was using magic which was causing it to mix with the light mana in their body, meaning that he couldn't quite make out what kind of monster they were. Now it wasn't running directly towards him, but if they continued to run in that direction, then they would stumble upon him sitting down beside a tree. Looking at the surroundings more, he realized that they were getting chased by a much bigger monster the size of a gorilla. He quickly exited out of his drone vision, and within a moment, he found himself back in his old body, with the drone left behind and slowly flying down to his location. He turned his head to the sounds of trees, breaking and crashing into the ground echoed through the forest. As he squinted his eyes and peered through the thick crowd of trees, he finally saw what it was that was coming towards him. And as it turned out, it wasn't a what, it was a who. A woman with brown olive skin and black flowy hair jumped through branches and shrubs with elegance and grace. Her thin green veil and scarf flowed beautifully. behind her like fish in water. Contrary to that image, the one coming towards her was a giant monster hybrid of a gorilla and a tiger. Its gray skin and black fur could break through boulders and stones without a scratch. Not only that, but its striped tiger head showed two enormous fangs that could tear through an elephant with one bite. It's Reina, he realized, and she's being chased by a 5-star monster. Should I help her? Since he had a business agreement with her father, he thought that it wasn't such a bad idea to possibly team up with Reina. After all, there was no reason for them to fight. Keys were the only thing important in this game. It didn't matter if they teamed up or not, since there were 5 drops that could be shared. He wouldn't be surprised that other people from the Rising Six had also teamed up to get a better chance of winning. If he was going to be teamed up with someone, then it was much better to team up with someone he already knew. He stood up and announced his presence. As soon as he did that, Reina's head turned in his direction. Her eyes showed surprise and conflict, as if she wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing to see another player this early in the game. To convey his wish to work together, he waved his hand as a welcome. He was even about to go and fight the gorilla tiger monster for her, but it looked like she was going to take care of it all by herself. She reached behind her back and revealed 2 scimitars, one yellowish-white and the other violet-black. Almost the entire blade itself glowed with power, meaning that the weapon was a mithril relic in good condition with barely any rust. She didn't seem to acknowledge his greeting and quickly turned around to the gorilla tiger. Using her stable footing on one of the tree's branches, she shot towards the monster with her scimitars in a crossed pattern. The gorilla tiger beat its chest and charged towards her, accepting her challenge. As she got closer, the monster raised its 2 giant fists and slammed it down just as Reina arrived in front of it. Sparks flew out from the moment of impact, with Reina being thrown to the ground. The gorilla tiger smiled, thinking that it won, but then it noticed that it hadn't completely crushed the human at all. Reina stood with her feet on the ground, with cracks on the soil propagating as she fought against the weight and power of the monster. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The ground rumbled for a brief second before a rectangular pillar burst forth from the floor and hit the gorilla tiger directly in its head. The monster recoiled back, its chin aching from the magic. Still, it was unhurt. It growled and bared its fangs, intending to crush the human that dared to injure it. But before it could even attack, Reina suddenly appeared just a few feet away from the monster's head, with her scimitars held out horizontally next to her. With the momentum she gathered, Reina began twirling in the air before hitting the gorilla tiger's chest, hitting it with the force of continuous slashes. The sound of metal clinking continuously rang out in the forest as Reina spun in the air and hit the monster with her scimitar with each revolution. At first, the gorilla tiger's thick skin allowed it to withstand the first few attacks. But as Reina continued to spin, the monster's defenses kept getting whittled down until blood spurted out of its chest. The monster jumped away, creating separation between him and Reina. Angry, its body began to glow red with power as it used its innate skill to increase its power even further. Its black fur began to turn red as flames spontaneously erupted from its body. It banged its chest again, and with each slam, its fiery fur roared with it. It immediately lunged towards Reina, its giant fists balled up in flames, and its fangs turning as orange as magma. The monster tried to grab Reina, but she swung both of her scimitars and created a crescent made out of pure earth mana to deflect it away from her, giving her enough time to dodge away. Its fists crashed towards a tree and immediately turned part of the tree burnt black. Reina squatted down and closed her eyes before jumping up in the air, her scimitars crossed on her chest. Just then, red dust started to flow around her like strings. There wasn't a magic circle anywhere on her body, meaning that those red dust weren't made out of mana at all. It's her ability, Michael realized. And it was at that moment that that same red dust started to gather above Reina's head. These dust began to coagulate and form into the curvy torso similar to that of a woman's torso. The dust continued to form upwards and upwards before finally reaching the head. The dust formed the general shape of a human head before its features became molded. Michael realized that the red dust wasn't just forming one face. It was forming 3 faces at the same time. 3 facets of a woman appeared on Reina's diva. They all looked like they were the same woman, but their expressions were completely different. The one at the front showed a serious and solemn expression. The one on the right showed a happy and smiling face, and the one on the left showed a combination of anger and sadness. Once her diva had formed, more and more red dust surrounded Reina. And as she started to rotate in the air, the red dust continued to rotate with her, forming a sort of galaxy disk shape that spun as fast as a top. The gorilla tiger's eyes turned from being the hunter into the hunted. It realized the power and destruction by those red dust that surrounded Reina. It wanted to run away, but the fear of the diva woman with three faces bearing down on it made its muscles stiffen tight. By the time it regained control over its own body, Reina had already finished her transformation into a red dust Beyblade and slammed herself onto the monster's chest. Its fiery fur tried to fight off the dust that was slowly disintegrating its armored skin, but no matter how hot the monster tried to burn it with, the red dust remained unharmed. Reina's spinning red cloud of Beyblade continued to sandblast the gorilla tiger with red dust at super high speeds, eventually disintegrating its skin and fur until blood was drawn. With one last move, Reina stopped rotating and revealed herself within the red dust, with her pair of scimitars slicing the monster diagonally. The gorilla tiger got thrown backwards with force. Its huge body crashed through multiple trees, destroying them into splinters, before eventually landing on a collection of felled tree trunks, unconscious. Reina landed on both feet perfectly before casually swinging her scimitars in the air to get rid of the blood pooling in its blade. Watching this, Michael had the instinct to clap for her wonderful display of power. Her diva and her ability looked tremendously destructive, especially with those red dust that Michael estimated to each be as strong as a diamond. "Looks like you don't need my help after all," he said to her jokingly. Reina slowly turned around to face Michael, and strangely enough, there wasn't a friendly look on her face. Hello," he asked her. She tilted her head and slowly raised the scimitars in her hand as if she was about to use them. At this point, Michael knew that she was just a hair's breadth away from fighting him. He quickly raised his hands to signal that he wasn't planning on being hostile towards her. "I come in peace," he reminded her. But still, Reina walked towards him, scimitars in hand, and diva still manifested above her. Those red dust continued to revolve around her, pulsating with each step she took. "Okay, now there's no need to do this," he warned her. "We could be allies, friends even." That didn't do the trick. She continued to approach him with an angry look on her face similar to the left face of her diva. He would have thought that he did something bad to her, but he noticed that she wasn't exactly mad at him. She was mad at something, and he was just in the way. "Okay, if you don't want to be friends, that's fine. We can just be acquaintances, or maybe not. I think that we should just go our own ways. How about it?" He didn't want to fight her at all. Not only was he trying to keep a low profile, but Reina was also the daughter of Vishnu, who was the main producer of sugar for his soda business. He didn't want to sully that relationship over a useless fight that wouldn't achieve anything. But no matter what he said to her, Reina wasn't listening. She continued to walk towards Michael before she finally stopped. "I need to prove to my father that I can bring Spice Vise to the top, all by myself," she muttered underneath her breath. At first, she wanted to completely avoid Michael so that she wouldn't have to deal with what her father told her to do, which was to get close to Michael and earn his heart. But now, out of pure coincidence, he was the first person she saw out of all of them. Michael wanted to ally with her, but this was the exact opposite thing she wanted to do. She wanted to prove that she was strong enough by herself and that she didn't need him or anyone else to win. A red dust swirled as they gathered near her palm. It gathered up and coagulated into a small bird. And surprisingly enough, as the bird finished its formation, its wings started to flutter with life. Its beak opened wide like a baby crying at its birth. She then threw the bird into the air before it started to flutter its wings and fly. Reina continued to make doves from the red dust around her, eventually creating 20 identical birds that flew around her and on top of her. "Her dust can create objects and animals," Michael noted. "I guess she can create anything in her imagination." As he was observing her ability, Reina commanded the doves towards Michael's direction. These birds might look innocent, but their beaks were as strong as a diamond tip. Michael would have to be even more careful since they weren't made out of mana at all, but produced by her diva. "I'm not going to marry you," Reina screamed out. Hearing this caught Michael off guard, almost letting one of the birds scrape by the side of his head. "What? Who said anything about marrying you?" he shouted back at her. But she didn't seem to care as she rushed towards him with both scimitars ready to cleave him in half. Not only that, but there were about 20 doves hovering above Michael, just waiting for the right moment to swoop down and peck through his entire body. Meanwhile, on the auction itself, the crowd was drawn towards the action on the bottom left side of the pocket dimension. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first fight in the lock region. Michael from the Reborn company and Riina from Spice. Vies have found themselves on opposite sides," Barnaby announced. The crowd used their binoculars to peer through the hole and onto Michael and Riina. There they saw Michael being forced on the defensive as Riina continued to swing her scimitars towards him. Not only that, but her red dust doves were circling above him, diving down at any opportunity they got to pester Michael. Look at Riina's excellent ability control. She's controlling 20 of those birds at the same time as she's fighting him. She got better than last year. I think she has a chance to go up the rankings during this auction. I respect this Michael kid. He's not only rich, but it's also impressive that he can last this long against Riina. Many people were amazed at Michael's wealth and were even rooting for him to last longer in the auction. However, they considered it his bad luck that he encountered Riina so early in the game. They thought that the only way Michael could have a chance at those drops was if he stayed in stealth throughout the entire game and sneakily crawled to the glass dome to get the drops once he had the keys. But now that Riina was attacking him, they didn't think he had a chance against her. Of course, there were a few sharp-eyed individuals who saw that despite being forced to back away from Riina, Michael was never in any sort of danger at all. He seemed to be waiting and quietly observing everything he could about Riina's ability. Michael used a simple to defend against one of Riina's scimitar. Her sharp blades and quick turning momentum were able to tear through the wall quite easily, but this gave him enough time to dodge away from the 5 doves that pecked at his body. A magic circle appeared in front of his palm, manifesting a fireball upscaled to a 5th star spell. With a single thought, the fireball shot towards one of the birds that was swooping down towards him. The ball and the bird met in the mid-air, creating a fiery explosion. The fireball was able to successfully destroy the bird's body, turning it into nothing but dust. But despite getting hit by the magic spell head-on, the red dust remained completely unharmed. Just a few seconds later, the cloud of dust formed into another dove as if nothing ever happened. As expected, it's not affected by normal spells. How about a spell that's abnormal? While Riina continued to swing her scimitars at him, Michael used simple air magic to let himself be taken by the flow of the air. This allowed him to much more easily dodge her attacks. And while he was preoccupied with her, one of the doves swooped down and targeted his shoulder. This time he didn't dodge away. He let the red dust dove come extremely close to his skin. But of course, before he could get injured, an invisible prismatic shield appeared around him and protected him from the attack. The red dust dove met with Michael's unity defense. The bird's beak was where the red dust was most concentrated, so it was to briefly bend Michael's unity barrier. But as it had prolonged contact with the prismatic shield, the beak started to disintegrate and melt. The bird, feeling threatened for the first time, quickly flew away from him, with half of its beak missing entirely. It was at this point that Michael noticed that there wasn't any red dust coming to regenerate the bird's beak. It remained in that injured state until Riina herself threw a few dust powder into the bird and healed its broken beak back into its peak form. I see, that's the downside of her ability, he realized. Her red dust only has a limited quantity. Once destroyed, it can't go back. Knowing about this made his fight with Riina a little bit easier. As long as he could destroy her red dust, then his victory was only a matter of time. "How did you do that?" Riina questioned him, frightened. She didn't think that Michael would be able to destroy her red dust so soon. He wasn't even using his magnetic ability yet. It was all because of that strange invisible shield that was around him. Angry, she commanded the rest of her birds to bombard Michael with their clawed feet, hoping to break through his shield. At the same time, she jumped up towards him and rotated her body in mid-air, creating a powerful twister with her scimitar. It was a 2-pronged attack with her birds. In response, Michael created 2 magic circles at the same time. One of them summoned a snake-like dragon made out of pure air mana. As the doves rushed towards Michael, it brushed past them and caused some of the doves to be caught up in its wind. The second magic circle created a very viscous type of water similar to slime. And as Riena's rotating body reached towards him, he commanded the slime water to go in front of him. A scimitar, with the speed of almost at 1,000 RPM, would have tore through anything it touched. But as it made contact with the viscous slime, its speed began to get bogged down by the thickness of the liquid itself. Riina found herself falling to the floor as her momentum fell to zero. She landed on the ground and found her footing. Immediately, she commanded the red dust around her to vibrate at incredibly fast speeds to disintegrate the slimy water that covered her scimitar and her body. Meanwhile, at least half of the birds were able to pass through the air dragon and finally reached Michael's body. The red dust birds spiraled around him before diving down, beak first. A total of 11 sharp beaks targeted most of his upper body and crashed into his prismatic shield. Some lucky doves skidded against the prismatic shield and slid off into the ground. Most doves, though, were stuck with their beaks plunged into which was slowly getting disintegrated with the power of unity. Riena's face turned into one of panic as she realized that her dust was slowly disintegrating. Nothing she did seemed to be working at all, even though she was at the peak of the 4th stage body formation. She couldn't break through Michael's simple defensive spell. That was supposed to be impossible. Because of this, a thought soon crept up in her mind. Was her father right? Was there more to this boy that meets the eye? Was he really stronger than what she thought? Was he stronger than her? No, she cried out in denial. I can't fall now. She reached down on one of her pockets and grabbed a handful of whatever it was inside it. She opened her hand, revealing it to be a mound of yellow dust similar to that of the red dust that was surrounding her. I didn't want to use this, but I have to win. After taking in a breath of fresh air, she quickly blew the yellow dust into the environment, which slowly disseminated through the air at an incredibly fast pace. Meanwhile, the people watching the fight from above immediately recognized that yellow dust that Riina blew out. She's using it this early. Is she planning on going all out already? I thought she'd save it for Bo. Am I the only one who doesn't know what that yellow dust does? There were a lot of people who watched the auction last year. Because of that, they were able to recognize Riina's strongest and perhaps most lethal ability. That yellow dust is literally poison. Anyone caught by it will only have a few minutes left until they're knocked unconscious. Can't anyone just hold their breath? That's not how abilities work. The fact that she brought it out meant that Michael is already poisoned immediately, no matter what he tries to do. After hearing this, a lot of people immediately thought that this was incredibly overpowered. If it's so powerful, then why didn't she use it earlier in the fight? That's because he's not the only one that's poisoned. She's affected as well. That's the drawback of her ability. Michael felt his breath become shallower and shallower. His head started to ache, with his vision starting to become topsy-turvy. Not only that, but he felt his body start to weaken, not just physically, but also magically. It was as if his magic veins were slowly getting pinched, lowering the quantity of mana that was circulating in his body. He felt his knees start to weaken, almost making him fall to the ground. This is poison, but you're poisoned too. He looked forward and saw Regina in a similar shape as he was. She limped, struggling to even stand still. That's right. We'll have to fight in a poisoned condition, but I am used to it. I can fight better than you. Just as she was saying that, she suddenly saw Michael attach something to his chest. Then a click sound echoed through the forest. As soon as she heard that click, she saw Michael completely change from someone suffering from poison weakness to someone that was as healthy as a newborn. The color returned to his skin, his posture straightened up, and the power of mana circulated around his body and allowed him to feel his vitality returning to normal form. Regina couldn't believe what she was seeing. The poison that was supposed to have turned him as feeble as a 90-year-old was quickly reverted within the blink of an eye. It happened within an instant. But as she looked at Michael's entire body, the answer soon became clear. There was a faint figure of a pair of arms manifested. Above his head, it was his diva. He had finally used his ability to somehow counteract her poisoning and nullify it without problem at all. Reina took a step back in disbelief. She wanted to throw up. This was supposed to be her ultimate move, one that would have been able to defeat Bo and all the other Rising Six members easily. After all, the yellow dust that she used wasn't simply just a normal poison cloud. It didn't infect its users through contact. It used the power of her diva to contaminate Michael with her ability, no matter what. Even if he had that impenetrable shield, he would still feel the effects of her poison. She thought she'd finally gotten him, but now it was as if nothing had happened to him at all. Meanwhile, she was still sick with her own poison. Cough, you're also in the 4th stage. How did your ability overpower mine? She spent a year training herself and her abilities. Meanwhile, Michael looked like he had just transcended to the 4th stage quite recently. By all known metrics, her ability should have been able to overpower his. The crowd were just as surprised as Reina to see Michael come out of her poison yellow dust like it was nothing. They knew Reina was a formidable magnetic. And even Bo would have been caught vulnerable if she was hit with those yellow dust she carried. Around. Wow, look at that. That must be Michael's diva. What kind of ability does he have? Did anyone see what he did? I saw him put something in his chest, but I don't know what it is. I guess his ability is some kind of healing power. With the appearance of Michael's diva, people soon realized that he wasn't just a kid who had a lot of money. He was someone who belonged with the likes of the Rising Six. It was especially apparent since he had shown that he could even fight toe-to-toe against Reina. Just 13 years old and he's already in the 4th stage. That's nothing short of genius. But wait, where's his mithril relic? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, he must be using a small accessory type of mithril relic, just like a Larix ring. Back in the game, Michael pleaded with Reina once again for her to see that fighting was useless. It's not too late to be allies, he reminded her. We don't have to eliminate each other. However, his pity seemed to have made her even more resistant to his suggestion. I can't, I have to. I have to do this by myself, she said, tears almost running down her cheeks. The poison made her feel even more vulnerable than before. Michael pursed his lips and felt a little bit sorry for her. She looked like she was carrying the weight of the whole world on her shoulders. She was being bogged down by the pressure she put on herself. Knowing that she wouldn't be persuaded no matter what, he knew he had no choice. He raised his hand and created a violet magic circle in front of his palms. A purplish-green liquid shot out of his hands and gathered in a ball. This was pure poison mana, and with his absolute control over it, he was able to form and mold this liquid into the form of a venomous black widow spider. It was 10 times the size of the original spider and was colored purple and black, with poison dripping out of its skin. The black widow spider dropped into the ground and jumped towards Reina. Red dust gathered at her fingertips as she created a large eagle whose main source of prey were spiders, exactly like the one Michael conjured with magic. The eagle cried out before intercepting the poison black widow's arc using its talons. Sensing the threat, the spider shot out a spray of poison web, intending to poison the eagle and slow it down. But since the eagle was made out of an ability, it was completely impervious to normal magic and mana. It tore through the spray of web and continued to hunt down the spider. But the Black Widow was able to shoot a single thread of web towards the branch above, using it to pull itself upwards and completely avoid the eagle's hunt. Michael knew that this wasn't enough, so he conjured another magic circle in the air. This time it was colored neon blue, as it manifested a bolt of lightning that shot out at literal lightning speeds. Reina, still poisoned, conjured a thick protective barrier from her red dust to defend against the electric attack. But it seemed that the lightning wasn't aimed at her. Thunder crackled as the lightning arced upwards, completely avoiding Reina and hitting the violet Black Widow instead. An explosion rang out as the spider got caught with high-temperature plasma. The branch that it had been hanging onto was burned into a charcoal black, with some lightning streaks coming down into the tree itself. Reina thought Michael had miscalculated his attack, since it looked like he just destroyed his own magic spell. But as she looked up, she was completely shocked to see that not only was the Black Widow still in one piece, but its entire body was also crackling with electricity, as if the lighting imbued it into the construct. First of all, the crowd were once again surprised to see that Michael was able to create a realistic depiction of a spider using purely poison mana. Wizards and mages alike knew how difficult it was to imitate a life form using only one type of mana. He must have a talent for poison mana. That's really rare. Yeah, he must be really good at it too, since he could control that Black Widow with ease. And it was at that moment that they saw Michael shoot out the lightning arc into his own spider. The crowd were about to complain that Michael had just wasted his own mana, but then they saw something that made them lean forward in shock. The Black Widow was now imbued with the power of lightning mana. It was as if the spider had been bathed in electricity and could now wield it as if it was a stormy cloud. What? He changed his own spell as it had been cast. I didn't know that was even possible. It's not supposed to be. That's only possible if someone has a mastery over the two mana. Creating an animated spell like the Black Widow was already complicated enough. But then Michael went ahead and changed the very magic theory of the spell completely out of the blue, and while the Black Widow was still casted into the real world. The difficulty for such a feat was almost impossible. Even the very best and most senior wizards would not be able to replicate this exact scenario while in the comfort of their own homes. Meanwhile, Michael did it in a high-stakes environment while fighting a magnetic of his own level. That means he has two-element mastery. I see now why he's the leader of the Reborn company. He's not only rich, but he's also talented in the mystic arts. Coupled with his strange magnetic ability, I think he has a real chance of defeating Reina at this point. Back in the game, Reina stared at the electrically charged Black Widow with shock written all over her face. She was starting to realize that she completely underestimated his skills in the mystic arts. But she resolved herself. If she could hang on a little bit longer, the poison in her body would wear off. This would be a doable task, since she knew that despite the double-element Black Widow above her, it wouldn't affect her as long as she used her red dust as proper defense. The Black Widow faced Reina and shot out 3 bursts of web in her direction. Each one was charged with almost 1,000 volts of electricity, enough to turn her completely unconscious. She commanded her red dust to coalesce into a dense liquid-like splash that would wash the web away from her. The webs hit the thick red dust wave, unable to pierce through. However, the Black Widow jumped down from the tree and used the floating red dust wave to swing below it and shoot another web towards Reina. She wrapped the red dust onto her 2 scimitars and used it to hit the webs away from her and cut it from its source. The severed webs slowly floated down into the ground. However, what she didn't realize was that the webs were still charged with electricity, despite it being cut off. The webs touched down onto one of the wet grass blades, and immediately a surge of electricity burst forth and electrified the entire ground. At the very last second, Reina created boots out of red dust, allowing her to be unaffected by the electricity. She knew that it would only be a matter of time until she couldn't react fast enough to defend herself, so she went ahead and attacked Michael head-on. This was one of the best ways to deal with a mage. As she rushed towards him, Michael jumped up and floated in the air. But it looked like Reina was waiting for that as she coated her scimitars with red dust, allowing it to become 20 times bigger than normal. With her giant weapons, she sliced horizontally towards Michael from different directions. Tens of trees were cut in half as her giant blade traveled through the air. But instead of panicking, Michael created 2 giant magic circles in front of him. One was glowing with a bright white light, and the other was dark and was made out of shadows. Reina's eyes narrowed as she realized what Michael was trying to do. She quickly retracted the red dust from her scimitar and used it to create a giant shield behind her. As she turned around, she realized her hunch was right. The Black Widow was right behind her, about to shoot out another burst of electric web. She used her red dust to create a platform underneath her feet, keeping her away from the ground and avoiding another electrical ground situation. She then waited for the lightning to crack, but it didn't come. It was at that moment that the white magic circle shot out a beam of light outwards, hitting the Black Widow as if it had been illuminated by the sun itself. The spider soaked in all the light it could contain, eventually allowing it to glow with power. "What, another one?" she blurted out. The light on the spider continued to grow brighter with intensity before it created a flashbang that completely blinded everyone temporarily. Reina's red dust slowly formed away from her eyes as she looked at what happened with the Black Widow. In front of her was the same spider, she had been fighting against this whole time. However, there were now two other, much smaller spiders hanging on a web string right next to it. As she looked around, she realized that it wasn't just 2 mini spiders, but 8 of them all together, surrounding her entirely. The worst part was that they were all electrically charged, just like their mother. And without a second later, all the spiders looked in her direction and sprayed out electrically charged webs in her direction. Regina braced herself, creating a cocoon of red dust that completely encapsulated her from everything around her. With this defense, no matter how many spiders there were, they wouldn't be able to affect her red dust. Now that she was safe, she closed her eyes and focused on recovering from her own poison. With this defensive cocoon, she'll have all the time she needs. Everyone was once again in disarray as they saw Michael imbue the spider with another element. This time, it was the light element, allowing the spider to duplicate itself. He has a 3-element mastery, and not only that, but it's 3 of the 4 rarest element masteries in the world. How could a genius of the mystic arts be hidden for so long? Is he from the Guild of Arcana? Wait, he has another magic circle, don't tell me. Just as they predicted, Michael's black magic circle shot out a beam of shadow that hit the original Black Widow. Gooey black substance began to envelop the magical spider, completely covering its bulbous body and 8 legs with pure dark mana. Once the shadows were fully absorbed, the Black Widow began to shimmer in and out of reality, signifying its ability to control 4 elements at once. 4-element mastery. Wait, Michael must be the genius boy from the news, the one that won the Upperwood District tournament. That can't be. I remember people saying that the genius boy controlled water, air, earth, and fire. I must have heard it wrong. Now, despite this very impressive display of magic, they could only lament that Michael was fighting against someone who could make themselves completely impervious to mana. If it was any other fighter, then he could have finished the fight by now. He won't be able to defeat Reina while she's covered with her red dust. But it was at that moment that the Black Widow spiders began to crawl towards the red dust cocoon. What are they doing? They won't be able to affect something made out of it. Ability. Once all 9 magical spiders found their place on the red dust cocoon, their bodies began to pulsate with light. As the seconds passed, the pulsation became faster and faster, as if building up to something. Their bodies kept blinking and blinking before turning completely white. And a moment after that, their bodies exploded with such immense power that it destroyed everything around it. Everything within a 10-meter diameter around the explosion turned into nothing but smithereens. The surviving trees around the crater tumbled outwards, causing other trees to fall, creating chaos. What was left was only a crater on the ground, which would have been bigger had the explosion happened on the floor. The crowd got up out of their seats and peered through the hole in the auction, trying to get a better view of what happened. Everyone gasped as they saw who was on the ground. Regina kneeled on the ground, her face and body a little bit dirtied from the explosion. She held in her hands what remained of her red dust. Almost all of it was destroyed in the explosion. The only thing left was a small mound on top of her palms. Disbelief was written on her face. What? That's not possible. Those red dust are supposed to be protected by her ability. No kind of explosion from a spell could ever destroy it. This doesn't make sense. The only ones who knew what was happening were the wizards and the mages on the VIP suite reserved for the magic tower. It's true, the boy really does have masteries in all the elements. His control over them is extremely fine. That should only be achieved through 100 years of experience, yet he's barely a teen. Tower Master, how did he destroy the red dust? Ability should be impervious to magic spells. Everyone turned to their leader. Theoretically, a combination of the 4 elements, light, dark, poison, and lightning, will create an explosion of pure mana. Its destructive properties are different from any other bomb spell. It can explain how the red dust were destroyed in this instance, the Tower Master explained. The other senior wizards could only shake their heads, even though they prided themselves in being eternal. Students of the mystic arts, they didn't know anything about that kind of explosion. Why isn't that well known? We should be focusing our research on this, suggested one of the mages. The Tower Master chuckled. The reason why not a lot of people know this is because this is one of the instances where it was only thought about theoretically. No one had ever made it practical before. Even I thought it would remain as just words on a paper for the foreseeable future. Clearly, Michael had proved that it was real. Not only that, but he was able to produce it in the middle of an auction fight. He's the real genius, the Tower Master muttered. Damn it, Braxton, why aren't you here to see this? Because of the change in schedule, Braxton was still on his way to the auction at this very moment, meaning he was missing everything that was happening in the game. Just then, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by some of the mages and wizards pointing and shouting at something. And it wasn't just them. Practically everyone in the auction was almost up at their seats, just a few kilometers away from Michael and Reina. Everyone saw a large cloud of smoke coming towards them at incredibly fast speeds. Some of the people immediately recognized what it was. No way, how could they be so unlucky? Barnaby was also surprised, not expecting this development so soon. But as an auctioneer, he had to speak up and let everyone know what was happening. Hold on to your seats, folks. Looks like our players Michael and Reina are in deep trouble. Their fight seemed to have attracted the sleeping giants underneath the ground. They are now being hunted by the great colossal earthworm. It's one of the 8-star monsters inhabiting the pocket dimension. Michiel looked at Reina, expecting her surrender. He had practically destroyed her only weapon. But it was at that moment that he felt the ground shaking with vigorous intensity. It must have been equivalent to a magnitude 9 earthquake, with how it was even uprooting trees from the ground. He quickly used his supreme talent to see what was happening at the source of the sound. And as he peered through the mana layer of reality, even he was caught off guard. He expected to see a monster like the gorilla tiger that had been hunting Reina before. But what he saw was something colossally bigger. Above ground, he saw the light mana signature of a mound that was just a little bit bigger than the trees. But then, as he looked on the ground, he saw that the small mound was just a tiny fraction of the creature's entire body. This was a worm, not just any worm, but a monster whose diet consisted of mountains and skyscrapers. It bore a close resemblance to the giant worm creatures in a famous sci-fi novel in his previous world. It looked just as big as those fantasy worms. However, this one was a lot more terrifying, given its dense collection of mana particles around its body. Michael estimated it to be at the peak of the 8-star realm, which was something that could pose a real danger to him. Of course, he immediately started to look for ways to avoid the worm. If he stayed still, then he'd get swallowed up by the worm. With air mana gathered at his feet, he prepared to take the risk and fly out into the sky. The worm was moving fast, and it would only be a matter of a few seconds before it arrived. And just as he was about to escape, he stopped himself and looked back at the ground. Reina was staying still, kneeling on the ground and looking at her red dust still in disbelief. There was a look of despair in her face that looked like she was giving up on everything. "Get up," he yelled at her, but she didn't move at all. The shaking in the ground got more and more intense before finally, the worm's giant mouth filled with spikes emerged from the ground, ready to devour its prey. It surfaced for a brief second before finally diving down towards him and Reina. He could still escape at this point, but Reina definitely wouldn't. She was accepting her defeat and welcomed the worm as if she was welcoming her end. The worm's giant face crashed into the ground, devouring everything and anything. What was left was a giant chasm in the ground, which led to the tunnel that the worm created below the surface. The crowd watching above were grabbing their seats with anxiousness. A few seconds later, everything settled down. The tremors stopped as the worm disappeared below ground, its hunger now satiated. Everyone looked for any sign of life near the giant chasm on the ground. But no matter where they looked, they saw no one, not even Michael. Reina closed her eyes and let the darkness overcome her vision. She was giving up and letting herself be swallowed by the worm. But just as she fell into the chasm of blackness that was the worm's mouth, she suddenly felt something grab her body. She opened her eyes and saw Michael grabbing her waist and slowing their fall into the worm's stomach. Michael and Reina must have been falling for a solid minute as they traveled through the digestive tract of the worm. His original plan was to grab Reina and fly her out of the worm's mouth. However, he felt something in his chest that was calling to him. It was a strange feeling, one that he couldn't quite explain. He didn't know why he was feeling this way, but he knew that he could only find the answer at the bottom of the worm. What can it be? Maybe a treasure left behind by the auction. This was a good guess from Michael, since he knew that Barnaby's auction happened once every year. It wouldn't be a stretch to think that they would reuse this specific pocket dimension throughout the different games of the bidding. Because of that, there must be a chance that the worm swallowed something during that time, and that something was good enough to be put in the auction. This was enough of a reason for him to take the risk and plunge himself deeper into the 8-star monster. So, with Reina at his side, they traveled down the worm's body before eventually landing softly at its stomach, which was flooded with a greenish acidic liquid that was slowly disintegrating the chunks of solid earth and fallen trees that it ate while on the surface. He landed onto a small floating island with a single oak tree still attached to the ground. He softly let down Reina into the ground. She was unconscious and sleeping, with her body slowly trying to recover from her own poison. And once they were safe, he took a gander at his surroundings. This place is quite cold," he remarked. Despite being inside the worm's stomach, the temperature was low enough for him to produce smoke while breathing through his mouth. He wouldn't be surprised if he found a block of ice somewhere around here due to how cold it was. The density of mana around here is also low. There's not much air mana around. There was a real solid risk of them suffocating if they were stuck here for too long. He knew he would be safe because he had his own air mana supply from his cores, but Reina would be left with nothing. "I want to explore, but I can't leave here all alone here." Michael decided to build himself a temporary house made out of all the fallen trees that the worm swallowed. He began stacking logs in a rectangular pattern, following a simple wooden cabin blueprint that ChatJK4 gave him. Building something with his own hands again made him reminisce about the times when he was just a kid, and he was building homes in the Vanderbilt estate. He has come a long way now. After building the roof, he then worked on creating a source of fire to keep himself warm. Using some firewood he chopped into planks, he used a simple fire spell to light up into a campfire. It was at this point that he felt some movement beside him. Reina had finally awoken from her sleep and was now starting to realize where she ended up. There was a look of despair on her face seeing the endless darkness of the worm's stomach. But then, her eyes softened once she saw Michael right outside of his wooden cabin, warming his hands on the campfire. "You're awake. Come warm yourself up. It's cold out here," he told her. Reina shivered. Just like he said, the temperature here was comparable to a deep winter. I'm fine by myself," she said stubbornly, turning her head away. "I can perfectly take care of myself." She tried to command her red dust to form around her like a jacket. But then, she remembered that all that was left of her ability was a few pinches of dust. Her body continued to shiver. She can't take this cold for long. Not only that, but the low oxygen in here made her feel a little bit nauseous and dizzy. It was as if she was hiking at the top of a mountain. "Don't be a stranger," Michael shouted. "Sit by the campfire or you'll get frostbite." She bit her lips, conflicted. There was still some stubbornness inside her about wanting to become independent and self-reliant. But the cold, freezing temperatures of the environment forced her to reconsider. "You can have this campfire for yourself if you want. I'll just go inside the house," he told her. She quickly held up her hands. "No, it's fine, I'll sit by the fire." She slowly inched closer to the wooden log next to the fire. I'm just temporarily borrowing your campfire. I'll pay you back some other time," she said, her head turned away from Michael. "Is this what people call a tsundere?" he asked himself. "You know, you can just say thank you." Reina remained quiet and didn't reply. With the fire crackling, the two spent a few minutes in silence as their bodies warmed. "Why did you save me?" she asked him, her eyes downtrodden and looking at the fire. "You could have just escaped by yourself." Michael shrugged. "It looked like you needed saving." Reina made a self-deprecating chuckle. "I was the one that attacked you first, yet you still saved me. Let me ask you this. Why do you want Spice Vise to become part of the major factions?" She thought he was joking for a second. "Isn't it obvious? It's because I want our company to succeed." "And then what happens after that?" he asked her again. "What do you want to achieve?" His question left her speechless. In her pursuit of greatness, she had never once asked herself why she was doing what she was doing. She just focused on grinding, making herself better than before. and because of her efforts, she was able to make Spice Vise become part of the Rising Six. But if she was going to be honest with herself, she had no clue why she was doing this. "I don't know," she muttered out. "Well, I started my company because I wanted people to become comfortable. I wanted to create inventions that would improve the lives of everyone in this world. If I had let you die just because I wanted to win in the auction, then it would violate the very reason why I'm doing this in the first place." Regina looked up and looked at Michael. She saw the genuinity in his eyes. It wasn't the naive and innocent eyes that she had expected from a kid like him. Instead, she saw seriousness and dedication in his gaze. It was at that moment that her vision of Michael completely changed, from a kid who didn't know what he was doing to a man who knew exactly what he wanted to do and would do everything he can to achieve it. Is something wrong with what I said?" Michael asked her, wondering why she was staring. Regina's cheeks blushed before she quickly averted her gaze and completely turned her head away from him. "What am I doing, stupid father? He's the one who put all of these ideas in my head." It was an unfortunate timing that her father's words rang inside her mind. "It's your chance to grab his heart, daughter, take it." Regina slapped her own head to get rid of those silly thoughts. Just because her opinion of Michael changed didn't mean that she was ready to marry him or that he was ready to marry her. "Are you okay? Do you need some oxygen?" Michael asked her, inching closer to her to inspect. She quickly scooted away from him and waved her hands no. I'm fine, you can just stay there." Michael was only worried because he noticed that the oxygen in the environment was getting dangerously low. It would explain why Regina was acting so weirdly. He needed to make something that could help her breathe. He then raised his hand and created a magic circle in his palms. As mana flowed through his veins and into the circle, an invisible wave of energy propagated outwards. This was a simple search spell, one intended to find specific elements somewhere around the soil. The waves would bounce back as visible light once it found what he wanted to find. Soon enough, his vision was filled with glowing patches of rock and soil that illuminated the worm's dark stomach. He was a little bit worried that there weren't enough materials. But thankfully, the worm swallowed deep enough underground to contain all the specific metals he needed, like copper and zinc. Regina finally looked up and saw him using complicated magic spells to form and bend the minerals into two thin cylinders, one made out of copper and the other made out of zinc. "What are you doing?" she asked him. Michael smiled. "These are called electrodes." Once those electrodes were done, he just needed two more ingredients. One was water, which was easily done through a simple spell. The other was an acid liquid, which was plenty inside the worm's stomach. So, combining all those things together, Michael was able to make a makeshift water electrolysis, which was able to make oxygen that can be breathed in for the time being. He made a simple breathing mask using wood and connected it to a metal tank via leaf straws. The tank contained the water electrolysis contraption, which allowed it to be filled with oxygen gas that can be breathed in using the mask. "Here, try this on," he said, leaning towards her. Regina was flustered and became unable to run away from Michael's mask. Although he was giving her instructions on how to use the mask, she couldn't quite make out what he was trying to say because her thoughts were filled with erratic arguments with herself. She was trying to deny the words that her father had been telling her all this time. Finally, she had enough and instinctively took a big breath. And as soon as she felt the clean, fresh air in the mask, her head immediately cleared. It was as if she regained consciousness for the first time in a long time. She now held the mask all on her own and kept breathing it in. "Breath, what is this? Breathe." "That's called an oxygen mask. The reason why you're feeling so dizzy inside this place is because it doesn't have enough oxygen. With that tank, you'll have no problem breathing again. It's okay to ask for help once in a while. It doesn't make you any less of the woman you are now," he told her. Regina didn't know what he was talking about, but the results were clear. She didn't feel like she'd pass out at any second anymore. She couldn't help but look at Michael in amazement. Not only was he a genius in the mystic arts that can control 4 elements at once, but he was also a genius in invention and innovation. He was even able to make such a life-changing machine with only a limited amount of materials. "This thing is really useful for people living in a higher altitude," I'll probably create a new product for them in the future so that they don't get oxygen deprived, he said, blurting out his ideas. This is amazing. You're amazing, she muttered out. Thanks, now you can stay here while I go and find something out there. Regina immediately grabbed his arm. What are you talking about? I want to come with you. Michael thought about going alone, but it wouldn't hurt to have a companion around to help him. Are you sure? I think it's much safer here. But no matter what he said, she was determined. I thought you didn't want to be my ally or my friend. What changed your mind? Do you think I'm cooler now? He asked, joking. Regina began inhaling the oxygen mask at a faster pace. Relax, I was joking, let's go. Began jumping through the different floating islands of the worm's stomach. Regina followed closely behind him, holding her wooden mask close to her mouth. Eventually they reached a huge pile of trash, as big as a small mountain in the worm's stomach. It was made out of slightly decomposed wood, soil, and other natural ingredients that the worm swallowed in its lifetime. There were also some few bits and pieces of armor, clothes, and weapons that the worm probably ingested a few years ago. Despite the large heap, Michael felt the call in his heart grow deeper as he looked at this mountain. He quickly ran towards the heap and began rummaging through it. What are you trying to find? Regina asked him, and even though she didn't have to, she got her hands dirty and helped Michael search for whatever it was he was trying to search for. He closed his eyes and let his body get a feel for the item's location. He let his own body move towards it, keeping himself in full concentration. Using magic, he moved thousands of kilograms of decomposing wood and soil. Still, the sheer size of the mound left a lot of places left to search. Eventually, he did find something. In the distance, he saw something peeking out of the soil. Its distinct white color made it easy to spot among the black and brown mulch that composed this small mountain. He quickly picked it up and dusted off the soil around it. It was an oval shape with a mouthpiece and several evenly spaced holes along its frame. He recognized it to be an ocarina. An instrument, that's what was calling me. But upon closer inspection, he realized that this wasn't just a simple instrument, it was a mithril relic. He didn't expect to see such a unique remnant of the past. Does this mean that the worm is thousands of years old? Of course, the ocarina could have also been left behind by a modern human just a few years ago. His curiosity led him to gently blow on the mouthpiece. And although he knew he wasn't good at playing musical instruments, he still expected some kind of note to play when he blew on it. Instead, he just heard nothing. I guess it deteriorated. But it was at that moment that the whole worm started to tremble. If the earthquakes induced by the colossal worm were bad, then the earthquakes inside the worm were even worse. Michael even almost lost his balance, which was quite a rare instance. What's happening? Regina panicked. Just like he said, they felt a tremendous amount of force pushing them forwards, as if they were in a car that went from 0 kph to 100 kph in a few seconds. The acceleration caused him and everything else to be propelled backwards and up the worm's digestive tract. Hold on, he said, grabbing Regina from mid-air and keeping her close. His would protect them from any debris that, like them, were getting accelerated to a velocity equal to that of a high-speed train. Eventually, he saw a large opening in the distance, which was letting out a huge amount of light from the sun. He braced himself as the worm broke through to the surface and shot them out of its mouth, regurgitating all that it ate for the past few hours. Michael and Regina flew through the air, with the worm's stomach acid following them from behind. Now that he had access to an abundance of mana in the air, he quickly used his shadow teleportation skill to move him and Regina out of harm's way. A huge shadow enveloped both of them and transported them back into solid ground. Just as a huge piece of boulder shot out of the worm's mouth, Michael laid on the ground, with Regina on top of him and still clutching his clothes for safety. It's okay now. Regina opened her eyes and looked around, noticing that they were finally out of the worm and back over ground. You did it, she cheered and smiled at Michael, only to realize that she was still directly on top of him. Her face slowly turned tomato red down from her neck up to her forehead. She was heating up so much that her head was starting to smoke. And finally, as if all the pressure built up had exploded, Regina completely disappeared and reappeared directly behind a tree, still blushing. Michael stood up, wondering why she was acting so weird when there was plenty of oxygen in the air. He heard a low-toned growl coming from the colossal worm itself, and if he was seeing it right, it was as if the worm was looking directly at him when it growled. A few seconds later, the worm turned around and submerged itself back below the surface. Was it because of the ocarina? He took out the ocarina mithril relic out of his pockets and observed it under normal light. When he played this, the worm suddenly got the urge to vomit them out. That wasn't a coincidence. However, he didn't see any kind of magic imbued in the instrument, so he found it hard to understand how it could have created that kind of a reaction from the worm. I guess I'll keep this with me for now. He then turned to Reina, who looked like she had finally calmed herself down. So, what do we do now? Reina cleared her throat. I think we should separate for now. I promise I won't try to fight you again. I'll just wait for my teammates to get the keys. Of course, one of the reasons why she wanted to separate from Michael was because she was afraid that she would start liking him more and more. That can't happen. After all, they were still competitors in this auction. I guess it's goodbye then, Michael said to her. He didn't mind not being allies with Reina, because that meant that he could use his drone freely. He felt much more at ease when he was using his drone vision and overlooking the entire map. That way, he could see everything with a third-person perspective. Also, he wanted to spy on the other players in the game. By now, there must have been some fights or altercations, just like he had with Reina. He hoped that he would be able to get a glimpse of their ability and plan accordingly, so that he'd be prepared when he fought with them. While he was thinking about all of this stuff, Reina slowly walked away from him. And although she was the one who suggested they separate from each other, she couldn't help but look back at Michael. Even now, she was hesitating whether she should just stick with him or keep on going by herself. On one hand, pairing up with Michael meant that they'd have a much better chance of winning the drops compared to others. She also thought that the only way that they could beat someone like Bo was if they teamed up on her. However, her own stubbornness led her to keep walking forwards and separating from Michael. Meanwhile, now that Michael was all alone, he sat down in a secluded corner of the forest and took out his drone once again. With a simple push, the container popped out and allowed him to put on the glasses for the drone vision. Once he put it on, he found himself piloting the drone itself. The propellers roared as he commanded it to move upwards, raising up to the very skies. Immediately, he scanned the area. He noticed that there were signs of fighting all around the map. There were huge patches of land where the forest had completely been balded. The lingering mana in the air allowed him to see the intensity at which they fought. This power could have only come from Bo, hailed as the strongest of the Rising Six. I missed it, he thought. He would have loved to see what kind of ability she had. He eventually set his sights onto another part of the map. This time, he was able to see two distinct light mana signatures facing off against each other. He moved his drone closer towards them, but still making sure that he was at an appropriate distance to where they couldn't hear his propellers. Once he was completely overhead, he finally saw their faces. One man was wearing a leather cowboy hat and all the swagger that came with it. The other one was wearing matching khaki pants and a shirt. If I can recall, the cowboy is called Reptor and he's from the Crocodile Leather Company. Then that means that the one opposite him is his supposed rival, Erlos from the Alligator Company. Their postures were very tense, as if they were just waiting for one of them to move before all hell broke loose. He was even tempted to just shoot a unity gun at them to make them start fighting. It would be better for the two of them to take each other out because they were ranked third and fourth in the Rising Six. But no matter how much Michael waited, the two kept standing still, as if waiting for the perfect moment. And then suddenly, both of them turned their heads at the same time. They were looking at someone in the distance. Michael panned his drone to look at what they were looking at. As it turned out, they were staring at none other than Reina herself, who had just stumbled onto their positions. Meanwhile, looking from above, Barnaby pointed at the three-way standoff that was happening in the game. Look what we have here, folks. Reina has just stumbled upon the confrontation between Reptor and Erlos. Now, we know from the history of their companies that they are long-standing rivals. Who will win? Will the crocodile prove himself to be the apex predator, or will his nemesis alligator come out on top? Or maybe we'll see the underdog win. Reina herself has proven to be quite capable when dealing with the other magnetics, given the versatility of her red dust. Reina, noticing that their stares were directed at herself, slowly walked out of the bushes and into the clearing. She had her hands up, indicating that she had no intention of interfering in whatever they were doing. "I'm just passing by," she said. "I don't want to interrupt your fight." She then slowly backed away from them, intending to go back the way she came. The two looked at her and smiled. "Oh, you don't have to go away. You're not interrupting us," said Reptar, fixing his cowboy hat. "In fact, we were just about to come look for you," Erlos said. It was at this point that Reina noticed that Erlos' khaki shorts and shirt were completely spotless. They weren't tattered from a brutal fight, nor was it stained with dirt or blood. It was speckless. This immediately came off as a red flag to her. She knew that whenever Reptar and Erlos met each other, there would always be some sort of confrontation between them. They were rivals through and through. One would always try to best the other. But this time something was different. They weren't facing each other like enemies. They were facing her as if she was their enemy. You're working together," she realized. Reptar stomped his foot on the ground, with the spurs on his cowboy boot making that rolling sound. Correctamundo. Reina defensively lowered her posture immediately. There was nothing good about the two rivals settling there. Conflict and working together. "You know, Reina, we realize that we stand a better chance to win the Sioux drops if we put all of our energy from fighting one another to fighting all the others," Erlos said, walking cautiously towards her, as if he was approaching a wild animal and trying not to spook it. "You understand us, right? I mean, if we're honest with ourselves, there's no way that we're ever going to defeat Bo by ourselves. Sometimes we need to team up." Reina had her hands behind her back, slowly reaching for her scimitars. The remaining speck of red dust in her body slowly gathered around her palms, ready to be used. "Now you want to eliminate me," she said to them, scoffing. Reptar tipped his cowboy hat to her. No, not yet. We've known each other for way too long. We're planning to defeat that guy from Reborn. We're better off starting with the weakest first, no offense to him." Erlos agreed. "It's just the smartest move we can make. We don't have anything against the guy. We even commend him for how he had performed in the auction. But let's face it, this is a competition, not a friendly meeting. Someone has to be eliminated one way or the other. And we just don't want it to be us." Reina gritted her teeth. Knowing that they were targeting Michael, she tried not to look back in his direction. "Then you should let me leave and I'll let you guys be," she lied. She was going to go back and warn Michael what they were planning. "Come on, Reina. We know you met with the boy. We know you fought against him. That's the reason why we're even here in the first place," Erlos admitted. "Just tell us where he is, and you can go on your way." If she told them where he was, then she could hold on to the game for much longer. There could even be a chance for her teammate on the other side to find a key and allow her to take one of the drops in the glass dome. This was what she wanted. She told herself that she would do anything she could to get Spice Vise into the major faction. And the way to do that was to betray Michael. "We didn't even say we're allies, so I won't be betraying him," she reasoned. But no matter what she tried to think, she couldn't bring herself to move. Just then, she remembered what Michael said to her in the worm's stomach. "I'm doing this to make people feel comfortable." His words were like a bolt of lightning in her mind. What was she doing this for anyway? She only started working on her father's company because she treasured her late mother's memory of cooking with spices. Because of that, she wanted other people to feel as happy as she did when cooking with spices. That was the reason why she was doing this. She wasn't doing this because she wanted to become part of the major factions. She just wanted spices, her spices, to spread love and joy throughout the world. And with this breakthrough, Reina knew what she had to do. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." The two looked at her, surprised. They thought that she'd have no problem telling them Michael's location. "That's fine," Erlos sighed. "We'll just look for him ourselves." The two of them slowly walked in the direction from where she and Michael separated. And just as they walked past her, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Are you serious?" Reptar asked, grabbing his cowboy hat. "You're really doing this?" Erlos looked down at his legs and saw that a string of red dust was lassoed near his ankle, preventing him from moving. If he did, then he'd have to say goodbye to his feet. Reptar was in a similar situation, forcing both of them to stop. You could have played in the game for a little while longer if you had just gone on your way silently, Erlo said, taking out a whip from his waist and snapping it in the air. Reptor turned around and faced Reina. It's not usually my style to hit a lady, but this is a game, so I'll have to ask for your forgiveness later, lady. Immediately, a projection of a tremendous alligator head appeared above Reptor, its teeth bared and ready to chomp at anything. His mithril relic gauntlets glowed with a dark green energy as he used both of his hands and chomped down on the red dust string tied around his ankles. A projection of a crocodile's jaws coincided with his arms and bit down onto the string, which immediately broke off and dispersed into pure red dust. However, even those red dust was soon crushed into smithereens as Reptor's gauntlets went for another bite. Reina gritted her teeth. Her small collection of red dust had depleted even more. She should have known. He was in the 5th stage of body formation after all. She'd have trouble fighting against him if he was alone. But then, she also had to worry about Erlos, who was in the peak 4th stage. But despite the obvious disparity in strength, Reina still held strong. She had to stop them from finding Michael. Meanwhile, the crowd were in uproar over the new developments in the game. Oh my God, the two rivals are working together. That's very unexpected, but it kind of makes sense. The only way that they can contend with Bo is if they fight her together. But I kind of feel sorry for Reina. She just survived from being swallowed by the colossal worm, and now it looks like she's in even much deeper trouble. She's already used most of her energy fighting Michael. And now, she'll have to fight the number 3 and number 4 in the Rising 6. Everyone knew that she would lose immediately once they fought against each other, which was why the obvious action that Reina should take was to simply run away from them as fast as possible. With Reina's abilities, she'd find it easier than others to escape from this situation. That was what they thought was going to happen. But instead of running away, she instead insisted on fighting with the two of them for no apparent reason. What's she doing? She should run away now. Is she planning on fighting them? For what? Now that I think about it, Reptor and Erlo's obolites perfectly complement each other. Even Bo would have to be careful with it. Reina took out both of her scimitars and rushed towards the Erlos, the weakest of the two. She knew that she had a chance to triumph against them if she could defeat him first and deal with Reptor another time. She jumped in the air, twirling her body to create that signature spinning blade that would shred anything it touched. In response, Erlos raised his whip and swung it above his head, and after waiting for a specific moment in time, he snapped the whip towards her direction. And as the whip hit Reina's spinning blades, something unexpected happened. Reina felt her momentum completely stop in the air. Surprised, she looked at her scimitar and saw that Erlo's whip had wrapped itself around its blades. With such a flimsy weapon, everyone would have thought that the whip would simply get shredded into a million pieces. However, that whip wasn't just a normal weapon. It was a mithril relic, and one that was powered by Erlo's ability. The skeletal jaws of a long-nosed alligator appeared on top of Erlo's head. This skeleton was much different from normal alligators, as its teeth perfectly fit together, leaving behind no gaps nor holes when it was clamped together. Reina looked at her blades and saw that a miniature skeletal jaw had clamped itself on her scimitar. No matter how much she tried to move her scimitar, it wouldn't budge at all. Just then, Erlos yanked the whip back towards him, carrying Reina and her scimitar blades with it. Reina prepared one of her blades, taking this as a chance to enter close quarters combat with Erlos. But it was at this moment that she realized that on the corner of her eyes, Reptor had quietly moved into place and was ready to intercept her. Reptor's two hands were openly positioned, as if it was a crocodile's jaws just waiting to crush anything that came near it. She immediately aborted her plans and tried to cut off the whip that tied her weapon. Her blades clanged as it smashed into the leather whip. Just then, the skeletal alligator appeared and created a protective field around its whip itself, as if the whip was its own body. This was Erlo's ability. Nothing could escape his grasp as long as those skeletal alligator heads had attached itself to them. It didn't matter if she had the strongest and sharpest weapons in the world, she still wouldn't be able to get his grip off of anything. She continued to get pulled in closer and closer towards Reptor's jaws. If she got within his strike zone, then she'd find herself completely vulnerable. Finally, she gathered a little bit of her red dust and commanded them to coat the edge of one of her scimitar blades. With this addition, she sliced towards the whip again. This time, a three-headed diva woman imbued power into her weapon and fought against the power of the skeletal alligator. The two clashed, giving off an invisible shockwave, before the alligator found itself unable to hold on. It finally let go of her scimitar, slinking back into Erlo's whip handle. However, it was just a little too late, as her momentum was forcing her to fall directly where Reptar's gauntlets were positioned. Having no choice, she braced herself and crossed her scimitars into a defensive position. As soon as she crossed the invisible threshold distance between her and Reptar, the gigantic crocodile diva's eyes lit up yellow before chomping down with such great intensity and force that it created a visible shockwave around her. This was Reptar's ability. Anything that came close enough to his strike zone would get crushed. It didn't matter if it was the most durable material in the world, they would still get crushed into a pancake. Reptar's gauntlets closed onto Reina, but not before using her two scimitars to block it from above and below. She gritted her teeth, feeling the immense amount of force that was put onto her scimitars. It was getting more and more powerful as she stayed under his jaws. Despite the force bearing down on her, she refused to give up. However, Reptar's crushing power was just too strong. Cracks resounded out of her scimitars as it started to fracture under the weight. Even her mithril relic weapons couldn't handle his power. Indignant, she used the rest of her remaining red dust to patch the cracks in her scimitars, hoping that it would give her more time to get out of this situation all on her own. However, even her red dust was starting to fail her. The jaws were starting to pulverize her dust into nothingness. Even her three-faced diva was starting to feel the pressure. She was starting to bend her neck, as if an imaginary crocodile had her by the head. Unable to hold on, Reina was forced to let go of her grip on her weapons and jump away into safety. Once they no longer had the protection of her three-faced diva, the scimitars became just like any other normal weapon in the world. Reptar closed his gauntlets onto the scimitars, crushing them into a million pieces, with its fragments turning into nothing but powder in the air. "I'm sorry it had to come to this," Reptar said, turning his gauntlets over and letting the powdered scimitar fall to the ground. "You should surrender now so you don't have to get hurt anymore," Erlos advised. The two of them started walking away from her. Now that she had no mithril relic, she had no more access to her abilities. However, before they could even take another step back, they felt Reina rushing towards them with a sharp rock she found on the ground. "Why are you being so stubborn? Is it because of that boy? Why are you protecting him?" She didn't respond and just rushed towards them with crazy eyes. "I don't want to do this. But if you continue to pester us, then I'll have no choice but to completely knock you unconscious." Reptar raised his hands and conjured the crocodile jaws into his arms. And in this vulnerable moment, Reina couldn't help but utter out, just as Reptar was going to chomp down onto the unguarded Reina, a rustling bush echoed out into the forest and alerted them of an incoming individual. They looked cautious, wondering if a certain curly blonde woman had finally found them and was about to hunt them down. They looked at the shoes and saw that it was far too small for Bo to wear. And as this person finally revealed themselves, they realized that they got half of their guess right. The person was blonde, but it wasn't Bo. When Reina looked up and saw him, her heart stopped. Why is he here? She had been fighting Reptar and Erlos exactly so that Michael could run away from them in time. Did he not hear them fighting? Instead, he came here right where they wanted him. Why, she muttered out in defeat, thinking that everything she did was for nothing. Michael looked at her. "You asked for help. I'm here," he said with a natural tone, as if it was the normal thing to do in this situation. Reina and others couldn't believe what they heard. He was also going to suffer a defeat just because Reina asked for help. It didn't make sense at all. "You shouldn't have come here, Michael," said Erlos. "We were going to hunt you down. But seeing as how much Reina wanted to protect you, we wanted to at least honor her wishes and let you continue with the game a little bit longer." Michael shrugged. "It's fine. I'm not just here to help Reina, I'm here to avenge her." Seeing the confidence and bravado that Michael said those words, Reptar, Erlos, and the other people watching from above were stunned into silence. "Just to let you know, I am in the 5th stage of body formation, and Erlos is in the 4th stage," warned Reptar. He was trying to tell Michael that just their individual strengths alone would be enough to defeat him. And once they worked together, then he would most probably become exactly like Riina in the end. They could have stood a chance if they had fought together from the start, but now Riina was completely out of the game. She didn't have her mithril relic weapons nor her ability red dust. If he wanted to fight them, then it was already too late. Everyone thought this was obvious, but from Michael's confidence, it seemed that he didn't believe them. After all, he didn't say he was going to escape, or that he was going to escape with Riina. He said that he was going to avenge her, meaning that he would defeat both of them in the same fashion that they defeated Riina. "I can't believe you said that. Now my pride won't allow me to let you go," said Reptar as he slapped his gauntlets together, with the giant crocodile above him roaring in anticipation. "Wait, Reptar, he's just a kid. Maybe he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Let's just let him go," said Erlos. Michael shook his head. "Nope, come on, let's fight me versus the two of you." Reptar and Erlos looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They knew that this was just a game, and that there was nothing personal in it, but this was a challenge that they couldn't pass up. Their pride was on the line. "You can't blame us if we go hard on you," warned Reptar. "You asked for it." "I'll step away for now, let you have a fair fight," suggested Erlos. "Nope, you didn't give that same courtesy to Riina. Why? It's because you respect her strength. You see her as someone that you need to defeat. Does that mean that you think you can defeat me just by yourselves?" Michael asked, a bit offended. At this point, Erlos and Reptar didn't know what to do. They were giving Michael all the excuses he could have, but he just wouldn't accept it. They just didn't know why he was that confident. They sensed his fight against Riina a while back, and from their estimation, he was also in the 4th stage of body formation. If he was in the 6th stage, then they would have accepted his confidence, but he wasn't. "In fact, I'll let you guys have the first strike. You're Erlos, right? You use your whip on me and drag me in towards Reptar." What is Michael thinking? Why didn't he just run away? Not only does he want to fight the two of them at the same time, but he also wants to give them the first strike. Is he crazy? Does he want to get out of the game? He can just say surrender, and he'll be escorted out of the pocket dimension safely. I just don't understand. Reptar's crunch ability will work on anyone that is below the 5th stage. There's nothing that it can't crush, literally. Everyone was rooting for Michael, but all of his decisions at this point seemed like he was purposefully sabotaging himself. Reptar and Erlos were even gracious enough to fight him one-on-one, but no, he chose to fight them together. Unfortunately, no matter how much they screamed, Michael and the others wouldn't be able to hear them. So, when Reptar began to position his gauntlets like that of a crocodile's jaws, they braced themselves for a quick defeat. Erlos began swinging his whip around, with the skeletal alligator skull slithering like a snake above him. Finally, he cracked it towards Michael. The whip elongated just enough to reach his whips and wrap around him tightly. The image of the elongated nose of the alligator manifested around the rope, as if it had Michael locked in its jaws. With a single tug, Michael was pulled forwards with enough force to make him fly a few feet above the ground. His hands were still caught under the whip, making it that much harder to escape the whip's grip. Just a mere 10 meters away from him was Reptar, who had his gauntlets ready to chomp on his body and crush his bones. As he continued to fly into their trap willingly, the audience above were biting their nails with worry. Even though Michael was already on the halfway mark, there was still a carefree look on his face, and no indication that he was actually trying to break free. He's not moving. Why isn't he panicking? Does he think that Reptar's gauntlets are a joke? I don't think he's planning on attacking at all. As Michael reached the threshold of Reptar's ability, the giant crocodile diva manifested itself around the gauntlets and readied itself for a meal. Not even a blink of an eye later, the jaws closed in on Michael with a force and speed unexplainable to physical and magical terms. Everyone closed their eyes, not wanting to see the brutality that was about to unfold. But a few seconds later, nothing happened. The sound of bones breaking and flesh shredding was nowhere to be heard. They finally opened their eyes, only to see an impossibility in front of them. The crocodile's teeth were just a few inches away from Michael's body. But it stopped there as if frozen in time. A mixture of whats, hows, and impossibles rang out from the crowd. It was as if they were looking at a frozen screen, with all of the players paused for an eternity. Erlos was stunned into silence, unbelieving of what had happened. He was staring at Reptar, who was stuck in place, with his expression frozen at the moment when he activated his ability and chomped down at his prey. He was so shocked that even his diva couldn't help but copy his movements. The alligator jaws slightly opened, as if shocked just as well as Erlos. The whip turned loose, allowing Michael to free himself from its grasp. Now that he was free, he grabbed onto the whip and pulled as hard as he could at Erlos. Still in a state of shock and unable to understand what has happened, Erlos got forcefully tugged towards Michael. And as Michael used an air spell to propel him outwards, Erlos got pulled in even more, with his feet already off the ground and traveling just as fast as Michael. Because he was so used to being the one to pull other people towards him, Erlos completely forgot to let go of the whip itself and got taken directly where Michael wanted him to be. And when Erlos finally came to his senses, he realized that he was already directly in the jaws of Reptar's gauntlets, with its teeth bearing down above and below him. Before he knew it, they just exchanged positions. He was now the one in trouble of being crunched by the crocodile's jaws. He quickly used his whip and cracked it towards the nearest tree, hoping to pull himself off of this dangerous situation. But it was at that moment that a click resounded throughout the silent forest. Reptar turned unfrozen, and his gauntlets continued on towards its original trajectory. The crocodile diva chomped on its target, with the satisfying feeling of bone and flesh being crushed with stupendous amounts of force. Ah, Erlos screamed. His entire left stomach was directly in the gauntlet's jaws. He wasn't able to escape fast enough. Ha 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 ha, this is the power of my crocodile, Michael, Reptar bragged, with the high of a successful hunt still lingering in his mind. Clab, clab, clab. Michael leaned on a tree to the side and applauded Reptar's ability with genuine praise. That's pretty good. I can see how nobody will be able to get away from that unscathed, he said to Reptar. Finally, Reptar noticed Michael in front of him. Confusion filled his face, wondering how he came out uninjured from the crocodile's jaws so fast. Was it a clone that he ate? Ah, let go of me, you buffoon. Reptar looked down and realized that it wasn't Michael who was in his jaws, but Erlos. He quickly retracted his gauntlets, letting Erlos fall to the ground, bleeding from the giant gator bite mark on his left stomach. In his perspective, everything had happened instantaneously. At the moment when he activated his ability, Michael was the one in his jaws. Yet when he completed his crunch, it was suddenly Erlos who he had bitten. It was then that he felt something fall out of his arms. The iron switch that had been attached to him dropped to the ground and rolled a bunch of times before it came to a stop. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that this was none other than Michael's power, his ability. The two glowing metallic arms above his head proved it. That's your diva, Reptar groaned. Erlos, holding his injured torso, got up and looked at Michael's strange ability. He had used it to stop Reptar's body entirely, as if he was frozen in time. A time-stop power that was for certain. But the thing that other people still couldn't believe was that it was somehow able to overpower Reptar's diva, even though they were one stage apart. The crowd, including the other major factions watching this, were perplexed. That shouldn't work, said Bobby as he leaned forward, his eyes locked on the iron switch Michael used. Reptar's diva should have asserted its dominance over a weaker diva. Dickie could only nod. That's also what happened the last time that I saw Michael fight. He was able to defeat someone one stage above him. Every single magnetic in the crowd, even the ones at the very top, were left wondering how Michael was able to do what he did, with the normal folk even more confused. That metal thing is his ability, right? I didn't even see him use it. His hands were clearly tied up by the whip. I can swear that I didn't see his arm move even once. I think I saw it. There was a blur at the moment it happened, as if that metal block was shot out from a far distance. Meanwhile, Reptar didn't care one bit about how Michael was able to do what he did. What only mattered was his defeat. Wishing to right what he did wrong, Reptar raised his gauntlet jaws and chomped at it towards Michael. In an instant, Reptar disappeared and reappeared right in front of Michael. He literally crunched the space between them and instantly nullified their distance. Reptar opened his gauntlet jaws again to crush Michael, but that momentary reload of his ability allowed Michael to jump away at the very last second. "Tusk Erlos, can you fight?" Raptor looked back. Erlos gritted his teeth before using his hands to clamp on the injury in his stomach. A figure of the skeletal, long-nosed alligator appeared in his fist and bit down onto the injury. In an instant, his wound stopped bleeding. This was one of the good things about his ability. It allowed him to minimize blood loss. "I can handle it," Erlos said. "My god forge protected me from your bite, but at the cost of my stamina." Erlos gripped his whip and snapped it towards Michael. The rope elongated to try and catch him, but Michael conjured a solid and used it as his defense. The whip smashed through and continued on its path towards Michael, but he already disappeared. Both of them looked up, eager to catch Michael. But then they saw something they never thought they'd see. Michael summoned not 1, not 2, not 4, but 8 magic circles in the sky, all of which were glowing with their own colors. 8 element mastery, both of them screamed out. In fact, it seemed that the entire auction crowd shouted the same exact thing when they saw Michael conjure up those magic circles. The only one that wasn't surprised was the tower master. "So it was true," he muttered. "That Cerberus bastard wasn't exaggerating a single bit when he talked about Michael." This kind of talent in the mystic arts was unprecedented. They thought it was tremendously overpowered for Michael to control 4 elements, but 8, that was way too unfair. Who was this kid anyway? Why haven't I heard of him before? Has he always had this mastery? And the fact that he can conjure up 8 magic circles means that his mana pool must be incredibly big. Each of the magic circles in the sky correspond to an element. From the water spell, Michael conjured a huge blob of water that slowly morphed into the shape of a hippopotamus. As for the fire spell, he conjured up a ball of flames that transformed into the shape of a tiger. For the earth spell, he chose a snake. And for the air spell, an eagle formed out from solid wind. Each one of those animals could be considered predators of a crocodile and an alligator. Their physiology was basically perfect to handle the 2 crocs he was fighting against. But of course, just having a single element wasn't enough. With the other 4 magic circles, he created pure elements that shot towards a specific animal. The hippo was imbued with the element poison. Its watery figure soon turned into violet sludge, allowing it to form a toxin that would poison anyone it touched. The tiger was positioned low, as if it was about to pounce on its target. But once it was added with the dark element, its body soon began to blend into the shade and darkness that the trees provided. As for the eagle, it was added with the light element. Its feathers began to ruffle before a few of them dropped out of its wings. As they slowly glided down, they slowly turned into a miniature eagle with the same magic intensity as the original. Last but not least, the snake was imbued with the lightning element. Electricity crackled around its slithery body, allowing it to lunge at speeds that would rival that of Thunderbolt. All 4 of these animals floated in the sky surrounding Michael. They all looked down at their prey, their bodies beginning to showcase some of their new powers. Raptor eyed the tiger with purpose. It was as if he saw a worthy adversary in the animal. He leapt into the air, converging onto the tiger. As his gauntlets clamped down onto the tiger, it suddenly disappeared into a black mist and got away from his grasp. Raptor chomped on the air and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back on the ground, right next to the tiger who had hidden itself within the shade. He punched towards the tiger right in its nose, with the animal recoiling from the power and losing some of the darkness element it had. With another punch, he sent the tiger flying upwards, where it would eventually come back down and land directly into his crocodile gauntlet's jaws. Just then, Raptor felt the ground shake behind him as he saw the violet sludge hippo charging at him. At insanely fast speeds, he jumped up and vaulted over the hippo. The animal skidded in the ground, trying to stop its momentum and turn around. But Raptor immediately charged forward and used his gauntlets to chomp at the hippo's backside. At this moment, the shadow tiger lunged at him from the side and bit his gauntlets. The tiger's shadow fangs tried to gnaw its way into the weapon, but despite its weathered condition, the mithril relic was still strong enough to withstand the bite. Raptor's body began to glow as he used his ability. The image of his crocodile appeared onto his fist and was biting down onto the tiger. And as he rotated his wrist with speed and power, his gauntlets suddenly turned into a rotating shaft that sped up to nearly 1,000 revolutions per second. his crocodile was doing the death roll maneuver. The shadowy tiger, despite being made out of the two intangible elements of shadow and fire, were immediately turned into pure mana as it got shredded into near oblivion. Raptor smiled, having conquered one of his predators. But then, he felt a tremendous force pick him up from his torso. The hippopotamus had grabbed onto him with its eyes filled with vengeance for its comrade. It charged at the nearest tree, hoping to bash Raptor's head into it. Raptor felt the weakness in his body as the poison from the hippo began to seep into his skin. The toxicity gave him a temporary weakness that allowed the hippo to slam his body into the tree, turning it into a million splinters. But instead of getting hurt, Raptor became even angrier. He raised his hands together, forming the jaws of his crocodile diva. And in one swift movement, he slammed his gauntlets together and crushed the hippo into a violet splatter. The force was enough to destroy the spell into pure matter, turning into nothingness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Erlos grabbed his whip as one giant eagle, and 4 mini-eagles haunted him from the sky. He ignored the pain in his abdomen and whipped one of the mini-eagles, snatching it from the air and bringing it back down into the ground with immense force. With another snap, he snatched another baby eagle from the skies and slammed it into a tree. And just as he was about to do it a third time, the big eagle swooped in and intercepted the whip's head. The skeletal alligator clamped into the bird before Erlos dragged it down with force. But instead of catching the entire eagle, they were only able to pluck a few feathers out from its skin. Erlos destroyed the few feathers he got, but some of them got away and turned into more mini-eagles for him to deal with. Wary of this ability from the eagles, Erlos decided to target the eagle's head, where its feathers were at its thinnest. It was at that moment when electricity crackled, and the electric snake pounced on Erlos' neck. Since the earth element was charged with lightning, the snake's speed gave Erlos no chance to dodge the surprise attack. The snake was able to pierce through his skin and deliver air into his bloodstream. This would give him an air embolism that was just as deadly as poison. Erlos grabbed the snake from his neck and clamped his hands onto its body. The skeletal, long-nosed alligator manifested in his fingers just before he slammed the snake onto the ground, pinning it down permanently. It wouldn't be able to get out no matter how fast it was. The snake crackled with electricity, and wind picked up. Like a tornado, but no matter what it did, it wouldn't be able to overpower an ability. Erlos then grabbed the snake bite on his neck, clamping onto the air that he had been injected with and pulling it out of his body safely. Just then, the eagles finally found their moment and dived down into Erlos. Their wings created wind crescents behind them, and just as the moment when they were only a few inches away from him, they turned their wings and aimed the wind crescents at him. Erlos felt 20 wind crescents enter his body, cutting his skin and letting blood spurt out. Annoyed, he began to snap his whip continuously. And with each snap, a baby eagle would be snatched up and destroyed instantly from the very physics of the whip itself. After all, the end of a whip was so fast that it would surpass the speed of sound and create a supersonic shockwave. Just as Erlos thought he'd had the upper hand, the air eagle shrugged its body so intensely that it essentially shed off all of its feathers in one go, and from those feathers, thousands of baby eagles were born. Each one was as vicious as the one before it. All thousands of eagles swooped down into Erlos and targeted his entire body. None of his skin was left untouched, as they all created their masterpiece of work that turned Erlos into a red canvas. The original now bald eagle was even more intelligent than the others and targeted the injury on Erlos' stomach. Keg. Erlos groaned, feeling the intense pain shooting up his body as the eagle pecked at the bite mark on his stomach. Enraged, he swung his whip with speed and intensity. With each revolution, his velocity was getting faster and faster until it sounded like he turned into a helicopter. Using his ability, his skeletal alligator clamped down onto the very air in the environment and began to twist them along with the rotation of the whip. It wasn't long before wind picked up even more, allowing Erlos to create a tornado that picked up anything and everything in the surroundings. Not even trees were exempted from this force. The thousands of eagles tried to fly their way out of the tornado, but the current was simply too fast for them to overcome. They eventually got pulled back into the storm, forced to go with the flow of the tornado. This was the same for the bald eagle as well. It flailed its wings, trying to gather the air mana in the air for its own use, but unfortunately, the skeletal alligator from Erlo's whip snatched every single air mana in the environment. Even if it was a master of the sky, it was still unable to fight against the unreasonable power of an ability. On every layer of the tornado, Erlo's multiple skeletal alligators went in different directions, turning the entire thing into a giant blender that tore up anything unfortunate enough to get picked up. Feathers were turned into powdery paste, mana was turned into pure energy, everything was blended into a smooth texture. Erlo slowed his whip, eventually turning the tornado into a simple breeze. None of the eagles survived. Still, Erlo's didn't come out unscathed. His whole body was covered in scratches, and his bite injury only worsened because of the bald eagle. He could barely stand up straight now because of how. There was always a stinging pain that shoots up his entire body. To let off his steam, he slammed his foot onto the restrained snake in the ground, destroying it in one go. Once Erlo's and Reptor dispatched of Michael's magic animals, it was now their turn to attack him. Erlo's wrapped his whip onto Reptor's waist before using force to rotate his body around in the air like a ragdoll. This unorthodox method ended up allowing Reptor to reach speeds he wouldn't be able to reach by himself. And once he had gathered enough momentum, Erlo's released the grip of his skeletal alligator and tossed Reptor towards Michael at insane speeds. With his gauntlets ready to bite down, he reached towards Michael and waited until he crossed the threshold. To make sure he wouldn't be able to run away, Erlo shot his whip towards Michael and grabbed onto him with his ability. Now, he can't use his immense mystical powers to get away. A magic circle appeared in front of Michael, conjuring a lion made out of fire and lightning, creating plasma. Reptor chomped down on the king of the jungle, destroying it with ease. It seemed as if no matter what kind of animal he used, or what kind of element he paired it with, anything would be destroyed in front of Reptor's crocodile jaws. Everyone thought it would finally be over for Mitchell. That was Michael's only chance. He caught them off guard, but it just wasn't enough. Now they're thoroughly prepared for him. They no longer treat him as a kid, so now they're unapologetic in their union of power. Those two's abilities work together so well. Nobody would stand a chance against them if they turned serious. See how quickly they locked him down when they started working together. But it was just then that Michael raised his hand and simply pointed at Reptor. Bright white light shined on the tip of his finger as it gathered power through a single point. Reptor didn't know what he was doing, but he had a bad feeling about it from the start. He opened his gauntlet jaws even wider, hoping to bite on Michael before he finished whatever he was trying to do. He couldn't back away now, especially since Michael had nowhere else to go. And just as he was about to chomp down on Michael's finger, the beam arrived. A single fired off from his finger and hit Reptor directly in the chest. Numbness was the only thing Reptor could feel, but a few seconds later, the pain suddenly shot through his entire body, making him squirm. He looked down and saw a hole in his chest, which was smaller than a fingernail. Blood was pulsating out of his body and slowly staining his cowboy attire red. If it wasn't for the God-forged pieces in his heart deflecting the bullet away from his heart, then he would have been dead by now. Blood dripped out of Reptor's mouth, which he wiped off immediately. Despite the pain, he knew that this was his chance to finally bite down on Michael. Whatever he did had to have needed more time to replenish. This meant that he'd still be able to finish the fight as long as Michael was stuck in front of him with no way to escape. Ignoring the piercing pain in his chest, he raised his trembling hands and created his crocodile's jaws. But it was at this moment that he saw the whip's grip loosening on Michael's waist. "No," he muttered out, lunging at Michael and quickly trying to bite him once and for all. But at the very last second, Michael's body turned into a shadow and disappeared completely from his view. "No," Reptor shouted in anger. Not only was he in deep pain from being shot in the chest, but he was also getting frustrated that Michael kept escaping from his grasp every single time. He immediately looked down and complained to Erlos about his sloppy work. "Why didn't you keep him steady?" But as he looked at Erlos, he saw that the man's chest was also bleeding just like his. Erlos was in deep pain, so much so that he couldn't even hold on to his whip anymore. This vulnerability was what allowed Michael to escape from Reptor's grasp. "You're hit too," Reptor realized. But how could that happen? He only saw Michael use one of those light things that hit him. He didn't have time to shoot down towards Erlos either. Even the eagle-eyed spectators from the crowd were unable to pinpoint that moment when Michael shot off two of those bright lights. Again with that. How does Michael keep on shooting stuff without anyone of us seeing it? Just then a buzzing sound echoed through the forest. The hovering object glowed as it gathered power in its barrel, and a moment later, the brightness peaked and released a tremendous amount of unity energy towards Erlos. He tried to get away, cracking his whip towards the nearest tree and jumping away. But unfortunately for him, he didn't come out unscathed as the drones shot off towards his leg and induced a temporary limp in his walk. After a successful hit, the drone flew away directly towards Michael, hovering in place just above his shoulders. Finally, everyone set their sights upon a metallic flying object. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Some even thought that it was a monster that somehow barged into their fight. That thing used the same spell that Michael used, so that's how he did that. What is it? Is it his tamed monster made out of metal? Or is it another one of his magical constructs? While the rest of the crowd were wondering about the drone, the Tower Master and the rest of the senior wizards of the Magic Tower were in complete disarray once they saw that Michael used. As eternal students of the mystic arts, they immediately recognized the power of all 8 elements inside the unity beam. This was substantiated by the fact that they had just seen Michael command all of the 8 elements at ease. Tower Master, what is that beam? How could all 8 elements be able to coexist in the same space without creating a tremendous explosion? And I know he has an 8-element mastery, but his finger or his entire body should have been destroyed as soon as he used that beam. They all looked at the Tower Master, the most senior and most learned among them, but even he was completely clueless. Why are you all acting like we are experts in the physics of 8-element spells? We didn't even think this was possible in the first place. But Michael must have had his whole life to create and innovate new solutions that would make the impossible into the possible. There was curiosity in the Tower Master's face, completely enamored by the Unity gun. We can get that, Tower Master, but how about that hovering object? How is it able to create a completely identical beam? Are we to assume that it also has an 8-element mastery? Not only that, but from what I can see, the metal object doesn't use any external magic to make itself fly. Tell me you can see something different, Tower Master. Unfortunately for them, the Tower Master had no answer for them. Its capabilities of flight are rooted in simple physics. We can see that the air is being displaced below it, allowing it to fly. As for how he was able to figure out the mechanics of how to do that, I am none the wiser. And as for its abilities to also use the beam, I am as clueless as you are. The wizards of the Magic Tower were not the only ones that were interested in Michael's Unity beam and his drone. Alaric couldn't help but lean forward as he observed the progression of the battle. That beam is extremely powerful, he realized. It's fast, and it's enough to damage the natural defenses of the God-forged pieces in the heart. He saw how Reptor and Erlos barely had any time to react once that beam was shot, and even if they did anticipate it, they would find it hard to defend against it and come out unscathed. That alone makes Michael a terrifying opponent, but then his eyes moved over to the hovering drone beside Michael. Its shape and its abilities were completely foreign to him, but in the end, that didn't matter. The only thing that Alaric took notice of was that it was moving as Michael willed it to. That flying metal monster of his. If it can also produce that terrifying beam, then he has essentially nullified Reptor and Erlo's numerical advantage. As surprising as it sounded, Alaric was now giving Michael a 50% chance of victory against those two. If he said this to himself a few minutes ago, he would have thought himself crazy. Reptor moved down and helped Erlos get back up to his feet. The two were injured and bleeding. In comparison, Michael barely had a scratch on his body. The progression of this fight was unlike anything they expected. "Do you know what that is?" Reptor whispered to Erlos. "No, but it's the one that hit me in the chest, I'm sure of it," Erlos replied, massaging his wound. They both looked at Michael and the drone hovering next to him. The mystery behind that metal object was just as threatening as the man himself. Their eyes were now wary of the bright white light that would appear in Michael's finger. Once they saw that familiar glow, they would know to immediately run away. "We can still win this," Erlo said. "You attack him while I keep an eye on that thing of his. It'll be easy to destroy it once his attention is on you." Reptor nodded and fixed his cowboy hat. Now that he knew what to expect, he was sure that they could finally back Michael into a corner. He lunged towards Michael, his hands open in a tiger stance. 2 miniature crocodile heads appeared on his gauntlets, with both having their jaws open and ready to bite. While he did that, Erlos focused on the drone. He cracked his whip towards the hovering metal and intended to catch it with his skeletal alligator. However, the pain from his injuries flared up and ended up making him flinch. The whip missed and hit one of the tree's branches instead. Because of this, the drone was free to adjust its barrel and aim it at Reptor. A bright white light emerged from the drone. Getting Reptor's attention, he quickly stopped in his tracks, skidding in the ground. Michael used this opportunity to create 2 magic circles at the same time. 2 magical koi fish, one made from light and poison mana and the other made out of dark and lightning. Both swam through the air and mirrored each other's actions before rushing towards Reptor. Reptor gritted his teeth and grabbed both koi fish with his gauntlets. The crocodile in his hands roared into action, twirling their bodies and creating their signature death roll. The koi fishes were shredded into pure energy. But it did its job. Reptor had no time to move out of the drone's line of sight and was just mere moments away from being hit. Just then, Erlo's whip cracked towards Reptor and wrapped around his waist. The drone's gun shot towards Reptor's body, but not before Erlos yanked him backwards and saved him from another bullet hole in the chest. But just when they thought that they were finally safe, they saw a bright white light on the corner of their eyes. They turned around, only to see Michael's finger glowing with the power of unity, just a few moments away from firing it. Reptor and Erlos felt their hair standing up on end. After seeing the pointed at them, they both used their respective abilities to protect themselves. Erlos snapped his whip in front of him, with the whip's head stopping directly in the air. His skeletal alligator clamped not on the air, but on reality itself. And with a simple tug, he bent the space in front of him, allowing him to also bend the straight beam of light that would come towards him. On the other hand, Reptor used both hands to crunch the space around him, allowing him to teleport directly behind Michael to ambush him right after he finished casting his. Their strong abilities and their fast thinking allowed them to immediately come up with counters for Michael's beam, even though they'd only seen it a few times. However, the threat of them made them forget one simple thing. That wasn't just Michael's power. Erlos thought he was protected from but unbeknownst to him, the drone had already positioned itself above him. By the time he heard that buzzing sound from the propellers, it was already too late. He looked up, only to see a small block of iron dropping from the drone and landing into his arm. Michael's switch turned off his ability for a brief second. And that was all that was needed for reality to unbend itself from Erlo's grasp. The unity gun in Michael's hands shot off, and in that same moment, Erlos finally broke free from the freezing effect of Michael's ability. Erlos woke up just at the moment when the unity beam hit his torso. "Kurg," he groaned, falling to his knees. Meanwhile, Reptor disappeared from his place and reappeared behind Michael. And in the moment Michael fired off his unity gun, he made his move. Reptor reared his arm back and punched Michael in the back of his head. The crocodile in his gauntlets had its jaws open, wide, ready to perform another death claw that would literally shred anything into pieces. Just when he thought he'd gotten Michael once and for all, an invisible prismatic shield manifested above Michael's head and fought against Reptor's crocodile. The gauntlets clashed with the shield, creating sparks made out of mana. Eventually, the power of Reptor's diva overpowered the unity defense and tore through it for the first time. The gauntlets pushed through towards Michael's back, but with its power and speed significantly reduced. The tips of Reptor's fingers brushed with Michael's clothes, tearing it into shreds. However, Michael finally recovered from shooting his body quickly turned into a shadowy gas that escaped further injury from Reptor's gauntlets. Reptor stumbled forwards, his balance broken by his miss. He fell, staring into the ground with a shocked and confused expression in his face. His crocodile should have torn through anything it touched. It was the rules of his ability. However, Michael's defensive shield was still able to withstand his gauntlets for a few moments. It may have only lasted for a brief second, but the fact that it was able to defend against an ability should have been impossible in the first place. While he was stunned, Michael conjured a magic circle beneath his feet. A giant fist made out of magma shot up and performed an uppercut on Reptar's entire body, flinging him up into the air. Since the spell was made out of fire and earth, those elements got imbued into his body. Right at the peak of his trajectory, Michael created another giant fist, this time made out of air and water. The second fist punched Reptar back into the ground, imbuing him with air and water mana. The combination of all those four elements created a mini explosion that blasted Reptar back into the ground with tremendous force and power. Reptar smashed into the ground, with his body skidding through soil, rock, and trees before eventually colliding with Erlos. The two of them crashed into a giant boulder, cracking it into half. Meanwhile, Michael reappeared in the air and felt the wind on his back. Reptar was still able to graze him in the end, creating a large gash near his shoulder blades like he had just been in a motorcycle accident that shredded his back. Thankfully, though, it was only skin deep. Despite being injured, Michael felt very good about himself. Fighting against these two made him use his powers a lot more efficiently than before. He felt like he was improving. It was at that moment that a sound echoed around him. He quickly turned around, wanting to discern where it came from. This time he was sure that the sound didn't come from anywhere but his own head. What the, am I hearing things again? He would have thought this was a coincidence, but this was the second time this happened. Chat JK4, is that you? While Michael was occupied with this mysterious noise that he kept on hearing, Reptar and Erlos were trying to recuperate from their wounds. I can't hold on much longer, Erlos said, barely able to stand on his own. Each time he tried, the pain would make him fall down. I hate to admit it, but I'm nearing my limit too. My crocodile requires a lot of power to operate, and I've already used most of them in empty bites. Reptar looked at Michael and saw the boy still full of energy. If this goes on any longer, he's going to win. We have to do something drastic. Erlos looked at Reptar. He knew what he meant. Are you sure we can only use it once? Look, I know we decided to use it on Bo, but we won't be able to fight her if we don't win against Michael now. Either we do this or we're out, Reptar argued. In the end, they both agreed that this was a do or die situation. With that last bit of strength they had, they stood up and faced Michael together. They stood up and manifested their diva. Erlos' skeletal, long-nosed alligator head appeared, its teeth perfectly molded for catching things. Reptar's giant crocodile head manifested as well, with its mouth opened and ready to shred things into pieces. They closed their eyes, gathering the power in their God-forged pieces to manifest more into the world. The images of their diva started to become bigger, fiercer, and overall became a lot more realistic. And then something strange happened. Their two divas started to bend and deform in nonsensical directions. The weird part was that both divas were contorting in the same exact way as each other. Suddenly, a visible grayish-white aura appeared around Erlos and Reptar. It slowly rose up before enveloping their diva as well. As they concentrated more and more, this aura grew bigger and bigger until they started to overlap each other. And once the auras overlapped each other, it morphed into one single flare of aura that encased them both. Suddenly, their two divas flew out of their respective positions and dove towards each other with speed and certainty. And upon collision, a shockwave of disturbance echoed outwards and brought everything to a standstill. Once the shockwave dissipated, everything settled down. But things weren't the same as before. Above Erlos and Reptar, there was a figure of a giant crocodile, with skeletal armor that wrapped around its head and modified its teeth to become even sharper and even more lethal than before. The two divas, the skeletal alligator and the giant crocodile, had now merged together into one amalgamation of each other's essences. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. No way did they just successfully synergize with each other. That's impossible. They're not even crew members, let alone friends. They shouldn't be able to cooperate with each other, with enough connection that their divas agreed to coexist with one another. It could also be that their divas are naturally synergistic with one another. We can see that their obolites fit well with each other. Everyone knew that synergies, a technique where two magnetics bond their divas together to mix their strengths together, was incredibly hard to do. One would practically have to spend 10 years working together at least, before they could synergize with each other. I thought they would lose to Michael. But with this synergy, they're bound to win literally. Who knew they had this technique in secret? They were probably saving it up to fight against Bo, but ended up using it for Michael. They might have lost their numerical advantage, but now their strength is far above Michael's. The skeleton armor-wearing crocodile opened its jaws wide, before snapping it with force and intimidation. Reptar and Erlos opened their eyes at the same time. One can see it in their expressions that they were getting ready for their final push. They were going to put all of their power into this last attack. They moved in sync, as if they were acting as the same person. They charged towards Michael, with their weapons ready to strike. And as they charged towards Michael, the Synergy Diva above them charged with them. The aura they gathered was powering the Diva and allowing it to interact with the real world, with its gigantic body pushing through the trees and destroying the crowns. I didn't know combining Divas was possible, Michael thought. He then raised his hand and powered up the in his finger. He closed one of his eyes and aimed directly at Erlos. Beside him, his drone adjusted its barrel and aimed at the other half of the Synergy Reptar. They fired the shot within a second, with the beam of unity shining towards the two at near instantaneous speeds. Just then, the aura surrounding the Synergy Diva flared up and fought against the unity beam crossing the barrier, slowing it down and weakening its power. The skeleton-armored crocodile uttered a guttural roar, using its synergy to give their respective owners more power. Reptar, with his empowered gauntlets, caught the unity beam with his hands and crushed it entirely, breaking the beam. Erlos snapped the whip towards the beam, cutting it from the source. For the first time, they defended against the. With this renewed vigor, they charged forwards. Their Synergy Diva opened up its jaws wide and started swallowing everything in its path. Trees were getting shredded into a million splinters, and the soil of the earth was getting pulverized at the same instant that they got near the visible aura surrounding the synergistic duo. They left a wake of a destroyed mess behind them, with Michael right on their sights. Michael backed away using air propulsion at the soles of his feet. Unfortunately, the synergistic diva seemed to be eating up the space in between them just as fast as he was. Running away, he then conjured up 8 magic circles. 4 animals jumped out, each having 2 elements that synergized well with each other. A hippo, an eagle, a tiger, and a snake lunged towards the giant skeleton armor crocodile. Individually, they clashed into the synergy's oppressive aura, but were unable to pass through. With Michael's intervention, the mana particles left behind by the animals connected with each other, creating a mixture of all 8 elements. And without the proper control and system that Michael imbued in them, the mixture quickly turned volatile, exploding into a giant discharge that would create a massive crater. But the giant Synergy Diva simply closed down its jaws and swallowed the explosion whole, destroying it before it had a chance to destroy. Erlos and Reptar kept charging towards Michael, thinking that victory was within their grasp. Michael reached down deep into his pockets and took out all of the switches in his inventory. Each of his fingers clasped a switch in between them. He threw them towards the Synergy duo. The switches became firmly attached to the aura of the giant skeleton armored crocodile. They turned on, briefly making the Erlos and Reptar pause in their steps, but it lasted only for an instant. The switches were forcibly flicked outwards by the aura and continued towards their target. As Michael flew away, he kept throwing switches after switches, with none of them lasting more than a small instant before they were completely overpowered. And in that moment, he felt that sound again. He didn't know why or how, but it was as if an idea was birthed into his head. It was like his instincts awakened a new idea. He stopped throwing switches and focused on controlling his drone. He willed it forward, taking the Synergy duo's charge head-on. Anyone and everyone who saw this were instantly baffled by his decision. Some couldn't even help but scream out towards Michael in the hopes that he would hear them. "What are you doing? Run away now. You already saw that nothing would stop the skeleton-armored crocodile from wreaking havoc. You won't be able to teleport away in time." In their minds, Michael was wasting his resources by throwing everything he had onto the diva. Synergy divas were a complete beast entirely. Their powers were way too large for him to overcome. However, despite their best efforts to persuade Michael, he remained steadfast in his decision. The drone hovered in the air, waiting for the Synergy Diva to reach it. And at the moment that the aura reached the drone, the skeleton-armored crocodile viciously brought down its upper jaws and chomped on its prey. Its reinforced teeth bit down onto the drone, hoping to destroy it into pieces. Sparks flew out as the crocodile met an equally strong force, resisting its bite. Surprisingly, the drone survived the Synergy Diva's crunch. The drone continued to navigate through the field of aura, with the constant pressure of the Synergy Diva bearing down on it. Its flight was unsteady, tilting to the side and bobbing up and down uncontrollably. But aside from those, the drone looked to be in perfect shape, with no deformities whatsoever. Erlos and Reptar eyed the drone that was coming to them with fear and shock. They didn't think someone could break into their synergy so easily. The drone was clearly flying towards them, that they could be certain of. Both had the same idea at the same time. Reptar reared his fist backwards before launching a powerful punch towards the drone. At the same time, Erlos cracked his whip to the drone with tremendous force, meeting the gauntlets at its side. Both weapons clashed with the drone, glowing with the power of a mithril relic. It wasn't long before the sound of cracking metal was heard, echoing out into the forest. But as they looked at the drone, they realized that it wasn't the one getting destroyed. It was their weapons instead. Reptar's gauntlets were shattering from the knuckles and propagating outwards into the wrist. Light leaked out of the cracks, as if the power hidden inside it was slowly dissipating outside. The whip experienced the same breaking force. Its head exploded into a fray of individual threads, with the other knots in the whip following its eruption like a domino. It wasn't long before both mithril relic weapons reached the final point of failure. A sense of defeat and shock flashed over Erlos and Reptar's faces, while their weapons glowed brightly. They couldn't believe that their trusted weapons would break at the very critical moment. Finally, their weapons exploded outwards with a blinding light, propagating a shockwave that sent the wind whistling in the forest. As the gust of air settled down, the only thing left in Erlos and Reptar's hands was dust. This was the only remnant they had for their mithril relics. With their weapons destroyed, their divas soon lost their only connection to the real world. The visible aura surrounding them powered down and slowly disappeared. The skeleton-armored crocodile twisted and deformed before some sort of force ripped it apart in half and returned their individual divas to their respective owners. They both fell to their knees, completely defeated in body and in mind. The loss of their mithril relics was a huge blow, not just to their own egos but to their hearts as well. They were their partners for a long time, and now it was gone with no way to get them back. They couldn't even grieve. Even at this point, they didn't know what happened. How could that metal object withstand the power of their Synergy Diva? How come it was their mithril relic weapons that were destroyed instead of it? So many questions were left in their mind, all of them unanswered. Meanwhile, in the auction room, the entirety of the crowd was plunged into silence. They had their jaws firmly dropped to the ground, still unable to process what had just happened. They were already sure that Erlos and Reptar would win because of their unexpected synergy. It was supposed to be a surefire victory on their side. But then, Michael went ahead and surprised them once more as his strange metal object flipped the entire situation around and destroyed two perfectly good mithril relic weapons into dust. How can that even happen? There's no way two weapons got destroyed after hitting a single metal object. Were they fractured from the start? Common sense dictated that mithril relics were the strongest weapons in the world, and two of them could break anything in half. So, it was either common sense was wrong, or that there was another explanation for what just happened. Wait, could it be that? I think so too. That flying object was a mithril weapon. It has to be, it's Michael's weapon. This realization sent the crowd gasping in shock. They couldn't even reconcile the idea of such a strange flying object to being classified in the same group as swords, axes, and spears. They just didn't fit together. However, this was the only explanation as to how it was able to withstand the power of the Synergy Diva and the two mithril relic weapons. Only mithril could damage other mithrils. While the majority was still unable to process this information, the major factions and some of the stronger companies were starting to entertain an even crazier possibility. Bobby was the first one to get it. As a descendant of the Hephaestus line, he studied the textbooks and the scrolls passed down from generation to generation, all the way back to the ancient times. They were being taught and molded to be the very best artisans and blacksmiths in the world. Their end goal as a family was to bring back the glory of the ancient humans. They wanted to bring back the golden age when mithril was the standard metal used in the world. Because of this, they studied mithril relics as much as they could. They observed how it was made, how it had deteriorated, and of course, how it was before when it was originally made back, when it wasn't called a relic, but an artifact. So when Bobby saw the drone destroy two minimal, rare mithril relics with ease, he immediately became certain. That flying object is a mithril artifact, he gasped. The fact that it still remained unscathed after the collision proved his point even more. All of his other crew members were just as shocked as he was. They had never set their sights upon a genuine mithril artifact before, and one that was as strange as that. I knew the disparity between mithril relics and artifacts was big, but I never thought it would be to this extent. Facing against two mithril relics it persevered. That's way too strong. How could it even fly? Is it a technological remnant from the ancient era? Meanwhile, on the other side of the VIP room, Kruger and the rest of his knights were also surprised by the appearance of the mithril artifact. The Order of the Heavenly Knights kept the most well-preserved mithril relics in the whole world. Kruger had seen multiple weird weapons in their collection, but never as weird as this flying weapon. He didn't even know how it functioned at all without the use of magic. There was just one thing on his mind. Where did he discover that flying mithril artifact? In fact, every single one from the major factions thought the same thing. But once the mystery and intrigue behind the drone died down a little bit, everyone started talking about Michael. The Wonder Boy, the mystic genius. No one expected him to come this far. But he disproved them yet again. First, he was able to defeat Reina in a fair battle. She was ranked dead last in the Rising Six, so many people weren't that yet impressed at Michael when he did that. But now they had nothing else to say. Reptor was ranked third, Urlos was ranked fourth. And their ranking was when they were just by themselves. It didn't take into account their newly found strategy of synergizing with each other. Michael didn't just defeat them one-on-one. He defeated them at the same time and in decisive fashion. He didn't crawl his way to victory, he had it in his hands the whole entire time. It became even more unbelievable for others to think that Michael was able to win against the two of them, despite facing all odds against him. He came out with but a few scratches, while his opponents got their bodies beaten up and their weapons utterly destroyed. No matter what happens in this auction from tonight onwards, Michael would come out as a figure worthy to be at the top. As for his flying mithril artifact, it would come to be known as a terrifying weapon that even the major factions had to be wary of. Michael took a big breath of fresh air. Finally, he could relax for a little bit. For a second there, he thought he'd have to escape away into safety. But in the end, a surge of instinct led him to realize that his drone was far stronger than the mithril relics of his opponents. That sound, it's trying to tell me something, he realized. He looked down at his chest, peering through to the God-forged pieces in his heart. Was it you, he asked, but there was no answer. Despite winning against two very tough opponents, there was a sense of dissatisfaction left in Michael's mouth. It was as if he was on the verge of something, but he just couldn't tell what. Ina looked at Michael with complete disbelief in her eyes. She felt like she was seeing a dream. He did it, he defeated them. Against all odds, he triumphed against two formidable fighters working together to defeat him. Even with their surprising synergy, Michael was still able to assert his victory over theirs. She realized now how foolish she had been all this time. She thought that Michael was foolish trying to take on the Rising Six all by himself. After all, she fought tooth and nail to get to the spot where she was now. But Michael proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he could contend with the best of them. She wouldn't have been able to defeat Urlos or Reptor by themselves, and together, she stood no chance even if she was in her peak condition. Yet Michael did it with his 8 elemental mastery, his mysterious time-stopping ability, and his strange, hovering metal weapon. All of those combined gave him power beyond anything she or anyone had ever seen before. Her father was right. Michael was much more powerful than she gave him credit for, Maybe he was right in other aspects as well. Daughter, catch his heart. Regina's cheeks turned beet red, with smoke almost coming out of her ears. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She saw herself in a white gown, carrying 2 babies in her hands with hair as yellow as gold. The one right by her side was a tall, dashing man with the same golden hair as her children, and once she looked closer at the man's face, she saw none other than. "What am I thinking?" she screamed under breath. She shook her head, trying to get rid of the thought, but it persisted in her mind like an endless painting. Meanwhile, Reptor plopped down on the ground, completely exhausted. "That was a mithril artifact, wasn't it?" "Yes, it is," Michael replied. Reptor tipped his cowboy hat in respect. "I hate to admit it, but you defeated us fair and square. Actually, it's not even fair since we ganged up on you." Erlos groaned as he picked off a long stem of grass and tied it on his wounds, keeping it from bleeding any further. "I guess it's our bad luck that we encountered you this early. Good fight, though. You sure gave us quite a beating." Despite the loss, both were very amicable towards Michael. Just like they said earlier in the fight, this was just a game and anything that happened within it was not personal. In fact, losing to Michael made them like him even more now. There was a sense of familiarity and friendliness that could only sprout once they had battled near death. "3 of us are down, meaning that there are 3 others left in the game. What are you planning on doing next?" Reptor asked Michael. In response, Michael shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe I'll wait it out until my teammates find a key." Reptor and Erlos disagreed with his current plan. Bo's crewmates are one of the best there is. They may not have abilities, but their fighting skills are top-notch. Not only that, but they are specifically trained for all sorts of situations, including finding hidden treasures in a location, Erlos said. "They'll find all the keys soon, if they haven't already." He was trying to say that Bo may very well be on her way towards the glass dome to claim the 5 drops of Sue hidden inside it. Michael had no time to wait, he had to strike. "You're pretty strong," Reptor admitted. "I think that you're even better than Fim, making you the 2nd best fighter in all of the Rising 6. I suggest that you find the other remaining players in the game and try to convince them to team up with you. That's the only way to make sure that Bo is eliminated before she can get the Sue drops." Both of them were rooting for Michael to win the auction now. That way, their defeat against him wouldn't be too humiliating. "Is Bo really that strong?" he asked them. Reptor and Erlos gravely nodded. "She's the top of the Rising 6 for a reason. It's not just the fact that she's at the 6th stage of body formation. It's also because of the way she uses her ability to dominate her opponents." Michael was a little bit concerned after hearing that. He knew he could defeat someone 1 stage above himself, but 2 stages, that would stretch the limit of what he could achieve. For a second, he considered their suggestion of teaming up with the other players to defeat Bo. However, this thought quickly died down. First of all, he wasn't that kind of person. He would much rather fight fairly and lose. Second of all, he wasn't that thrilled about cooperating with other people he didn't know about. It also meant that he would probably have to share the drops with them in the end. He might be called selfish for this, but he wanted all those 5 drops for himself. Just then, that familiar sound echoed throughout his mind again. His head twitched as he tried to listen to the sound more closely than before. He tried to discern what it was, but he still had no clue where it came from or what it meant. It was like he was trying to recall a word and becoming really close to remembering it to the point where it was on the tip of his tongue. But no matter how much he tried to think of it, he just couldn't remember it. This unsatisfying sensation frustrated him to the point where his face was visibly scrunched. His weird behavior was quickly noticed by Reptor and Erlos. "What's wrong?" they asked him. Michael waved off their concern. "It's nothing. I just keep hearing this sound. At first, I thought it came from somewhere around me, but now I feel like the sound comes from my own body." Reptor and Erlos both looked at each other. Their eyes signaled recognition. "You're hearing things?" Reptor asked. "What kind of sound is it?" "I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anything I know. It's kind of abstract, like a passing thought, but whenever I try to." Erlo's eyes widened. "And this sound, does it give you a new thought, like an instinct?" Michael nodded. "That's right, that's exactly what it is," he told them. Reptor and Erlos looked at Michael, as if he had just told them that he didn't know what water sounded like. "You don't know what that is?" Reptor asked, as if this was common knowledge. "That's your diva communicating with you." Erlos exclaimed. This surprised Michael. They can talk. No, they can't talk, but they can communicate with you through non-verbal signals. This happens when the diva is trying to tell you something, when it is teaching you the power that it contains, Erlos explained. When divas do this, they are communicating to their user that they are on the brink of discovering a new power, a new ability. Michael was surprised to learn that it was his diva, communicating with him throughout this entire time. And it wasn't just trying to make small talk, it was giving him clues to a new ability power that he could awaken. So that's why I feel like I'm trying to understand something I can't remember. He was pleasantly surprised to learn this. If they hadn't told him about this, then he would have probably kept on ignoring his diva's signals and passing it off as background noise. That means that I can learn a new ability, Michael asked them. Yes. As you advance through the stages, you will start to awaken more and more of your diva's abilities. That's what the body formation realm is all about. It's about learning what your diva's true power is and learning to control it, Reptor explained. But you must remember that it is also your limit. If you cannot understand or awaken the new ability that your diva is communicating with, then you won't be able to progress through the stages of the body formation realm. Even if you forcefully put all the God-forged pieces in your body, you won't be able to advance your cultivation. Your body will reject it and might cause you serious injury. Erlos and Reptor were very familiar with this rule because it was taught to them from the very beginning. They were told that cultivating a diva does not simply mean putting more God-forged pieces in your heart. It was about learning and understanding your diva. Many impatient and power-hungry individuals learned this lesson the hard way. They tried to put enough God-forged pieces in their heart to boost their cultivation from the first stage all the way to the 9th stage. In the end, their bodies turned into a pink mist as they couldn't handle the power and energy held by their diva. You're telling me that this is the first time that you diva communicated with you? Erlos asked, confused. Michael clearly already had an ability of his own. It was that iron block that somehow paused anything and everything's time and momentum completely still. So, he should have heard the sound of his diva by now. This is the first time I'd heard an actual sound coming from my diva, Michael admitted. This made Erlos and Reptor even more surprised than when he showed that he had an 8 elemental mastery. They looked at Michael and started to reconsider their thoughts on him. After all, this meant only one thing. Michael's diva had yet to reach maturity. It was still undeveloped. But despite that, Michael's time-stopping ability was already able to overpower an ability that was one stage above his own. If his ability was already that powerful, then what kind of power would he awaken in the future? Erlos and Reptor didn't feel bad about being beaten by Michael now. In fact, they felt relieved they were out of the game. It sounded like Michael was on the verge of discovering his new ability, and if they had fought him for a little longer, then he could have awakened it and beaten them down even harder than before. How will I awaken my ability? He asked them. You fight, plain and simple. The more you use your diva and your ability, the more you'll be more familiar with its power. You'll find more progress if you fight with someone that is stronger than you, someone that will challenge your strength to the fullest. You have to be forced to your limits. That's the best way to awaken your abilities naturally. By being pushed to the limits, one's own natural instincts would take over. This would make it easy for someone to tap into the hidden power of the diva. Michael was a lot more excited, now knowing that he was on the verge of a discovery. As long as he fought more, then he would eventually learn about this new ability that his diva was trying to tell him about. He couldn't help but look forward towards the glass dome. By now, the rest of the players were probably advancing towards the center of the map, trying to get into the Sioux drops. Even though he didn't have his own keys yet, he already planned on going there right this very moment. Thanks for telling me all of this, he said to them. He was genuinely grateful. And after giving them a nod, he began walking forwards, with the glass dome directly in the horizon. Wait, are you not going to search for the other players? Reptor asked, trying to stop him. He shook his head. Nope, I'm going where the action is at. He used his supreme talent to see where the rest of the players were located in the pocket dimension. And surprisingly enough, he saw 3 distinct light mana signatures near the glass dome, and if he wasn't mistaken, it looked like the 3 of them were fighting. One of them was even showing an enormous amount of energy, one that eclipsed the 2. It was easy to guess what was happening. Bo was fighting against the last two players in the game. This made him want to get there as soon as possible. He didn't want to miss out on the opportunity of fighting against other strong magnetics for a chance to awaken his ability. You don't even have keys yet, Erlos pointed out. Michael smiled. It's okay, I trust my team. After that, he sped off forwards, with his drone flying right beside him. Erlos and Repta both stared at Michael's fading figure. What do you think? Do you think he can do it? Can he defeat Bo? Repta asked. I don't know. If you had asked me that a few minutes ago, I would have said that Bo would still win against him in the end, but now, I don't know. This was the biggest compliment they could give Michael. The fact that they were even considering that he could win against Bo was unbelievable in the first place. Everyone knew that Bo was the strongest magnetic out of everyone here. It was a unanimous decision. But now, there could be some arguments to say that she was in danger of losing that spot. If not now, then possibly in the future. Michael's potential was through the roof. Just then, Erlos and Repta saw a beam of light shine down on them from the skies. Their bodies started to shimmer in and out of existence. Now that they were out of the game, Barnaby was recalling them back to the auction. Despite losing, they were both excited to see everything that would happen in the game. Looks like we'll be spectators this time, Repta said, chuckling to himself. That's not too bad. I want to see how this all plays out. Hey, Reina, want to come with us and have a watch party for the game? They both looked to the side and saw Reina still holding her blushing cheeks and swaying side to side. She seemed to be scolding herself for something. Stop thinking about him, she muttered out loud. Repta and Erlos both looked at each other. What's wrong with her? I can't get over how Michael was able to defeat them. Both at the same time. And did you see his strange mithril weapon? I want to see it in person. Wait, look over there. While everyone was still reeling over the events of what happened with Michael's fight, there was a completely new development taking place on the northern side of the map. Barnaby immediately got everyone's attention towards this new event. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that wasn't the last time we're going to see an interesting fight. Here we have the game favorite Bo going up against the other two of the Rising Six. 3 of the last 4 remaining players had gathered near the outer boundary, separating the rest of the map to the glass dome. From a point of view above them, it looked like all 3 were involved in a Mexican standoff, where they were keeping each other at bay, preventing anyone from stepping any closer towards the glass dome. But in truth, 2 of them were actually working together to prevent one of them from advancing. That was none other than Bo Rigard, the undisputed strongest player among the Rising Six. In front of her was Fim from Angelic Crafts, and Tenzing from the Mountain Movers. Fim was a youthful-looking man who looked only a year older than Michael despite being in his 20s. He wore what seemed to be a full white rain coat around himself, making him look all the more childish. Even though it looked like Fim's bangs prevented him from looking closely at Bo, he was actually fully aware of what was happening to his surroundings. Any micro-movements that Bo made were visible to him at the moment it happened. His awareness was what helped him achieve the number 2 spot in the Rising Six ranking, just below Bo. As for Tenzing, his tanned skin and his tall and lanky physique may seem like he was frail. But the truth was the exact opposite. When it came to pure strength, even Bo couldn't hold a candle to him. He was ranked 5th in the rankings, above Reina and below Erlos. The whole crowd were beside themselves in anticipation. Everyone expected Bo to win, however. Being cornered by Fim and Tenzing could prove to be her downfall this time around. But as Barnaby and the rest of the crowd looked a little closer at what was going on, they realized that the fight wasn't just starting, it was nearing its end. Fim and Tenzing were already at their limits. With their bodies bloodied and bruised, they were barely even standing up at this point. Compared to them, Bo was still in tip-top condition. She was safe within her army of cake soldiers, with no scratch nor dirt in her pink frilly dress. Fim and Tenzing are working together, but they are still losing against Bo. Wasn't Fim considered just a tad bit below Bo in strength? He almost defeated her last year in the same auction. With Tenzing around, they should have been able to defeat Bo. Does that mean that Bo became even stronger than before? Fim and Tenzing weren't even planning on working together at all. In fact, they were even fighting against each other earlier in the game. But then they stumbled upon Bo by accident, and what they saw made them immediately team up to try and stop her. Bo, with larger-than-life curled-up blonde hair, arrived with her usual pink and frilly dress that wasn't appropriate in a battle whatsoever. Behind her was a veritable army of animated stuffed toys made out of some kind of cake and frosting material. There were giant teddy bear soldiers, two-legged walking knives made out of real metal, and any other cute but terrifying creations she could muster. That wasn't the reason why Fim and Tenzing wanted to work together. It was what she had on her waist that made them alert in the first place. On her red ribbon belt, there were 5 glowing golden keys dangling at her side. Those were the keys of this game. Her teammates had already gathered all 5 of them. This meant that all she needed to do was to go to the glass dome and claim all 5 drops of Su for herself. Fim and Tenzing only had 2 keys each. It was clear that, as reluctant as they might be, they needed to settle their differences for now and stop Bo from hogging all the drops for herself. "Get out of the way, pretty please," Bo said, tilting her head and acting all cutesy. But of course, Fim and Tenzing didn't fall for her tricks. Fim held his mithril relic sword with trembling hands, revealing a white human-like figure with wings floating above him. That was his diva. Tenzing stabbed the bottom of his spear on the ground, using it to keep himself steady. He revealed a giant snowy mountain on top of him as a diva. "All right, if that's what you're going to do, then I'll just have to force my way there," Bo said, flicking her hair carelessly. "Get them!" And with those few words, her army charged towards Fim and Tenzing. One giant pink and white slice of cake charged towards Fim. With his sword at the ready, Fim performed an upward strike that sliced the cake in half. The 2 halves fell lifeless beside Fim, but a moment later, it reanimated itself as 2 individual slices of cake, albeit a smaller one. They then smushed themselves towards Fim, forcing him to the ground. Using his ability, Fim conjured a pillar of light from his hands. He grabbed this light and swung it towards the cake, burning it with intense heat and temperature. Just when Fim thought he'd be able to stand up, more slices of cake charged towards him and smothered him from all sides. As Fim conjured up more beams of light to fight off these slices, they suddenly grabbed a hold of his own beam of light and broke it off in half. One of the cakes grabbed the broken beam of light and started to bend it into its own body, creating a pillar of light resembling a candle. On the other side, Tenzing was facing 4 different teddy bear soldiers, each wearing icing as their armor. As one soldier rushed to puncture him with a large fishbone, Tenzing brought down his spear to the ground, grazing the teddy bear's head by a small margin. At that moment, his ability activated at the moment of contact, and an image of a snow mountain appeared on top of the teddy bear. Suddenly, a massive downward force overcame the teddy bear's body and instantly crushed its body as if the weight of an entire mountain was on its back. He continued to swing his spear towards the other teddy bears that came his way, each ending with the same mountain crushing them in an instant. However, just like with what happened with Fim, Bo's creation suddenly grabbed Tenzing's mountain ability and molded it to fit into their own bodies. Suddenly, each step of the teddy bears created cracks on the ground. This was why Bo was feared as the best magnetic in the Rising Six. What followed after that was a systemic dismantling of Fim and Tenzing, all without Bo moving a single inch. The crowd were completely speechless as to how one-sided the fight became. Everyone thought that Fim would have the best chance of defeating her in the auction, but as it turned out, even with Tenzing helping him, they still weren't able to get a scratch on Bo. By the end, both were completely battered, bruised, and exhausted. No matter what they did, they just couldn't defeat her endless horde of food constructs. Fim and Tenzing had to surrender. They had to watch as Bo walked towards the glass dome, completely unimpeded and with the golden keys dangling beside her. She'd get all 5 Su drops for herself. At that moment, they suddenly heard the voice of Barnaby coming out from the heavens above them. "Players, with Fim and Tenzing out for the count, there are only 2 players left standing. If you haven't gotten a key as of now, then you'd better make sure that those with the key won't get anywhere near the glass dome." Fim, Tenzing, and even Bo were surprised to hear this announcement from Barnaby. The game had progressed much further than they thought. Usually, there would be 3 or 4 players left by the time that everyone got near the glass dome. But now there's just 2. One of them was Bo, but the other was a complete mystery to them. They had a lot of guesses, with the most obvious answer being Reptar from the Crocodile Leather Company. His diva cultivation was the highest among them, being in the 5th stage, and his ability was also the most destructive and would easily defeat the other players' divas. However, Erlos couldn't be counted out either. The man was smart and could use his skeletal alligator ability with creativity. Bo stopped in her tracks and looked around herself. She was curious to see who would be her last competitor in the game. "Are you going to come out?" Bo asked, her voice echoing through the forest. Just a few seconds later, Fim and Tenzing heard rustling on a bush beside them. Then they saw him float out and into the clearing. It wasn't Reptar, it wasn't Erlos, and it wasn't even Regina. It was Michael, the only odd man out of the group, the only one who wasn't in the ranks of the Rising Six. Surprise and confusion flashed across their faces. They weren't expecting to see him, out of all people, here at this late stage in the game. Right in this moment, Fim and Tenzing's body started to phase in and out of existence. Because they lost and had to surrender against Bo, they were now getting teleported out of the game and back into the auction. A few seconds later, they found themselves back on the stage, with the rest of the crowd applauding them for a good try. Just as they were about to go back into the private suites, they were approached by Reptar and Erlos. "You should come with us to watch the game," Erlos suggested. Because they were all friends, this was a yearly tradition they had after they lost in the auction. They would get together and have a chat about what happened during the game and discuss who would win the next. "I'll go with you. I'm curious to know how both of you got eliminated out of the game," Fim said, his curious and prying eyes hiding behind his bangs. "Did you both eliminate each other like last time?" Tenzing asked, grabbing Reptar by the shoulders and joking with him. Erlos chuckled, "Not exactly. We'll explain to you when we get to my private suite." As they entered Erlos' room, Fim and Tenzing saw Regina already there. With her eyes completely glued to the pocket dimension below, she was blushing, which was very weird to see since she usually hid her expression behind her veil. "I can't believe that the Reborn kid was the one who is left behind," Tenzing said, sitting down on one of the chairs. "Bo's going to end up with 5 more sous drops for herself, which just increases the gap between us." Fim agreed with his observation. "It is unfortunate, but from what I can observe, the boy is only in the 4th stage of body formation. He can't even defeat you, Reptar." At this point, both Erlos and Reptar chuckled to themselves with self-deprecating smiles. It was at that moment that they heard the crowd gasp. They quickly looked towards the pocket dimension and saw that the fight between Michael and Bo had already started. As expected, Bo commanded her hundreds of animated food and pastry to overwhelm Michael with numbers. Giant walking cupcakes threw sharp sprinkles like throwing stars, tall baguettes slithered through the grass and the trees like snakes, and amorphous rice porridge jumped like slimes towards Michael. "That's where she got us," Fim said. "Her food has leveled up even more than last year. It's much smarter and a lot stronger than before." "I think this is where the boys' game will end," Tenzing sighed. But it was at that moment that 8 magic circles appeared above Michael. 8, he must be a really good mystic arts user," Tenzing said with an approving nod. "But it's not enough. She has hundreds while he'll only have." Fim's words were cut off when he saw multiple more light sources spring forth in the forest. Michael continued to conjure up more and more magic. Circles behind him, each one cycling through 8 different colors that corresponded to different elements. Eventually, the magic circles numbered up to the hundreds. Hundreds at the same time. Does he have an infinite mana source or something? How's he doing that? Meanwhile, Reptar and Erlos were just nodding along as they watched as all kinds of magical animals jumped out of the magic circles. Each one had a specific element that boosted an animal's specific trait. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a lot of things you missed seeing," Erlos said. "Do you want to know why we got eliminated so early? In the game, it's because of him. Those magic animals and his ability defeated us," Reptar admitted. They looked at Erlos and Reptar with disbelief in their eyes, as if they were just waiting for them to say that it was just a joke. "I can see him defeating Erlos, no offense, but I can't see him defeating you, Reptar. You're 1 stage higher than him," Fim argued. Reptar shrugged. "Yep, he defeated me fair and square. His ability and his weapon is something to be feared. We couldn't even defeat him when we synergized." This time, Fim and Tenzing couldn't close their jaws shut. They remained stun-locked for a few seconds as they tried to process the information they just heard. "You mean to tell me you both fought against him at the same time?" Tenzing asked, his eyebrows fused together. "And during that fight, you were able to synergize. And you still lost, that's the gist of it. You know, I've been very curious about you," Bo said to Michael with a smile on her face. "How come there's a company that appears out of nowhere and seems to have an unlimited amount of funds?" Michael shrugged, "Well, here I am." Bo nodded, "Yep, here you are. I've been wanting to meet you and just my luck you happen to be the last player here in our game. Coincidence, luck, or skill?" "I don't know, you tell me," he said as 8 magic circles appeared behind him, followed by 10 more and 20 more after that. He conjured up as many magic circles as the amount of constructs that Bo had, plus extra. Bo's eyes widened as she saw hundreds of spells being cast at the same time. She didn't even know that people could cast more than 4 spells, let alone hundreds. At that moment she had her answer. "You have an 8-element mastery," Bo shouted out. "That's the reason why you survived this long. I'm excited to fight with you." Bo commanded her army of animated food and pastries to march towards Michael. In response, hundreds of animals manifested out of the magic circles and jumped in front of Michael, as if the doors to the famous Noah's Ark had been opened. Animals ranged from predators as large as crocodiles, tigers, and lions, to something as small as a rat, a squirrel. Even a swarm of ants. Each one of them were imbued with the power of a single element that improved a specific trait related to that element. Those with the air element became faster and a lot lighter, those with fire had destructive capabilities enhanced, and so on and so forth. The first line of defense for Bo's army were large slices of loaf bread, which used their own bodies as shields towards the onslaught of the animals. The fastest jaguars, panthers, lions, and cheetahs were the first to charge. The animals lunged towards the slices of bread, using their sharp nails to first cut through the skin, before tackling them to the ground and using their fangs to rip its body apart into pieces. In response, 10 blocks of wheel cheese rolled down the grasses and tackled the animals with force and power. The animals recoiled from the pain and forced off their prey. But that wasn't the end. The wheels of cheese suddenly sprayed hot, melted cheese towards the tigers and the jaguars, damaging their magic integrity. The lions were the first to recover. They charged forwards and tried to attack the wheels of cheese. But the wheels moved aside and dodged their attacks. However, this seemed to be all part of their plan as a panther lunged to the side and fused with the lion, creating a combination of fire and lightning mana that created an explosion that destroyed the wheel of cheese. As Fim and Tenzing were watching all of this from above, they were amazed at how Michael seemed to be perfectly matching Bo in terms of her army. Even they couldn't do that. "You're right, he does have an 8-element mastery," Fim said, still in disbelief. "If it's just a matter of constructs, he can even surpass Bo," Tenzing remarked. And just like they said, Michael continued to conjure up more and more magic circles in the air. As the cupcake warriors and bread shields tore apart the magical animals, Michael continued to replace them at an even faster pace than they were getting destroyed. It was a testament to his skill and his talent that he could even keep up with this expenditure. Does he have an unlimited amount of mana? Meanwhile, the Tower Master and the rest of the wizards also watched Michael's battle with Bo and couldn't help but commend Michael for his seemingly endless amount of mana. If he's just fighting against other magnetics, then this would be an easy win, the Tower Master muttered. Unfortunately, Bo's ability perfectly counters Michael's spells. One of the wizards was clueless. "What do you mean?" "The stronger her opponent, the stronger she becomes," the Tower Master revealed. At that same moment, 5 two-tiered giant frosted cakes moved towards the front line, waddling side to side like penguins. These were Bo's generals, and they were fully decked out in frosted defensive gear as well as their own knives to cut things with. Michael's army of multi-elemental eagles swooped down and tried to claw out huge pieces of cake from the generals. The cakes raised their knives and parried the eagles away with ease. Claws and metals clashed together, creating sparks. Just as the eagles were about to fly up high again and swoop down, they suddenly split in half, with their halved bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. The cakes then picked up the eagles' sliced bodies and attached them to the tops of their heads, making it as their own decoration. And suddenly, The cake's bodies began to glow with power and magic. A few seconds later, they started levitating off the ground before they finally took off and started flying with speed and precision exactly like an eagle. "Do you like it?" Bo asked, standing atop her own cupcake general. "This is my ability. I'll give you a hint. I can use anything as my ingredient and create an entirely new creation from it." That's her ability, Michael wondered as he watched his own spell just get taken from him. "What do you think, Chat JK4? From preliminary observations, it seems that Bo has the ability to make an entirely new creation out of anything in the world. And it seems that this creation will obtain any of the power or magic of its ingredients. However, it is still unknown as to why her own creation can use her ability without her input." Michael finally understood why people found Bo so hard to fight with. After all, she could just use magic spells or anything else in the world to power her own creations. If her ability was contingent on the fact that she had to physically be in contact with her new ingredient, then it would be easier to deal with. But the fact that her own creations could pull something out of the world and use it for themselves was what made them so dangerous in the first place. They were basically self-sustaining. As her army continued to defeat enemies, then they would grow more and more, even without Bo doing anything at all. And it seemed like his magic animals were the perfect nourishment for Bo's army. Each animal was imbued with pure mana and potent elements. If Bo's army got a hold of them, then they would basically be superpowered creations that couldn't be stopped. And that exact scenario seemed to be occurring at this moment. The flying two-tiered cakes used their newfound powers to smash and destroy the other flying birds and animals in the air. The aerial animals turned into mush as they got bulldozed by the giant cakes in the air. Not only that, but their remains fell down to the ground and got picked up by the bread shields, the cupcake warriors, the soup golems, and the rest of her army. As Bo's creations obtained this new power, the balance of power quickly shifted towards their direction. It wasn't long before hundreds of Michael's magic animals were consumed and turned into an ingredient. "You're trying to take my spells away from me," Michael scoffed. "My supreme talent says otherwise." The crowd could only groan in disappointment once they saw Michael's magic animals become a free for all buffet for Bo's constructs. Damn, it's Michael's bad luck that Bo has complete advantage over mystic arts users. Yeah, no matter how powerful or how strong his spells are, they'll just end up as nourishment for those food constructs. That's the nature of abilities. They are the natural enemies of mana. With just one touch from Bo's ability, she can completely take control of Michael's spells as if it were hers. Even the wizards from the magic tower couldn't help but voice out their displeasure at seeing Bo's overpowering ability. "This is why I hate abilities. They just don't conform to normal standards. How can it just take control of mana so easily like that?" If he knew about Bo's ability from the start, then he could have avoided using magic spells. Alas, it's his first time in this auction, so he was completely clueless. "Tower Master, we must speak with Michael soon after this. No doubt that he will be distraught and heartbroken after this loss against Bo. Maybe we can use this opportunity to recruit him to our side." Everyone was already counting the moments when Michael would finally surrender to Bo. After all, his mystic arts talent was completely nullified because of Bo's ability. Any spell he did after this would be futile and would only empower her constructs further. However, the Tower Master didn't think it was over just yet. While his wizards were already discussing what would happen after this auction, his eyes were still glued onto the pocket dimension. He was looking at Michael, who didn't have a look of defeat and dismay painted on his face. Instead, there was a mysterious smile growing on his mouth. And a few moments later, the anticipated surrender didn't come. Barnaby. Why isn't he still being teleported out? He can't be hurt too much. His mystic arts talent is too precious. Maybe you didn't hear him. Barnaby didn't expect people to be this protective of Michael. But his performance against Reptor and Erlos gained him a lot of supportive fans that wouldn't want him to experience any more defeat against Bo. He quickly had to clarify the situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, my hands are tied. Michael has no indications of surrendering," he announced, much to the surprise and confusion of the crowd. "Your talent in the mystic arts is truly something to behold," Bo praised. "My constructs have never been this powerful. Do you have any intention of being one of my crew members? I'll pay you handsomely. She loved the power that the magic animals gave her, so much so that she wanted Michael to be a permanent addition to her company. That way, she'd be able to empower her constructs just like today. But of course, Michael had no intention of being under her employ. "What makes you think this is over?" he said to her. Bo narrowed her eyes and saw Michael spreading his arms wide. She didn't know what he was doing, but she immediately felt a change in the atmosphere. There was something gathering towards Michael, but she just didn't know what. Just as she was about to command one of her cupcake warriors to check him out, she suddenly realized that something was happening with her constructs. Her generals, the flying two-tiered cakes, were vibrating as they floated in the air. They weren't doing this out of their own accord. She wasn't commanding them to do this. Her constructs should be under her complete control, and she should be able to control it just as well as her own body. As she looked around, she realized that it wasn't just her general cakes who were experiencing this weird vibration. It was her entire food army. Each one of them were jittering uncontrollably, which was only getting more and more intense as the seconds passed by. Alarmed, Bo commanded them to return towards her. But it was at this point that her entire army felt a force pulling them away from her. The crusts of the bread shields started to tear away and sucked forwards. The sprinkles on the cupcakes were emerging from icing and shooting out. Even the soup golems were being slowly whittled down as drops were getting sucked in. Everything and anything was shooting towards one specific direction: Michael. Bo was at a complete loss as she saw everything unfold, yet unable to do anything about it. Suddenly, a literal line of water mana shot out from one of the bread shields and started to revolve towards Michael, as if he was the sun of a solar system. Soon after that, more and more pure blobs of mana started to emerge from Bo's constructs and began to return back into Michael's control. Her two-tiered cake generals tried hard to contain the magic eagles that it consumed, but eventually, air mana in the form of a winged creature burst out of the cake's body and flew back towards Michael. One by one, Bo's constructs started to lose the very magic that they gained from consuming Michael's spells. Lightning started to leave her baguette soldiers, fire was extinguished from her biscuits, and her tarts started to lose the poison in their fillings. She knew what was happening, yet she couldn't understand why it was happening. This was supposed to be impossible. Those magic spells were consumed by her ability, meaning that it worked under the power of her own diva. No magic spell could take it back. No matter how talented Michael was in the mystic arts, no matter how many elements he mastered, it still wouldn't change the fact that they were coded with her ability. She knew that this wasn't Michael's ability because his diva hadn't shown up yet once during this fight, and he wasn't using it now. In fact, it didn't even look like he was using a magic spell to take back his mana. It looked like he was just opening his arms to welcome them home. What is happening? Even the other experts in magnetics and diva were perplexed. They knew more than others, and they knew that Michael's diva had something to do with freezing time or momentum. It didn't have something to do about returning magic or mana. Yet somehow, he was able to overpower Bo's ability and forcefully take back his own magic spells like it was nothing. Even if he used an ability, that still wouldn't make sense. She was in the 6th stage while he was still in the 4th stage. The difference was too huge. Tower Master, do you know any kind of magic that can bypass an ability? Is he using a 9-star spell? No one could answer the questions. The Tower Master remained silent and continued to look at Michael. It wasn't as if he had absolutely no clue about what was happening. He knew that there could only be one explanation for this, but it would be far too surprising to even mutter out loud. Meanwhile, the Duchess couldn't help but get out of her seat and stare at Michael with wonder in her eyes. Ha, I knew it. He has a supreme talent. It had been well documented that anyone who possessed a supreme talent ended up becoming powerful enough to influence the world. Examples included the Ocean King, the Draconic Queen, and the Celestial Elf. They all had a supreme talent and ended up leading the entirety of their species to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming a global power in the world. There hadn't been a human who possessed a supreme talent until now, until Michael arrived. The more she thought about it, the more obvious it became. Of course, he had a supreme talent. It would explain so much how a boy like him could have These amazing powers that nobody else even thought was possible. He was talented in the mystic arts, he was a natural magnetic, and he had an amazing intellect for innovation as well. All of those pointed towards a talent unlike anyone had ever seen before. His supreme talent must have something to do with mana and magic, the Duchess deduced. His 8-element mastery and his uncanny ability to produce any and all kinds of spells out of the blue was proof of that. And the fact that he could control the mana on Bo's creatures, despite her ability, was the final evidence she needed to confirm her hypothesis. The Duchess couldn't contain her excitement. She was even more sure of her decision to support Michael during these early stages. She was grateful that she established her relationship with him before he truly exploded out into the global scene. I knew my instincts weren't wrong. Siding with him will be the best decision of my life, the Duchess declared. Having a supreme talent was a great indication of the potential Michael had down the road. His strength, his intellect, and especially his diva would prove themselves to be better than the rest all because of his supreme talent. Bo was helpless as she saw mana blobs exploding out of her creations and returning to Michael's side. Her bread shields, her cupcake warriors, and the rest of the pastry battalion were all incurring exploding wounds as the mana burst out of their bodies trying to get to Michael. Finally, as the last mote of mana returned to Michael's side, her creations officially lost all of the powers they gained and even got destroyed in the process. All of the pastry and food soldiers fell down on the ground, lifeless. "I know what your ability is now," Michael said to Bo. "I know how you're able to spread your powers to your creations." Thanks to her consumption of his spells, he was able to get a first-hand look on what was going on inside her creations. And what he found gave him a clue as to how her ability worked and how she was able to make herself as powerful as she was now. "You put a piece of yourself in every creation." Hearing those words come out of him caught Bo off guard. She had met other magnetics who were able to subdue her creations. She even met others who were able to defeat it. But she had never met anyone who was able to discover the mystery to her powers. "You said that you can use anything as an ingredient for your creations. That means that you can also use yourself. That's how each of your creations can use the same ability as you. Since her creations can get the power of the ingredient needed to create it, then by imparting part of her own body, her own soul, towards her creation, then it would also be able to use her ability. But the downside of this is that once they are injured, you're injured too." Michael noticed that the light mana signature in Bo's body was a lot smaller than he anticipated. But once he realized that those light mana were instead imparted into her creations, everything made sense. Bo couldn't help but applaud Michael for his observational skills. "You're right," she admitted. "I used part of myself to create these constructs." She then reached behind her back to show a carving knife, perfect for slicing meats, among other things. After all, this knife wasn't just a chef's tool, but it was also a pristine mithril relic that gave Bo the power to become a chef that can cook the natural world. Just as her knife glowed with a red light, a figure shimmered above her. It was a humanoid woman, with stitches going all around its face and everywhere around its body. Its skin wasn't human, and it differed with each patch that was stitched to make up its whole face. Some of it was made out of bread, some made out of frosting, and some made out of jelly. The best way to describe this diva was if it was a Frankenstein's monster, where the dead parts came from food and pastries. It wore a white apron that covered most of its body, and a tall white, pleated hat on its head that only certified chefs and cooks could wear. Bo licked her cleaver knife before smiling at Michael. She raised her weapon high up in the air, with her Frankenstein chef diva mimicking her movements. And suddenly, all the corpses of her destroyed food and pastry creations started to float up towards them. Crumbs of destroyed cakes, the sprinkle-like decorations in the ground, and even spilled porridge soup from the soup golems were being recalled back towards Bo's side. Michael thought she was going to recreate her army, but instead, she started to gather all the pieces of her army into one giant ball, an amalgamation of everything she created. As she gathered more and more crumbs, the ball became as big as a giant boulder that towered over the tallest trees of the pocket dimension, and it didn't seem like it would end there. At its final shape, it reached a height of about 20 meters in total, or as high as a 5-story house. Once everything had gathered, the Frankenstein chef diva above Bo started to get to work. It moved its hands, showing it to be holding a knife and a flat pan in its hands, and started to cook an invisible food in an invisible stove. Suddenly, the large sphere of what could only be described as leftover food started to mold and form into the likeness of a four-legged monster resembling a gigantic bear. It looked just like Bo's diva, with its body looking like it had been stitched together from parts of different foods and pastries. But make no mistake, its power and ferality made it the monster it was supposed to be. Once the cooking process had finished, the bear stood up on its hind legs and let out a guttural scream, with the spikes on its back opening up like it was its defensive mechanism. Once the crowd saw this monster, they immediately recognized where Bo got inspiration from it. That's the 8-star monster Ursa Grizzla. I did see her sneak up on the Ursa Grizzla earlier in the game. She probably got a piece of it and is now using it to build her own 8-star monster. I can't believe that she still won't lose. Michael was even able to destroy her entire army with his strange mana retrieval. Of course, everyone was seeing an 8-star monster. But for Michael, he was seeing a completely different thing. He was seeing a very large target that couldn't dodge even if it wanted to. And this target just so happened to contain pieces of Bo's light mana inside it. The Frankenstein Ursa Grizzla huffed towards Michael and got up on its hind legs as it tried to show its dominance. It raised one hand and swiped down towards Michael. Even though he was far away from it, the mere force and power from the Ursa Grizzla had shockwave of power that created a giant crevasse in the ground from where it swiped its hands. Hundreds of trees were destroyed in an instant, disturbing the natural habitats of wildlife in the pocket dimension. Michael reappeared just a second later, having used his shadow clone to avoid the Ursa Grizzla's attack. But just as he appeared atop a tree, the Ursa Grizzla suddenly reappeared in front of him, with its giant paws just a few meters away from his face. Michael raised his hand, with multiple layers of manifested at the same time. As the monster's paws hit his defenses, pure earth mana turned into dust and powder from the force. Tens of his shields were broken in an instant before its claws hit his. The Ursa Grizzla's eyes widened as if felt resistance for the first time. Michael's Unity defense allowed him enough time to teleport out into safety. Even Bo was surprised. She felt the monster's paws get burned after hitting Michael's invisible shield, which was supposed to have crumbled under the weight and power of an 8-star monster. While they were stunned, Michael finally took this chance to raise his hand towards the Ursa Grizzla, with his finger glowing as it gathered the power of unity in a single point. Bo finally noticed what he was doing after seeing the bright white light in the corner of her eyes. But it was already too late. The fired off towards the Ursa Grizzla, hitting it directly in the chest, making it recoil backwards from the pain. "What?" she shouted in confusion. She tried to use her ability to regenerate the wounds that it had incurred from that strange white beam, but she was surprised to find out that the wound wasn't healing at all. The damage seemed to be permanent. Not only that, but she felt a pain in her chest akin to having a needle poked through her ribs. Michael had somehow picked the perfect spot where her soul was mixed into the monster. And before she could try and process what had happened, she saw Michael's hand flash with that same bright white light again. Aware of the power from that beam, Bo quickly sliced her knife towards the Ursa Grizzla. Suddenly, the Ursa Grizzla split in half, allowing Michael's Unity beam to pass through where it had broken off. And just when she was going to repair her monster into one piece again, Michael's hands once again glowed with the power of unity. "What is that power?" she asked him. Bo quickly sliced the air 5 more times, allowing the Ursa Grizzla to separate into its limbs. Its head, its body, and its 4 limbs floated separately in the air. All of its parts began to separate into different directions, intending to surround Michael from all sides and prevent him from shooting that powerful beam again. One of the Ursa Grizzla's arms shot towards Michael like a rocket. Meanwhile, its body moved towards Michael's back, giving him no chance to escape. But instead of panicking, Michael carefully aimed his towards one of the idling forelimbs of the monster. His Unity beam shot off at the same moment that the Ursa Grizzla's arm shot towards him. But with the near instantaneous speed of the Unity beam, it beat out the arm by a large margin. As soon as the shot landed, Bo felt an insane amount of pain in her chest. so much so that her concentration on the Ursa Grizzla faltered for a little bit, causing them to malfunction and miss its target. Somehow, Michael picked the exact spot where her light mana was hidden again. This is not a coincidence, she gravely realized. Now her attention was solely focused on Michael's hands. If it so much as glowed, then she would rush towards him and give him no chance to power up another one of his destructive beams. She went towards a tree and performed 10 slices in a second. Suddenly, its trunk and the majority of its branches were trimmed off until the shape of an arrow was left. Behind, finally, she tapped her cleaver knife into her own chest and sliced out a thin piece of her own soul. This mote of light mana then moved towards the giant arrow, imbuing it with life and animation as if it was a real monster. Just then, Michael's finger glowed as he aimed it towards the Ursa Grizzla's head. Bo launched the giant tree arrow towards him at speeds as fast as an arrow, but as large and as powerful as a tree. Michael had to stop his for a second as he teleported himself out and into safety. He reappeared back down on the ground, away from the Ursa Grizzla. However, the monster's senses seemed to be finely tuned into his scent as it immediately turned and rushed towards him, giving him no time to fire off another shot. Bo had successfully prevented that bright beam from hitting. But unbeknownst to her, there was a metallic object just waiting behind her. And before she knew it, a unity beam had pierced through her back and into her chest. The God-forged pieces in her heart created a shield that protected her vital organ from being instantly destroyed, but the rest of the wound was still suffering from major burns. Arg, what where? Bo looked around, only to see a strange metallic object floating just underneath the crown of a tree. Before she could try and understand what was happening, another shot off and hit her in the stomach. Michael used his chance well, hitting her 2 times in the span of a few seconds. This was the reason why he had kept the drone's existence a secret throughout this fight. He had been waiting for the right moment, when all of her focus was occupied with him and nothing else. And it worked, much to the surprise of the crowd and everyone else. He actually injured Bo. He did it. What is that beam anyway? How is it able to go through her defenses and pierce through her ability? I'm more interested in his mithril weapon. How is he able to perform the same power as him? Fim and Tenzing were the one most surprised. They never even injured Bo at least once during this auction. And now, it seemed like Michael was in a complete advantage over her. That weapon of his is a dangerous combination, Reptor said, drawing from his own experience. It's a mithril artifact with abilities unlike any other. After hearing and seeing everything Michael was capable of, Fim and Tenzing were starting to believe that Michael actually had a chance to defeat Bo. If his chances were at 0% at the start of this, then now it was at a whopping 25%. Okay, I just need to continue hitting her with the... and her light mana will slowly dwindle. Michael's plan of attack was simple: use Bo's own ability against her. Since she needed to implement a part of her soul into her creations, this meant that she'd have to juggle between protecting herself or her constructs. And with the drone stalking in the sidelines and ready to strike, he would be able to slowly whittle down her defenses. This was the only path he could see. After all, he knew that her 6th-stage diva cultivation was something that he couldn't fight against head-on. He raised his hand, his finger glowing brighter and brighter as he began to concentrate unity into a small space. Bo, still bleeding, used her cleaver knife to slice off a piece of bark from a tree and paste it onto herself. Soon, the bark became part of her own body, patching up the 2 gunshots she received. She looked up at Michael and commended his power. Your mysterious powers and your flying weapon is praiseworthy, but it's not going to be enough to defeat me, she declared proudly. Just then, the giant Ursa Grizzly raised its porridge soup snout high up in the air and bellowed a roar, creating a shockwave that propagated throughout the entire pocket dimension. And in just a few seconds, the ground suddenly shook. Michael looked around, wondering if it was simply an earthquake that was causing the tremors. But as he felt it beneath his feet, he realized that the shaking was irregular and non-uniform. It reminded him of when he was at a concert and thousands of people were jumping chaotically to the sound of the music. His eyes widened as he used his supreme talent to peer through his surroundings, looking for signs of any light mana in the area. In the near distance, he saw them. Hundreds of monsters, big, small, and gigantic, were running towards their direction with nothing but crazed purpose in their eyes. Once he looked at their body language, he realized that they were looking towards the Ursa Grizzla as if they were being called by the monster. Okay, hundreds of monsters, but they're just in the 4-star to 5-star range. I can deal with that, he thought. He was about to conjure up more magic animals in the air, when all of a sudden, an even bigger tremor erupted from the ground. The force was almost enough to make him trip and lose his balance. This time, he didn't have to use his supreme talent to know what was happening. Beyond the trees, he saw colossal beasts similar to ancient dinosaurs rampage through the forest. These monsters didn't just smash their way through the trees, they also demolished and feasted on the smaller and weaker monsters gathering around them. The crowd above were just as flustered as Michael. They didn't think Bo would be crazy enough to summon the entirety of the monsters in the pocket dimension. Why did she do this when they're so close to the glass dome? Didn't she know that the 8-star monsters resided surrounding it? Now all of them are converging on their location. Maybe that's her plan. She's using those monsters to mess with Michael. It makes sense. Although that white beam of his is powerful, it can only be fired once every few seconds at most. And even if he has that mithril weapon, he won't be able to defend against tens of 8-star monsters coming his way. As expected of Bo, she immediately thought of a way to counteract Michael's advantages. Michael won't be able to fire his Unity gun towards her if he was busy getting chased by beasts from all directions. And although she won't be exempted from the beasts, she could use her ability to protect herself and even use the monsters to her advantage. One dog-like monster with a very defined bone structure skidded on the ground as it reached Michael's location. It opened its mouth sideways, uttering out a shrilling sound and revealing thousands of teeth around its mouth. Michael immediately used an on the soles of his feet, taking off away from the dog monster. Just as he did that, its body disappeared and reappeared right from where Michael was standing, with its mouth open and just a few inches away from taking a bite out of him. Before he could even take a break, another gigantic monster that looked like a black rooster with a T-Rex head appeared behind him. It pecked towards him with speeds almost enough to break the sound barrier. His activated, resisting against the 8-star monster's beak for a brief moment and giving him the chance to teleport out into safety. I'm completely surrounded, he realized. All around him were 8-star monsters that were hungry to get a taste of him. Although on the bright side, Bo was also occupied with her own group of 8-star monsters, needing to jump atop her Ursa Grizzla and command it to protect her from the beasts. Just then, 2 of the gorilla-like 8-star colossal monsters jumped up and tried to grab him from the air. He raised his and aimed it at them, with the drone floating opposite him and targeting the other. As his shot powered up, the beasts seemed to have felt the power of his Unity. Their instincts kicked in, and they immediately used each other as a platform and jumped sideways, out of harm's way. His shot missed, hitting nothing but the ground. They're a lot faster than me, so they can easily dodge it. The solution to that was simple: just pause them. The dog monster lunged at him, with its mouth wide open, with its intelligence high enough to know that his Unity gun was still on cooldown. He reached down his pockets and threw the switch on to the monster's perked-up ears. As soon as it latched onto its skin, the beast paused in mid-air as if its time had completely stopped. The tip of his finger finally glowed with the power of Unity. The beast was eventually able to wrestle control back on its body, but it was too late. The shot directly towards its head, burning through its thick skull. The dog monster fell to the ground, its limbs shaking. But it was resilient. Michael saw that its light mana had only depleted by a quarter, meaning that he had to shoot it 3 more times to truly incapacitate it for good. And if he was just fighting a single monster, then it was easy. But unfortunately, the 5 other 8-star monsters wouldn't give him that chance. They were smart, and they knew that they couldn't let him solo them individually. They lunged towards him, all coming from different directions. Their eyes were wary of the switch he used to injure the dog monster. He tried to move out of the way, but they were way too fast. Their rabid mouths and sharp claws converged towards him, with the only thing defending him was his Unity shield. His popped for the first time as it took on the combined forces of 5 8-star monsters. Still, it gave enough of a deterrent for Michael to teleport down into the ground, using the cover of the thick leaves of the trees to hide himself from the monsters. Fighting them one by one is almost impossible. I have to take them out at the same time. The only thing that could create enough damage towards the monsters in one big explosion was none other than the from his drone. But he had to be careful about how he used this. First of all, launching was very slow, unlike the Unity gun, and even that was being dodged by the 8-star monsters. And secondly, knowing how intelligent those monsters were. He knew that he only had one shot at this. Once they knew about its destructive prowess, he wouldn't be able to use it again without them escaping before he could set it up. After thinking about it some more, a plan finally took shape in his mind. And just in time too, as the monsters finally turned their heads towards him. They pounced at him as if he was a mouse let loose in the forest. But unbeknownst to them, a drone was hovering above them. They were so concentrated on Michael that they neglected to look at the puny drone. Just as all 6 8-star colossal beasts, including the injured dog monster, rushed towards Michael, the drone opened its underside. Suddenly, 6 iron switches were released down into their paths, each hitting an unsuspecting beast on their humongous bodies. In a single moment, all 8-star monsters paused into a small cluster. And soon after that, the drone unveiled its giant barrel from its frame and aimed down at the center of the monster's cluster. With a single thought, Michael released into the center. The ball of pure unity fell gracefully into the ground, with the beasts around it still frozen solid from the ability switches. It was in that instant that Bo suddenly felt her hairs stand on end. She didn't have to know what was happening to know that something dangerous was about to come. She immediately used her Ursa Grizzla to get away from Michael as far as possible. But they couldn't have moved too far, as the grenade finally touched down into the ground. At the moment of contact, a bright white light bursted out into a dome which grew larger and larger near the speed of light. It wasn't long before anything and everything around the pocket dimension was blinded from the explosion. But this grenade wasn't just a flashbang. Soon after the burst of light, the concentration of extreme energy in the exploded out into cataclysmic proportions, destroying a large portion of the ground and reducing it into a giant crater. Shockwaves soon followed, creating a furious wind that uprooted trees and lifted large boulders from the ground. Bo's Ursa Grizzla was toppled into the ground, before skidding uncontrollably outwards just from the force of the blast. A few seconds later, the shockwave subsided, leaving the entire pocket dimension as silent as the night. Bo peeked out of the Ursa Grizzla's head and saw the magnitude of destruction that the grenade had caused. Everything was in chaos, with all the trees in a wide radius around the blast having been toppled to the ground. As for the 5 8-star monsters that were coming towards Michael, one was reduced into nothingness, while the other 4 were injured beyond repair. Their tough bodies and resilient skin were burned into a black crisp. They were dead on the spot after feeling the ravaging effects of Unity destroy their bodies. Somehow, Michael was able to kill 8-star monsters within one fell swoop. How is this possible? Even the crowd watching from above were shocked. At first, they thought that this was where Michael's journey would end. Being surrounded by 5 8-star monsters could be considered a death sentence in this game. But in a complete upset, Michael used his flying weapon again to change the tides of the battle. They thought they knew the capabilities of Michael's mithril weapon, with it being able to use the same powerful beam as he could. But as it turned out, it was hiding an even more destructive power. The wizards from the magic tower were unable to contain their curiosity. They were scholars. They were dying to figure out the mystery behind Michael's weapon and his power. They wanted to go down into the pocket dimension and personally ask him to explain how it worked. Seriously, what is that flying weapon of his? How could such a small weapon even conjure up an explosion of that power? The size of its blast should only be equal to a 6-star spell, so the 8-star monsters should theoretically be able to survive it without a single scratch. From their expert opinion, the monsters would only incur fatal injuries if the explosion was big enough to destroy the whole pocket dimension. But their surprise didn't end there. Someone with a high sensitivity to mana realized what had happened to the area of the blast in the aftermath. "There's no mana," he exclaimed. "The explosion created a void of space where there's no mana at all. All the wizards and mages gasped. It was like they were seeing their nightmare in person. Having no access to mana would be like having no air to breathe. It was their greatest fear. How is this even possible? How can a spell made out of mana create a mana-less zone? Thankfully, there was someone here who had a clue as to how it was possible. It's made out of the same power as that beam. It contains all 8 elements, he muttered. If that beam focused on penetration power, this explosion focused on destructive power. That power was able to destroy the natural defenses of the 8-star monsters. Not only that, but the explosion was so strong that it basically annihilated all the surrounding mana in the air as well. I'm guessing that mana wouldn't be replenished in that area for some time. All the wizards and mages in their room gulped. After learning this, they wouldn't dare fight Michael one-on-one. Michael floated up, overlooking the crater he had created. Oh, he failed to reduce the monsters down into their very last atom. He still eliminated them in the end. Just then, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the colossal Ursa Grizzla charging at him on all 4 limbs. He quickly turned his aim towards it, shooting it in the head and destroying a small bit of Bo's light mana inside it. His drone also reloaded its unity gun, ready to shoot the charging bear. This was the only monster he had to worry about. Meanwhile, Bo was still dealing with her own group of 8-star monsters. But as he reloaded his, he realized that Bo was nowhere to be seen. He looked around, only to see her attacking the 6 remaining 8-star monsters on her side. Above her was her Frankenstein chef diva, ready to cook. Bo faced 6 8-star monsters with nothing but her frilly pink dress and her mithril relic cleaver knife. One of the elephant monsters with spiraling tusks charged towards her. But instead of running away, she faced the attack with just a simple slice from her weapon. Such a small gesture should have been useless against a behemoth like this monster. However, above Bo was her Frankenstein chef diva, who was moving the knife and the flat pan around as if it was mimicking a real chef. As Bo's knife met with the elephant monster's tusks, her knife easily sliced through the bone as if it was butter. The slice continued to penetrate through the tusk and towards the very elephant itself. The durability and defense of an 8-star monster was nothing when faced against an ability. Bo's knife sliced through the elephant horizontally, separating its legs from its body. But strangely enough, the monster didn't die nor did it look injured. That wasn't her goal after all. She simply needed a way to get inside. She tapped her knife to her own chest, taking out a piece of visible light mana from her own soul and flicking it towards the slit on the elephant's body. As soon as the mote of mana entered the elephant's body, a huge change occurred within the beast. Its eyes trembled, forcing the monster to blink, and once it opened its eyes, it had suddenly transformed into a piece of frosting. More and more parts of the elephant's body continued to morph and change shape, becoming a crude stitching of different pastries and foods. It had become like the Frankenstein chef diva. She had turned the 8-star monster into her own creation, giving her full control over it. This wasn't the only one. The other 5 monsters were already turning into monsters made out of bread, cream, and sugar. This was how she got her army in the first place. She used the beasts and monsters inhabiting the pocket dimension, and used their bodies to create constructs under her control, and it looked like this time she was going to get the strongest monsters on her side. A total of 6 8-star monsters became completely subservient to Bo. I would have had more constructs, but I didn't expect you to kill all 5 of them before I could get them under my control, Bo said to Michael, as the elephant monster used its trunks to get her on top of it. Now I see why everyone considers her as the strongest rising 6. She's practically unbeatable. He used his to shoot at the elephant monster's head since it was the slowest. But even so, it ducked under his shot and charged at him with tusks made out of frosting. He reached down his pockets, taking out an iron switch and placing it squarely on his palms. At this point, Bo knew about his switch, so speed was the only way he was going to hit the monster. He conjured up a magic circle and created a spell unlike anyone had ever seen before. A solid earth chunk manifested in the air, which suddenly burst into flames as he injected fire mana into it. The chunk immediately glowed red-hot as it got heated, up into 1,000 degrees Celsius. Eventually, it turned into a malleable liquid material, which got telepathically molded into the shape and mechanics of something he saw from his previous life. The liquid morphed into an open cylindrical shell with the same diameter as his switch. Anyone from Earth would immediately recognize it as a weapon meant for wars. He loaded up one of the switches onto the barrel and injected it with the 4 basic mana elements: lightning, poison, dark, and light. The combination created a miniature explosion that launched the switch towards the elephant monster. Its speed was a surprise for all people, including Bo, so it successfully attached itself towards the monster's head. The 8-star beast stopped in place for a moment, giving Michael a chance to escape from its charge. He teleported out and charged up his, pointing it at its body. However, just a millisecond later, the switch popped out of the elephant's forehead and fell to the ground. His switch could only stop it by a very brief instance. Damn, that's the difference between 4th stage and 6th stage. Because those beasts were now under Bo's control. They were imbued with her own ability. And despite his unusually strong diva power, there was a limit as to who he could defeat. But even though he was disappointed with the results, Bo couldn't help but widen her eyes as she saw her control over the monster stop for a brief moment. How? He's just in the 4th stage of body formation. His ability shouldn't even work on her, period. Yet it did. It was only for a few milliseconds, but it still overpowered it regardless. She was forced to consider Michael with a lot more cautiousness than before. She raised her cleaver knife in the air and commanded all 6 8-star monsters to bombard Mickey with their strongest attacks. A sense of foreboding caused her to hurry. She wanted to defeat Michael before something bad happened. The monsters attacked Michael with coordination and synchronization, making them a lot more dangerous than the other beasts he encountered. With Bo at the helm, they strategically hunted Michael down and gave him no chance to escape. As soon as he tried to teleport out with his shadow ability, there would be a panther monster lurking in the forest ready to strike at him whenever he reappeared. Even his drone was getting hunted. The colossal wasp monster used its giant stingers made out of frosting to hunt the drone and prevent it from using its. Since he was controlling the drone manually with his supreme talent, he had to balance his own well-being with his drones at the same time. This can't go on any longer, he thought as he conjured a lava wall to separate himself from the elephant monster's tusks. If I want to defeat Bo, I need to isolate her from her constructs. The best way to do that was to kill them. Unfortunately, his was not meant for an area of effect. Meanwhile, his grenade was still on cooldown. No matter how many switches he threw at them, they only stopped for a millisecond at most. His abilities were useless against someone stronger than him. But at this moment, an idea popped into his head. What if I use my switches on me? Chat JK4, is it possible? He didn't even have to reply, as Chat JK4 laid out an extensive plan in his mind. He just had to follow them to the T. First, he raised his hand and used his. Bright blinding light appeared on the tip of his fingers, alerting Bo and her monsters about his impending attack. They quickly went on the defensive, putting some distance away from him. But as they reached its peak and shot off, the light suddenly died down, with no white beam coming out of his finger. Everyone thought he missed or he made an error. But unbeknownst to them, his target wasn't Bo or her beast, it was a switch. And for the next minute, Michael continued missing his shots. He must have done this no less than 20 times in total. Each time his finger would glow with an intense light, reaching a peak before eventually dying down, as if he had just fired off his. But strangely enough, there was no beam that fired off. Everyone was perplexed with this uncharacteristic error from Michael. They could have understood it if it happened only once or twice. Even the best made mistakes. But this was the 20th time in a row. Bo, on the other hand, was starting to get suspicious. She didn't know what he was planning, but she didn't like it one bit. She commanded her beasts to hunt him down with even more intensity. Michael activated his for one last time, with a switch secretly blocking the tip of his finger. Using this opportunity, the jaguar monster leaped up from beneath the trees and tried to claw at him from both sides, but the drone suddenly put itself in between them and fought against the jaguar's frosted claws. Sparks flew off from the point of contact. The drone eventually got overpowered by the monster's immense power, being thrown down into the ground with force. It landed on the forest floor, creating a 2-feet-deep crater around it. For a moment, Bo thought she'd finally destroyed the drone, but a few seconds later, its propellers buzzed into life and soared into the skies. Even with the power of an 8-star monster powered by a nobility, Michael's drone received no scratch at all. This weapon is not simple, she guessed. Its mysterious origin and its unbelievable durability made Bo focused on the drone entirely. She knew Michael's limits, but she didn't know anything about the drone. In her mind, it was the only thing that could change the tides of the battle. Once she incapacitated it, the fight would soon be over. With Michael still occupied with the monsters, she jumped up from the elephant's head and pursued the drone. Mithril relic cleaver knife in hand, she sliced it down towards the drone to split it down the middle. She wanted to see if it could become one of her ingredients. But just as her knife was about to make contact with its frame, a gaseous shadow suddenly emerged from its edges and quickly enveloped its entirety. Not even a second later, the shadows morphed into something bigger. It molded itself to become the shape of a human into Michael's body. He emerged from the shadows, becoming face to face with Bo with barely a meter in front of them. She quickly reversed her momentum, backing away from him. Her monsters quickly turned around and charged after him. But in that moment, he reached down his pockets and spread his prepared switches into the air around them. Using telekinesis, the switches flew to their correct positions in the air and floated in place. Bo looked around and found herself surrounded by a strategic placement of switches. They lined themselves up into a rigid structure. With just a meter in between switches, they formed a cube. Bo didn't like where this was going. For some reason, she felt enclosed, as if the walls were closing in on her. But before she could escape, Michael raised his hand and snapped his finger. And immediately, the switches flicked into the on position. A bright white light emerged from every single switch in the air. They increased in intensity before shooting off a beam of pure energy outwards. Some beams shot horizontally, while the others shot vertically. Eventually, they all intersected with one another and created a cubed cage structure using unity beams as his frame. The switches were strategically placed to create a cross of unity beams that only very tiny creatures could pass through. This was why he had been shooting off his at the switch. He was turning them off at the moment it shot towards the switch, preserving a tiny bit of its power. Once it was turned on, the beam would continue to transmit its power in a straight line. Since it was attached to a switch, the beam would continue to be a solid pillar for as long as he had it turned to the on position. With this, he created a cage made out of pure unity. Bo's monsters uttered a guttural roar as they saw their creator boxed in with Michael. The elephant monster trumpeted its trunk before charging towards the cage, its frosted trunks ready to tear it to pieces. But as soon as the elephant's tusk made contact with the unity cage, it immediately roared and recoiled in pain. It backed away and looked at its own tusk. What used to be a long, coiled horn now became just a small stump on the front of its mouth. The tusks were immediately burned into nothingness just from a brief exposure to the unity cage. Touching the unity bars was like being hit with them for an extended period of time. It destroyed anything and everything. The elephant monster warily looked at the cage, with the other beasts also following its lead. They were far too big to get inside it, meaning the battle was now just between Michael and Bo. The crowd were incredibly amazed to see this. Somehow, Michael was once again able to flip the situation entirely on its head and gain the upper hand. So that's what he'd been doing this entire time. No wonder those light beams weren't hitting anything. That's a very smart use of his own power and abilities. Bo is completely isolated for the first time, and look at that. His flying weapon fits perfectly in the holes, meaning he can use it to fight against her. Even Bo had to give Michael his due credit. She couldn't help but become more and more interested in Michael as she learned more about him. "You are amazing, you know that," Bo asked, twirling her blonde hair. "You're the first one to corner me like this." Michael smiled. "I'm honored. Can I also be the first one to defeat you?" Bo hid her chuckle with her hands. "Maybe, but trapping me in here doesn't mean that you defeated me. It just means we'll have to be a little bit handsy with each other." He ignored her innuendo and raised his towards her. In response, she took out her cleaver knife and twirled it around her hand. The figure of the Frankenstein chef diva appeared above her, ready to cook her next meal. He manifested his own diva, showing the two complete futuristic mechanical floating arms in the air. She looked at his diva and was even more impressed. Already in the 4th stage, yet you have only manifested your diva's arms. Is that bad? He asked her. Bad? No, it just means that your diva has a lot left to grow. The slower a diva matures, the stronger they become in the future, she said with a smile. Just a little bit of advice. You should continue fighting with your diva more. It will help you grow faster. Bo looked around herself and couldn't help but be astounded at his powers. She moved over as close as she could to the unity beam and lightly tapped her finger on it. Her finger sizzled, with her skin incurring a 2nd-degree burn even though she only made contact with the beam for less than a millisecond. Getting out of this cage wasn't as simple as she thought. Your abilities are amazing. It can pause an object's time and momentum in a complete halt. But I can see that this is not the limit of your diva, she said. Do you know what's the point of the body formation realm? Michael only had a surface-level understanding of diva cultivation, but he knew the answer. It's the realm where magnetics get to understand their diva. Bo nodded. That's right. This is an important stage for both you and me. The better you understand your diva, the easier you'll have it in the later stages, so I have to ask you, why are you not listening to your diva? He looked at her confused. What are you talking about? She pointed at the 2 arms above his head. You're not listening to it properly. I'm trying to, he insisted. But you're listening with your ears. Not with your heart. That's literally where your God-forged pieces are located. Of course, it was easier said than done. How could he listen to something not using his ears? Bo wagged her fingers. I can't. I'm not getting anything by giving you a shortcut to the answer. Of course, there's an easy solution to that if you want. Come with me and we'll work together. I'm willing to give you half of my company, and we can grow it together. I'm sure that with the 2 of us side by side, we can someday reach the big leagues and join the major factions. And if you want a little bit more than that, then I'm willing to give that to you as well. If you agree, then I'll help you listen to your diva. He had to admit, just by a little bit, he was tempted to agree to her terms. Not with the innuendo part, of course, but with the working together part. However, he knew that he was just getting impatient with himself. Being a part of the pyramidic cuisine wasn't worth it. Thanks for the offer, but no. Bo shrugged, not taking the rejection seriously. Well then, I guess I'll just have to show you what you're missing out. She pointed the mithril relic cleaver knife in his direction, with her diva mimicking her movements completely. Her body glowed with a yellow aura, just as the feminine. Frankenstein's chef diva above her started to move its knife, and its flat pan like a reel. Chef. She was using her ability. Michael immediately raised his hand, with the tip of his finger glowing with the power of unity. With such a small and cramped space, the advantage was on his side. She would have even less time to evade from the beam. As his powered up, both of Bo's hands began to glow in 2 different colors. One was red and one was white. Once the power in his hands reached a peak, he immediately shot it off towards Bo and aimed directly for her heart. Its speed was almost instantaneous to a normal person's perspective. Even as the beam traveled towards Bo, her eyes didn't seem like it had even processed what was happening in the moment. But just then, the Frankenstein diva chef suddenly moved forward, bending down towards Bo and using its flat cooking pan to protect her heart from the. Suddenly, a bright white light emerged from Bo's left hand, forming a circular shield that coincided with the diva's flat cooking pan. The unity beam clashed towards the circular white light, with their point of contact creating a tremendously bright flash that blinded everyone around it. By the time Michael processed what happened, he saw his unity beam nowhere to be seen. What just happened? Even the crowd was confused. The speed at which everything unfolded was far too fast for them to keep up. The only people who understood what happened were those magnetics from the major factions. The Rising Six were also clueless. Regina, Erlos, Reptor, and Tenzing only saw a blur before everything flashed a bright light. How did she not get hit by Michael's beam? I saw her diva move, but I don't know what it did. Her abilities shouldn't have a defensive power that can defend against Michael. All of them were confused. Except one. Fim looked down at the pocket dimension with wide eyes. Even though he only saw a blur just like the rest of them, he immediately recognized what he saw. That's mine, he exclaimed. The other Rising Six turned to him, confused. That's my light ability. She is using my ability. Fim's ability allowed him to create solid light that could be formed into anything his heart desired. It could be a sword, a hammer, and even a shield. How is that even possible? Erlos asked him. I don't know, Fim muttered, but that's my ability, there's no doubt about it. My light speed is also near instantaneous. That's how she's able to defend against Michael's beam in such a short time frame. Just then they saw Bo's hands start to glow with a bright light before it formed into a solid shield that she wielded on her left hand. This essentially proved Fim's claims. Everyone who knew Bo was shocked at this new revelation. They thought they knew what she was capable of, but this was a completely new power that they had never seen before. She got stronger. Michael looked at the white shield in Bo's hands with confusion. That's Fim's ability, he said to her. This time Bo was surprised. How did you know? You've never met the guy, right? Of course, he didn't tell her that he was spying on them earlier. He had used his drone vision to scout ahead and saw her fighting Fim and Tenzing. That was how he knew about Fim's ability. But yes, you're right, this is Fim's ability. Do you like it? It's from my new ability. I recently found out that not only can I use ingredients to strengthen constructs, I can also use them to strengthen myself. Michael used his supreme talent and looked at the light mana signatures in her body. At the center of her body was a large and dense grouping of light mana. Meanwhile, the rest of the light mana in her body only came in sparse groups except for her hands. On her left hand, he saw a completely different grouping of light mana that was structurally different from what she had from the rest of her body. It was the same with her right hand. It was also a completely new arrangement of light mana particles, meaning that this wasn't hers. She can use other magnetics light mana as ingredients to reinforce her own body. That's her new ability. A female Frankenstein chef diva made much more sense now. As long as she got the light mana from anyone in the world, then she could essentially make her own body as a collection of other people's powers. And before he could try and assess her powers, he saw her raise her palms. And before he knew it, his activated and resisted against a pillar of solid light coming from her hands. He wasn't even able to react. If it wasn't for his prismatic shield, then he would have no doubt been hit by the light. What is that defense of yours? Bo complained, puffing up her cheeks. You're just full of overpowered skills, aren't you? Michael raised his hand, creating another on the tip of his finger. While it was still powering up, Bo raised her hand and shot another solid pillar of light, hitting the same spot as before. His wobbled for a brief second, but the mana in the air immediately replenished the unity it lost from the attack. Oh, I can't break your shields. While she was talking, Michael sneakily commanded his drone to move behind her. While she was distracted, he commanded it to fire a single shot of. This time the gun shot off without a hitch. What is your defense made out of? But at the very moment where she would have been hit, her light shield disappeared out of her left hand and reappeared behind her, perfectly shielding her back from the. She immediately looked behind her, surprised that the drone was able to sneak up on her. How was she able to react? His first thought was that she was simply just that fast. However, the fact that she was still talking and completely unaware of the drone up until it was about to hit her body disproved that entirely. She didn't know the beam was about to hit her. She didn't even know the drone was there. Despite that, she was able to manipulate her light shield to protect her from harm. It was then that he remembered that it wasn't just her who moved. It was the diva above her. Thankfully, ChatJK4 played a slowed-down replay of the video for him to see what happened. At the moment when his drone shot the unity beam, the female Frankenstein chef diva quickly turned around. It noticed the beam coming towards Bo and immediately positioned its flat frying pan towards the trajectory of the unity beam. A few moments later, the light shield in Bo's left hand disappeared from her hands and reappeared in a flash behind her. The diva moved first, and Bo just moved after it. This revelation was mind-blowing to him. He always thought that divas were just simple projections that were more akin to a statue rather than a living being. But this completely disproved that. The diva protected Bo even without her asking for it, meaning that it was sentient at the very least. He felt like he was on the brink of discovering something after learning this. However, Bo didn't give him any time for contemplation. What are you spacing around for? She raised her cleaver knife and cut off a small circle in the air. Her original ability activated, allowing the air to become as tangible and as solid as an ingredient. Her right hand began to glow with a red aura. "That's a different set of light mana," he observed. "I'm guessing you also got Tenzing's power on your right hand." "Correct," Bo said, flinging her curly blonde hair. "I'm surprised that you got it so quickly. After defeating them, I was able to take a sample from the souls of their body and implement it onto myself. To be honest, I wasn't even planning on showing this power yet, but you forced my hand, hehehe." With Tenzing's ability on her right hand, she grabbed the ball of air and grasped it tightly on her palms. Immediately, the air ball's gravity increased by an enormous amount, so much so that a small black sphere appeared on the ball of air. This was none other than a black hole, one of Tenzing's proudest abilities. And before he could react, she quickly turned around and threw it towards the drone. The black hole continued to consume more and more air particles from its surroundings. Its intense gravitational field started to pull the drone closer, with its force becoming stronger and stronger as the drone fell deeper into its orbit. Michael was able to control its flight to prevent its descent into the black hole, but its propellers weren't that powerful enough to completely escape the gravitational field of the miniature black hole. It was stuck there, unable to move or else risk getting eaten by a gravitational hole in space. While he was concentrating, Bo took this chance to create another ball of air, and with a simple touch from her right hand, the ball turned into another miniature black hole. This time she threw it towards Michael. After seeing what happened with his drone, he quickly made space between him and the black hole. But because of its intense gravitational field, his movement inside the Unity cage became much more limited. He couldn't go anywhere near the left or risk getting caught in the black hole's orbit. "I don't have to worry about the black holes. But that pillar of light is troublesome. I can't react to it, it's too fast, but maybe I don't have to." He saw Bo raise up her hand towards him. Even before seeing her use her ability, he casted his magic. And in that same moment, Bo's solid pillar of light shot out from her palms, reaching him at insanely fast speeds. But just as it was about to hit his body, his entire being turned into a gaseous shadow that teleported out of harm's way. His solution to the pillar of light was simple. As long as he paid attention to her palms, then he could easily guess where she was aiming. "Impressive, Michael. That was how I dodged against Fim's ability as well. It's a weakness that is really easy to exploit once you know the secret." Bo then raised her hand again, getting ready to release another shot of her pillar of light. But this time she wasn't aiming at him, she was aiming out into the far left. "But I have a workaround for this," she said, smirking. "It's the reason why I chose to fight against Fim and Tenzing in the first place. I think their abilities are perfect for each other." She released the solid light outwards, reaching towards none other than the black hole she put just a few seconds before. The solid light just grazed past the event horizon of the black hole. And just as it was about to go past it, the light suddenly bent into a curve. The intense curvature of space due to the immense gravitational field of the black hole caused light itself to bend around its orbit. The light beam curved perfectly towards Michael, hitting his for the third time in a row. This interaction between two abilities was so unexpected that not even their original owners knew that this was possible. It was Bo's intelligence and her creativity that allowed this wonderful synergy of abilities. Even though she only spent a small amount of time with these powers, she was able to use them with the same mastery as their original owners. Bo proved why she was first place in the Rising Six ranking. She had solved the only weakness of the solid light. With the bending of the space, Michael wouldn't be able to predict where it would go based on the direction of her arms. "I have to destroy those," he decided. He quickly powered up another, aiming it towards the black hole. His finger burst out with a bright light, emitting a ray of unity towards the black hole. The immense gravitational field tried to swallow the beam towards its bottomless pit. However, the equally intense energy of unity obliterated everything around the black hole, destroying the particles that kept it fed. Without particles to consume, the black hole eventually collapsed onto itself. But in that same moment, Bo used her cleaver and carved 3 more balls of air in front of her. And with a single touch, each of them were converted into black holes as intense as the first one. She grabbed all of them and threw them towards Michael. He teleported out of the way, reappearing opposite them. But this gave Bo enough time to shoot another pillar of solid light, once again aiming for the black hole she just threw. The beam grazed past one, curving its trajectory perfectly to miss the second black hole just enough to once again let its intense gravitational field alter its course for a final time. It shot towards Michael, hitting his again. I can't destroy those black holes fast enough. She'll just create more while I power up my. He powered up another beam this time, hitting the black hole that got his drone captive. The Unity annihilated the gravity field, causing the drone to regain its freedom. However, at the same moment this happened, Bo carved up more air balls from her surroundings to transform them into black holes. She raised her cleaver knife and began dicing the air into very small air spheres, each one only as small as a grape. She grabbed all of them by her right hand, transforming them all into even tinier black holes. With her frilly pink dress twirling, she threw all of her mini black holes into the air, inundating the cage with gravitational fields. Now these black holes were too small to do any real damage to Michael, but that wasn't the point. Bo just wanted more black holes for her pillar of light to curve into. It's even harder to predict where the shot is going now. And just like he thought, Bo raised her hand again, pointing towards a random direction and shooting off a pillar of solid light. The light zigzagged through the air, curving randomly through the starry collection of black holes inside the cage. It shot towards Michael's back, piercing a hole in his for a moment, before regenerating back up into full health. I have to find a way to dodge those pillars of light. My defense can only last as long as there's mana in the air. His first thought was to have Chat JK4 to use the current physics model of the world to predict where the shot was going to go. However, the curvature of space was completely random and probably controlled by Bo herself, making it impossible to predict. She knew her advantages more than anyone. She continued to fire off beams of solid light towards him, working on whittling down his defenses one shot at a time. Meanwhile, he was unable to react to any of the shots at all. He would only feel it when his prismatic shield activated. He and his drone fired off shots of whenever they can to reduce the number of black holes in the area, but Bo would just create far more than he could destroy in the same amount of time. At this point, he realized that he wasn't going to avoid the pillar of light, no matter what he did. He needed something else. Bo's diva was able to react to my before she could. Maybe my diva could do that as well. He stopped dodging and stayed in one place, surprising Bo. Since he couldn't dodge it anyway, it's useless to spend energy on trying to escape it. So, floating in the air, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes. He was going to concentrate as much as he could to finally listen to what his diva was trying to tell him. "Did you give up?" Bo asked, shooting off another pillar of light, zigzagging its way towards Michael's prismatic shield. She was seeing signs of his defense starting to waver. She didn't know what he was doing, but this was her chance to finally break through his shield. Meanwhile, Michael blocked out anything from the outside world and just focused on his own thoughts. A diva could move independently from her own. "You can do it too," he said to his diva. But there was no answer. "Come on, how do I listen to you?" She said, "Listen from the heart." What is my heart saying? But he could feel nothing but his own heartbeat. Upon getting no indication that there even was a diva he was talking to, he was getting a little bit impatient. After all, he could hear the sounds of Bo's pillars chipping away at his Unity shield at this very moment. His first instinct was to open his eyes and try to dodge and fight her assault. He was tempted to break his concentration and defend. Wait, maybe that's the problem. I've been trying to solve this by myself when I should have been listening to my instincts. Michael decided to let go. He let himself fall deeper and deeper into his own concentration until he entered the void of his own consciousness. In here he saw nothing but an endless darkness around him. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't hear anything, and he couldn't even feel his own body. He was just a soul passing through the void. He let go of his thoughts of communication with the diva. All this time, he'd been trying to talk with it, forcing it to converse with him. But he realized now that this was akin to trying to get someone to talk, while also talking over them and not giving them a chance to speak. So now he just let his mind wander. He wasn't going to think. And it was in that moment that a spark of instinct entered his mind. He tried to follow it and let it flow through his body. However, his own thoughts began to muddle the instinct and caused it to slip away. His body twitched, leaning to the side by a tiny inch. And in that moment, Bo's pillar of light hit the prismatic shield near his shoulder. Even though his movement was small, Bo noticed it immediately. This caught her off guard, causing her to pause and stare at Michael. She had aimed specifically for his chest, but his small twitch caused the pillar of light to miss the target by a few centimeters. For a second there, she thought he found the perfect timing to dodge out of the way from her attack. Alarmed, she kept on shooting her pillars towards his prismatic shield. She was getting closer and closer to piercing through it. She found that the regeneration of his defenses was getting slower and slower the more times that part of the shield was hit. So as long as she targeted his chest area, she'd be able to break through it. She raised her left palm, releasing a bright light that curved through the black holes and charged towards Michael's chest. But once again, he twitched. At the very last second, it seemed like he got the right timing to dodge out of the way. And this time, his movement was a lot bigger than before. Not only that, but for a brief moment, she saw his diva start to raise its two hands. She knew what this looked like. This looked exactly like what she was doing before. This was diva communication. Divas were a lot stronger, faster, and more powerful than a human, so they could react to threats much faster than their owners. Some magnetics used this to their advantage by tapping into their diva's instincts. As long as they could understand what the diva wanted to do, then they could essentially use it to dodge extremely fast attacks. Michael looked like he was doing exactly that. No way, that's not possible, she thought. He and his diva were way too inexperienced to be doing this. Not only that, but this type of development should only happen during practice when there was absolute silence and focus, not when fighting against somebody else. She raised her palm again, shooting a pillar of light that directly traveled to his chest, with no black hole slowing down its speed. Just then, Michael's body shifted to the side, allowing the light to just graze through his. He's connecting with his diva, she realized. But despite him reacting fast enough to the pillar of light, it still tore through his prismatic shield, breaking off like pieces of glass. His defenses would need a few seconds before it could regain its health again. But Bo didn't need a few, she just needed one. She shot the solid white light directly in his heart. The beam passed through several black holes, and this time, its gravitational pull didn't curve its trajectory. Instead, it sped up its velocity with a technique called a gravitational slingshot. She was going to finally hit him with an ability. But just then, Michael's diva moved. It extended its right hand and held it straight out. And suddenly, an invisible shockwave emanated from Michael's body. The shockwave hit the beam and stopped it in its tracks. For a moment, Bo felt her control over her own ability start to falter. She lost control. But the moment only lasted for a very short amount of time, not even lasting a couple of milliseconds. Michael's body teleported out of the beam's trajectory, just as it regained its original momentum. As soon as the other magnetics in the crowd saw this, their eyes widened with realization. He connected with his diva. He just found out about this just a few minutes ago. Reptor gasped, remembering how they had to teach Michael that the sound he'd been hearing was his own diva. He's only in the 4th stage. Even the 6th stage is early when connecting with a diva. It doesn't even have a head yet, just 2 arms. No one could believe that Michael was connecting with his diva in the middle of a fight. That was insane. While everybody was focused on his connection with his diva, some of the more experienced magnetics in the major factions focused on something else entirely. It just happened for a very brief moment. Not even enough for the blink of an eye, but it happened. Shockwave emanated from Michael and stopped the beam right on its path, even without using that strange iron block of his. Alaric stared at Michael, disbelief written on his face. He's close. He's about to awaken a new ability. He knew that as a magnetic came closer and closer to a breakthrough, their power would spike up for a very brief moment. It was exactly what he saw down below. Michael's time-stop power extended out of his body, with its increased power enough to even outpower Bo's 6th stage ability for a brief moment. All the other magnetics like Alaric had their eyes glued to the pocket dimension, shock written on their faces. Michael finally opened his eyes, looking at his own hands with satisfaction painted on his face. It worked. For the first time, he connected with his diva. It felt like a second instinct. When the beams were about to hit him, a jolt of thought would appear in his mind and urge him to move out of the way. But because he wasn't used to it, his body naturally rejected such instincts. Only once he got rid of his own thoughts did he finally connect with his diva. After that, the diva's instincts flowed through like water. All he had to do was follow it. He felt like he was one step closer to awakening his new ability. He just needed a little bit more, and he would be able to unlock a completely new power. This was evident to not just him, but also to Bo. She knew better than others about what happened. She was intimidated for the first time in her life. Even though Michael and his diva were undeveloped, he was still able to achieve this much in a short amount of time. She felt victory slipping away. Her mind immediately went into problem-solving mode, trying to think of a way to overcome this hurdle. Her problem was that she cannot defeat him under any circumstances. The more she fought him, the closer he would be to his breakthrough, and she had a feeling that this shouldn't happen under any circumstances. So her only choice was to subdue him. With her cleaver in hand, she rotated her entire arm into a giant circle, carving a giant sphere made out of nothing but air. Using Tenzing's ability on her right hand, she started to manipulate the gravity inside the large sphere. She commanded them to pull outwards, not inwards. The gravitational force of this new sphere was the complete opposite of a black hole. She created a white hole. It repelled everything around itself with the same force as a black hole. While Michael was reeling on the effects of a near breakthrough, she took this chance to throw the gigantic white hole in his direction. It collided with Michael, pushing him outwards and into the edges of his own cage. The switches automatically turned off, with the unity beams ceasing to exist to protect him from being burned by his own power. Michael crashed into the ground, with the white hole pinning him down into the bottom of the forest floor. The force of the crash was enough to create a crater from the point of contact, with the white hole continuing to send enormous force outwards. Rocks, soil, and trees were getting pushed away, with Michael pushing further and further into the crater. And if that wasn't enough, Bo's 8-star food monsters surrounded him, using their own powers to prevent Michael from escaping the white hole. With the unity cage turned off, Bo had free rein to finally escape. She quickly turned towards the center of the pocket dimension, with her eyes set on nothing but the glass dome. She looked back at Michael and pursed her lips. This was the only way that she could ensure her victory. Fighting him more would only make him stronger. Her only goal was to keep him contained. She couldn't even let him get hurt, or else she could push him further into the brink of a breakthrough. And so, with the white hole and the other 8-star monsters pinning him down, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her anytime soon. Finally, she jumped up to the top of the trees and began running straight to the dome to claim her prize. Everyone watching this from above couldn't help but start applauding Michael for his tremendous effort. It was a good attempt, but in the end, the difference in power between a 4th stage and a 6th stage was far too much. Wow, he almost won against her. If he had a little bit more time to develop, then he could have definitely beaten her today. It's all right. He's very young and has plenty of time to grow. I think it's safe to say that out of all the rising 6, he has the most potential. In a year or two, we can definitely see him taking the top spot from Bo. But wait, look at him. He's moving. Just when they thought that Michael was going to surrender, they saw movement in the crater made by the giant white hole. They saw Michael's hand reach out and began clawing his way through the crater in an attempt to get out of it. Despite his efforts, the white hole's power was constantly pinning him down. Not only that, but the 6 8-star food monsters above the crater were making sure that his drone couldn't help him in any way. The bread elephant and the jello monkey pawed at the drone like curious animals, swatting it in the air as it struggled to just hover in the air. Then, the jaguar leapt up and caught the drone in its jaws as it tried to gnaw through the metallic frame, but was unable to even get a scratch on it. Raptor, Erlos, and the other rising 6 watching this couldn't help but feel bad for Michael. He was simultaneously incredibly lucky and unlucky at the same time. It was very fortunate for him that he was on the very brink of a breakthrough, but he was very unfortunate that it happened while he was fighting Bo. It's just unfortunate. Everyone knows that the closer someone is to a breakthrough, the more vulnerable they are. Erlos shook his head. Michael's mind is trying to concentrate on awakening. his new abilities. Oh, he can't even use his mystic arts to get himself out of this situation. Of course, if Michael was able to awaken his new ability while fighting Bo, then he would gain a temporary boost on his power. But of course, achieving that in the middle of a fight was near impossible to do so. Now, even if he awakened his new ability, it would be far too late. Bo was already on her way to the glass dome unimpeded. If Michael was somehow able to get out of the white hole's imprisonment, then he'd have the 8-star monsters to deal with as well. As good as he was, he wouldn't be able to defeat them in time to catch up to Bo. You should surrender now and find a place to meditate away from all the chaos, or else you'll miss the window for breakthrough, Raptor said, shouting towards the pocket dimension in the off chance that Michael could hear his advice. Even though he was under the intense repulsive force of the white hole, Michael felt nothing at all. He wasn't even paying attention to his own surroundings. He couldn't think. The only thing on his mind was this new sprout of idea that burrowed in his mind. It felt like he was in an endless space, with a weightless rope stretched out in front of him. As he tried to swim towards the rope, a slight force would push him away from it ever so slightly. Despite that, each time he swam towards the rope, he would be able to move closer and closer towards it by just a tiny fractions. It became a laborious task, one that needed his full concentration. He continued to swim for what seemed like an hour before he jumped for a final time and grabbed a hold of the rope. And with a tight grip, he pulled himself up and caused himself to be falling upwards and into a bright white light. Suddenly, a series of thoughts entered his mind. It wasn't tangible, it wasn't made out of words, it was only an idea. Not just any idea, it was the framework and knowledge about his new ability. He immediately opened his eyes and found himself pinned down by the white hole above him. The series of thoughts reappeared in his head. His diva appeared hovering above his head. The two arms moved, reaching up towards the white hole as if it was holding it up for Michael. And suddenly, the white hole's repulsive force stopped. For a second, it moved up out of Michael's chest and gave him just enough space to move his hands. With this tiny space that was made for him, he reached down into his pockets and took out a small object made out of some kind of ivory. He squeezed the ocarina through the tiny space between him and the white hole, and used all of his breath to play a guttural sound that sent an invisible shockwave throughout the pocket dimension. A few seconds later, the ground rumbled. The 8-star food monsters above reared their heads up, their eyes showing worry and anxiousness. In the distance, soil, rocks, and trees were erupting out into the air as a colossal worm swam through the crust of the earth. Anything in its direction was consumed inside its giant mouth filled with rotating sharp teeth. Bo's monster instincts kicked in, and they immediately turned away to run. However, it was too late. The ground that they stood on crumbled like powder as the colossal worm swallowed everything in its path. The monsters fell into its stomach, with their fading figures being swallowed into the darkness. Once they were consumed, Bo's light mana was destroyed with them. The white hole pinning Michael down sputtered out its final repulsive force before wilting into pure energy that dissipated into the air. Once the white hole was gone, Michael was free to finally move. But just ahead of him was the colossal worm, with its mouth wide open and ready to consume him as well. He casted 2 on the soles of his feet, launching himself high up into the air and completely dodging away from the colossal worm's avaricious mouth. Floating above the worm, he looked up and found the drone floating just in front of him. With his command, both of them readied up a shot of light gathered at the tip of his finger and at the tip of the drone's barrel. While they were powering up, he quickly grabbed a switch from his pockets and threw it towards the drone. The switch perfectly attached itself onto the glowing tip of the drone's gun barrel. He did the same with his finger and attached a switch right where his beam was about to fire. The light peaked as the shot a powerful beam towards the switch. At near instantaneous speeds, the Unity beam clashed with the iron switch blocking its path. His ability activated at the moment of impact, and instead of destroying the switch, the beams were instead frozen onto the switch's surface. The switches now had Unity beams frozen in its path, momentum, and time. He grabbed both of the powered switches in his hands and flicked it onto the on switch. Unity beams extended out of his hands, perfectly hitting the sides of the colossal worm. The monster cried a guttural roar, thrashing its head in pain. It quickly rammed its head towards the trees and boulders in its way, attempting to get rid of the painful unity beams that were latched onto its skin. But of course, the unity beams were burned into the worm's skin itself, making it extremely hard to get off. It had become a permanent leash for the monster. With the unity beams securely locked into the worm, he grabbed onto the switches tightly and pulled himself down towards the colossal worm's head, landing perfectly atop its sandy skin. The monster immediately noticed his presence and correctly deduced that he was the source of its pain. It flailed its body around to get him off, but his grip onto the switches was tight. His deflected off any trees, rocks, and debris that were shooting off towards him as the worm rode through the pocket dimension's surface. Unable to get him off, the colossal worm jumped up its head before diving down deeper into the earth. With Michael still holding on to the unity beams leashed onto its sides, the worm plunged into the earth, letting the rumbling throughout the pocket dimension come to a stop. Everything was peaceful for a few seconds. And just then, a huge explosion of soil and rock erupted from the earth as the colossal worm shot up to the surface. Its sandy and wrinkly skin was visible for the first time in its life. Michael was atop its head, who had pulled on the unity reins and forced the monster to go back up to the surface. The colossal worm landed back into the ground, with the pain of the leash controlling its every movement. As soon as Michael pulled the reins to the left, the worm had to move its head in the same direction. It became completely subservient to the unity leash, allowing Michael to maneuver through the pocket dimension and directly towards the glass dome. Everyone watching this from above held their breaths in complete anticipation and shock. They had just witnessed something they had never seen before. The mighty colossal worm, the apex creature of the pocket dimension, was being controlled by a boy who was barely in fourth stage body formation. "He's riding the worm," they gasped. All of those people who said that Michael had to give up and surrender had to swallow back their words. Everyone thought that his journey in the auction was over. There was no chance for him to win. Nobody thought he'd be able to escape the white hole. Nobody thought that he'd be able to get rid of the 8-star food monsters lying in wait. And even if he hid, there would be no way to catch up to Bo before she could get inside the glass dome. But he proved that wrong. With the colossal worm at his beck and call, he was riding through the pocket dimension with no obstacles impeding his progress. All the other monsters in the pocket dimension were scared to their bones the moment they felt the rumbling of the ground caused by the worm. And those that were brave enough to face it were immediately swallowed into the worm's stomach. "Look at his aura, he has broken through, he awakened a new ability." Erlos gasped, with the other rising 6 members becoming as shocked as him. They knew what this meant. Michael was now running with a breakthrough high. His power was temporarily boosted because of his new discovery. His connection with his diva was the highest it had ever been, giving him access to its immense power. And before they could even process everything, the colossal worm finally arrived at the glass dome. Michael pulled on the reins, causing the worm to open up its mouth and swallow half of the dome's structure. The resulting destruction caused glasses to shatter, and the entire frame of the dome crumbled under its own weight. Now the structure inside was visible to all. Michael pulled the worm to a stop and looked down. He saw Bo looking back at him, with surprise and shock written all over her face. She was just a few meters away from the pillars containing the vials of Sue. Just when she thought she was going to obtain the prize, Michael unexpectedly burst in through the dome, riding atop the most dangerous and destructive monsters inside the pocket dimension. To say that she was astounded would be an understatement. Michael turned off the switch, retrieving the unity beams from the worm's skin. Now that it was free, the monster roared into the air and immediately submersed itself into the ground, leaving behind a giant hole in its wake. Michael floated towards Bo, with the two face to face once again. She looked at him, chuckling as she shook her head. "You don't give up, do you?" He shrugged. "Nope, not when it's something I want." She bit her lips as she looked at him. She was simultaneously angry at him, but also extremely impressed at the same time. She didn't know if she wanted to hug him or strangle him. After everything she threw at him, he still got back up. Now, just as she feared, he was even stronger than before. She could feel the power emanating from his body, a sign that he had broken through and obtained a temporary boost to his power. Without even speaking, she knew that this was their final battle. She raised both of her hands, with the abilities of Fim and Tenzing emanating with power. "Even with your new power, the outcome won't change," she declared. Michael looked at her, and in the background, he saw the 5 stone pillars containing the drops of Su. Each drop was contained inside its own vial, which was locked up atop the podium and protected by a magical cage that only a key could unlock. All 5 drops were still present, meaning that he arrived just in time. She hadn't gotten her hands on the drops as of yet. "Don't let your eyes wander just yet. You haven't defeated me," Bo reminded him. This time she was going all out. She had to, or else he would be able to overpower her with his boosted abilities. So if she couldn't defeat him now, she'll have to defeat him later. Her plan was to elongate the fight for as long as possible. She had to wait for the moment when his boosted power returned to normal, allowing her to once again gain the advantage of cultivation. She cleaved the air multiple times, creating black hole after black hole without stop. In just a short moment, she inundated the space with her abilities, giving Michael no chance to escape the light pillars. They were back into the same fight as before. Bo raised her arm, with the power of Fim gathering at her palms. But this time Michael was prepared. "That won't work on me again," he said. He held the switch with both of his hands and entered a stance. His position made it seem like he was a knight, ready to slash anything that came his way. And just then, a click resounded through the air. With the switch turned on, and the unity beam shot out of Michael's hands, reaching a height to the top of his head before stopping. Half of his face was illuminated with the bright energy of the unity beam. No, it wasn't a beam anymore, it was a sword. Unity saber. He swung around the unity sword in his hands, mimicking the movements of swordsmen he saw in this life and his previous life. And suddenly, he lunged forward, with the unity saber slicing overhead and hitting the black hole right in front of him. The immense power held inside the unity saber burned through the very structure of the black hole. The gravitational field sputtered out before collapsing into itself and disappearing out of thin air. He moved to the side, swinging his unity saber horizontally, destroying 2 black holes in front of him in an instant. Bo could only watch with shock as she saw her black holes get annihilated with ease. Even though his moves were simple and had no complex stances, each swing of his destroyed more black holes in his surroundings. The situation was completely flipped on its head. This time she was the one who couldn't keep up. With each black hole she created, Michael would destroy 2 or 3 more with each swing. She quickly raised her left hand, pointing it to the last few clusters of black holes in her surroundings. The pillar of light burst out of her palms and headed straight to the edges of a black hole. Its intense gravitational field curved the light's trajectory and headed straight towards Michael's back. But just as it was about to hit, his diva suddenly extended its hand and tried to block the pillar of light from hitting him. Michael's eyes widened as he quickly turned around and slashed down with his unity saber, splitting the solid pillar of light in half. She bit her lips, unable to accept that all of her attacks were rendered ineffective by Michael. He swung his unity saber towards the last black hole in the area, completely ridding the place from intense gravitational fields. She slowly backed away, feeling her grasp of victory slowly slipping away. "It's not over yet," she exclaimed. She raised her cleaver in the air, with the female Frankenstein chef diva appearing above her head. The diva reached down towards her 2 arms and used its own knife to cut off the very light mana sitting on her wrists. Fim and Tenzing's light mana flowed out of her arms and floated in front of Bo. "Combine," she shouted. Her diva used its flat cooking pan to smash the 2 clusters of light mana together, combining them into a single mote of light mana. She grabbed this combination of light mana and plunged it into her own heart. New aura appeared around her, signifying a completely new power born from the combination of the 2 abilities. "This is my greatest attack, see if you can stand this," she screamed. She used her cleaver knife to create a giant sphere of air in front of her. With a simple touch, she imbued the air with another intense gravitational field. But this time it's different. The power of the black hole manifested with a pure darkness inside the giant sphere. But then, a completely white light appeared as she imbued it with the power of a white hole. The combination of both gravitational fields created a paradox. The black hole attracted everything inside, while the white hole repulsed everything outside. Its result was a purely destructive force that destroyed everything around it. This was a gray hole, one that Michael's Unity Saber wouldn't be able to destroy. In response, Michael manifested his diva in the air. The two futuristic, mechanical hands raised its hand and beckoned for something to get closer. Just then, the ground underneath his feet started to shake. Dust, soil, and powdered glass shards started to levitate off the floor. "You know, I should thank you," he said to her. "Without you, I wouldn't have been able to figure out how to connect with my diva." At this moment, a huge chunk of earth erupted from the ground and levitated towards Michael. The soil crumbled as it floated, revealing a black, almost charcoal-like appearance of the material found underneath it all. This was graphite, a crystalline form of the carbon element. Michael's diva accepted the chunk of graphite in its hands. Suddenly, strange metallic limbs popped out of the diva's hands and began to form and sculpt the graphite into something with a more defined shape. Red lasers then beamed out of those little metallic limbs, welding the graphite into a form that was similar to the iron switch. Bo didn't realize that she stood there, gawking at the scene and doing nothing else. This was the first time she saw something so strange. Usually, divas' appearances and their powers reflected something that could be seen in nature. However, Michael's metallic arm diva was moving in ways that she never even thought possible. It was even glowing, as if lights replaced its very veins. She quickly moved into action, creating her final attack. The gray hole may be destructive, but it wasn't fast. She wouldn't be able to hit Michael with it. But that was where her combined ability came in. She used both of her hands and touched the gray hole with her palms. And suddenly, a pure bright light emerged from her hands, pushing the gray hole towards Michael, accelerating it up to insane speeds. Bo let out all of her energy onto her hands. The pillar of lights on her palms grew brighter and brighter, allowing it to push the gray hole with much more speed and power. The destructive paradox beamed forwards, destroying all the glass shards and metal debris around the fallen glass dome. Its speed continued to accelerate, and if left unstopped, would gain as much speed as the pillars of light. With the gray hole just a few meters away from him, an intense destructive force assaulted everything around him. The ground underneath his feet crumbled away, leaving behind only the part where his feet was standing. Sparks flew off from his as it fought against the immense riptide of gravity. Finally, the finished graphite block fell onto his hands. The shape was familiar to him. It was considered as an antique object in his previous world. The graphite block had a close resemblance to a cassette tape, with two holes in the middle and a winding coil hidden inside the block. Above the block was a single button, with a shape of two horizontal triangles facing away from each other. Just as the gray hole was about to clash with his prismatic shield, he pushed the button on the graphite block and tossed it towards the gray hole. As soon as the block made contact with the gray hole, an invisible shockwave reverberated through the paradoxical field. Suddenly, it stopped its momentum and froze in place, just like when he used a switch. But a second later, the gray hole started to move backwards, with its trajectory returning from where it was before. And as it moved backwards, Michael saw powdered glass gathering back into a solid piece, returning to its original transparent shard. Even the ground that was turned into mere atoms were grouping back together, returning to their rightful place in the floor. All the destruction caused by the gray hole was reversed, as if it wasn't destroyed in the first place. Bo was beyond shocked as she saw the gray hole moving back towards her. She had no control over this. No matter how much she tried to push the gray hole back towards Michael, all of her efforts simply returned back to her, as if she was pushing against a wall. Eventually, the gray hole returned to its original place, with the pillars of light returning back to her palms. And it wasn't long after that did the black hole and the white hole separate themselves into two before fizzling out of existence, just as fast as they were created. This was Michael's new ability. He could reverse an object's momentum and time. Even the chaotic entropy of life would be forced to return to its original state, as long as his new graphite reverse box was attached to it. Seeing the final attack she poured all of her energy into, being reversed as if nothing happened in the first place, was enough to break her heart. Even though she was in the 6th stage, Michael was still able to overpower her abilities as a 4th stage. And before she could even recover, Michael appeared in front of her and attached another graphite reverse box into her chest. Immediately, the combined light mana of Fim and Tenzing's ability floated out of her chest. The combination separated into its own individual groups before returning to her two arms. But its reversal didn't end there. The light mana floated out of her body and into the skies, returning to their original owners, Fim and Tenzing. Bo felt a weakness overcome her whole body. She fell on her knees. Without those abilities, she wouldn't be able to fight against Michael anymore. Not only that, but she could feel his drone behind her, with its gun aimed and ready to shoot her at any moment. This was the final nail in the coffin. She looked at the ground, realizing that she lost. The whole auction was in a complete standstill. Their attention was wrapped on Michael and Bo's match, with most unable to even take a breath or else risk missing out on what happened. Even now, as Bo fell on her knees and Michael standing in front of her, many people still couldn't believe it. With all odds against him, he was able to triumph against the strongest out of the Rising Six. Upon every turn, people thought he was going to lose, but somehow he would be able to pull something out of the air and completely turn the tides of victory. He actually won. He defeated Bo. No way, I can't believe this. I guess this settles it. He's the new strongest magnetic out of the Rising Six. After showing off what he could do during this game, everyone's perception of Michael completely changed. He went from an unknown kid who had a little bit of money to a mystic genius that could even defeat those who were 2 stages above him. Defeating Reptor and Erlos together got him a spot in the Rising Six, but defeating Bo was what made him jump up to the very top of the rankings. His strange powers, his mithril artifact flying weapon. Everything around him was newsworthy. After this auction, his name would be spread out through the entirety of Metropolis. They would hail him as the Rising Star. Now, of course, many people still considered the Rising Six companies as being better than the Reborn company. After all, their influence and their foundation in Metropolis ran very deep and had powerful crew members that weren't just their leader. The Pyramidic Cuisine, for example, had already proven this by being the first one out of all the companies to get all 5 keys from the game. They were strong enough to deter the other players from getting their keys, and they were also smart enough to find it in the first place. The majority of people thought that Michael was the one who was strong, not the Reborn company. Judging from the fact that he still hadn't had any of the keys up to this point proved them right. Still, this only further exacerbated how talented and powerful Michael was, that he was able to do all of this alone. In fact, all he had to do now was to eliminate Bo from the game, and he would automatically win the bidding for the Sue drops. He didn't have to get the keys anymore. As Bo kneeled on the ground, she closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable unity beam that would shoot through his chest. But a few seconds later, there was nothing. She looked up at Michael, confused. "If you're waiting for me to surrender, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I will never do that," she said to him. Michael shrugged. "I don't want you to surrender." "Then why don't you eliminate me already? Don't you want the Sue drops for yourself?" she asked, confused as to what he was waiting for. But a second later, she realized something. "Don't tell me you're waiting for your teammates to get the keys. You realize that all you have to do is to defeat me, and you'll get the drops, right?" He looked towards the opaque partition in the distance. "I trust them, they'll come through. You'll see it." While all of that was happening, there was a certain spectator in the crowd who was penning ink to paper with furious intent. This was none other than Kronk, one of the main editors for the Daily Metro. He had come specifically to watch Michael and the Reborn company in this auction, thinking that he'd be able to see an interesting outcome. He expected Michael and the Reborn company to at least give a strong showing in the games, possibly even fighting against one of the Rising Six members. But Michael didn't do just that. He defeated the 2 of the Rising Six members at the same time. And now, he has defeated the undisputed strongest member of the youngest generation, Bo Rigard. Everything he had seen up to this point was enough to fill the pages of the Daily Metro newspaper 4 times and up. He kept writing all of his thoughts onto paper, so much so that their entire room was filled with ink-blotted papers from all around. His assistants couldn't even keep up, as they had to keep giving him more and more pieces of paper, as well as refilling his ink 3 times during this whole game. "Damn it, it's not good enough," he exclaimed, crumpling the piece of paper he'd been writing for over half an hour. For the first time in his life, he felt as if his journalistic skills weren't enough to do this story justice. He just couldn't find the right words to describe the electric feeling he was experiencing now as he watched Michael perform upsets left and right. There just weren't enough words in their alphabet to explain the genius and wonder of the boy called Michael Vanderbilt. All of the crowd in the auction felt the same way as him, but he knew that they only knew half the truth. If they truly found out the history and the feats that the Reborn company was able to do during their short period of existence, then they would also feel the same way as him. However, this news would have to wait until after the auction. He had already decided that he was going to dedicate the front page only for Michael and the Reborn company. The rest of Metropolis should know that there was a new rising star in town. And just as he dipped the quill in his ink, he heard a knock on his door. "Don't interrupt me, I'm busy," he shouted. But a few seconds later, the knocking continued. Finally, his female secretary peeked through the door and informed him of a new development. "Sir, you're going to want to hear this," she said. She then opened the door fully, letting one of Daily Metro News correspondents enter Kronk's private suite. "Make your pitch quick. I won't stop writing," he said, continuing to write a piece on Michael. The news correspondent cleared his throat before speaking. Sir, I have just been informed that a big discovery has been found. It's massive, they say." However, this news didn't seem to interest Kronk all that much. "There's plenty of discoveries that happen throughout the Queen's region. I'm not interested in making an article about some uncovered tomb." "Sir, they say that someone has already found a perfectly preserved mithril artifact during the exploration. And some are saying that there could be many more that will appear." This time, Kronk immediately stopped writing on his paper and looked back at his news correspondent. This man's entire job was to explore outside of Metropolis and bring back any piece of news that was worthy of an article, and he was the best of them. There was no way he was wrong on this account. "A perfectly preserved mithril artifact," Kronk muttered, taking a break to think about the consequences of this discovery. Originally, a perfectly preserved mithril artifact was already incredibly hard to find. Even the global conglomerates and organizations only had less than 5 of them in their treasuries. So this news would definitely shake up the entire Metropolis into action, but it was not to the point where it could disrupt the daily. However, witnessing what happened in this auction, after witnessing how Michael was able to dominate his peers with his strange flying mithril artifact, Kronk would guess that all the companies would be incredibly tempted to obtain their own perfectly preserved mithril artifacts. Everyone thought that mithril artifacts were just ancient swords and blades. But seeing Michael's weapon gave them the idea that maybe there were other mithril artifacts that were as powerful and as strange as the one he had. They weren't downplaying Michael's achievements, but the outcome of today's auction could have changed completely if he didn't have his mysterious flying mithril artifact. "Did you tell the others about this?" Kronk asked him. "I didn't, but I have a feeling that they already know. The news is being disseminated throughout the auction as we speak." It wasn't long before the news of this big discovery reached the ears of the major and minor factions. And just as Kronk predicted, they were hungrier and more desperate to get themselves their own piece of mithril artifact. The thought of having a flying weapon like Michael's made them all the more eager to get it. Many were already discussing what they are going to do after this auction. Some even suggested going out of the auction early to get a head start on the discovery, but the current rules of the auction prevented them from doing that. "Have you heard? There could be a real mithril artifact in the Red Ravine. I gotta go there. Who knows, maybe I'll be the lucky one to get it. Once this auction's over, I'm heading straight over there." While everyone was up in arms over this new big discovery down in the Red Ravine, there just seemed to be one private suite in the auction that wasn't up to date on the current news. Max Vanderbilt was starting to notice signs of movement around the auction, and since he had been in Metropolis for a long time, he knew that seeing the entire auction start whispering to each other meant that there was something going on outside. However, unlike them, the Reborn and the Vanderbilt family didn't have any connections to the news that these other companies received. The Vanderbilts lost their status and weren't even supposed to be in this auction, while the Reborn company had just recently established itself in Metropolis and didn't have a lot of connections yet. Should we go and ask the Quench Company or the Duchess about what's happening? Max asked, getting antsy. Maybe they'll let us in on what's happening. Just then, a shadow underneath his feet suddenly jumped out and landed directly on his head, surprising him. We don't need to do that, Fudge said casually. I already know what they're all fussing about. It's just some big discovery in the Red Ravine. I already sent out my shadow clones to check it out and found nothing of value. It's just some mithril artifacts. Max was surprised, wanting to immediately prepare just like the other companies. But then he remembered. The Reborn didn't even have to go to this big discovery. It would be useless. They could just create more mithril artifacts right, in the comfort of their own nation. But it was at that moment that some people realized that the game still wasn't over. All the players, including Michael, still weren't being teleported out of the pocket dimension. Finally, they looked towards Michael and saw that Bo still wasn't eliminated from the game. She was still kneeling on the ground, with Michael standing just a few feet away from the 5 pillars of Su. What is he doing? Why hasn't he eliminated her already? Wait, is he waiting for his teammates to get the keys for him? He should have already won. He doesn't need the keys. The fact that Michael was just standing next to the pillars, without doing anything proved there. Guesses. Many people couldn't understand why he would do this. Was he expecting his teammates to defeat Bo's elite crew members? Many were doubting if that was even possible. After all, the pyramidic cuisine was famous for having no weaknesses in their foundation. Bo, their leader, was strong. The magnetics below her was strong, and even the normal fighters at the very bottom of their chain of command were capable fighters of their own. It would be an unnecessary risk for Michael to count on his teammates to perform the same upset as him. Many people even noticed that the cultivation of Michael's demi-human crew members were, on average, 1 stage lower in cultivation. Not to mention, Bo's teammates were all equipped with even the best armors and mithril relics. In the region filled with nothing but dunes of hot sand, one red-scaled dragonborn was walking with a bored look on his face. Zion stepped to the top of the mound of sand and looked around himself, squinting his eyes. But everywhere he looked, he couldn't see a single sign of life anywhere around the desert region. Am I alone? He complained. Although his sister Shayna told him that he should only focus on finding a key in the sands of the desert, he thought that that would be too boring and decided to explore the entirety of the desert to look for other players. His plan was to eliminate every single person he saw and hopefully find a key dangling on their waists. But no matter how much he spent trudging through the hot sand, he couldn't find anyone around him. He even reached the edges of the desert region itself, seeing the snowy mountain region right next to him. He was starting to think he was the only person around. And it was at that moment that he heard an unusual sound coming from behind him. A sharp knife was tumbling towards his head at extremely fast speeds. He inwardly scoffed and ducked to the side before turning around. At the top of the dune, he saw a man wearing a chef's apron. Zion couldn't help but break out into a smile as he finally saw an opponent for the first time in a while. And he quickly noticed a dangling golden key tied around his chef's apron. A target has come to him. You're the only one left, the chef guy said to him. Ah, that must be why I can't find anyone, Zion realized. But it's good that you came to me, or else I would have spent so much more time trying to find you. The chef guy looked at Zion with confusion and disbelief written on his face. He had scoured the entire desert and found no one else but him, meaning that the other players were probably eliminated due to their leaders getting defeated on the other side of the pocket dimension. You're not from the Crocodile Leather Company, you're not from Spice Vise. You're from that Reborn company, the chef realized. Yup, and the handsomest too. The chef was perplexed. It's only Bo against that Michael kid. He already had the key, and there was no doubt that his other teammates also had their keys. Bo should have ended the game by now and obtained all drops. This could only mean that they were currently embroiled in an intense duel that prevented Bo from using her keys. Of course, he had no doubt that Bo would eventually win. However, there was a bad feeling in the air. He couldn't help but think that something happened to Bo. I'll have to defeat you to ensure Our Lady Bo's victory, he exclaimed. He extended his hand and telepathically reached towards the knife he threw in Zion's direction. It returned to his hand, showing off its glow as a mithril relic. Haha, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this, Zion said, cracking his knuckles together. Zion squatted down and reached for his shadow, about to take out his gauntlets as well. But all of a sudden, he heard a yell coming from behind him. Confused, Zion looked behind him and squinted his eyes. He realized that the sound wasn't coming from anywhere in the desert, but it was coming from the snowy mountains right behind him instead. On top of a ledge filled with icicles, there was a person who blended perfectly well with the snowy background. Zion wouldn't have even seen her if it weren't for the red glare coming from her eyes. It was none other than his sister, Shayna. "Sis, what are you doing here?" he asked, a bit embarrassed. Shayna put her hands on her waist and glared at Zion. "I'm here to make sure that you're not slacking around. Have you been looking for those keys like I told you?" Zion's cheeks turned even more red than his scales. He was extremely embarrassed being scolded like this in front of other people. "Sis, I'm busy here," he said, not so subtly, using his eyes to point at his chef opponent. "Don't change the subject, young man. I know you've been slacking off. I saw you wandering around the desert, not even trying to find the keys. What if it was right underneath your feet, but you just won't look for them?" Zion quickly stomped his feet, having had enough of the lecture. "Can't you see I'm trying to, sis? Look, he has a key, and I'll get it once I defeat him." Shayna shook her head. "You wouldn't have to if you had just searched for the key like I told you to." At this point, the chef guy was just awkwardly standing there, watching all of this unfold with confusion plastered across his face. He didn't know what was happening. Sorry about this, Sir Chef. I'll beat you in just a little bit, let me just talk to my sis," said Zion, rubbing his hands together to apologize to him. "Zion, don't make me come down there," Shayna warned. This pissed Zion off, so he stuck out his tongue to tease her. May, you can't come down here. There's a barrier that's separating the regions." Shayna's eyes glowed even redder, with her hands gesturing to get the arrow from his quiver. "That's what I'm trying to do, but you keep interrupting me," Zion lashed out. Even though the chef didn't know what they were talking about, he immediately picked up on the fact that seemed to think that they could get his key easily. The chef couldn't understand why they were so lax. They were casually talking to each other about beating him up and getting his key as if it was the easiest thing in the world. They weren't even subtle, he was right there listening to them. He had never met such a strange group of demi-humans. It was much more obvious now that they were not local to Metropolis. Otherwise, they would have known that he was among the top non-magnetic fighters of the pyramidic cuisine. Judging from the power emanating from the red-scaled dragonborn, he estimated that the boy was only in the 4-star realm, while he was in the 5-star realm. Not only that, but he had the power of a mithril relic by his side. Once he had proven his worth in this auction, then there was a good chance that he would be promoted to a major officer. He could have a chance to become a magnetic. So all in all, he found no basis for Zion to be as confident as he was in this fight. He wouldn't be talking so casually to his teammate if he knew the strength that he was facing. From what he could see, the only way that he could lose was if it was a 2 versus 1. "There is no way for you to team up against me," he said to the Dragonborns. "The barrier separating the desert region to the snowy region cannot be crossed by any entity, magic, or power." He thought that that was the reason why the white-scaled Dragonborn was here. She was here to help Zion. "Really, that's good," Zion breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't want my sis to ruin my fun." Even now, Zion still wasn't exhibiting the same nervousness his other opponents exhibited when they faced him. "I hate to break it to you, but this will not be fun." The chef threw the mithril relic dagger towards Zion, which he ducked away from quite easily. Zion then raised his hands in front of him and tucked his chin near his fists, using the peek-a-boo style of boxing. He rushed towards the chef, with his feet constantly shuffling and leaving behind only a single point of contact on the sand below him. The chef retrieved his dagger, telepathically commanding it to pierce towards Zion's back. But Zion seemed to have anticipated it and stopped in his tracks and sidestepped to dodge it. "Impressive," the chef praised. Zion finally came face to face with the chef, throwing a simple left jab to his face. But the chef saw his attack clearly, using his dagger to come in front of him and clash with Zion's fist. The Dragonborn continued to throw jabs, straights, and uppercuts towards the chef, but each time his attack was fended off by the mithril relic dagger that seemed to dance with absolute fluidity. From anyone's perspective, it looked like their battle was equal. Zion's punches were a bit slow and ineffective in the chef's eyes, while the chef's dagger was easily dodged with Zion's strange shoulder movements. "They don't call me the fillet master for nothing," the chef shouted, casting a magic spell that created 10 identical copies of his own mithril relic dagger. The daggers floated around him in a line, forcing Zion to take a step back. "Dice severance," the chef shouted with the 10 daggers shooting off towards Zion. The daggers came at him from all sides, with each one trying to skewer him with the right precision and timing. Zion kept dodging out of the way, taking a step back each time he did so. It seemed that the difference between a 5-star fighter and a 4-star fighter was evident during this fight. But although it seemed like he was pushed on the ropes, none of the daggers actually hit Zion. His foot technique and his dodges kept him out of harm's way, albeit with the smallest of margins. The chef thought he'd win, but just then they heard another yell coming from the Snow Mountain region. "Zion, don't waste any more time," Shayna shouted. Zion, hearing this, couldn't help but click his tongue out of frustration. "Damn it, I wanted to have some longer fun," he complained under his breath. Despite that, he took out a chocolate pellet from his pockets and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Zion's body, causing the sand beneath his feet to blow away from him. Even the daggers surrounding him were temporarily knocked out of their formation, surprising the chef. He looked at Zion and felt a completely new power surging out of his body. That's not possible." It seemed as if Zion had broken through to the 5-star realm in an instant. Finally, with his new power, Zion punched one of the daggers and upon contact, turned it back into pure mana. As the daggers tried to pierce him again, Zion kept dodging and issuing a counterattack that destroyed all the dagger magic copies with one punch. He's really a 5-star fighter," the chef exclaimed. It wasn't long before Zion performed an uppercut and punched the last dagger floating in front of him. This was the real mithril relic dagger, and it flew back towards the chef uncontrollably, flipping in all sorts of awkward directions and forcing the chef to dodge his own weapon. "You were hiding your power?" the chef asked. "I didn't want the fight to be over too fast," Zion said, punching the air. "Now come on, let's fight some more." However, before the chef could even comprehend what happened, they heard another scream come out from the white-scaled lady on top of a snowy cliff. "I'm going to count to 3, Zion. 1, 2. Immediately, Zion raised his hand in surrender. All right, geez. Even if she couldn't get to him now, he'll definitely pay for it later when they get out of the pocket dimension." He reluctantly and sluggishly bent down and reached into his own shadows, rummaging around with it for a few seconds before he finally found what he was looking for. As he pulled out this thing, the chef saw a bright violet light coming out of the shadow portal. Zion took out the black and violet gauntlets and equipped them in his hands. The weapons locked into place in his wrists before, glowing with a violet power. That's a... Before the chef could even express his shock and surprise at the weapon in Zion's hands, he suddenly saw the very fabric of space start to tear in front of him. "Sorry, sir chef. My nagging sister wants me to get this over with. Maybe once you get stronger next time we can play a lot longer." Zion said those words with the innocence of a child, all the while having literal space start to crack from the mere presence of his gauntlets. The chef was unable to move. He was completely stunned. He couldn't help but stare at Zion as he jumped into the air and punched downwards. The sound of glass cracking echoed out into the desert region. That was the only thing that the chef remembered before being knocked unconscious. Zion landed back down and saw the poor chef laying quietly on the sand as if he was just sleeping. He quickly did a little sign of apology before taking off the keys tied to the man's apron. "See, sis, why did you have to go and ruin my fun?" Zion said, dangling the keys in front of him towards Shayna. As soon as he had it in his hands, a bright pillar shot out from underneath his feet and reached all the way into the skies. With the keys in his possession, a copy of the key would immediately be put in Michael's possession. "You could have had it so much earlier if you had just searched for it like I told you," Shayna insisted. Zion had to exhale out loudly. There was nothing pleasing his sister. No matter what he tried to do, she would always find something to complain about. Lord Michael could have been waiting for that, you know. You shouldn't seek out your own thrill at this auction. It's selfish, grumbled Shayna. At this point, Zion had enough. What about you? You're the one who's making him wait. Instead of spending all this time lecturing me about what I should do, you should have been searching for the key as well. Despite his good argument, Shayna didn't see anything wrong with what she did. I had to make sure you were doing your job correctly. And it's good that I did. If I hadn't been here, you would play around too much, completely forgetting about the key. Zion was completely shocked at his sister's unabashed hypocrisy. She was just doing that same thing he was. What about the key? He asked her. Shayna then reached down into her shadow, taking out a white and gold compound bow out of her inventory. The weapon glowed with a yellow glint, showing off its power as a genuine mithril artifact. She took out a simple arrow from her quiver and loaded it onto the notch of her bow. She then stretched the bow's strings up to her shoulders, powering up her shot for a second, and finally released the arrow into the air. The harsh cold winds of the snow-tipped mountains bombarded the arrow with furious winds that would have knocked any normal arrow off its course. But strangely, her arrow stayed its course even as snow and hail tried to veer it off its original trajectory. Reaching the peak of its height, the arrow curved downwards and before landing into the snowy glacier below. Shayna seemed to have been aiming for nothing, seeing as the arrow hit nothing but thick fluffy snow. But a few seconds later, a groan echoed out of the mountain as a hand burst out of the thick snow. A man slowly got up from his prone position, revealing that the arrow pierced directly into his back. After finding the key through 6 feet deep snow, the man decided to just camouflage himself and hide throughout the rest of the game. He thought that would be the safest way to ensure victory. He let go of all of his armor and weapons to make sure that he wouldn't stand out in the cold. He'd be defenseless, but no one would find him. He struggled to keep himself up using his arms, but his strength eventually gave up. He plopped back down into the snow, knocked unconscious. Back on the very opposite end of the region, Shayna squinted her eyes and nodded to herself. She put her mithril artifact bow back to her shadow and swiped her hands, satisfied with a job well done. Then a bright golden light shone down on her coming from the skies above. A golden key suddenly floated down towards her before resting on her palms. Now that the last player in the Snowy Mountains region was eliminated, the key would automatically be given to the last surviving player. Shayna looked back at Zion and flashed the golden key at him with a triumphant smile on her face. Meanwhile, the entirety of the auction was still occupied with the news of the big discovery in the Red Ravine. Since the game was basically over, not a lot of people were even paying attention to the pocket dimension. However, some of them were watching, and what they saw completely blew their mind. Did you guys just see that? What happened? Did Michael finally eliminate Bo? No, look at the other side of the pocket dimension. Look at the desert and tundra regions. After such frantic shoutings, a lot of people put their focus back on the pocket dimension. There, they saw the red-scaled and white-scaled dragonborns holding a golden key in their hands, while arguing against each other. When did they get a key? I don't see anybody around their region. Wait, is everyone eliminated but them? They just beat them in less than a minute. One of the men who watched the entire thing unfold began to tell everyone about what he saw. Of course, seeing it and hearing about it were two completely different experiences. Many couldn't believe that the elite chef fighters from the pyramidic cuisine would be beaten in a straight fight. What about the fillet master? How did he get eliminated? He got punched with a really strong mithril relic. Nobody even thought that the Reborn company had any other mithril relics other than Michael's flying weapon. But now there were reports being told that 2 of his crew members had mithril relics of their own, and judging from the feats they just pulled, it seemed that those weapons were extremely powerful. Because of this, Alaric and the other major factions who were busy planning for the Red Ravine discovery couldn't help but put their focus back onto the pocket dimension. Are you sure you saw it? Maybe you were just seeing things. I saw it, Alaric. Those weren't just mithril relics. They were mithril artifacts, the real deal. Everyone was already amazed that Michael was able to find a mithril artifact of that caliber. But as it turned out, he wasn't the only one who had one among his crew members. The major factions were incredibly shocked to see that the Reborn company had 3 mithril artifacts. Many people were now wondering where they could discover such great treasures. Michael was talented, he was strong, he was rich, and now he was also incredibly lucky. Many people were starting to think that it was unfair. The thought that Michael could have forged all of this by himself did not cross their minds even once. That would be too absurd. If the global conglomerates couldn't even recreate mithril artifacts using their immense resources, then practically nobody could. Even the Duchess was under the impression that Michael just happened upon them, buried in an ancient site. It makes sense. Not a lot of people visit the king's region, and I hear that he inherited some kind of territory there. The parched lands, I think. He must have had tremendously good luck and found numerous discoveries there, on the region of the pocket dimension where magma rose up from the surface and created cracks on the ground, where hot geysers shot out from the floor and reached heights up to 100 feet in the air, and where a very active volcano sat in the middle. There was one dragonborn who meekly walked through its surface. With the orange and reddish hue of the environment brought on by heat, her green scales stood out among everything, like a last bastion of nature. She was Yumisu, and with her spear in her hands, she trudged through dangerous terrain looking for a specific golden key on the ground. She had been spending her time quietly looking for it, making sure to avoid any other player in the region. While they fought tooth and nail to eliminate each other, she stayed in the background, meekly looking through the magma cracks. But now she was all alone. The other players were eliminated, and it looked like she and one other person was left all alone in this volcanic landscape. "You can do this, for boss," she muttered to herself, hyping her up. In the distance, she saw a person sitting atop the mouth of the volcano's crater. She was just sitting there, doing nothing, and just watching as the lava bubbled from under the surface. Yumisu saw the golden key dangling from her waist. "You have to defeat her," she told herself. Steeling her heart, she walked up the volcano and approached the woman behind her. Give me the key," Yumisu demanded, her words stumbling. Even though she shot out her lungs, it seemed that the woman didn't even hear her one single bit. I don't want to fight you," she reiterated, with her spear at the ready and slowly approaching the woman. It was only when she was just a few meters away from the volcano's crater did the woman finally turn around and acknowledged her presence. "Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there," the woman said with a friendly voice. There was no hostility coming from her words or her actions at all, as if she had just come to the volcano to stroll peacefully. Yumisu cleared her throat. Fight me, I want your golden key." She held her mithril artifact spear with her hands shaking. Seeing this, the woman shook her head. "Hey girl, there's no need for us to fight, okay? Let's just stay here and enjoy the view. Look at that volcano." The short-haired woman wearing a chef's hat continued to look at the magma coming out of the surface, never even bothering to look at Yumisu at all. I'm serious, I need that key, and I won't hesitate to use force if I have to." However, Yumisu's threat didn't seem all that threatening given her stutters and her shaky voice. It looked like she was just putting on a brave face. The short-haired woman shrugged. "Why waste your energy, just relax like me." Seeing the woman constantly disregard her threats, Yumisu felt even more invisible than before. She was shy and never really talked all that much, meaning that people didn't pay attention to her, and that was fine with her. For a second, she considered just doing as the woman said. Maybe there was no need to fight. She could just look for the keys around the region. But then the woman said this. "Not to brag or anything, but I'm undefeated when it comes to things like this. You'll just waste your energy fighting me, as the outcome will be the same. It also goes without saying that Lady Bo will win too. It's impressive that your Reborn company was able to last this far, but she'll triumph over that Michael kid any time now. No offense to that kid, but he's out of his depth against her." The woman wasn't basing this out of nothing. She knew Bo was stronger. As for her beating Yumisu single-handedly, she could see that Yumisu was still inexperienced, with a lot of weaknesses around in her stance. Not only that, but the demi-human was only in the 4th stage, while she was in the 6th stage. The difference was just too much, and she'll only end up breaking a few bones in a useless fight. The fact that Yumisu was staying silent proved her point. "See, now isn't that piece nice?" It was just then that the ground started rumbling. The short-haired woman immediately got up off her seat and cheered. "It's erupting, the volcano is erupting. This is what I've been waiting for all this time." She curiously peeked over the crater, trying to see the lava bursting out of the crater. But as she looked down, she saw no sign of increased volcanic activity. Magma was still coming out of the crater, but it was only a small leak. Am I just hearing things? She turned around and was just about to return to her seat when she looked up at Yumisu. The green-scaled dragonborn's entire body was shaking violently, causing the ground underneath her feet to start rumbling as well. Not only that, but the spear in her hands started to glow with the power of a genuine mithril artifact, intimidating the sword mithril relic in the woman's hands. Yumisu kept her head down, grabbing her spear with an intense grip. "Michael, boss, you shouldn't have said that." Furious winds started to gather around Yumisu, with the fire and magma from the ground starting to float towards her. The wind kept growing and growing until it turned into a full tornado. The short-haired woman could barely cling on to the ground. She was starting to get pulled into the wind. "What the hell?" she muttered out as her entire body started to get carried towards Yumisu. The only thing keeping her from falling into the tornado was her grip onto the crater itself. Just then, Yumisu raised her spear and pointed it at the woman. "Boss is the strongest, remember that." Yumisu lunged the spear towards her, with the power of the fire tornado gathering at the tip. The winds were so powerful that the woman genuinely worried for her own life. Fear took hold of her heart and knocked her unconscious. The pocket dimension immediately teleported the woman out of this perilous situation just before the spear hit her body. With no target left to hit, the spear released all of its energy into the volcano below, causing it to explode a violent burst of magma all around the skies. The entire region was ravaged, not by the eruption, but from the single spear tip that was powered through sheer emotion. With magma and molten rocks falling around her, Yumisu stood still. Just then, a golden light shined down on her, with a key floating perfectly into her palms. She took this key and put it on her pockets, before immediately putting her hands on her head in shame. "Oh no, what did I do? I destroyed the pocket dimension." She was so embarrassed that she wanted to put her head into the floor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the region, where keys were hidden inside a giant maze, Jaku looked out into the skies and saw magma falling from the heavens. Sigh. Now who angered my sis? They should have known better. Tusk. All around Jaku were tall walls made out of some kind of magic barrier that looked made out of stone. This was the maze region of the pocket dimension, where keys were hidden all around it. Now the maze had an open top, but that didn't mean that people could peek above it. It was made out of the same barrier that separated the key and the lock section of the pocket dimension. "Why did I have to pick the short straw?" Jaku lamented. When the game started, they just randomly assigned regions to each player through a simple straw. Unfortunately, Jaku picked the most boring one out of all of them. Because of the winding maze, it was very possible that players wouldn't even be able to see each other, let alone fight each other. This led players to just go through the maze and hope that they would stumble upon a key. This would have been perfect for Yumisu, but a nightmare for Jaku. "Hey, I'm tired, I want to sleep." Even though they promised to look for the keys, Jaku thought that that was too exhausting. So, he laid down the entirety of the game and simply waited until other players found him and hopefully brought a golden key right into his lap. Just then, a man peeked out of the corner and saw Jaku sleeping on the floor. Finally, Jaku awoke, yawning and stretching out his body. "Took you long enough." The man eyed Jaku. "You've just been lying here doing nothing." Yep, Jaku nodded, swinging his hips side to side. "Now, where's the golden key? I'm gonna need it." It was then that Jaku noticed that there wasn't any golden key dangling from his waist at all. The man chuckled. "If you want to have it, then you'll have to kill me." Jaku narrowed his eyes at the man and eventually put on a disgusted face. "Oh, yuck, did you swallow the key? Ha ha ha." "That's right. I knew that it was very likely that other players would just wait until I found a key and just stole it right from my hands." The man then spread his hands. "But this is lucky for you since I have found the other keys. I can help you find it, but there's just something you gotta do first." No thanks," Jaku said, going back to sleep. "Hey, what, don't you want the key for your team?" Jaku waved his hands. "Yeah, but I don't want to do your weird request. You think of me as some pervert, I'm not, just listen. I have hidden the other keys in the maze." You can only find them after solving the puzzles I have prepared for you. And it was at that moment that they both felt a large explosion from a distance. They looked up, only to see magma and molten rocks flying from a distance and coming towards them before hitting the invisible barrier separating the different regions. "Sigh now who angered my sis," said Jaku, shaking his head. "They should have known better, tusk. Now I gotta go and do my job." Jaku groggily got up off the ground and walked over to the guy. "Now you want to play?" Jaku held out his hand, and the guy took this as a sign of participation. "Good, now the first riddle is." But then Jaku's hands continued past the man's hands before eventually reaching his stomach. Electricity crackled around Jaku's dark blue scales, empowering his hand with lightning-fast speed. Jaku's hands started to vibrate at a very fast speed, eventually making his hands blurry. And before the man could even react, Jaku pierced his hands towards his stomach. However, the expected blood and gore that would come after this terrifying experience didn't come. Instead, Jaku's hands perfectly passed through the man's torso without hurting even a single cell in his body. He successfully phased through his skin. Jaku fiddled around for a bit before finding the exact key he wanted. And with swift movement, his pulled hand out, holding a slimy golden key in his hands. "Disgusting," Jaku said, barely holding the key with his 2 fingers. It was still dripping with stomach acid with some other particles of undigested fish meat stuck to its side. "What did you do?" the man shouted, immediately lunging towards the key. But before he could get his hands on it, Jaku turned into blue electricity and disappeared from the man's sight. He immediately wanted to run towards Jaku, but suddenly he felt his clothes start to become loose around his body. Just as he ran, he felt his shorts fall down to his ankle, revealing his privates to the entire auction. All of his clothes had turned into mere fibers, as if they had been cut up thousands of times in a single second. Even his underwear wasn't spared. The man fell to his knees, holding his privates with only his hands. And in the distance, he could hear the sound of Jaku's voice. The man held his head down, almost sobbing. "I just wanted someone to solve my puzzles." With 4 keys in total, there was just one left before Michael completed the drops. Grieve was the one in charge of finding the key in the green forestry region of the pocket dimension. The undead skeleton general strolled under the shades of the vibrant forest, looking around and seeing as the birds tweeted their songs and squirrels ran up on the trees. He continued walking until he found a small shed made out of large banana leaves and dried wood. It looked like he had been living in this makeshift tent for years. "Ho ho ho. This is quite a nice life," he said, sitting down on the campfire and chomping on a piece of apple, which just fell out of his ribs and rolled down the ground, which was being eaten by birds and insects. He had spent a good hour just sitting perfectly still in his tent, watching as the forest life around him went by. Just then he quickly stood up. Right, I need some truffles." Grieve had been sustaining himself by picking out mushrooms in the forest and making himself mushroom soup. He walked through the forest and eventually found some good truffles on the ground. He bent down and started picking out pieces of it to take it back to his tent. Just as he pulled out the last truffle, a shiny piece of metal suddenly burst out of the ground and rolled around the forest floor. Grieve followed the metal as it landed right beside a tree. He picked it up and saw that it was a golden key. "Wow, I wonder who left this here. They must have not been able to get out of their house, ho ho ho." Grieve pocketed the golden key and went back to his tent, but then he stopped, remembering something. Silly me, I forgot to pick up the truffles I harvested, ho ho ho." He went back to the site as if nothing significant happened. Grieve had completely forgotten what he came here for in the first place. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winner of tonight's auction for 5 sous drops in total, Michael and the Reborn Company." Soon after Barnaby's introduction, Michael and the Rebornians were transported out of the pocket dimension and into the stage. Immediately, the entire auction crowd got up out of their seats and cheered for their presence for his presence. Nobody expected this outcome. Some expected Bo to get at least 2, with the other 3 distributed amongst the other rising 6. But in the end, Mitchell got all 5 of them. Michael had shown himself to be a dominant force, one that could stand toe-to-toe with the rising 6 and even rise above all of them. But the truly surprising part was his crew, the so-called Rebornians. These demi-humans that nobody had ever seen before displayed a strength that showed how their company was ahead above others. They defeated the elite fighters of the pyramidic cuisine so fast that people couldn't even keep up with them anymore. It was as if they were playing the game on easy mode. It was at this point that people realized that it wasn't just Michael who deserved to be in the major factions. It was also his entire company. Many people discounted Reborn, thinking that he was the only one strong enough to keep it together. But in the end, the Rebornians proved them completely wrong. Now the verdict was clear. The Reborn company jumped up to the top spot of the Rising Six, beating out even Bo and the pyramidic cuisine in terms of strength. So once people got a good look at Michael when he was back on stage, they couldn't help but stare and applaud him for his domineering show of force. I can't believe he's so young. What species are these Rebornians? They look like lizards or something. I wonder where they got their mithril relics. I feel like their weapons are incredibly strong, much stronger than normal mithril relics. Meanwhile, in one of the VIP suites above, there was a gathering of mermen who looked down at the Dragonborns with curious looks on their faces. Am I the only one, or do they kind of look like? No, it can't be. If so, then why are they here? There's no way that they'd be masquerading here as some kind of normal demi-human. They do bear a resemblance to those draconic species, but there are some differences that differentiate the two completely. They're using human weapons. They all looked towards their leader, who was a woman whose face was obscured by a shadow. But what was prominent even in the darkness was her bright red hair that flowed down her chest. It's not them, she said. They're different, they're more. She stopped herself from talking. She had a hunch, but she wasn't sure. Even though these dragon-like demi-humans were weak compared to others, she could see a depth inside their bodies that even she couldn't calculate. It was as if their potential was endless, which seemed impossible to even suggest. "Mrs., should we talk to them?" her bodyguards asked her. "No, they're not worth the time yet," she replied. Then she looked down, towards the golden-haired boy receiving cheers and applause from all sides. "But I am curious as to how a boy like him was able to get all of those mithril artifacts for himself." Michael and the Rebornians went back up to their VIP suite to the top of the auction. There, Michael was welcomed by his mother, who quickly took him for a deep embrace. "Oh, my sweet baby boy," she cried out. "Mom, we won," he reminded her. She wiped a tear from her eyes. "I know, but that just means that after today, there will be so many women that will be vying for your attention." He rolled his eyes at her and looked back at the Dragonborns. "By the way, what took you guys so long?" he asked, narrowing his eyes at each of them. "Let me guess, you got lazy, you got shy, you forgot, and both of you argued again." They quickly denied the accusations, and now made it seem as if he didn't trust them. "Boss, come on, you know me, I'm the fastest one who got a key," Jakku lied. "She's the one who did it, she distracted me," Zion said, pointing at Shayna. "Lord Michael, I was simply making sure he doesn't screw up." Yumisu shyly said some excuse, which Michael didn't seem to catch. As for Grieve, he was unapologetically just being himself. Michael sighed and chuckled to himself. They might seem like they're goofing off, but he knew they'd pull it off when it mattered the most. And in the end, they did, though he was pretty sure that he would have lost a drop if Grieve hadn't gotten lucky and found a key accidentally. Oh well. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. "Michael, can I come in?" The familiar voice of a lively old woman echoed out. Of course, it was none other than the reigning monarch of Metropolis, Duchess Regina. She came into his VIP suite, which made the other Vanderbilts immediately kowtow on the floor with respect. "Oh please, no need for formalities, I'm a friend of Michael's," she said with a smile. "Why do I have a feeling she wants something?" "Duchess, why the sudden visit?" She put on an innocent look, as if she was offended that he thought she'd need something from him for her to visit. "Can't I visit an old friend?" Michael, of course, didn't believe her. All right, I do have something in mind. But it's not my fault. You were hiding your Rebornian crew all this time. You never told me all of you had mithril artifacts." He shrugged at just some weapons. She quickly stomped her feet towards him. "It's not just some weapons, Michael. Don't you know that because of you, people are now extremely desperate to have a mithril artifact of their own?" Lyric, Aerith, Bobby, and everyone else in the major factions are up in arms about mithril artifacts. Everyone saw how powerful they are and how they could change the entire tides of a battle. And somehow you have 4 of them. He quickly raised his hand and corrected her. We have more than that actually, but whatever. But the Duchess didn't seem to hear what he said and kept on complaining to him. And now, because of this new discovery in the Red Ravine, people are thinking that they're going to find a mithril artifact for themselves. You should just tell them that you found your mithril artifact in your territory in the King's region. But I didn't, he said to her. Oh, then where did you get those? It must have been a giant undiscovered tomb left behind by an army from the ancient era. No tombs. I just made them. The Duchess shook her head, as if trying to remove the unbelievable words she just heard. Say what now? I forgot I haven't told you. I visited the Dwarven Kingdom and found a way to manufacture them myself. The Duchess reared her head back, as if there was a massive pain in her neck. Her doctors immediately rushed towards their VIP suite and gently massaged the back of her head. The information Michael unloaded was so shocking that it almost brought upon a disaster for the monarchs of Metropolis. Everyone was willing to go through the dangerous Red Ravine expedition just for a chance to get a mithril artifact. They were willing to spend all of their money, power, and time to be the first one to uncover a treasure left behind by the ancient past. The Duchess came here to inform Michael of this in the first place. She wanted him to prepare for the Red Ravine. But crazily enough, he didn't need to. Somehow he could create mithril artifacts. Those words sounded like fiction to the Duchess. It was akin to a person saying that they could build a mountain out of a molehill. It was equivalent to a person saying that they could build the moon. It was a godly task being done by a human. The powers of the ancient era were so mysterious and all-powerful that the people of this world could only equate it to nature and the universe itself. No one could build nature. But somehow Michael did. You can build mithril artifacts, the Duchess muttered out, massaging her temples. Yup, that's how I built my drone, he said with the drone buzzing out of his pockets and hovering in front of her. I see, that still doesn't make sense at all, she replied. We have to talk about this some other time, I have to recover. The Duchess shook her head and walked out of Michael's room, still in a daze. Just finding out that Michael was friends with the Dwarven Kingdom was enough for her to be more than surprised. But to find out that he could make mithril artifacts, that was a whole other thing entirely. This was something the entirety of humanity wanted to solve, with some already thinking that it was impossible to recreate. I guess that's why I didn't tell her, he pondered. She'll be back later, probably asking to buy a mithril artifact. If the Duchess wasn't so shell-shocked, then that was the first thing she would have asked him. Although he wasn't planning on selling anybody a mithril artifact for now, because he had to make each one himself, he would definitely make an exception for his friends. Just then, another knock echoed out from the door. This time, it was Barnaby who came for a visit. Aren't you managing the auction? Oh, we're taking a small break for now. There's only 2 more items left for the night, so I'm giving the major factions a time to prepare, Barnaby replied. Anyway, I'm here to give you a prize. Barnaby clapped his hands, and suddenly, 2 butlers came from the door rolling in 2 identical tables to the room. I present to you your first item, the mysterious tome. He took off the dinner plate-looking cover to reveal the worn-down book that looked like it had been seen much better days. Not a lot of people bid on this item because many considered it as undecipherable. The fact that it was missing so much of its pages meant that decoding it would be even harder. The Tower Master of Metropolis gave it a chance, and even he was unable to understand a single word. If the wizards who did nothing but read and study all day couldn't even unravel its mysteries, then practically no one could. So many thought its value was only as good as a decorative mantelpiece. But Michael knew different. He could already feel Chat JK4 stirring in his mind, wanting to absorb all of the hidden knowledge in this mysterious tome. Can I touch it? He asked Barnaby, of course. It's yours now. As we agreed. All of the things you bid on will be deducted to the total amount that you will get with the automobile auction. Michael slowly approached the tome, with his hand outstretched and ready. His hands almost felt magnetized to the pages, as if it was welcoming him. But before he could touch it, he stopped himself. Is this the right time? He pondered. He had a feeling that ChatJK4 would ascend to the next evil after absorbing all of the knowledge in this foreign text. But he knew that he had a tendency of shutting down after every software update. He wouldn't wake up until the next morning, or a couple days after. During other circumstances, he would have welcomed this immediately, especially since he was surrounded by his parents and family. But the auction still hasn't ended yet. There were still 2 items up for bid, his automobile and the 15 other drops of Sue. He didn't want to miss that. I think I'll hold off for now, he decided. Of course, he knew that ChatJK4 wasn't really being unbiased about this. It was clearly yearning for new information. Are you sure about this? He was very glad to know that, but he still wasn't sure. What happens after you start upgrading? Will you be unavailable? Basically, instead of being an AI chatbot, ChatJK4 would just become a normal search engine instead. It was still the same, but the process would be a lot more tedious and he'd have to manually search for things himself. Okay, that's not a bad trade-off. All right, ChatJK4, you can have your snack. He grabbed the tome and immediately scanned through its entirety with one flip. Immediately, he could feel ChatJK4 churning in his mind. There was no response. However, if he concentrated hard and thought of a spell he needed to cast, then the magic theory would automatically arrive in his mind instantly, as if ChatJK4 never left. He decided to do this the next time he needed a software update. It was definitely better than suddenly collapsing onto the ground and being in a coma for a few days. Are you satisfied with your purchase? Barnaby asked. Yup, very satisfied, thanks. Then Barnaby moved over to the other rolling table with excitement in his face. Now I'm sure you already know this one, he said as he took the metal cover off to reveal 5 small vials, each containing a drop of Sue. This is all yours, you deserve it, Barnaby praised. He walked over to the vials, observing them with a smile on his face. And without any hesitation, he quickly took out the cork and began pouring the drops onto his drone. One by one, Michael popped the cork out of the vials and began pouring it onto his drone. His endorphins ran high as he saw the translucent drops of Sue become absorbed into his mithril artifact. Finally, he had 5 drops for himself. He couldn't wait to spend them all upgrading his weapon into something even more powerful than it was now. He already had an idea about what he was going to prioritize first, but as usual, he was going to take his time thinking about it. He didn't know when or where he would be able to get drops again. I can see that you're very happy with your drops, Michael. I'm glad to see it, Barnaby beamed with pride. This was one of the reasons why he started this business in the first place. By the way, congratulations are in order. I'm seeing a lot of people considering you and your Reborn company as the new top spot in the Rising 6. I'm guessing that they have to change the name now that you're there. This was good news for him because it would only put more visibility on their company, leading to more profits and having more people recognize the Reborn brand. Everyone's talking about your talents and your weapons. Who would have thought that you had a lot of mithril artifacts under your care? Aha, do you want to share with me the tomb where you found all of that? Maybe you have a few left in store that you need selling. I'm sure that it will be another hot topic in next year's auction. Barnaby's words were definitely in a joking manner. He knew that a treasure like mithril artifacts were almost priceless, given how few there were in the world. I mean, sure, I'll have a few of them ready to sell next year if you want, Michael said with a smile. Haha, I will look forward to the day that comes, Barnaby laughed, winking at Michael. He thought that he wasn't serious. Anyways, I have to leave now. The next phase of the auction is about to commence, and in my opinion, it's the most exciting part. There were only 2 items left, the automobile and the 15 Sue drops. These products were so valuable that Barnaby expected their prices to reach sky high, so much so that only the major factions could afford them. Barnaby soon left Michael's VIP suite and arrived at the bottom of the stage just a second later. The chubby man was that fast. Meanwhile, Michael stayed in the room and contemplated how to best use his new drops. ChatJK4. Can I get the drone upgrade list again? There was no response. Right, I forgot about the software update. He had spent his whole life hearing ChatJK4 voice and got used to it so much that now it felt like there was a part of him missing. Oh well, looks like I'll have to check it myself. He closed his eyes and concentrated on what he wanted to find. And lo and behold, the list magically appeared in his mind just a second later. First and foremost, his head immediately went towards the upgrade. This would allow him to basically multitask with the drone, allowing him to pilot it and still be able to move his body simultaneously. It would be like he was seeing a split screen of his body and the drone's perspective. This would solve a lot of his problems with the drone vision, since it usually left him vulnerable and unable to move. Not only that, but the upgrade also allowed him to see the invisible aura of abilities. He didn't know how that worked, but ChatJK4 told him that it would be like seeing the world through thermal vision, except he wouldn't see heat but abilities instead. This was very useful, seeing as he'd be able to anticipate attacks ahead of time. All in all, he knew that he would get this upgrade no matter what. It was just too good. It cost him 2 drops, but it was worth it in his opinion. That would leave him with only 3 drops left. For his next upgrade, he was seriously considering the upgrade. The idea of having 2 drones under his control would be akin to having 2 people helping him during a fight. But the only thing making him hesitate was the fact that it didn't have offensive capabilities. It only had the camera function, essentially allowing him 3 sets of eyes if fully utilized. If he wanted it to have offensive capabilities, then he'd have to purchase which would give him faster reloads and allow his mini drone to be able to use the guns as well. So if he were to get the mini drone, then he'd have to pair it with the gun upgrade, which in total would cost him all 3 drops. I'm torn. The mini drone is good, but I kind of also want the stealth upgrade. There were 2 stealth options for the drone's frame. One was just camouflage, and the second was straight-up invisibility. Of course, invisibility was the best option. The only caveat was that it cost 2 drops. Still, this invisibility wouldn't change the fact that the drone's propellers were extremely noisy. If he wanted the full package, then he'd have to pair this upgrade with which in all would cost him 3 drops. Should I choose offensive or defensive? This was a question as old as time. He couldn't decide which one he was going to get. I guess there could be an argument made for the stealth option. A lot of people did see the drone in action during the game. They know that it can fly and shoot unity beams. A lot of people completely got caught off guard with the drone, since they didn't know what it was or what it was capable of. But after this auction, everyone knew its capabilities. Therefore, were more aware that it could be flying anywhere around the environment. The propellers will be a dead giveaway. As he thought about it more and more, he began leaning on the stealth option. This way, he'd still be able to keep the element of surprise with his drone. But it's not a rush, I'm still debating. As he was debating with himself, Barnaby was already down at the stage and began introducing the next phase of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that you have seen nothing like this before. This is an invention that will soon take over the world. It is something out of science fiction. I'm sure you already heard about its capabilities during its brief appearance in Metropolis, but I can assure you that you haven't seen anything yet. I present to you the automobile. Soon after his announcement, a platform from below suddenly rose up into the air, revealing a pristine 4-seater automobile colored with black paint and had silver lining. The appearance of this automobile stunned the audience into gasped silence. They had heard rumors about the automobile and about how they were like metal monsters from another world, but this car wasn't anything like that. It was sleek, it was cool, and overall it was stylish enough that enamored everyone's eyes. They all thought that automobiles had to be this gigantic monster that could carry thousands of kilograms. They never thought it could be this small and compact, about the same length as a normal carriage with a horse. For all of you unfamiliar with automobiles, they are a form of vehicle or transportation that requires no horses, no magic, and no funny business whatsoever to operate. They simply need fuel oil that can be purchased quite easily. This means that even the average man can drive it through the streets of Metropolis and even beyond. This pitch was interesting, but it wasn't enough to get everyone's attention. So what if it didn't need a horse or magic? They were all looking for the automobile truck, which was rumored to be able to carry tons of ore in a single trip. As for this sedan car, there wasn't that much interest about it as of yet. But as soon as Barnaby listed off its specs, that quickly changed. Now, will you all believe me if I tell you that this car right here can go from Metropolis to Angora City within just a single week? This time, everyone was surprised and immediately got up off their seats out of pure shock. Metropolis to Angora in a week. That was absurd. Even teleportation would take longer than that, given how a wizard had to recover after teleporting large distances. Is that true? How can it go that far so fast? It'll even beat the best horses in the world by a large margin. If it can travel that far, then does that mean that it has magic? It has to be. There must be a magic circle hiding under all of that metal. People simply couldn't believe that a vehicle, operated through nothing but oil, could even beat wizards in a game of who travels the fastest. Of course. Barnaby addressed all of their concerns by opening the hood of the car, showing off all its internal machinery including the engine. This is what powers everything. As you can see, it just looks like a bunch of metal parts with strange shapes. But I can assure you that they are specially designed to transform a simple oil into a force powerful enough to send a human flying. He gestured for one of his assistant butlers to get on stage and enter the car. We will show you a glimpse of its power. Bear in mind that the sound is not made by an animal, a monster, or a magic spell. It is simply the same as the howls of tornadoes or furious winds. The butler turned on the engine, creating that mechanical rumbling noise that made everyone flinch. Soon after that, the butler pushed on the acceleration pedal, forcing the car to rev up its engines even harder. The high-pitched sound of the engine pistons shooting up and down thousands of times per minute echoed through the auction, drowning out any gasps and sounds of surprise from the audience. Tower Master, can you detect any kind of magic from the automobile? Knock once if you do. The Guild of Arcana basically confirmed that there wasn't any magic in the automobile. They would be the first one to protest if they saw any kind of deceit. I can already guess what you are all thinking. How does it work? Well, that is a proprietary secret from its makers. You only need to know that as long as you have fuel, you can get this car running forever. Barnaby then gestured for the wizards around the stage to start their presentation. The stage suddenly split in half, making way for a portal to a pocket dimension to appear. Down below was just flat grasslands, with a straight stone road going from one side to the other. If you don't believe my words, then you better believe your eyes, Barnaby said, clapping his hands and teleporting the automobile down to the pocket dimension. Everyone had their eyes locked on the automobile, with Barnaby's butler on the driver's seat. It wasn't long after that did the car suddenly accelerate from its starting position, reaching speeds previously thought impossible to achieve. The car sped through the straight stone road at maximum speed, with the driver never letting his foot off the pedal. The speed at which it traveled through the flat plains made people flabbergasted. I thought it was just a little bit faster than a horse, but it's just like an arrow. So the Metropolis to Angora City in 7 days isn't an exaggeration. It's a generous estimate. It wasn't long before the driver reached the end of the road. He quickly pushed on the brake pedal, letting the car screech into a stop. As you can see, this automobile is fast. Too fast, one might even say. So whoever obtains this car would be put in a mandatory class about safety and rules of the road. After seeing its speed with their own eyes, everyone was convinced they needed this. Its speed and the fact that it didn't need a lot of maintenance like a horse or a magic spell made it very enticing to a lot of people. They now understood why Barnaby hailed it as an innovation that would change the world. And since this auction was filled with a lot of competent companies, they immediately thought of its uses in business. Transportation and delivery, for instance, was a big factor. This would be an investment worth spending all of their money for. And that isn't all. This is not just the automobile that is being sold tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please feast your eyes upon the behemoth that we call a truck. Another platform floated up in the air and revealed a much bigger automobile to the public. This truck was only a 4-wheel white truck with a large container on the back. This type of automobile was very similar to a famous trope of anime and media in Michael's previous world called Truck Kun. Given that he, himself, was reincarnated, he decided to use that generic white truck as his design. Unlike the automobile, this one fit the rumors of the metal monsters that the automobiles were famous for. Now this truck is not as fast as the sedan car, But, as you can all see, Barnaby had one of his assistants open up the back of the truck, showing the large space inside. "There is enough room inside to fit an elephant," he joked. Still, the description was fitting. The container was way bigger than any of the carriages that they were all familiar with, and since it was made out of metal and was encased, it meant that the products being transported could be protected from outside intervention. "Now, will my assistants please deliver our items to the truck?" Upon Barnaby's request, muscular men with broad shoulders and chest came out of backstage carrying chunks of iron ore on their back. Judging from the looks of effort in their faces, everyone could have a feel of how heavy those oars were. One by one, they began loading the truck with more and more oars. The oars have already exceeded what normal carriages can transport, and they're still going. I think they're filling it up to the brim. Are they crazy? Will it even move after taking in all of that weight? But as the space inside the truck got filled, everyone's doubts were quickly dispelled. Even though such heavy oars were loaded into the truck, it still hadn't caved in from the sheer load that it had taken. Normally, entire carriages would crumble at this point. "Let's take these for a ride, shall we?" Barnaby said, snapping his fingers and getting the truck transported to the pocket dimension. And just like the car, the truck started at the very edge of the road. The driver turned the engine on and pushed on the gas pedal. It wasn't long after that did the truck start moving at a pace equal to that of a horse's pace. It can still move after all that. It's even faster than a normal carriage with no passengers or load. Am I seeing it wrong, or is it still speeding up? The truck's start may have been slow, but as it got going, its speed increased higher and higher until it was just below that of a normal car's speed. This baffled everyone. Even though the truck was filled with an extremely heavy load, it was still moving at a speed that only birds and eagles could achieve in the skies. "Now that you have seen its capabilities, it is time for us to talk business," Barnaby said, letting the stage close back up. "Now, our seller is willing to auction up 20 of these sedan cars and 10 trucks in total. We will be auctioning them off as a set, meaning that only one company can obtain all 30 of these automobiles." Hearing those words got a lot of people worked up. People already knew that the automobile was something that even the major factions were interested in, meaning that once they joined the bidding, then practically everyone else was out of the running. The resources that they were willing to bid were far too much for even the minor factions to afford. And he wanted the automobiles to be auctioned off piece by piece. That way, other companies who weren't in the major factions had a chance to get at least one for themselves. Though this would lead the profits gained from the automobiles to be a lot less than what it would have sold for if it was tied up in a set. But of course, this was a business. Barnaby prioritized profits not only for himself, but for the sellers of the items. So he chose to sell it all together, knowing that the major factions would shell out more money for it. "Without further ado, please start the bidding at 1 million gold coins." It wasn't long after that did the knocks echo out through the auctions. Meanwhile, Michael was barely half listening to the presentation of the automobiles. Although he'd get a lot of money for it, he wanted to prioritize the drone upgrades, or more specifically, his dilemma. Still, he couldn't decide. Both options had their own pros and cons. He was so concentrated on thinking about it that he didn't hear Sienna calling out to him at the last minute. Finally, he snapped out of his stupor and turned towards her. "Sorry, what is it?" "I have been made aware that you have been called to a meeting with the Rising Six. They have been unable to reach out to you since they couldn't find our VIP suite anywhere, but our shadow orcs informed us of the situation. Would you like to accept, Lord Michael?" Normally, he would have declined since he wanted to concentrate on his drone upgrades, but after thinking about it, having a second opinion might enlighten him on some things. After all, they were pretty strong magnetics. Maybe they had some opinions on whether it was better to have offense or defense during fights. "All right, I'll go over there and meet with them," he said. Shayna then walked over to the wall and knocked on it. Just then, a magic circle appeared on where she knocked and created a portal to another pocket dimension, presumably a room where all the Rising Six had gathered. He thanked her and stepped on over to the portal, immediately transporting him to a large room with a circular table in the middle. The 6 people that were already sitting on the table looked towards his direction, surprised at his appearance. Raptor was the first to greet him, immediately going up out of his seat and clamping on his shoulders. "We were trying to find you. It's good that you're here." Erlos came towards him too and offered a milder greeting. Then Fim and Tenzing, the two people he hadn't met personally, also got up off their seats and introduced themselves to him. "It's nice to finally meet you, Fim from Angelic Crafts. The name's Tenzing. You need anything from the mountain movers, just say the word." He greeted both of them, and even though this was the first time he met them, it felt like he had already known them before. This was probably due to the fact that he already fought against their abilities. After greeting the two, he went over to Reina, who he was most familiar with out of all of them. Yet instead of greeting him, she just turned her head away from him. "Hi," she replied, keeping her face away from him. He thought they'd gotten closer after what happened during the game, but it looked like the opposite happened. She couldn't even look at him. Then Michael turned to Bo. And to be honest, seeing her so soon after the fight felt a little bit awkward. He held out his hand for a handshake and said, and before he could even finish his words, Bo took his hand and pulled him closer towards her. He was completely caught off guard and came face to face with two mounds that felt like marshmallows. The other Rising Six were shocked into silence. Meanwhile, Reina had her jaws completely on the floor, with her entire head as red as a tomato. "Hey," she screamed, taking Michael away from her. "What are you doing?" Bo shrugged and pulled Michael closer again, burying him again in her chest. "What am I doing? I'm expressing my interest in him, that's what." Hearing those bold words immediately made Reina lose her words. "Why, I'm you." Bo looked down at him and smiled. "You beat me. You don't know how long I've been waiting for someone to do that. And now that I found you, I think it's only natural that I try to keep you for myself." Everyone was floored after seeing Bo act and talk this way. They had never seen her like this before, ever. They didn't even think she was capable of liking someone, as she had always prioritized her work and her training. They would have expected her to get hurt or get angry after being defeated by Michael, but they didn't expect her to be infatuated with him. "Think of it, we'll be the perfect power couple," Bo said, twirling her blonde, curly hair. "We'll be conquering Metropolis in no time." She wrapped Michael tighter in her grasp, making Reina go absolutely feral. Reina's entire body suddenly glowed with the power of her diva before red sand started to flow out of her pockets and around her body. The figure of a sharp knife was slowly forming with the red dust, aimed directly at Bo. The other Rising Six members quickly pulled Reina aside to stop her from making any bold decisions. Meanwhile, Michael, still with his head buried in her chest, had to respectfully decline Bo's proposition. MMM. Translated, that was, "Sorry, I don't want to become part of the pyramidic cuisine." "Oh, that's fine. Should I just abandon my company and go live?" "Yours?" she asked, rubbing her cheeks with a far-off look on her face. She seemed to already be thinking of the future with him. He quickly pulled away from her grasp and finally took a big breath. "Hey, sorry, no thanks," he said to her, with his cheeks a little bit red. He'd be lying if he didn't say he appreciated the soft feeling, but it wasn't enough for him to change his current plans. However, Bo didn't seem all that caught up about his rejection. "That's fine, my dear, but you should take into account that I professed my love to you without any holds barred. Unlike some other people." Of course, understandably, this pissed off Reina again. What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean, Reina. You also have a..." The two women charged at each other, one trying to silence and the other trying to tell the truth. Seeing this, the other Rising Six members couldn't help but feel as if they were watching a comedy play in a theater. "What happened to them?" Tenzing asked, shaking his head. "Puberty," Fim assessed. "It's only natural that women would want to share the genes of someone as talented as Michael." "You playboy," Raptor joked, smacking Michael's shoulder. "You should share some of that talent with us next time. You're hogging all of the mithril artifacts." Michael awkwardly laughed. "Haha, maybe I'll be able to sell them in the future." Of course, the others laughed, thinking that he was just joking. Raptor then grabbed Michael by the shoulder and pointed towards the glass window overlooking the entire auction. "Ooh, looks like the bidding for the automobiles has become a lot spicier." By now, the bidding had gone up to a staggering 300 million gold coins, and judging by the frequent knocking around the auction, it seemed that that number would continue to rise even further. 350 million from the Duchess Regina. Barnaby announced, "Do we have 400, 400, 400 from the Magic Tower? How about 500 million? Reptor tapped Michael's shoulders and pointed at the VIP suites at the top. "Look, Michael, this is going to be a bloodbath for the major factions. They'll fight tooth and nail for this bid, and I'm sure we'll get to see them in action soon enough." Michael, like them, was also excited to see the capabilities of the major factions. He wanted to see the difference in abilities between the low stages and the high stages. Maybe it would give him an idea on how to progress his own cultivation. Sinclair's elixir has finally entered the bidding with 500 million gold coins, Barnaby announced. It was at this point that the knocks came only from the VIP suites at the top of the auction. It was a battle between the major factions. 800 million from the Quench Company. 900 from Gilderon. 1 billion gold coins again from the Duchess Regina. It was at this point that the bidding finally came to a stop. Going once, going twice decided. The bid is set at 1 billion coins. Does anybody want to match the bid and participate in the game? Barnaby asked. And immediately 6 knocks echoed out from the VIP section. All the major factions were participating in the game. Michael looked at Reptor and the other rising 6. "Why aren't you guys participating?" At this point, Bo and Reina finally stopped pulling each other's hairs and stood back up, fixing their uniforms. "It's because we aren't allowed to," Bo said. "They're too strong and we're too weak." "Is the disparity really that big?" he asked them. "Oh yeah, the minimum cultivation stage that they're going to use is in the 6th stage, and that's only if they use their weakest members. For this bid, they'll probably use their strongest. So in the 8th and 9th stage probably," Reptor said, with fear and admiration in his eyes. Fim nodded. "Yeah, they're in a whole league of their own. That's why I'm not even bidding this time around, even if I could afford to." Hearing that was very humbling. Michael was confident about beating those in the 5th or 6th stage. But as it turned out, 5th and 6th stage magnetics were more than plentiful in their companies and were even considered basic. By law, we aren't allowed to participate in games that are high level. Even Bo can't do it because she's the only one in the 6th stage, while her crew members are only in the 5th stage and below. "It's unfair how much more they have resources over us," Tenzing said, grunting. "That's why you should have some more magnetics by your side, Michael. Like in this bid, the minimum magnetics that they'll require is probably around 4 to 5, Erlo said. "If we want to compete with the major factions in the future, we'll need to not only defeat their leader, but their major officers as well," Bo said, finally returning to her determined self. This gave Michael a lot of food for thought. He realized in this auction that it was important to have individual strength, but even more important to have a collective strength. Maybe I'll try to see if the Dragonborns can become magnetics. The competition will be even fiercer than last year. I heard that Alaric is already at the peak 9th stage of body formation, just a half step away from advancing to the next realm, Erlos commented. Michael immediately stood up and looked around the room. The rising 6 noticed his weird movements. "Michael, what's wrong, dear?" Bo asked with worry. He looked around the room, narrowing his eyes. "Did you guys hear someone laughing?" They all looked at each other and shook their heads. "You must have just been hearing the auction below. Let's just watch and see the bidding. They're about to decide how many players there are in the game," Reptor said, putting everyone's attention back to the stage. But Michael couldn't concentrate. There it was again, that weird laughing sound. He could have sworn that he heard it somewhere around the room, as if it was echoing through the walls or something. "Chat JK4, is that you?" Immediately he was alarmed, his hair stood on end. The fact that this entity could hear his thoughts was nothing less than alarming. He immediately tried to use his to try and purge out the virus that was infecting his mind. But unfortunately, his skill didn't detect anything malicious on his body. Even using his supreme talent to look at his own body didn't yield anything. Whatever it wasn't a living thing, or else it would have had some kind of light mana signature. "Who are you, and what did you do to Chat JK4? He knew that, but he just couldn't believe the words of an unknown existence suddenly popping up in his mind. "What do you want?" he asked with a threatening tone. He frowned. "What do you mean? Since it knew about that incident, then this entity was probably already with him long before this moment." It was either that or it read his memories somehow. And why should I do what you want to do? He didn't want to trust this mysterious voice that came out of nowhere. But there was no harm in trying. It looked like it wasn't trying to harm him or anything, or else it would have done so already. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. And suddenly, he felt himself transported into a void in space. There was nothing but darkness all around him, while he was just a bodiless voice floating in the abyss. And even though he couldn't see anything beyond him, he could feel a presence watching him from a distance. "You got me here, who are you?" The voice asked back. This time its tone was a lot sharper, as if there was a real person talking to him from a distance. "You're probably some sort of virus that invaded my system, while ChatJK4 is on a software update." That was the only thing he could think of as to how this entity got to his mind. If ChatJK4 was active, then it wouldn't have let this stranger anywhere near his body. He narrowed his eyes. It knows computers. The only way that it could know about computers was if it was something brought on from his previous world. The voice laughed again. He sees something stirring in the distance. Something big was directly coming towards him, parting through the endless fog of darkness all around him. Just then, he saw two large mechanical arms rise up from the darkness and show themselves to him. As soon as he saw this, he was stunned into silence. Those were none other than the futuristic mechanical arms from his own diva. Not only that, but he could kind of see an outline for the diva's body and its head. However, the fog of darkness kept the details extremely fuzzy, allowing him to only see blurry lights phase through the fog. He could see that his diva was looking right at him with its two bright golden eyes. You're my diva." This astonished him to no end. His diva was speaking to him as if it was a real person. It wasn't long ago did he learn that divas could move independently from a magnetic, but as it turned out, they could do much more than that apparently. He frowned. By the way that his diva was speaking, it was as if it was implying something profoundly shocking. "I don't understand. Elaborate why you keep on speaking as if you're me." The diva arms pointed directly at him. He immediately shook his head. "That's not possible. If you're so knowledgeable, then tell me." The diva arms spread its hands wide, as if presenting itself with the highest of honor. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "If you are really who you say you are, then why are you only appearing now? Kukuku, that would be your fault, actually. You have gone through your life without any obstacles, without any desire to surpass your limits. It was only when you fought against other magnetics did you start to realize that despite your strengths, you are still weak. And that led you to struggle to become stronger, to awaken your new ability." The connection, he realized, it's what must have allowed the diva to communicate with him on this level. If he hadn't fought against Bo and been forced to push past his limits, then he wouldn't have been able to awaken his new ability. He was still trying to process the information about his diva being able to talk. Nobody warned him about this. He began to think about his conversation with the diva, but nothing came up to him. He concentrated, trying to find the right memory, when he finally saw a vision of the past. It was years ago, back when he lived in Kingsbridge Town, before he established the nation of Reborn. He finally understood why the diva referred to itself as the personification of his dream, his passion, his dream. "You're my talent, my supreme talent." A smile formed on the blurry diva's face before clapping its hands together for his realization. Michael had to sit down to digest all of this information. Divas are made out of talents. Now that he thought about it more, it made a lot of sense. In hindsight, it was so glaringly obvious that he should have figured this out a lot sooner. Divas took on the appearance, shape, and power of a person's talent. His supreme talent was harbinger of the future. That was why his diva had arms that looked like a futuristic robot, with circuits for veins and muscles made out of synthetic fiber. As for his abilities, the switch and the reverse, those were just technological advancements that were in line with his desire to make this world have the same technology as his previous one. All this time, my diva is just my supreme talent. I'm glad you understand it now. It is important for our growth that you fully understand what that means. As of now, your idea of me is very shallow. It's basic. You took the name Harbinger of the Future as literally as you could. That's why your abilities seem like it's time-related. But it's not. Our powers are more than that. It's much more powerful than that. You just have to understand me first. It was true, his switch stopped time, and his new ability reversed time. These powers could be seen as a literal understanding of the harbinger of the future title. Then what should I do? How should I improve? You have to do what allowed me to connect with you in the first place. You need to break past your limits. Only then will your understanding of your own powers deepen. In moments of crisis, you will subconsciously seek yourself to find a deeper power, and therein lies the secret. Basically, his diva, or harbinger for short, was telling him that he should fight more, which was basically what other people already told him to do. Only through fights will a diva grow, they said. And it looked like they were right, since the answer came straight from a diva himself. Okay, I guess I'll have to ask for some sparring with my new friends in the Rising Six, he said, thinking it was a great idea. But it seemed that Harbinger had an even better one. He did as he was told and saw that the auction had progressed smoothly while he was busy talking to Harbinger. Ladies and gentlemen, the automobile bidding has been decided. It will go up for 1 billion gold coins, with the 6 major factions competing to see who gets the privilege to settle the bid. Each of them has also unanimously agreed to send 5 magnetics through to the pocket dimension to compete against the other team, Barnaby announced, much to the fanfare from the crowd. It wasn't long before the teams from the major factions began making their way to the stage. Alaric and 4 of his best men walked down to the stage representing the Gilderon Company. Aerith and her crewmates were next, showing off the flag for Sinclair's elixir. Then Bobby and his blacksmiths went down to the stage, standing for the Quench Company. The 3 legacies were given large rounds of applause from the crowd. They were all excited to see them in action. Next were the Duchess and her Secret Service. They were people he hadn't seen before during his visit to the palace, but judging from the competitive looks everyone gave them, it seemed that they were competent enough to contend with the legacies. Next was the Order of the Heavenly Knights, who sent out knights led by the prodigy called Potball. Everyone was wary of the axe-wielding bald dude, especially since everyone knew that he was personally trained by Kruger, a Heavenly Knight. Lastly, the Magic Tower sent down their best wizards and mages, but strangely enough, they only deployed 4 of them, with 1 missing member from the bunch. Do you see their aura? Even without manifesting their diva, I can feel my hair starting to stand, said Erlos, shaking his head. That potball guy sure looks innocent, but his axe swings are incredibly strong, Fim said, fixing his bangs out of worry. I sure am glad I'm not going against them. Reptor joked. And as much as he would like to admit, Michael did think that they were out of his league at the current moment. These were magnetics in the 8th and 9th stages of the body formation realm. Even with his advantages, he knew that he wouldn't be able to last a single encounter with just a single one of them, much less 5. Harbinger said. Immediately, he wanted to disagree. How would I be able to break my limits fighting them? Their divas are 4 stages above me at the least. I would get it if they're only 1 or 2 stages above me. But 4, don't you think that's a little much? After hearing the clear disdain in Harbinger's voice, Michael wanted to learn more about why he thought he was superior to other divas. What makes you say that? He did have to admit that having a talking diva put him ahead above others. It was like comparing a human to a monkey. He could understand why Harbinger would think he's superior. But that's besides the point. Win or lose, this is your chance to fight against people at the top of the body formation realm. Just being in close proximity to them and observing their moves will allow you to progress so much faster than just fighting people at your own level. His initial reaction was to deny Harbinger's request, but after realizing that this was only a game and not a real-life situation, made him completely reconsider. This wasn't a matter of life and death. It was just an elimination from the bidding. Sure, he could get hurt along the way, but that was part of the process. And if it led to more progress with his diva, then a few drops of spilled blood was worth it. Also, he was very tempted with the next auction bid after this one. Even if he could just get 1 drop out of 15, then the risks were more than acceptable. Okay, I might agree with you on this. But even if I want to, there's no way that they'll let me play. He could afford to spend like the major factions, but he couldn't fight like them. They had multiple magnetics under their purview. He only had himself. Immediately, the Reborn company was rejected from contention. As long as they decide to have 2 or more magnetics playing in the game, then he couldn't keep up with their bid. Michael looked down at his pockets. At this point, everyone in the Rising Six had their eyes directed towards the ongoing auction for the automobiles. The only one that wasn't was Rihanna, who looked at Michael and noticed that he seemed to be concentrating on something. "Michael," she asked, nudging him. Michael opened his eyes and looked at the auction stage. "Sorry, I was just resting for a little bit. What happened?" He realized that the players on the stage were discussing amongst each other with hushed tones. This was highly irregular, as most players during a game would simply keep to themselves for the entire duration. If there was some interaction, it would only be limited to some small talk. This seemed different. Alaric, Aerith, Bobby, and all the other leaders of the major factions were gathered in a circle, talking amongst themselves, seemingly discussing something important. It wasn't long after that did they all nod at each other, as if unanimously agreeing with whatever they just decided on. Alaric then approached Barnaby and whispered in his ears. Barnaby looked surprised upon hearing this, but quickly turned professional and nodded. Then all the major factions players walked back up to the backstage to return to their VIP suites. Seeing this brought on a lot of confusion from the crowd. Barnaby quickly announced to the entire auction room to clear up the air about what was happening. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that the major factions have decided for the games to be a simultaneous event." Once he said those words, gasps and looks of shock propagated around the crowd. They clearly didn't expect the major factions to agree to this, given how it could backfire on themselves. "I wonder why they all agreed to this," Erlo said curiously. Michael was the only one who was clueless, given that this was his first time participating in this kind of auction. "What's a simultaneous event?" he asked them. Bo quickly turned around and explained to him. A simultaneous event is a game that happens right after the other. In this case, the game to fight over the automobile bidding will commence as normal. But after that, they will immediately go on to the next game, which is the fight for the 15 drops of Su, without any break or rest. After finding out the truth, he was also surprised just like them. Why would they do that? It looks like they'll just exhaust themselves if games are done consecutively, he asked. It's probably because they want to ensure that they'll be able to secure at least one of those prizes for themselves. Since there would be no time for rest, that means that players would have to be careful about using up their energy too early in the games. So if one company decides to go all out for the automobile, then the others could ensure that they'd be much weaker during the next game, therefore giving them a better chance to get the Su drops for themselves. Since most of the players were in the 7th to 8th stage of body formation, this meant that their fights would be a lot more intense, needing a lot more energy. This change in the game would ensure that not just one company could hoard all of the prizes and give a lot of way for strategy and planning. He could finally see why the major factions agreed to this. Then what happens now? The auction will continue, Bo answered. They'll be bidding for the Su drops next, and only after that will the two games start simultaneously. And just like she said, Barnaby set up the stage again, allowing 15 different small vials of Su to ascend from the underground. Each one contained a single drop. Since the drops are separated, this means that more players would have a chance to get at least a single drop. This is good for me if I want to compete against them. Barnaby then showcased the vials to the crowd and began the bidding. You guys already know how important these Spirit of Old drops are. Now, we have 15 of them ready and up for sale. Let me guys remind you that this is the last bidding of the night. If you have money to spend, then spend it now. Let's start bidding for 1 million gold coins. And strangely, even though the Su drops was so famous and needed by every company in the world, there weren't that many knocks coming in. Usually, companies would still bid in the lower numbers, even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to win. They were banking on the small chance that the major factions wouldn't be interested in it. But this time, not a lot of companies were even trying to bid for the Su drops. Haha, look at everyone being a coward, Reptor joked. They're afraid of that simultaneous event. They know that they can't possibly win against the major factions in 2 consecutive games. What are you laughing at? You're not bidding too, Fim retorted. This time, the minor factions knew their limits. Just from the money aspect alone, they knew that they couldn't hold a candle to those legacies and organizations as old as time. 100 million gold coins coming from the Gilderon Company. 200 million, courtesy of Sinclair's elixir. The royal family enters the bidding with 500 million gold coins. Just the fact that they bid so high so fast was a stark reminder to the minor factions that they were still so far off from the companies on top of Metropolis. The bidding continued to rise, with each increment going up by 100 million with each knock. Eventually, the bidding reached up to 1.5 billion gold coins. Divided by 15. This would mean that each drop was worth 100 million gold coins. Seeing this price only made it more apparent that the 5 drops he received were priced way under market. By comparison, the 5 drops that he obtained were worth only 300 million, which came up to only about 60 million per drop. That was a huge discount. Going once, going twice, declared, Alaric and the Gilderon Company get the honor of the top bid, Barnaby announced, getting cheers from the crowd. Now, who wants to match the bid of 1.5 billion gold coins? As soon as he asked that question, the same 6 VIP suites knocked on their tinted windows. Cheers and adulations for the major factions was spread aplenty during this time. Seeing such wealth being flaunted so easily fascinated the crowd. This was one of the reasons why they attended the auction in the first place. Seeing how rich they are really gets me all fired up, said Reptor. Hopefully I'll be able to participate in that auction in the future. Yeah, but spending that much will seriously deplete all of my money. I'll have to save up first before I can contend with them, Erlos commented. While everyone in the minor factions were talking about how they wished they could have participated in the game, Michael stood up and faced the tinted glass. Everyone turned to look at him, confused as to why he knocked on the tinted glass door. Ooh, that's only for bidding, Michael, Reptor said, chuckling. Everyone thought that the knock was born from a simple error on his part. He looked back. I know I'm bidding. At this point, everyone in the room was staring at him, wide-eyed, as if they were still trying to process what he was trying to say. It was only until Riina shook her head and broke out of her stupor did they all finally explode in hurried shouts of surprise. You want to join the bidding for the Sioux drops? That's crazy. You're crazy. The weakest player in their midst is in the 7th stage of body formation. You know that, right? He addressed their concerns with a nod of acknowledgement. He knew that fighting against people 4 stages above him was nothing less than defeat waiting to happen. But Harbinger convinced him that this was what he needed in order to become stronger. You're sure about this, right? Although he had some doubts, Harbinger did make some good points. He was willing to believe his own diva, especially after he learned that it was a form of his own self, a part of his personality. Of course, as egotistical as it may sound, he was going to trust his own personality. Meanwhile, the crowd down below were immediately confused upon hearing another knock come in at the last second. I already counted 6 knocks, all coming from the major factions. Why did I hear another knock? I heard it too, but that's impossible. There's no one else that can qualify for the bidding. It can't be the mermen, because they were the ones who brought out the 15 Sioux drops in the first place. Many were trying to think if it came from one of the minor factions, specifically the Rising Six. But from what they knew about the companies, none of them had the financial capacity or the magnetic capacity to participate in the games. Because of this, many thought that the knock was simply a mistake brought on by human error. Maybe someone was too excited about the games and accidentally knocked on the tinted glass. So, everyone looked towards Barnaby for some clarity on the situation. However, Barnaby was also confused. Just then, one of his butlers came out from backstage and whispered to him some words that made his eyes go wide with surprise. Barnaby looked back at the butler, making sure that he heard him correctly. But after some verification, Barnaby was forced to realize the truth. He looked up at one of the private suites. He had just been informed that Mitchell and the rest of the Rising Six had gathered in one room and were watching the auction together. But then, Michael knocked on the door and expressed his desire to participate in the bidding, which greatly confused Barnaby. He looked at the tinted glass, as if trying to communicate with Michael to ask him if he was sure about his decision. You have heard it correctly, folks. There has been another bid for the 15 Sioux drops. They are willing to match the 1.5 billion coin bid and compete against the major factions. The crowd immediately burst into whispers of speculation. They just couldn't guess who this mysterious bidder could be. Barnaby cleared his throat and finally announced, "The Reborn Company has wished to enter the bidding." As soon as he said that, everyone gasped with surprise and confusion. The Reborn Company. Michael had proven himself to be strong enough to be at the top of the Rising Six, but even still, the gap between him and the major factions was like heaven and earth. "What, the Reborn Company? Michael wants to bid, that's not possible." Barnaby quickly eased their worries. "I can confirm that the Reborn Company is able to afford the 1.5 billion bid for the Sioux drops," he announced. Michael's automobiles got up to 1 billion gold coins, so he definitely got the money for the bid. Many were again more than surprised to learn the extent of wealth that Michael had. Being able to spend 1.5 billion and not be drowned in debt and nearing bankruptcy told a lot about how much money Michael had in his inventory. They're just as wealthy as the major factions. What is the Reborn Company's business anyway? They definitely didn't get all that money from their business in Metropolis. Last I heard, they just got established not even a month ago. Even the major factions was surprised. Alaric and the other legacies weren't expecting Michael to be as wealthy as he was right now. Not only that, but they didn't expect him to have the guts to contend with them in the first place. The only one who was having the time of their life after hearing this was the Duchess. She was laughing in her VIP suite, bragging to her attendants about how she knew that Michael would do something insane again. "Ha ha ha, that kid always has something up his sleeves, but I didn't think he'd do something this insane." At this point, Bo, Reptor, Riena, and the rest of the Rising Six were trying their hardest to convince Michael out of his decision. "You know you can't do this, right?" Erlos asked. "The major factions will bid to have at least 4 magnetics as their players." And just like he said, Barnaby had to break the bad news. "Unfortunately, since this is a simultaneous event, we'll have to go with the accepted conditions with the automobile bid, where it was decided that there would be 5 magnetics per company during the game. Now I have to ask, Reborn Company, can you provide those players?" This was not just a problem of money, it was also a problem of manpower. First of all, Michael had to be at least within 1 or 2 stages below the weakest player in the game. That was the rules set up by the association itself to make sure that everything was fair. At this point, Michael was already disqualified from bidding entirely. He was 3 stages below the weakest member. But even if he had the right diva cultivation stage, he still had one more problem. He didn't have any other magnetics in his company. The Dragonborns may be strong, but they were normal humans without divas or obleties. And if they had one, then they needed to be in the 5th or 6th stage of body formation as well. "I have just been informed that the Reborn Company does not have that capability," Barnaby said with a low tone. He couldn't help but look up at Michael, wondering why he even knocked in the first place when he knew that he'd get disqualified from the get-go. "What does this mean? Is the Reborn Company disqualified?" "I think so. They don't have enough magnetics to fight. Not to mention, Michael is still only in the 4th stage." Barnaby, as much as he liked Michael, knew that he had to follow the rules. He had to give him the bad news that he wouldn't be able to participate in the bid for the 15 Sioux drops. And because he didn't want this to be public any more than it should be, he decided to go to their private suite to tell him the news personally. But just as he was about to walk backstage, he suddenly saw a golden-haired boy walking towards him. Barnaby quickly moved closer to him, whispering in his ears, "Michael, let's talk. You simply do not have the capacity to participate in the auction. The association is really strict with these kinds of stuff. They will not allow me to allow you to fight people 4 stages above your own strength." Michael didn't seem fazed by the rejection. He anticipated it. "Well, what if they allow it?" he asked. "They can't," Barnaby insisted. "They're bound by their own rules and the rules of Metropolis. Unless you can change the very rules that stood in place since the establishment of Metropolis, then you won't be able to persuade the association to let this happen." But not even that was enough to dissuade Michael of his plans. "So as long as I can change the laws, then they'll allow me to do it?" he asked, reaching down to his pockets. He held in his hands a circular object, one that seemed decorative at first, but was actually a priceless item with untold power. Then he brought it out for everyone to see. It was a black medallion, with the image of a young Duchess Regina engraved onto it. At first, no one recognized what it was. Its jet-black luster made it hard for anyone to discern its true nature other than a normal medallion. But Barnaby had a closer look. His eyes widened, his heart palpitated, and his breath was taken away from him as soon as he realized what was in Michael's hands. The medallion, he shrieked. It was at this point that the powerful minor factions, and even the major factions, also realized what was in Michael's hands. How could they not recognize it? It was one of the most sought-after treasures in the entirety of Metropolis. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this black medallion was even more expensive than the sous drops and the automobile. After all, those things could clearly be bought with enough money. In comparison, this black medallion couldn't be forcefully bought even if one had trillions of gold coins. It was literally priceless. Alaric looked down at the stage, his face riddled with shock and confusion. How does he have that? Even the other legacies were dumbfounded. Even with their status as the top companies in Metropolis, even with the contributions they made to the local market, they still hadn't gotten close to getting the privilege of the rumored black medallion. It was completely nonsensical that a new company like Reborn could get the black medallion from the Duchess in such a short amount of time. Why does everybody look shocked? What is that black medallion? You don't know? It's been rumored that whoever held the black medallion was given unrestricted free reign over anything and everything in Metropolis. Even if you commit murder, you can be set free as long as you use the Duchess black medallion. Basically, what Michael held in his hands was a get-out-of-jail-free card, being bestowed upon with the Duchess authority for just one single time allowed him absolute freedom within the walls of Metropolis. Black medallions could be given out by the reigning royal in any major city in the royal continent. And throughout the entire history from its birth to now, there had only been a handful of documented cases where people were handed out with the medallions. This rarity was to ensure that there wouldn't be too much chaos. After all, having this much freedom could wreck an entire city or civilization. Reigning royals had to be extremely careful about who they would give this to. Usually, they were given out to heroes and legends with upstanding morals, who dedicated their lives to service the greater good of a community. That way, it can be ensured that the medallion wouldn't be abused. But clearly, Michael wasn't a celebrated hero or legend. He had barely even been a few months inside Metropolis. Yet he was given a black medallion. That sounded absurd. Is that real? There's nothing special about the medallion itself. It can even be replicated quite easily. But there is one thing that cannot be faked, and that's the Duchess approval. Only she knows whether that thing is real or not. But before anyone could even doubt the authenticity of the black medallion, they suddenly heard the sound of raucous laughter coming from one of the VIP suites. Just then, the tinted glass slipped off to the sides to reveal the Duchess Regina standing on the edge, looking down at the auction stage. Everyone looked up at her, their eyes filled with admiration for their Duchess. Ha 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 ha, she laughed, barely able to block her mouth with her hand. Michael, you rascal, I didn't expect you'd do this out of the blue. Michael smiled and shrugged back at her. Well, you gave it to me, so I'm using it. That's true. I did. I expected you to make waves in Metropolis after getting the medallion. But I guess this is good too, ha ha ha. The Duchess's subtle words were enough verification. The black medallion was real, much to the surprise of everyone in the room. Judging from the light and joking conversation between Michael and the Duchess, it seemed that he didn't get the medallion arbitrarily. He gained it after gaining the Duchess' trust, which was the hardest thing to achieve in Metropolis. It's real, Barnaby muttered, looking at Michael with shock. He introduced the two, but he never expected him to impress her so much that she'd give him the black medallion. So, can I participate in the bidding now? His question broke Barnaby out of his stupor. I guess so, he muttered, still in disbelief. But according to the rules, black medallions could nullify any legality in Metropolis. This included the association's rule about fighting people 3 to 4 stages above your own. Thanks, Michael replied casually, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Meanwhile, everyone was wondering to themselves how and why Michael got the Duchess' approval. Sure, he was extremely talented as a young boy. But that wasn't enough of a reason. The Duchess wasn't supposed to favor a company just because she liked someone's potential. Just then, they saw Michael float towards the top of the auction venue. He moved towards the Duchess and gave her back the black medallion. After all, it could only be used once. "You're so full of surprises, aren't you?" she asked him. "It's not a surprise to me," he replied cheekily. Then he floated on over to the VIP suite next to hers. The tinted glass walls moved over to the side, and Michael stepped into his own room. Everyone had their jaws on the ground as they saw Michael enter one of the VIP rooms. But, how does he get a VIP room among the major factions? So that's where he's been the entire time. Bo and the rest of the Rising Six had been wondering why they couldn't contact Michael among the private suites in the auction rooms. They were looking everywhere, but failed to find the Reborn company's room. But as it turned out, they were looking in the wrong direction. Michael was in the VIP section of the venue. As for how he got that privilege, no one knew but Barnaby. He has a VIP room. He got the black medallion. What more is this kid hiding? Michael entered the room, with the Dragonborns looking at him with excitement. "Bro Mike, will I get to punch magnetics?" He shook his head. "Unfortunately, only I can come in the game. Having people who aren't magnetics can be really dangerous." If he tried to force it and say that the Dragonborns were included in his usage of the black medallion, then it probably would have worked. But he knew that they weren't prepared for it at all. So this time he'd be acting alone. "All right, Lord Mitchell, we shall await for your glorious return," Shayna said, bowing towards him. Meanwhile, Barnaby finally shook himself up and forced himself to be professional. He quickly recast his voice amplification spell to get everyone's attention back onto the auction. "I apologize for the slight delay, but as you all have witnessed, Michael has now become eligible to join the bidding because of the black medallion. The game shall commence," he announced. The crowd cheered mildly, as they were still unable to process the fact that Michael, the boy who had just stepped foot into the realm of the Rising Six, was now fighting against the major factions all by himself. Unlike his competition, he had no help. While they had 5 magnetics per company, each with a strength of 7th to 9th stage body formation cultivation, Michael was alone with his 4th stage power. Although he had shown himself to be capable of defeating those who were in the 6th stage, given his win over Bo, people were still skeptical if he could stand a chance against experienced and skilled magnetics from the major factions. "Please get your players ready," Barnaby commanded, and soon, people began walking down the backstage stairs and showing themselves to the crowd. As expected, each of the major factions were using their best fighters for the game. "Who do you think would win?" "I think Alaric will eke out a victory in both games. He's good, but Potball is just on a completely different level physically. He's the best fighter here, no doubt. He's trained by a heavenly knight after all." "And did you hear? Someone said that the Magic Tower had someone who came from their organization Guild of Arcana. They said that they're using a pupil who is learning to become a mystic master. I think his name is Braxton." Strangely though, this Braxton fellow was noticeably absent from the Magic Tower's lineup. There's only 4 of them currently on their side. Michael floated down and took his spot on the stage, gathering everyone's attention. He was the odd man out. His feats during this auction had truly surprised them, but they would have never expected that he'd be able to stand on the same stage as them in the end. Barnaby approached him and gave him a suggestion. "Hey, why don't you sit the first game out? We both know you don't need to win the automobile." This was a very useful proposal, as it could help him conserve energy for when he truly needed it. The only thing that mattered were the 15 drops of Su that he could potentially obtain. However, there was a part of him that disagreed. Literally, as expected of Harbinger, the only thing on its mind was improvement at the fastest and highest level. It didn't care if it was hard or impossible. But to be honest, he didn't dislike this way of thinking. "It's okay, I don't want any special treatments," he replied to Barnaby. Hearing this, the other players couldn't help but look at him with a new sense of respect. It would have been easy to just accept Barnaby's proposal and make it easier on himself. But he didn't. He wanted to be fair. "All right, I trust you know what you're doing," Barnaby said, patting Michael on the shoulder for good luck. Just then, Michael was approached by Dickie, who was in Bobby's team. The two were friendly. Michael was still very grateful to them for teaching him how to code his drone with Su. "I just gotta say, I'm still incredibly shocked to see you here. I think everyone's talking about you right now." He smiled. I didn't think I'd be here too. If we don't have to fight each other, I think it's a good idea for you to side with our team. We'll be more than happy to welcome you in. Dickie pointed to Bobby and the other 3 players from the Quench Company, who greeted Michael with the same smile as Dickie. Maybe I would take you up on your offer. If having teammates were possible, then that would be his best chance of surviving for as long as possible. Of course, this was only possible if the game they played permitted cooperation. Tower Master, it looks like you have one less member on your team. The tinted glass on the Magic Tower's VIP suite parted ways to show the presence of the Tower Master. Michael looked up at him and saw a middle-aged man in his late 40s with short pepper hair and a rectangular mustache. He's the Tower Master. He wasn't exactly the image he had in mind when thinking of a sage that spent years locked up in a tower studying magic. Forgive me, Barnaby, our last member is running a bit late. He's just about to arrive, the Tower Master said apologetically. Just then, the door to his VIP suite burst wide open as a young teenage man came strutting in with a carefree smile on his face. Sorry, Uncle Lucius, I slept in hee-hee. This was Braxton, the supposed genius from the Guild of Arcana, training to be the next mystic master. He was quite chubby, with white wavy hair on top of his head. The Tower Master glared at him sternly. You're not taking this seriously, are you? Braxton shrugged. Sorry, Uncle, but matters of the physical world simply don't interest me. I would rather stay in my room, eat some snacks, and bury my head in books and scrolls. Lucius scoffed. Be honest, you think this is beneath you, right? The young teenager couldn't only nod his head. He was going to be a mystic master in the future, after all. We'll see if you can keep that attitude, Lucius said, smiling as he looked down at Michael. Now that we have settled our players, please feast your eyes on our pocket dimension, Barnaby announced. As soon as he said that, the stage split in half and crawled outwards, revealing the enormous pocket dimension down below. From first impressions alone, it seemed like they were going to be playing on a single island, surrounded by nothing but endless seas. The objective of the game is simple. Be the last one standing with the flag, and you shall win the automobile bid. So it's a capture the flag game, Michael thought. Now, if he was playing for real, then being by himself would be a major disadvantage. His flag would easily fall under the enemy's onslaught, especially if they ganged up on him. But thankfully, he didn't need to win the game. All he had to do was survive for as long as he could without getting eliminated. Harbinger told him that interacting with these strong magnetics would help him increase his strength by a significant margin. True or not, he'd only find out during the game. Here are the rules, Barnaby announced. Each of your teams will be given a flag. It is your duty to keep the flag in your possession while stealing other flags from the other companies. The team that ends up with all flags under their banner will win the game. Michael found this interesting because with the rules of the game, having your flag captured was not an immediate loss for the team or the company. They could have a chance to take back their flag at a later time, given that they weren't eliminated from the game entirely. Just then, Dickie approached Michael and tapped him on the shoulders. Hey Michael, we have a little proposition for you, he said. Dickie gestured for him to come closer to their group, and he was surprised to find that it wasn't just Bobby who was waiting for him, but also Heir and Alaric. All 3 legacy leaders were gathered in the same spot. Michael, a pleasure to meet you again, Alaric greeted. Who would have thought we'd see you here, huh? And here I thought you were just a normal kid back then, Heir said, putting her hands on her waist. Did Dickie tell you why we requested your presence? Bobby asked. I can explain that, said Alaric. You see, as soon as we found out that the automobiles would be auctioned off this evening, we all decided that we would work together to obtain it for ourselves. We knew that the other 3 organizations from the major factions would want this as well, and as much as I hate to admit it, they're stronger than us. Our chances of winning against them in this bid will be low, but if we band together, we can guarantee our victory. Michael didn't think that even the legacies would have to resort to working together. We decided that we'd share the automobile for ourselves and take turns using them, Heir added. If you want, we could also help you out. So, you want me to join you? Alaric nodded, so did the other 2. Not to offend you, but your chances of winning the automobile are astronomically very low. But if you agree to our partnership, Then we'll be willing to lend you the automobiles from time to time. Now, this was a very generous offer. And if Michael didn't already own automobiles, then he'd be very thankful for the offer. Since this game didn't really mean anything to him, he decided to agree to their terms. Sure, it'll be nice to form a team with you guys. The trio Legacies were glad to hear it. That's great, Michael, we can finally work together, Dickie said, celebrating. Here's our plan, Alaric said, taking charge. Immediately, his 4 teammates and the other magnetics from the Legacies teams listened to his words with seriousness. You'll be pooling our flags together and protecting them from being sieged by the other 3 teams. We'll dedicate about 2/3 of our strength to do this to ensure their safety. We have 16 people in total, so 10 people will stay behind. Meanwhile, 6 of us will journey out in search of the other flags. I'm sure that those organizations will not work together like us, so it will be a 6v5 in our favor. Alaric's strategy focused on defense, which was very smart. After all, they would be pooling all of their flags in one location. That was 4 in total, and if someone was able to steal or siege them, then they'd be 2 flags away from victory. Don't worry, we'll stay behind, Dickie assured Michael. You don't have to get out there. As much as he wanted to do, as Harbinger said. This wasn't his call. After all, he was just one cog in a very big machine. Don't worry, I think there'll be plenty of action. The other teams won't be able to resist the 4 flags that we'll be protecting. Alaric spent some more time strategizing with his team, forming the vanguard group who would be attacking the other teams, and decided roles for the defensive team. Of course, the 3 leaders of the Legacies were part of the vanguard group, as they were the strongest fighters available. Then, they were allowed to have 1 fighter each, so the total came to 6 players in the vanguard position. Alaric looked at him. Your job is simple. If there's anyone that comes close to the flags, you use that power of yours to shoot them. They all saw his powers during the game and knew his capabilities. Now his switch would be perfect in this situation, as he could stop an intruder from taking the flags. However, Alaric and the others knew that he was only in the 4th stage, while they were in the 8th stage. The disparity in power would lead his ability to be practically ineffective. His unity beam, on the other hand, was not bound by diva cultivation and could hurt them, so it was still useful in this situation. It's very likely that we won't be able to stay together during our descent into the pocket dimension. So the first thing that I need everyone to do is to find my signal. I will shoot it high up in the air, and you'll know that it's me. Gather towards this location. Familiarize yourselves with each other so you can help each other out while trying to get to our rendezvous point. Once Alaric had finished his briefing, Barnaby finally announced to the rest of the crowd to start counting down. The game was about to start. 3, 2, 1, jump. One by one, the players began to jump into the pocket dimension, with their bodies disappearing as soon as they crossed the threshold. Good luck, Michael. He heard Bo and Regina cheering him on from above, giving them a thumbs up before jumping into the game. Michael found himself in the middle of a forest, with a golden flag staked on the ground right in front of him. The flag had the symbol of Reborn, with a simple R letter made out of black ink and gold linings. It was big, being at 10 feet tall and towered over a normal human easily, so it was easy to spot from very far away. And not only that, but there was some kind of glow within the flag that made it look unnatural within its surroundings, making it stand out even more. Guess you can't hide this thing, you have to protect it. Upon inspecting the flag, he found that it was filled with some kind of magic that allowed it to restore itself to its original state once it was damaged. This way, flags wouldn't get destroyed during intense fights for its possession. He quickly put the flag on his back, ensuring its safety. The first thing I need to do is to group up with the Legacies. Alaric told them that he would be sending a signal to the skies as soon as he landed on the pocket dimension. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any signals in the sky at all. Did something happen? Either way, without that signal, he wouldn't be able to meet up with the rest of the Legacies for now, meaning he had to protect his flag alone. He didn't know why, but Harbinger always seemed to be out for blood. Ignoring his diva, he decided to have a look at his surroundings and assess the situation before moving away from his spot. Of course, this was where his drone came in extremely handy. He reached down his pockets and took out the rectangular block and unfolded its propellers. This was now the time for the upgrade. He closed his eyes and focused on the drone system. Immediately, he saw a 3D slightly transparent image of the drone right in front of his very eyes. Each part of the drone could be highlighted to show the possibilities for its upgrade. He manipulated the projection to show the 360-degree camera installed on the very bottom of the frame. Once he did, a window popped up in his vision. Shared vision, this upgrade allows the drone glasses to become more transparent. This will lessen the burden of the software into your consciousness, allowing you to pilot the drone even if you are in your own body. The drone's camera will also experience a huge upgrade. Its image quality will be clear enough to see through disturbances that a diva and a nobility will make in reality before they are fully activated. He immediately purchased the upgrade, and suddenly, he saw 2 liquid drops falling into the drone and being absorbed instantly. Then the drone's frame started to morph and change, with nanoparticles starting to grow new parts on the camera to upgrade its features. It wasn't long before the drone's new camera system was in place and ready to use. He opened his eyes and inspected the upgrade. The camera at the bottom was a lot more compact, yet with much clearer quality and more lenses layered through the glasses. Of course, that wasn't just the only thing that had changed. He quickly pushed on the recessed button on the side of the frame, and suddenly, a small drawer popped out of the drone's side. It revealed the drone's camera glasses. And this feature was the biggest change. The original glasses were blacked out entirely and had an extremely big surface area that covered almost a quarter of his face. It was more like a visor than spectacles. But now the glasses were a lot slimmer, both in the frame and in the visor. The glass itself was now transparent and was now a lot smaller, resembling modern aviator glasses. He quickly picked it up and put it on his head. Immediately, he saw a system window pop up in front of him, entering shared vision with the drone. As soon as it was done, he suddenly saw an entirely new vision in his mind. He saw what the drone was seeing, and he was seeing his own perspective at the same time. It wasn't a split screen where he saw half of each vision. It also wasn't a pop-up window like a mini-map from those video games he played. It was unexplainable in human terms because he could see both visions simultaneously without one interfering with the other. He looked at his own hands and saw himself flexing his fingers, and at the same time he piloted the drone to fly up right in front of him, performing a few backflips in the meanwhile. He wasn't able to do that back then. Amazing. This is a worthwhile upgrade indeed. Seeing this substantial change made him want to see what more upgrades he could make with the camera. That could be useful, but I don't want to spend my last 3 drops on it for now. Harbinger, what upgrade should I choose? The stealth or the mini drone? He could only shake his head. Where does it get all that confidence? Doesn't it know that his opponents were literally at the top of the body formation realm? It's not so much as hunting them, rather than hiding from them. Michael wasn't convinced. Pursuing stealth seemed like the best option for now, given how much the other players knew about the drone already. Not only that, but they presumably had better physical stats than him, so they could more than likely dodge away from when they see it. But if the drone was hidden in stealth while it powered up a shot, then he had a better chance of hitting his target. This utterly confused Michael. So you mean that Mai has no effect on them? Why did you even have me go to this game if I'm going to lose anyway? What Harbinger was trying to say was that any upgrade he did on the drone wouldn't be enough to lessen the disparity between his and his opponent's strengths. Then what do you want me to do? He asked, exasperated. Kyukuku, you have one advantage over all of them, and that is me. I am a real diva, not soulless like those frauds. While they are spending hours, months, years trying to communicate and decipher the signals that their divas are saying, I can just tell it to you. I can teach you a skill. Hearing those words from Harbinger definitely interested Michael. The giant figure of Harbinger moved its 2 mechanical hands. He saw the lights on its veins start to pulsate, as if it was ramping up with power. Even though this was his own void in the recesses of his own mind, he felt as if he was in a different world, one that Harbinger controlled. The power that he was emanating was potent enough to make him believe that he was seeing it in real life. Suddenly, reality began to warp around Harbinger's wrists. Nanoparticles gathered around the back of his elbows, creating a large rocket ship nozzle. A bright orange light began to emanate from the nozzle, before a blue jet stream of fire exploded outwards into a controlled manner. Harbinger's arms became powered like a spaceship. This added thrust allowed reality to wrap even further, as if it was folding up upon itself in an attempt to counteract the massive force coming from Harbinger's arms. Lights pulsated, growing in brightness as the power continued to grow. The shrill sound coming from the hands became higher and higher pitched, as if a beam was about to fire any second. And finally, Harbinger took his hands together and ripped the very fabric of space apart. In an instant, his body disappeared. Michael looked around before finding Harbinger already behind him. The rockets on the back of its elbows had already powered down and returned to its normal state. He looked up at Harbinger's head shrouded in a dark fog, surprise written all over his face. I couldn't see that at all. There was no magic involved. He would know. His control over mana and magic was second to none. So he was sure that the sudden teleportation that Harbinger performed was not made through a magic spell or mana in any shape or form. It reminded him of abilities. But strangely, it seemed a little bit different from all the other abilities he had seen before. All the abilities he had seen had something to do with a power or an item, and in all cases, the strange power or ability power came from the outside, as if the person was throwing it to the real world. That was how it affected reality. But this seemed different. It was as if the ability power was stored inside Harbinger and affected only his own body, allowing his physicality to be altered the same way that reality was altered. Harbinger explained. Michael was very much intrigued. Judging by how fast that movement was, it could very well be the speed he needed to surprise other magnetics. As of now, his only offensive capabilities were and his newly discovered. His gun was good, but it needed a lot of time to reload and attack again. However, the Unity Saber could be used just like another weapon and could be considered as a devastating power that could hurt even high-leveled magnetics. Okay, how do I do that, Harbinger? He was ready to pick up a pen and paper and start jotting down the notes that Harbinger was about to give him. He was the student while his diva was the teacher. His excited face immediately turned downwards. What kind of explanation was that? It's like telling someone to go to the bank without giving them the address. He sighed. Up to this point, Harbinger had been talking to him like a real human that he almost mistook him for being one. He was a diva, which meant that its sense of reality was extremely different from other humans. Harbinger may be a part of himself, but that didn't make him human. He just had to accept that fact. He just had to do trial and error until he found the correct way to do that quantum step. Or whatever. He then opened his eyes, returning back to reality. Harbinger said to use my ability power and gather it in my wrists. Of course, that was easier said than done. He didn't have the mechanical body that Harbinger had. He didn't have the nanoparticles that allowed him to create thrusters on the back of his elbow. He just had a normal human body, and he'd just have to adapt to that. He took a deep breath and tried to make contact with the God-forged pieces in his heart. His muscles tensed, his breath stopped. But no matter how much he tried to force the ability power out of his heart, nothing worked. How am I able to use my ability power anyway? Reaching down his pockets, he took out a single switch for him to use. After kicking a tree next to him, leaves suddenly floated out down towards him. And with a flick, the switch attached itself to a falling leaf and completely stopped its momentum. It was now frozen in time. How does my ability power work? He concentrated again, trying to feel the power coming from the God-forged pieces on his heart and onto the switch. There had to be an invisible connection between the two that allowed it to alter reality based on his powers. Again, he found no luck. He only felt a vague sensation that made him feel connected with the switch. This time, he took out the reverse graphite block from his pockets and threw it down towards the pile of fallen leaves. Suddenly, a few leaves began to float up towards the tree, tracing back their original path, with their momentum completely reversed. He put his focus on the reverse graphite block, trying to discern a difference between it and the switch. I do feel a slight difference, but it's very hard to point out. It was as if the connection between him and his technology blocks were made out of a cloud that became a lot fuzzier the more he tried to concentrate on it. He spent a good few minutes studying the two, trying to tell them apart. If he wanted to learn how to do that quantum step, then he needed to figure out how ability power worked inside a magnetic's body. It was the key. As he concentrated, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, I could use that. It only just now came to him that the new upgrade for his drone came with a really cool feature. It allowed him to see abilities through a certain lens, making it seem like he was looking through a thermal imaging scan. He deployed his drone and took out the new and upgraded glasses from its drawer. He quickly put them on, allowing him to see the vision of the drone as well as his natural eyes. The drone flew up, with him piloting it at the same time that he was moving his own body. And with its 360-degree camera, he finally saw himself. To activate the ability thermal imaging scan, he instinctively knew what to do. He tapped on his glasses 3 times, and suddenly an orange tint descended down into his vision. Instantly, the vision he saw from the drone turned into a different reality. The world around him was colored with blue to dark, violet hues as if they were lifeless. Because they were the same color, they almost blended into each other apart from some outlines that made him see what they actually were. And as he turned his line of sight towards himself, he saw a bright orange to yellow light emanating from his chest. His heart, in particular, was glowing like the sun. Not only that, but there were glowing orange lines coming from his heart and out towards the iron switch and the reverse graphite block. This was the invisible connection they had with each other. So that's ability power. There was a steady stream of ability power coming from his heart and supplying his technological blocks with enough energy to continue its altering of reality. Seeing this now made him extremely happy. He finally saw abilities down to their natural form. He piloted the drone to come closer towards the technological blocks. First, he observed the switch. He saw that the leaf it was attached to was being coated with some kind of orange glowing bubble. This made it easy to identify which objects were affected by an ability. He then went over to the reverse graphite block and saw the same thing. There was a bubble of protection around the leaf, allowing it to be unaffected by the rules of reality. He piloted the drone to really come close to the abilities and see the red hot stream up close and personal. There wasn't a zoom option for the camera on his drone, but he did see that the red hot streams of ability power were made out of some kind of strings. The individual strings were identical to each other and were flowing out with the same speed and trajectory as the others. It wasn't a straight string either. It looked random, as if a single string of yarn was dropped to the floor and made some weird curves and loops on the ground. He then moved towards the other stream of ability power and saw that it was also made out of some kind of glowing orange string. But this time the strings were bent, looped, and knotted in a completely different way than the first one. It didn't take a rocket scientist to conclude that the different strings was probably what allowed each ability to be a different power from each other. So abilities are made up of ability power, or AP. And AP are made up of millions of tiny strings arranged in a specific shape. It was safe to assume that each ability had a specific shape that the strings conformed to. This meant that if he wanted to replicate the quantum leap that Harbinger performed, then he needed to figure out 2 things. First, he needed to figure out the specific shape of string that the quantum leap conformed to. And second, he needed to figure out how to get his God forge pieces to produce that kind of string in the ability power. It sounded very simple, but he was completely clueless on how to do that. He knew the formula, but he didn't know how the math worked. He closed his eyes again and entered the void in his mind, returning to see Harbinger's gigantic figure towering over him. If I could take my drone here and observe the ability power coming from Harbinger, then I'd be able to solve my first problem. He was a bit offended by that, but it was true. Well, ChatJK4 isn't here right now, so I have to think about this all on my own. If his personal AI assistant was here, he'd just put the burden of thinking on the software. He rolled his eyes. You're not really helping, though. Again, Harbinger's advice were just empty fluff words. It didn't actually help him at all. But since he had nothing else to go on, he decided to believe. He opened his eyes again and concentrated on the God forge pieces in his heart. This time, a part of his brain was looking at himself from a third-person perspective. It watched the ability power in his heart like a hawk. He tried all sorts of methods to draw out his ability power. He held his breath, he flexed his muscles, and he even meditated. Believe I have to believe. His mind focused back on the image of Harbinger, creating a warp on the very fabric of reality and disappearing behind him in an instant. A sense of desire formed in his heart. He wanted that, he wanted to do that. And suddenly, he saw something move within the glowing sun in his heart. But as soon as he stopped concentrating, the movement ceased and returned to the heart. He concentrated again, replicating the same thoughts and feelings he had that garnered a reaction within the God-forged pieces. Slowly, a thread weaved with millions of tiny strings sprouted out from his heart and began to snake its way through his body. Sweat poured down his forehead as he kept himself at full concentration. Each time his mind wandered, the thread would retract back into his heart. Slowly but surely, the new thread of ability power reached the end of his wrists. This is where Harbinger said to gather my ability power. Now, I just have to pull. His fingers started to curl up into a ball as he tried to grab onto the fabric of reality, just the same as Harbinger did. The AP threads on his wrist began to propagate a bubble around his hands, allowing him to change reality around him. Space around his wrists began to warp, slowly folding upon itself as if there was a black hole near his hands. Its speed and magnitude was nothing like the one that Harbinger did, but it was still the same technique nonetheless. Now I just pull, he said to himself. Taking a deep breath, he pushed out all the ability power in his wrists and used the surge to grab onto the space in front of him. His hands molded the fabric of reality for a brief moment. But suddenly, the thread connecting to it suddenly snapped, depowering the ability from going any further.